and even killed the pups in some cases. They don't really want to let other packs know where they are and what they're doing. And in order to avoid that, they keep quiet.
Now, it's not only the frequency of howling that changes throughout the year, but the type of howling shifts too.
Wolves howl for a couple of different reasons. Some of that would be within the pack, so to keep track of each other, say if they've been separated.
And even though they're doing a lot less of it, this is the kind of howling that tends to dominate in the spring and summer, wolves communicating with their own pack mates.
They also howl to let other packs know where they are and to kind of establish a territory.
Wolves will often have these howling bouts with other packs. The two packs will howl back and forth as if to say, this is our turf, our territory. And it's that howling for territoriality that grows in the months leading up to the winter breeding season.
Howling really tracks the hormones. As the wolves are getting ready for the breeding season, testosterone will start to spike. Howling starts to increase. It's kind of a stressful time in some ways. They do a lot of howling during the breeding season. They also probably use howling as a way to advertise the number of wolves they have in the pack, the type of wolves they have in the pack. If they have a lot of big male fighters, that's going to come across in a howling bout with another pack. And in some ways, wolves may be able to use it to avoid a fight with another pack too. They can kind of create that space between each other, let each other know where they are, but also let them know who they are.
Kira's specialty is looking at territoriality in wolves and interpack aggression, basically when two packs come into contact with each other and fight. Sometimes wolves will fight until one pack or one animal displaces the other, and sometimes they'll fight to the death.
This running into other packs is so vastly important to a wolf pack. It's, of all the wolves that live in Yellowstone that we've radio collared, some of them disperse outside of Yellowstone, of course. But if they live their whole life in Yellowstone, 2/3 of them end up being killed by other wolves.
St. Mary Falls Trailhead provides access to several hiking areas on the east side of the park. Visitors are encouraged to pick up a free copy of the Day Hikes in Glacier newspaper. The maps and trail information inside the paper will help visitors match their interests and abilities to the mini hikes in Glacier National Park. Here, the St. Mary Falls Trail, one of the more popular hikes in the park, is a 2.4-mile round trip which can be extended to 3.6 miles by continuing on to Virginia Falls. The hike offers a short and pleasant stroll down to the valley floor, crossing the stream below the roaring St. Mary Falls. After St. Mary Falls, the forest opens up a bit, and those continuing on to Virginia Falls will be treated with views of Little Chief and Dusty Star Mountains, as well as one of the best waterfalls Glacier has to offer. Please remember water-related accidents are the #1 cause of fatalities in the park. Use extreme caution near water and remain on the trail. Moss-covered rocks and wet logs can be extremely slippery, and falls into swift, cold streams, rivers, and lakes have been tragic. Never walk, play, or climb on the slippery rocks and logs around this or any other stream in the park.
Hello, you rockin' Rockieites. Guess what? Today is this year's autumnal equinox, which means it is officially fall. It's felt like fall for a little bit, but now it is official. And you can feel it. The aspens are turning gold like crazy at higher elevations and even some lower elevations. The air is getting more crisp and cool and is about to take a turn for the chilly. This weekend looks to be rainy and in the 50s in Estes Park and potentially snowy. Did I say snowy? Yes, snowy. And significantly colder above 9,000 feet. So if you are coming to visit us this weekend, plan accordingly. And of course, the clearest auditory sign of fall, and we love our auditory signs here in podcast land, elk bugles. In the spirit of Bugle Time, today we're bringing you an interview with Hannum Abules. Hannum is a landscape ecologist. Don't worry, we will explain what the heck that means. And spends much of her time studying Rocky's elk and the complex ways they interact with and shape park ecosystems. So, when we want to learn about elk, Hannum is the person to talk to. We hope you enjoy this deep dive on elk, on landscape ecology, on history of different areas in the park, especially Moraine Park, and so much more. Let's rock. All right, so we're here in Moraine Park, and we are here with, could you give us your name and your title?
My name's Hannum Abules.
Uh-huh.
Hannum with an M,
Hannum with an M.
not Hannah spelled incorrectly. And my title is landscape ecologist.
Landscape ecologist.
I work on big things.
Big things. All right, I like that.
Lots of things that kind of transcend the boundary of the park, if you will.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to think about it. So, I thought what we'd do today is we'll just kind of walk through different aspects of what you're doing here at your job, and then that'll probably flash us backwards or forwards in time into other stuff that might be going on here in the future, and also how you got into what you do here at the park and what you do for a living and all that kind of stuff. So, landscape ecologist, what's the broad overview of what that means at Rocky in terms of like your projects, day-to-day work?
So the idea, most of the time, if you're in a park, you're going to hear people say, I'm a botanist, or I'm a wildlife biologist, and what we've come to realize, which seems very intuitive now, but maybe wasn't so intuitive 50 or 80 years ago, is that everything is a lot more interconnected than one might at first think. So there's a lot of fields that have popped up in ecology over the last 50 years. One of them is landscape ecology, where we're looking at patterns over space and time and how do those things connect. A great example of that is kind of our regional elk management initiative. So we're working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're working with the Forest Service. We're working with a variety of partners, academic, et cetera, to try and get a handle on reestablishing the natural balance on the landscape between elk and all the space that they like to use.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging because
I
we
bet.
have a pretty disrupted system here.
Yeah, why don't we get into that? Because one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview with you this time of year is so that we could get something out there for folks coming up to the park to look at elk, among other things, and the rut. And so I think it would be cool to give people some of the background on elk and other wildlife, but we'll start with elk in the park. So you said that very disrupted system in the park. I would guess a lot of our visitors would have no idea of that because they come here and they don't normally see elk, and they see elk, and so they think, oh, it's a national park, it's normal, it's natural.
Right.
So could you kind of just go into the history of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I use this kind of comparison a lot. Just because something looks beautiful does not mean it's healthy.
Great point.
I think that, so we're sitting here in Moraine Park, and it's absolutely stunning, right? We're looking up the Fern Lake drainage. And if you've never been here before, or you don't know what a Western riparian river system should look like, you would look at this and say, it's absolutely incredible. And it is, but I would say it's also a little ill. It's got a touch of the flu. And so what has happened on this landscape over the last 120 years are a lot of things that are incredibly unnatural. And I always ask myself the question, and I think folks that are aficionados of nature and like to visit parks and should be thinking about, are we managing for a picture, or are we managing for a process? So are we happy if we just have a picture that looks healthy, even though the underlying foundation of that is falling apart? Or are we really trying to manage for healthy, sustainable processes that are going to give us these beautiful landscapes for a lot longer time frame just right now for our one visit or our one experience at that place.
That's a great way to put it. Do we want to manage for pictures or process? That's nice. I like that.
So I think that's an important thing to think about, you know, because if we go the instant gratification route, well, it looks great. So, hey.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is to reestablish the functionality of the ecosystem.
Right.
And that's hard to do. But there are a lot of things we can do to make it a lot better than it is. And so that's really was the impetus for our elk and vegetation management plan. You know, elk at the turn of the century last century were completely extirpated from the park.
Right.
There weren't any left, so they'd market hunted them out of here.
Right. Yeah, so I think that will surprise people. So extirpated means locally extinct. Is that right? Yeah. So, so we had a healthy, functioning elk population. Then people showed up with firearms, with market hunting, with all this kind of stuff. And it didn't take very long before there were no elk in Rocky Mountain National Park area, right?
Right.
At all. And that was by, like you said, the early 1900s or even late 1800s.
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date of that, but
somewhere in there.
And around the same time, humans also got rid of all the things with teeth and claws.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We like to do that as well.
So wolves,
and
grizzly bears, which again, our listeners might not know were here, just like they are in some other parks that you might go, like Yellowstone or something like that, where people think of those animals. They were here too. So those had all been gotten rid of. The elk had been gotten rid of. Moose.
So moose weren't here.
Oh, moose weren't here. That's right. We're going to get into that.
Moose are a whole different story.
We're going to get into that later because I think that is also going to be fascinating to people, and that's something I want to educate people on.
We can clarify.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Weren't here.
We'll clarify
here
for me
parts.
too. Yeah, what was here and wasn't here. So what was here at that time? We had elk, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, coyotes, probably,
bison.
Or bison.
Most people don't know.
That's a big one.
Also, were quite prevalent. So you had a complete system, right? You had a system that functioned somewhat in balance with itself.
Sure.
And you have peaks and troughs in that system, but it's what we would call self-regulating, right? Where the human doesn't need to come in and manage actively because it's managing itself. And we are just a part of that system.
Right. And there had been hunting, of course, before that, but it was just on such a different scale in terms of what was being killed and taken and things, right? That it fit with, it was resilient enough to put up with the hunting that was done before Anglos showed up, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, when you start to get into this model of we're going to harvest all the animals in one area and use them to feed humans in places far away, like Denver.
Right.
And that's pretty much what happened.
Gotcha.
So you totally utilized all of the hoof stock here, basically, to feed folks far away, which is an unnatural thing in itself, right? All these things we think of as normal are not normal at all. And they have pretty wide-ranging impacts. And that's actually where the North American model of wildlife conservation comes from, is that wildlife is a public trust. Folks who hunt that visit the park are probably quite aware that when you do harvest animals, not in the park, but that you're not allowed to sell those animals. And that's where this all came from, is that when you use wildlife as a commodity, it typically doesn't go very well.
So wildlife was being used as a commodity, hunted to local extinction, extirpated. So we have elk now. When were elk reintroduced? How did that work in the park?
So they brought elk down from Yellowstone.
Okay.
In the 2 years before the park was created, actually.
Okay,
So in 13 and 14.
Okay.
And they reestablished a population here.
But didn't reestablish predatory population, right?
Exactly.
So they just brought the elk back.
Right.
No grizzlies, no wolves.
Which has been most of the story of the 20th century.
Exactly.
Is we hunted many, many things to local extinction.
Yep.
In many areas of the country. And then we restocked some of those species and not others.
The ones that we liked.
The ones we like.
We
like
wanted.
hoofed things.
Yeah.
We don't like things with teeth and
Right.
claws. And when I say we, I mean human
Right,
beings
sure.
as a culture, not
Yeah.
the National Park Service or anything like that.
So from those, the 1913-14 reintroduction, 1915 Rocky Mountain National Park is created. What happened? I mean, of course, there's ups and downs, but the general story over that next many decades where we didn't have hunting and we didn't have any predators in the park who could actually take down an elk. What was the kind of consequence of that? Play through that for us.
So anytime you have an animal that has evolved with predation, right? The reproductive rate of that animal is going to be such that is designed to replace itself with predation.
Right.
So you remove what we call the top-down control. And what you have now is a reproductive rate far exceeding what is needed to maintain that population, right? So that happens, what happens there? Population goes through the roof.
Sure.
In the early days, elk were culled in Rocky.
In the park?
Because even at that time, people started to note habitat impacts.
Interesting.
And it wasn't done the way we would go about management today, where we have extensive base of science upon which we make decisions. They just said, hey, there's a lot of hoofed animals out there. We're seeing things are getting eaten down. We're going to do something about that.
We're just going to remove a certain amount.
We're going to remove some animals.
We're going to remove some. Just
right.
However many we feel like is about right. Maybe let's say.
Right, and that's certainly not ideal either, right? Because we'd like to make our
But that's interesting that even at that time, it's interesting that even at that time, they were seeing like, oh, this is having negative impact. We need to control this.
And a lot of folks were ranchers and farmers at that time, and they're used to looking at a site maybe that they had cattle on, and they'd be able to evaluate, is this suitable, sustainable range, et cetera.
Yeah.
Some of those things certainly have overlap between, understanding habitat health and range condition for livestock. These are hoofed animals. They're ruminants. They consume forage.
Sure.
You need a certain replacement of that feed out there in order to
So when did that culling
function.
stop?
So
or was it just kind of scattershot?
Fuzzy.
Okay.
I don't know the full history of exactly how many times they did it or when they stopped doing it. But what I do know is that as we moved into the 1960s, and this was a nationwide movement through the National Park Service, we entered this period of what we called natural regulation. And if you read Park Service policy, you'll see it all throughout there, through the 60s, 70s, 80s, even early 90s. And I think that's a noble goal.
And so what is natural regulation? How would you define that?
So the idea there is that these populations would self-regulate.
So we just leave them alone and it'll all come out in the end. They'll take care of themselves.
Humans have mucked with nature so much. If we just leave her alone, she's going to bounce right back. Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature does.
And it makes sense that management policy would come in because that's the same time that we're getting things like the Wilderness Act and that kind of idea that let's just leave it alone. Hands off. It'll take care of itself. Okay.
Right. We've caused enough damage.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of validity to that comment. There's also issues with it in practice. And the issues, I always like to tell the story, if I came to your house and I totally wrecked your car sitting out in your driveway. I've dismantled it. I've done bizarre things to the engine. I've taken away some tires, etc. And then I say, hey, Miles, why don't you fix that car? But I also took your toolbox and I took all of the most important tools out of your toolbox and I have thrown them around the town of Estes Park. Good luck.
Right.
You're going to self-regulate now, right? You're going to fix. That car's going to come back to life. Well, you need the tools, right? You need the parts. You need the equipment. With Mother Nature, when you take away predation, which is a critical tool in a system, when you take away habitat availability, right? These animals now are pushed into a much smaller area than they would have had access to, right? If we look at the larger landscape of how disturbed the area is around Rocky Mountain National Park, you don't have habitat connectivity. It's harder for animals to move around. You don't have the habitat quality that you had. So you don't have your predators. And then another big thing is that we don't have beaver on the landscape. So at one point there were hundreds and hundreds of beaver here in Moraine Park alone.
Just here in Moraine Park.
in Moraine Park.
Wow. That's amazing.
Engineering the system, repairing it, packing every little hole in their dam with mud.
Yep.
What's the aggregate of all that effort? It's a wetland, you
Right.
know, a complete functioning, regenerating wetland system on this river.
Yeah.
And when you take that keystone species away, so you
Yeah.
took away all Mother Nature's critical tools, and then you said, hey, fix it. And
Right.
what we found was that didn't work very well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the beaver thing. I remember when not too long after I came to this park, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I hadn't. And someone mentioned that, like just in Moraine Park alone, probably hundreds of beaver. And then I thought about like when I was working up in Alaska and Denali, and tons of beaver. I don't know, impacted isn't the right word, but they're there, you know, and they're doing their work.
Right.
And it's so different looking. Just the amount of, like you said. Hopefully our speakers caught that. That was a little bugle in the background. So different, you know, just from the shape of the stream to, I mean, there I noticed it a lot because there's really no trails, and so you're bushwhacking through everything.
Yeah.
And you know, just the vegetation that you're bushwhacking through is so different and difficult to bushwhack through.
Yeah.
And the kind of game and wildlife trails and things that you see is so different. Okay, so that's really interesting. So we have all these tools removed. We thought, even without these tools, we're just going to let it sit and recover. So what did that do in terms of the elk population in the park and the effect that it had on the landscape? We can talk about in general or Moraine Park in specific, however we want to do it to help kind of paint the picture for people.
So, you know, with this concurrent decline in beaver, you also had a dramatic increase in the elk population, a completely unnatural increase. And so by saying we're going to let nature take its course and we're going to let it be natural.
Yeah.
And I still hear that a lot today, let it be natural. And I say, well, what is that? In my mind, that's the proper functioning of a system, not an elk roaming around without a GPS collar on it necessarily. So if we think on a macro scale, what is natural? And so we ended up on a very unnatural trajectory, and we ended up with the most concentrated, highest density of elk ever recorded in a free-ranging population.
Whoa.
Right here in Moraine Park.
Wow.
And so it looked like a feedlot out there.
Population numbers, do we know at that
There were,
time?
at different points, there were over 3,000 elk between the Winter Range in Rocky Mountain National Park and the town of Estes Park.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the habitat could not sustain that. So the combination of not having beaver on the landscape, you know, constantly planting willow, constantly digging side channels and maintaining dams and ponds. When that landscape dries out, and we did things to help that along. When I say we, I mean humans.
Yeah.
Right. We ditched and drained Moraine Park. It was a golf course at one point. Most people don't know its history.
And do we think that that's what contributed to that rapid decline in beaver population, or was it because they were actually being trapped and specifically removed from Moraine Park?
So they were being trapped and specifically removed both prior to the creation of the park and after.
Okay.
And that was prior, you know, the fur trade, and then after just a lot of folks thought of them as a nuisance species, and they can be, certainly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, depending. Yeah, exactly.
When they're doing their industrious things where we want them to be doing them, they're fabulous. When they're doing them and flooding your roads and your house, not so great.
Yeah.
So, and that's our job too, as wildlife ecologists, to understand that balance.
Sure.
Right. Humans are in the landscape, and we need to work with that. But so we ended up with these incredible densities of elk. And the way that Moraine Park looked at that time, I mean, it was transitioning to a dry upland grassland. And you can make that decision. You can say, hey, we're going to let this go. But what are the costs of that? And the costs of that are dramatically decreased biodiversity. When I talk about biodiversity, I'm talking about all the other plants, animals, fish, things that contribute not only to the function of the ecosystem, but to your experience when you come here to Rocky Mountain National Park. Do you only want to see one charismatic megafauna, or would you like to see that charismatic megafauna in its natural environment with all the other plants and animals that would normally accompany it? I hope the latter potentially is what
Yeah.
we're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we were seeing out
Okay.
there, and that's
So,
what triggered.
so between the
planning
human
process.
specific hands-on human impacts and then the secondary impacts of reduced beaver and then this exploding elk population, basically it was getting dried out and also vegetation was getting eaten at a rate that just couldn't sustain. And so we end up with, like you said, a dry kind of grassland that's just way less biodiverse. Okay.
And much more susceptible to weeds, to invasive exotic plants.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wetlands are great at preventing those plants from coming in. So
Yeah.
so wetlands, they make up only 4% of Rocky Mountain National Park's total area, but they provide a disproportionate amount of what we'd call ecosystem services, like drought mitigation, water filtration, and they provide a lot of other services. So they're weed mitigation, right? A lot of people, they think about weeds as you go and pull weeds. Yeah, you can do that. And you can also create environmental conditions that are not conducive to
Right.
weeds
The
in the
weeds just
first
won't take
place.
yeah, they
exactly.
just can't take root. Yeah.
So we're trying to really manage these systems holistically and say, where do we get great bang for our buck? And we get that through riparian restoration. And I think that's why we've put, some might say, disproportionate amount of effort, into Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows.
Okay, so just summarizing really quickly. So we've talked about all these impacts, talked about kind of how things are looking, that we've really dramatically changed Moraine Park over time. And like we were saying earlier, it might make for pretty pictures. You have this nice open field and there's elk out in it, but from a more complete understanding of the history and how it could be, maybe should be, it's not as pretty and healthy as it might appear.
Right.
So that's where we were. So when it comes, so now we're talking about, you were just talking about the amount of effort that we've put into managing some of these parks. So just kind of walk us through what that effort has been over the last, 10, 20 years, I guess. Yeah. What are the things that we're doing, have done and are doing that maybe wouldn't be super obvious to visitors, but that they can learn more about, or there actually are signs of if they just start looking around for? Yeah.
Yeah. So, we went through a couple decade research process.
Couple decades of research. Nice.
To figure out truly what is the carrying capacity of elk on the winter range, because that's where a lot of the damage was occurring. And when I say winter range, I mean Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, which also happen to be really popular places for visitors, but they were getting hammered. So what is that carrying capacity, and how many elk could we really sustain? And if you had an environment where you had natural predators, how many elk would you anticipate to see out there? Because that might be your sustainable level. That might be your carrying capacity. And so we've partnered with a variety of universities, partnered very heavily with Colorado State University and USGS and other organizations to figure out all this stuff to the best of our ability, using the best science available. And I think what some folks don't know, or even some folks here who work for the park, is that this is really an incredible example of science-based adaptive management in the National Park Service. And what we have done here and are doing here is a template for a lot of other places. Not that it's without its flaws, certainly.
Sure.
Everything has its flaws, but the process leading up to what we now have and call the Elk and Vegetation Management Plan was pretty extensive. And so we determined at that time, how many elk do we think we can have on the winter range? And we survey that using both ground-based and aerial survey methodology.
Okay. How do those work?
And then we estimate the population every winter.
Oh, every winter. Okay. How is the ground-based, and then how do those two work? What's the process that you go through to do that?
So initially what had been happening is multiple times a winter we would conduct just aerial survey.
Okay, so you would go out in a helicopter?
Okay. Yep.
And count. Would you do like a grid type
right,
system?
You're going to fly transects. You're going to look for groups of animals. And what you're going to do is try and count and classify those animals. And when I say classify, I mean cows, calves, bulls, spikes. when we look at something like the cow-calf ratio, how many cows per calf, or how many calves per cow, that's going to tell us information on the population growth rate, right? How quickly is this population doubling, tripling, et cetera? It can tell us what the future might look like. Or are they declining? In which case, we should be concerned, because we certainly want to maintain a robust and healthy elk population. So that's what we do from the air. And then what we've been able to do, because we got to know our elk so well through these many decades of research and research that is ongoing still.
It's interesting when you talk to people who've been observing animal populations for a long time, how intimate they, how well they get to know them, like you're saying. Yeah.
You'll know exactly which group is going to be where and how they might behave versus another group.
Yeah.
And so because we know that so well, we were able to design a ground-based survey methodology, which we're now leaning on a lot more heavily than the aerial work. And that's nice because we try to minimize the number of times we put planes in the sky.
Sure.
That certainly can impact someone's visitor experience if they're happen to be in the park that day.
Yeah.
It's also a lot safer and a lot cheaper to survey from the ground.
How do those ground surveys work?
So we have a predetermined number of routes, and we survey those every morning for 3 days, the second week of every month.
Okay.
October through April.
Okay.
And we're able to get some very robust, pretty solid population estimates for the winter range. And
nice.
we look at both the winter range in the park as well as the town of Estes Park. And if folks are interested, a lot of that ground survey work is volunteer-based, so they can get in touch with our volunteer office.
Yeah, another volunteer thing. Yeah, we had Lindsay on the podcast a few episodes back and talked about, we tried to cover all the things volunteers do, and I don't even know if we touched on that one. So yet another thing that volunteers do and that you could do if you wanted to get involved.
It's massive. I mean, just the quality data that we're able to produce, and we would have to fly a lot more if not for the effort of our volunteers. And it's just been incredible. I think it's a great citizen science-based project that's being used for, again, like some pretty advanced modeling. So this isn't just go out and look at animals. These guys are really producing some of the cornerstone data for our management objectives.
So that's how you're getting data on elk population over time and dynamics of, like you said, different classifications and all that. So how does that fit in then with the rest of the plan?
So the rest of the plan, anytime you're talking about a hoofed critter, you've got to talk about plants, right?
Yep.
So again, coupled with this pretty extensive elk monitoring and census, we're also monitoring our vegetation. And how is that vegetation coming back? Is it coming back? And how is it responding to our management actions? We talked about elk. What we didn't talk about were the habitat fences that you see behind me.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting right in front of one. Yeah, you can definitely talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, so
good opportunity.
They are certainly were controversial at one point, and I can understand why. It's not something you're really excited to come to a national park and see a fence.
Sure.
But what we can say now with confidence is that these things are working. So the idea was that we would protect some of the most vulnerable areas and eliminate elk browse from those areas entirely, because our models showed that if we didn't do that, we would lose our aspen and we would lose our willow and they would not come back.
Wow.
So aspen are a part of this as well.
So these fences that people see out and about, we call them exclosures. And that's because I guess a lot of fences keep things in and out, but these are meant to keep out elk and any other large...
Moose.
Yeah, elk and moose. To keep them out, but to allow space, depending on the fence, you'll see different techniques, but between the size of the fencing or space under the fencing to allow other animals to move in and out. But it's basically protecting the vegetation inside of the fence from being browsed by elk and moose.
Yep.
Okay.
And
makes sense.
So every year we collect data on that to make sure that the decisions we've made are actually working, which sounds very intuitive, but monitoring programs are very expensive.
Sure.
And they take a lot of effort to implement. So what you'll see a lot nationwide, globally, people will implement a conservation project. But they don't have the resources to try and monitor that afterwards to see, is that really working what we did? And we're hitting that side of things hard. And what we can say is, with the aspen fences, it's working really well. We're getting great recruitment, meaning little youngin trees are popping up all over the place in there.
Willow,
and
you can see that
for
yourself. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, when you, if you haven't yet, listeners, when you go around the park, look for some of these fences and look inside of some of them. And I mean, the difference is, you don't have to be a scientist to see the difference in a lot of the fences at this point. Of course, you're monitoring it, like you said, from the very beginnings of these things all the way up and doing it much more detailed. But it is cool that you can even just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I think, if you go up above Horseshoe Park and look down at Horseshoe Park, I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
The different meadows are in different states we're in different states of decay and decline when we went in and put some of these exclosures in. So in Moraine Park, we've had a little more struggled response. And so one of the things you'll see out there if you walk around in Moraine Park, and we've certainly had a response in the fences, but you'll see that if you look at the Big Thompson, it's extremely incised.
So cut into one narrow channel.
Right, cut down into one narrow channel.
Whereas before, with beaver and everything, it would have been just all over
Yep.
Moraine Park, just meandering side streams,
Right.
wet areas, almost standing ponds, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so cut down
Yeah.
into one channel.
Yep, and
Yep.
so you've got maybe 3-4 foot of bank that river needs to overflow. I mean, again, a very unnatural situation that was created, over 100 years of decay. And I've heard one of the frequently asked questions I get is, when are the fences coming down? And I say, when the habitat can sustain itself. Well, when's that? I think us as humans, we naturally want to operate on these very concrete, very short timelines.
Yep.
But I say, we didn't create this problem in 10 years or 20 years. We're not going to fix it in 10 years or 20 years. What we're trying to do is reset the trajectory, right? Go from a negative to a positive. And we're absolutely doing that. But one of the things that in a place like Moraine Park is challenging is the water. It's channeling, it's running right through the system. It's not spreading out across the landscape the way we'd like to see. So excluding browse through fencing is one tool. But that doesn't necessarily spread water back on the landscape quickly. And so those are some things we're talking about now. Is
that's
really
challenging.
How do we get beaver back in these sites to do the engineering that we need them to do? And that's kind of
TBD?
a hot topic at the moment. Yeah.
TBD? Okay. I won't press you on the details, but we'll have another podcast in the future when we talk about the Beaver Repatriation Act of something. Figure out how we can affect that stream channelization. That's a great point. And again, I think something that if you didn't know it, you never think about it. You look out and you're just like, oh yeah, there's this nice river and I see it and everything, but you don't realize if you had been here 150 years ago, how completely different.
You'd be able to have lunch in the shade. So try
Imagine
and do
that.
that now in Moraine Park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great for your fisheries as well. Trout like cold, cool streams. They like stream bank vegetation. So I've heard great comments from a lot of our fishermen who are, I think, some of the first folks to notice the positive impact of our exclosures.
Interesting, yeah.
They were like, wow, the fish are back in there.
Huh.
I'm like, yeah, because the plants are growing and it's shading the stream.
Right. Oh, that's very cool.
And we saw in 2015, I was actually giving a talk to some of our new law enforcement folks by the exclosure, talking about all this. And up comes a sandhill crane. And it was the first time we had seen one of those in here in a very, very long time. So animals will respond, and if we help it along a little bit, the hope is that, again, we can get that trajectory going and it gains enough momentum where it does start to self-sustain. And we can take the fences down.
Right. Okay.
But it's going to take some time.
Sure.
It's hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you said,
Humans did a job.
It took a long time to get it where it is, and it'll take a while for it to recover back and be healthy.
Right.
At least on the human time scale. That's the other thing that's hard to remember
Exactly.
in terms of landscape ecology and just anything to do with the natural world is that it makes sense. We're humans. We think on the scale of human lifetimes, but
Right.
human lifetimes are very, very short compared to these ecosystems and these processes at these scales. So, yeah, that makes total sense. That it's kind of like, well, we'll see when it gets healthy. It gets healthy. So, yeah, that's pretty amazing. I hope that helps people understand a little bit more with the fences and what they're seeing, and I also have heard, from people who have been coming to Rocky for decades, they have lived long enough to see some of the changes in elk population and the effects, and definitely have questions about that. So, what else about the elk and vegetation management plan do you think would be good to cover for listeners to know?
So we've got a couple projects that are ongoing right now. One of them is long-term chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, could you tell? Yeah, what
monitoring,
chronic wasting
surveillance, looking at
disease?
the health of our elk population, which is different from the habitat side. And so we've historically had a fairly high prevalence of chronic wasting disease in Rocky Mountain National Park.
And what is, for folks who don't know about chronic wasting disease, what are some of the, what effect does that have on the animals?
So it's a prion disease that affects the nervous system.
Okay.
And it leads to death in
so another
those affected
prion
animals.
disease that people have probably heard of would be mad cow. That's another type of prion disease.
Or
prions are
Creutzfeldt-Jakob in
really
humans.
weird. We can't really go into that, but
that's a whole other talk.
Very, very weird, but it is a prion based. Okay.
Yep. So it's nothing like anything we had really seen before.
Yeah.
Either in wildlife disease or any other disease areas. And it's not a virus, it's not a bacteria, it's a protein. And so that's bizarre. But what it does is it chews through the brain, essentially. And so if you see an animal with chronic wasting disease, or CWD, as you'll hear us call it most often, that animal's going to get thin. They might be drooling. Their head's going to be low. Their cognition is not very good. They're having nervous system impacts. And so those animals aren't going to last too much longer if you see an animal in that condition. And we've been an epicenter for research on this because we are the first place that we had this disease occur in a wild population.
Really?
And it's
interesting.
And we've had fairly high rates of it compared to the surrounding area. And there's been a lot of discussion over why that might be. At this point, we don't have great data to back up the whys. But some of the things that we think about are because we had such a highly concentrated population, they're unnaturally stacked on top of each other for so long. This disease can persist in the environment almost for unlimited time frames. We don't know how long because we haven't been able to look at it for that long, but for decades, certainly. So if you put a whole bunch of animals in a contaminated space, what might happen? So that's another typical issue when you have overpopulations of species is you end up having disease issues, right? Because the rates of transmission are
just much higher. Makes sense.
And so we don't know that that's why. But these are just some things we talk about. And
this is great. I'm glad we're talking about this stuff because this is another thing that I love in general. I mean, just for my own personal edification, but I think it's great for visitors to realize with parks or with any kind of science is like there are some things that we're pretty confident about and we're, and then there's things where we don't know. And that's why we're doing science because we're trying to figure it out. And so I always think it's cool to remind people that like it's not a done deal. We can't tell you all the answers to everything in the park. There's plenty of stuff that we're trying to figure out too as it goes along. So it's really interesting.
Absolutely.
So chronic wasting disease is a component of this and is something that is being studied.
Right, and we look at how might that affect our population levels over time. Is there a time in the future where you get to a space where you're worried about elk populations?
Right. Yeah.
That conversation has been had in other places. Right now, our populations of elk, both on the east and the west sides of the park, and I'm talking regionally, right? Because we're one little 25,000 acre nugget, right?
Which might sound big to people, but
big.
for animals like elk, it's not that big of an amount of space.
Yeah, if I can walk across Rocky in 2 days, what does that mean for an elk? So I think folks miss that sometimes as well, you know,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
scale in nature is very different than the scale you and I might be used to,
Absolutely.
where a 4,000 square foot house sounds enormous,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep. Yep.
So that's important because we are looking at elk on a regional
Mhm.
basis. We're looking
Mhm.
at these herds where they
Right.
move, and they all only use the park during portions of the
Sure.
year.
So on that regional basis, those
They're looking
populations look
great.
good, right? We think they're within a good range right
Yeah.
now.
And another common question I get is, where'd all the elk go?
Uh-huh.
You know, I've heard people say that the Park Service culled thousands of
Uh-huh.
them.
Mhm.
That's not true.
Mhm.
The big story here is really that the wintering animals redistributed and they're utilizing the Front Range a lot more during the winter,
Mhm.
which is actually a very natural pattern of elk behavior.
Right.
Why would you stay at 8,000 feet in the winter when you
Uh-huh.
can go down to 4,500 or 5,500 and eat grass all
Yeah.
day? So again, suspicions about that. Well, they brought elk into the Estes Valley in 1913 and 1914, and those animals had no roadmap in their head.
Mhm.
So did they just stay up here?
Mhm.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So
Or maybe they were, confined because of all sorts of things. In terms of
and
regulations.
you know, you had a lot more agricultural production
Right.
on the Front Range
Mhm.
back then.
Mhm.
Now you've got lawns and gardens, and so the elk are living high on the hog
Mhm.
down there in the winter.
That's super interesting. Yeah.
So they're fine.
That to
They
me
just
is
moved.
a great example again of how things that we take for granted as being natural, it's like, well, like with elk, I've heard that as, we think of them and a lot of times now we'll think of them as mountain species, but it's like,
No,
no,
they're
not.
prairie
They're
animals.
prairie.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they're grass eaters.
Mhm.
Elk are actually primarily grass eaters. Even when they have willow
Mhm.
to munch on, they'll only eat 10 to 15% of their diet.
They want grass.
They are grass eaters, so it's totally natural
Mhm.
for them
So we didn't call
to
thousands
utilize
of
the
elk.
prairie.
A lot of the elk
Right.
on their own, they were like, hey, there's nicer weather and more stuff to eat down here in the winter. We're going to come down here. So they
And,
redistributed
yeah.
on their own. Makes total sense.
And that's another, exactly what caused them to figure that out again. Colorado Parks and Wildlife did have a couple of high harvest seasons
Mhm.
in areas around the park in
Uh-huh.
the early mid 2000s. We did put up the habitat fencing. We did do a very, very limited amount of culling
Mhm.
back when there were still a lot of animals wintering in the park. And we have done a lot of chronic wasting disease research.
Mhm.
Folks can speculate all day long. Why did that lead
Sure.
cow finally decide to go down Route 34?
Right.
We'll never know.
You don't even know why your best friend does stuff that they do. You
Right.
can't read someone
I
else's
can't
mind.
explain
So
my family. So,
yeah.
but at the end of the day, what they've done is what's healthy.
Uh-huh.
So great.
Yeah.
They're moving around more. They're migrating more. They're
Mhm.
doing what large migratory species should do,
Mhm.
is engage in seasonal migration.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
It's certainly causing on a human altered landscape. There is no action that is without issue, right?
Mm.
So there are elk kind of human conflicts occurring in some of our foothill communities that were not occurring that much before.
Mhm.
So the saga continues.
Sure. Sure. Well, it's a relationship, We got to
Right.
both put in our own effort to make it work. Right?
Exactly. Exactly.
So, while we're in Moraine Park, while we're talking about elk, while it's the rut, while we have the busiest weekends of the entire year, in large part because people want to come watch the rut, I thought we could just touch on some of those issues and questions really quickly. Because I feel like, through no fault of anyone's, they're just not used to being around these animals. There's a lot of, I just hear people ask questions or just things that people think that are really surprising to me.
Right.
So maybe we can quickly dispel some of those. So I think the biggest thing that I see, and I'll see if you concur, I think a lot of people experience wildlife, animals in zoos and in animal parks.
Mm-hmm.
And they come here, and I think a lot of the questions that I hear relate to that experience. So it's like, well, why did you let the moose leave this area? Or the moose, elk, moose. Why am I not seeing these animals? Why are you, this one looks sick. Why aren't you taking care of it? So,
Right.
I guess the first thing would be, could we just talk about what it is that the interactions that we have with elk. Like, obviously we are doing stuff to monitor them and to try to keep the population healthy, but how far does that go in terms of how much are they just doing their thing and living their own life?
They are very largely doing their thing.
Yeah.
So the only time we handle animals is for research purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And I always try to figure out what's the least number of animals that I need to handle in order to get at the study objective, in order to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because if you can't get enough to answer the question, then you shouldn't be doing it at all. But we do try to take that into consideration when we're collaring, when we're handling. We have a lot of that down really well. We've been doing this for a long time. So typically our animals are doing fantastic post those adventures that we put them through.
So even when we're specifically doing studies and trying to learn stuff, we're still trying to interact with and impact the animals as little as possible.
Absolutely.
And so that should key people in that these animals are not pets or trained in any way.
Right.
In fact, they're quite the opposite. And one thing I like to remind people is that when you're here watching them, it is awesome when you can watch them. It is beautiful. It can be inspiring. It can be entertaining. But that is not why they're here. They're actually trying to live life outdoors 24/7.
Yep.
No matter how hard the weather is, no matter how good or bad the food, the browses in that year, the grazing, no matter what, they're just out there trying to live. And like the rut is a very serious thing for them.
Oh, yeah.
That, it's not an entertainment spectacle. And I think the reason that we try to emphasize that to people is not to spoil their fun or anything, but to keep the elk healthy and safe and let them do what they're going to do, and to keep people healthy and safe, because these are like big animals.
They're extremely big animals. And when you think that, a big bull can have 40 puncture wounds in his hide after the rut, I mean, I don't want to be one of those puncture wounds.
Yeah.
We actually, a lot of times I try to avoid, if there's any reason for handling bulls, we try to avoid doing that during the rut. It's a stressful time for these guys. They're expending an incredible amount of energy.
Yeah.
And then they've got to get through the winter.
See, that's the other
So
thing
it's
that
not a fun deal.
I remember years ago someone mentioned that to me. They were like, a lot of times the biggest, strongest, healthiest, most bad to the bone looking elk that you see out there in the fall are going to have the hardest winter because they've been fighting, and they put so much energy into growing that rack. They've put so much energy into looking strong and splendid, and then they're getting puncture wounds, and they're getting maybe broken bone, and they're just getting worn out, and they're not eating, and so they have to go into a winter of, if anyone's been to, like, of course we're saying they're moving down a lot, some of them in the winter, but if anyone's been up here in the winter, if you haven't, come up, hang out in Moraine Park when it's howling wind, and I mean, just getting out of your car for 2 minutes to take a picture, like, oh man, they're out in that all day. So
we actually
good thing
have
to remember.
A group that winters up on the tundra.
Oh, what? I didn't realize that. That's crazy.
About 40 animals or so. What? So again, as much as you can try to explain behavior and what they're going to do, and there's always anomalies. There's always somebody who's saying, I'm doing my thing. They found some niche that's working for them, for that group of animals. But I think people really need to be respectful of these animals, respect their space.
Yeah.
We don't manage them in the sense of zoo animals or perhaps, your livestock that you have at home.
They don't go in a corral.
Right.
They don't get fed.
We don't supplementally feed them.
Right. If they get sick,
they are sick.
They're sick.
Yep.
If they get injured and they're going to die, they're going to die.
They are wild animals.
Yes.
And so a lot of folks, I hear comments kind of like, we want to have it both ways, and we need to keep our wildlife wild. If we do have a really, really rough-looking chronic wasting disease animal, sometimes we may make the decision to euthanize that animal.
Just to put it out.
They might only have a couple days to live. Yeah. But that's rare. I've had incidents with vehicle collisions where people, we should euthanize it. You'll be amazed at how tough these guys are. We want to give them every chance to live their life the way they would have. So typically, unless they're having a really hard time eating, getting up, performing basic life functions,
Sure.
we're going to let that animal have a shot
Yeah.
at doing what he or she was going to be
Yeah.
doing.
So what are the other things? So I mean, the biggest thing that we tell people is to keep a safe distance. It's hard to give an exact number. We actually do have a legal minimum number now in the compendium just this year, which is 25 yards. But of course, that, like we were talking about earlier, they're wild animals. That varies. So in terms of people keeping a safe distance, how would you like them to think about it?
And a hoofed critter, and I'll talk about moose too, and I'll just lump them in here because they're going to be rutting after the elk.
Mm-hmm. And they're even bigger.
And typically even less tolerant.
Yeah.
They can cover 25 yards awful quick. I have a lot of experience conducting ground capture of these animals, and that's not a lot of space.
No.
It's not a lot of space at all. So I think to keeping note of the animal's behavior and their demeanor, if they start to pay attention to you, you're too close.
Yep.
And that could be 40 yards,
Mm-hmm.
especially with moose.
Mm-hmm.
But with these bulls that are in the rut,
Mm-hmm.
whether they're elk or moose, and they vary behavior just like we do. Absolutely.
Yep.
So you can have one person with an incredible amount of tolerance,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They're from New York City and they're used to being on the subway with 8,000 of their closest friends.
Yep.
Or, you could have someone that has pretty wide buffer around them
Sure.
where they feel comfortable.
Yep.
And these animals are the same way.
Yep. They're all individuals.
Yep. They're individuals. They're going to make different decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And folks are used to their dog,
Right.
very expressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hoofed animals are not so expressive.
Mm-hmm.
If you're used to being around horses, maybe you might be able to pick up on some of these things. They do similar things. They might just lay back an ear.
Mm-hmm.
They might just kind of clench up their
Very
jaw
subtle.
a little bit, and they might stop chewing.
Mm-hmm.
If those things are going on, they're noticing you,
Mm-hmm.
and it's probably not for a good reason.
Mm-hmm.
So it's wise, just be cautious, have
Yep.
a good time, don't
Yep.
get hurt.
Yep. Unless people think that people don't get hurt, they do.
We had people get hurt in the town of Estes Park yesterday.
Two different people.
Two different
So,
people were hurt. I don't know all the details, but
Yeah.
it didn't sound good.
Yeah, I think that they were treated and released, but I think they weren't feeling too great. So people can get hurt. People do get hurt. We don't want you to get hurt, and we don't want to negatively affect and mess up this incredibly important time. Like, this is the time when breeding happens for the year.
Right.
So extremely crucial, and it's right before heading into winter. So that to me, that's the greatest thing for people to remember, is that we have these numbers that we set and try to use just literally as like a bare minimum, but really it's exactly what you said. If you're affecting the animal's behavior, you're too close.
Yep.
So just back off. And we know, and I'm a photographer, so I get it. We know everyone wants great wildlife shots. If you want great wildlife shots, you need to get a camera with a nice big zoom lens.
Exactly.
It's the only way to do it. Even the professional shots that you're seeing, people aren't getting super close. They're having huge lenses. So unfortunately that's the way it is. You're not going to get great close-ups of wildlife with the smartphone camera. So if you really want those close-ups, it just takes some investment in technique, and we actually have a page now on our website. So if you go to our website and you look under Plan Your Visit, under Safety, there's a page now about wildlife safety, and then that links to a page that gives you tips for photography, wildlife photography, including how you can get shots that aren't close-ups, that are from a safe distance, but that still look good. So go on there for that. Anything else we want to cover there? I mean, we have other specific rules. We have meadow closures every evening. And that is, I assume, to give them some space to live life. And,
They're very active, what we call crepuscular, right? At dawn and dusk. And then often overnight during the rut.
Mm-hmm.
So you certainly don't want to be walking through Moraine Park in the dark and come across a big 6x7 bull who's pretty supercharged.
And those closures are in the newspaper and they're on the website, and we have signs out too. So if you're ever wondering or trying to remember, there's things around to remind you.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And there's plenty of amazing viewing areas, right? Where you
absolutely.
can watch these animals at a safe distance
Absolutely.
and have your experience and let them do what they're going to do. The other thing folks don't realize, is sometimes animals have to be euthanized because folks got too close and provoked an attack, and now that needs to be dealt with accordingly. So let's keep them safe, keep ourselves safe, and we can all enjoy the rut and have a great time.
Nice. All right. So hopefully that will, I hope that gives all our listeners a way better understanding of elk in the park, a little bit of the history of it and how we're actively monitoring and trying to just create a healthier ecosystem overall. And then also how they can enjoy the rut more safely. So earlier I mistakenly mentioned moose being around 100 years ago, and they were not, as you informed me, which you'd informed me before, but it takes a few times. So I wanted to talk about that really quickly. So 100 years ago, no moose in this area that we know of. Is that right?
So 100 years ago, maybe the casual passerby moose.
Okay. But no established population?
Yeah, so folks will, argue back and forth the point of what does were they here mean? Right? So what I would offer
over
is
what
that,
time scale maybe?
we didn't have, as far as every piece of information we've been able to review, everything from historical accounts to the fossil record, we did not have established breeding populations of moose. And as anyone knows today, that's very, very different. We have very established populations of moose. Most of the female moose I've seen have calves, if not twin calves.
Yeah.
So definitely established, definitely breeding.
Yeah.
And they're a beautiful, fantastic, charismatic animal. But they were introduced to the west side of the park, west of the park in the North Park area by Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the late 70s.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So they were introduced from
Wyoming and Utah.
Okay.
And so then there were several other introductions at different points in the state. And but what we've got now is, a very robust, rapidly expanding moose population.
Yeah.
And again, kind of regardless of if they were here or not, because folks can get really hung up on that conversation.
Sure.
We still don't have predators on the landscape.
Yep.
And we have a very damaged wetland system.
And that's what moose love.
And moose are wetland, what we'd call wetland obligates for much of the year, where they exclusively utilize, they are browsers, right?
Yes.
Not grazers.
Yes.
And if you look at their face, you can kind of see some of the unique adaptations there. So they're experts at stripping aspen and willow. And those are, of course, the two species we've focused on for restoration.
Yep.
That are kind of cornerstone species of wetland systems.
Yeah.
Riparian systems. So we don't know much right now, but in order to know more, we're kicking off a 5-year research study.
Cool.
That's going to look at
Yeah.
not only estimating the population, it's going to look at what are the home range of these animals, what does their seasonal movements look like, what's their baseline health condition. So we'll be testing for chronic wasting disease, which is very rare in moose but can occur. We're looking at body condition score. We're doing some blood work. So we're starting a pretty big study on what is the status of our moose in the park.
And that just started this fall, is that
In
right?
August.
In August. Yep. Nice.
So we have a few animals collared on the west side of the park and an animal collared on the east side of the park. And we're going to get kind of a lot of that seasonal movement information.
Very cool. So in
technology.
5 years, we're going to know a heck of a lot more about moose and Rocky than we do now.
Yeah.
And we actually talked before the podcast. We're thinking about ideas for future seasons of the podcast. And so we think one really cool thing might be to do a kind of a mini series inside of the series about the moose study next year, where we can really get into detail and even go out in the field and get a lot more info for that. So if people will bear with us, we're going to not go into super detail on that now, but we just wanted to let you know that obviously whether or not they were here in the past, they're certainly here now.
Right.
And
exactly.
we have tons of questions about the moose population, Rocky, that are unanswered. And Hannum is leading up the effort to try to answer those questions, and it's going to be super interesting. So we will check back in on that as we go along. Another thing that I think we'll wait on for that is some of your background, because it is very interesting, I think, in terms of other jobs that you've had and how you got into this field. So I think that we'll be able to cover that then, if you're okay with that.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
So we'll keep this one elk specific for the most part, but I want to wrap up with bigger picture stuff. That's what we usually like to do. We go big picture at the end for at least a couple questions. So this is probably a tough one to answer, maybe, but as a landscape ecologist, what is maybe the one or two biggest things that you wish you could go around and tell visitors all the time, but you're busy doing research and work and in the office and can't tell them? Like, what's the kind of big one or more big ideas from your field that you think would really inform people's visit when they're here in the park and they're seeing all the amazing things that they're seeing?
I think we have to constantly remind ourselves how interconnected everything is, because we don't operate that way. Humans do not operate that way. We have a really hard time thinking on a 50-year, 100-year, 200-year time frame. We have a really hard time thinking on a multi-state spatial scale, a continental spatial scale. But that's how nature works. So we can either start to try and think that way a little bit more, because these efforts, I can spend 14 hours a day working on this stuff, but I can't do this by myself.
Sure.
Maintaining healthy landscapes, restoring unhealthy ecosystems, maintaining healthy wildlife populations, which are really a very rich heritage in this country. That requires all of us, and it requires cultural shifts, and it requires people working together across state boundaries, across land ownership lines. And if we're willing to do that, we can do some incredible things. And if we're not willing to do that, we risk losing a lot.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I feel like that's something that has started to emerge in terms of communication with the public to national parks, but I think it's great to emphasize more and more, which is if you come to Rocky, if you love Rocky, it's not a contained thing. Like everything that happens around it matters. If you live near here, it matters. If we want to keep it as healthy and beautiful as it can be, we have to think way outside the boundaries, and we have to partner with everyone down to the individual level. So awesome point.
Yeah.
And then the last big picture thing that we like to wrap up with is, how long have you been at Rocky Mountain National Park now?
Almost 2.5 years now.
Okay, so similar to me. So it's interesting. We've had some people who've been here for 30 years who've asked this question, and some people have been here for a year and asked this question. But so far, your time at Rocky, what has your time at Rocky, or what does Rocky mean to you? What has it been like in terms of, it can be your professional life, personal life, both, whatever. What has Rocky meant to you so far in your 2.5 years?
So Rocky was actually the first big Western park that I'd ever seen.
Oh, when was that?
And that was in 2005.
Okay.
And I was driving out to go work on a ranch north of Steamboat Springs from the East Coast. So I'd traveled all over the world, but I'd never come to the Western United States. And it just blew my mind, right?
Sure,
I always say I was a young kid with an old truck and a new pair of boots, and it really stuck in my mind, and I never envisioned that this many years later I would be kind of heading up, some of our pretty keystone adaptive management projects.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what drew me back here, out of a myriad of different opportunities, is that again, something I think even folks who work here don't realize, some of the stuff that we're working on in terms of ecosystems management and long-term recovery is really a template for a lot of other places. And we have a really strong science base for what we do, which, as we talked about earlier, that wasn't always the case, right? Folks would say, "Oh, there's too many elk. We'll shoot some elk." We don't do that sort of thing. And there are a lot of places around the country and around the world that are trying to engage in this adaptive management model where we feed science into our decision-making process, and we're actually making decisions based on data as opposed to what we think might be happening. And so for me, that was really a big draw to come back here. So both the sentimental piece and then great professional opportunity.
Yeah.
And I work with just some incredible people who are highly motivated both here and at our partnership organizations. So that's really energizing.
That's awesome. Well, that's pretty amazing that it was able to come full circle like that that you're, the first place that kind of blew your mind, introduced to the West is where you find yourself doing your professional work. That's pretty awesome.
Right.
So we will check back in with you soon. Listeners will get to learn a lot more about these innovative studies that we're doing and about various staff that you work with and about the whole program in the future. So look forward to that. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Miles.
Yeah. All right. Our next episode will be released on Friday, October 6th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers. Hello again, you rockin' Rockyites. We are not going to do any announcements this week. We are going to get right into that sweet, sweet podcast action. If you have ever visited Rocky, chances are you've interacted with a volunteer. And even if you haven't interacted with a volunteer, I can almost guarantee that you have enjoyed the fruits of volunteers' labors in ways you might not even be able to imagine. So many projects and things that they're involved in here at the park. And they're so involved, in fact, that we couldn't do what we do without volunteers in this day and age. It would not be possible. They are absolutely essential to preserving and protecting Rocky and providing for the enjoyment of it by visitors like you. We could not do it without them. And we have to have somebody, or actually multiple somebodies, who coordinate all the volunteers, who wants to volunteer for what positions, all the hiring. It's not hiring, it's volunteering, but there's still paperwork. And then just making sure people are well trained, that they're coordinated, that needs are being met. There's so much that goes into it. And so on today's episode, you're going to learn all about our volunteer program from the viewpoint of its director, Lindsay Lewis. Lindsay is super positive, super professional, always fun to work with. And I cannot help but wonder if it's because she knows the importance and the impact of her work with volunteers and the way that it impacts their lives and the joy it brings them, and also the absolutely essential things and services that they provide for us. We hope you enjoy this episode and that it inspires you to become a volunteer yourself. Let's rock.
Sounds great.
Okay, so we're here at Sprague Lake
Yes,
on
we
a
are.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful summer day.
Not a cloud. Oh, there
There's
are some
very,
clouds.
very few but nice clouds in the sky, and it is super warm. Like we're sitting in the shade without a jacket on, which is,
pretty nice.
Yeah. We'll enjoy it while it lasts. So we'll start with your name and what you do. So what's your name?
Sure. I am Lindsay Lewis.
Lindsay Lewis. And
And-
what do you do at the park, Lindsay?
Yep. I am the volunteer program manager here at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Volunteer program manager.
That's correct.
So we'll start broad and then we'll see where the conversation takes us. So
Okay.
what are the broad brush strokes of our volunteer program at Rocky? Like how
Sure.
many volunteers, volunteer hours, just that kind of overview.
Yep. So in 2016, we had 2,706 volunteers.
Wow.
Here at Rocky Mountain
That's
National Park.
amazing.
It
So,
is
like-
amazing.
Almost 10 times as many staff.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
collectively they served 116,000 hours or a little over that, which is the equivalent of about 56 full-time year-round employees, which is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So it makes us the 9th largest volunteer program in the whole park service.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a few volunteers
We have
at
just a
Rocky,
couple. Yeah.
volunteering
Keep me busy.
a bit of time.
Yeah.
And so you are in charge of that whole program?
Yep.
Okay.
So thankfully I don't directly supervise.
Yeah, that would be impossible.
2,700
Yeah.
people because I would lose my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of folks.
Yeah.
But here in the park, we have about 30 or so volunteer supervisors that oversee different volunteer groups who do a variety of work in the park.
Mhm.
And so I kind of consider myself like HR for
Ah.
volunteers.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of different policies and things that are related to volunteers that don't apply to staff and vice versa. So my job is to kind of be the subject matter expert on the volunteer program policies of the Park Service.
Mhm.
And then also I do a lot of recruiting for those volunteers.
Mhm.
I do volunteer recognition. We have big parties for our volunteers, which is fun. And then I'm in charge of volunteer training and making sure our volunteers are properly uniformed,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's actually really fun. It sounds kind of boring. Actually, now that I just said it, but it's actually a really fun job because I get to be out in the field and then also just supporting at my desk people that just really love this park, love this
Right.
place, and really want to be here. You know,
Yeah.
when you're working in
That's pretty
HR,
nice.
yeah, when you're supporting staff with, making sure that they're getting paid and filling out all of their paperwork properly, it's not super fun. But when you're working with people who just
good
want
point.
to do this because they love this place, it
Yeah.
makes it a lot more fun
Yeah.
to do that kind of work. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard to even describe, I feel like, to people the extent of the volunteer program here.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
It's just, it seems nonstop. Like there's always stuff going on.
Exactly. We're really lucky. This park, not every national park or national public land has neighbors that adore it
Mhm.
like Rocky does. So we have over the years really harnessed that and have taken advantage of and really benefited from neighbors who, live in Estes Park, Lyons, Longmont, Loveland, Boulder, Denver, Grand Lake, Granby, who love this place and have some time on their hands and want to donate it back to the park. So of the 2,700 volunteers, about 700 are individuals, like a lot of retirees and a lot of interns who donate their time to the park. So just last year we had about 40,000 hours served by residents of Estes Park,
Wow.
which is incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I know. And 4,000 hours served by the residents of Grand Lake, which again, I mean, that's incredible too, considering the size of the
Yeah, that's a smaller
population.
population.
Yeah. And so then they do a little bit of everything from, we recruit for volunteer positions like we recruit for paid
Right.
positions. So we have really specific openings. People, that have an interest in science can go out and support scientific researchers in the park. They can work at visitor centers if they like that sort of interaction. They can go out and count elk for us or monitor raptors.
Yeah, there's like
or
something
work in the
for
greenhouse.
everyone.
Yeah, there like really is.
Depending
there
on
really
your
is.
skill
Yeah, you
set
can work in
and
the
depending on
library. You can work
whether
in
or
the
not you want to be
archives.
inside or outside, whether or not you want to interact with people or not interact with people,
Yeah.
what kind of whatever part of the park you want to be in, even to some
Absolutely.
degree.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. It is kind of awesome how specific some of the roles get. I mean, I know that one time we recruited for like a digital asset management person and had multiple people apply that all had database skills
I
and
know.
photography and all these specialized skills. And it's I almost feel like there's a culture in Estes Park of some people, like they retire so that they can come here and be a volunteer, like at least half-time, some of them full-time.
Yep.
That's what really blows my
Absolutely.
mind is
I
people
know.
I meet and I'm like, you're working full-time.
I know.
You're volunteering full-time job.
One of our volunteers,
amazing.
it is amazing. One of our volunteers, when he moved away, and before he moved, I calculated his hours, and he had served on average of 43 hours a week for an entire year. So, I know it is pretty wild.
It's amazing.
I know we are really lucky. I had in 2012, my first year here, one of my funniest phone calls here was from a prospective volunteer who called and he said, "Hey, I am retiring in 2018 and I'm just wondering how I can get involved
Already
in
planning.
volunteering in the park." And I thought, oh my word,
6
this
years
man
out.
either hates his job or he loves Rocky so much
Or both.
that he's a little A and a little B, that he is planning 6 years
ahead.
out. Yeah. So I was like, well, contact me in 2017 and let's see what we can do. So
Right.
maybe this is the year I'll get a call back.
Yeah,
from that
maybe
guy.
you will. I'd be like, yes, I called you 5 years ago on, they'll give you the exact date and time.
Yeah,
and
probably.
Took notes, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really, the first time I ever came here was to make the map, our brochure map.
Oh, yeah.
And so we kind of got a grand tour of Rocky to get a feel for the whole place, to figure out what we want to put in the brochures to give people an overview of the park. And yeah, that was one thing that I was very struck by, is everywhere we went, there were volunteers
Yeah.
in a lot of times pretty key positions, and how just smart and interesting and dedicated and, I mean, incredible people. Like, I feel like every person, if I talk to them enough and get their story, I'm just like, what? Your
know.
stories? What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that you know that
Oh, yeah.
way better than me. Tons
Yeah.
of people. Maybe we can touch on some of that in a little bit. So how did you get into volunteer coordination?
That is a great question, and
Yeah.
I'm so glad you asked me.
Yeah, what was your path to coordinate volunteers?
So I actually started, like a lot of the rangers here, I started as an intern myself. So when I was in school, I was in college studying geology in Wisconsin, in one of the flattest parts of the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. Where? What school?
At University of Wisconsin at Oshkosh.
Okay.
So, and I went there for a couple of years, 2 years, and I had finished, 2 years. I'd finished my second year, and I thought, oh my word, is this really what I want to do? Do I really want to do geology? And so I started looking into internship programs and ended up very last minute deciding to do an internship at the White Sands National Monument in southern New Mexico.
Nice. I made the map for that as well.
Did you really?
I did.
Oh my word.
That was
Just all
fun.
the dunes. Did you get to map the dunes?
Actually, yeah, it's a 3D. It's like a bird's eye view, and so it's looking to the west from the east.
Yeah.
And maps are very interesting. You kind of tell you have to move past the truth to get at the truth. So when you're looking from the view that we have, because I did all of White Sands, including
it's
outside the park where it's a
275
missile
square miles.
range.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
my
that
word.
whole valley.
Oh yeah.
And so you're so zoomed out that the actual dunes themselves would be so small that you couldn't see anything. So what I did is I took a LiDAR, which is a laser. Basically, you shoot a laser out and you measure how long it takes for that laser to come back to where it came from. And since the speed of light is a known constant, you get the distance.
Wow.
And so they had done LiDAR on this strip of dunes, and they were doing a repeated study to see how they moved over time at a very fine level of detail.
Oh my word.
Anyway, I took their data, exported it brought it into a 3D imaging program, got the right angle of the dunes at much bigger than they should have been, and then went into Photoshop and pasted those in and painted it all in. But anyway, that was a fun one. So you were at White Sands.
That is really interesting.
Yeah, it was fun.
Does it still have the exposure
It does.
for the oryx?
It does. Yeah, there's the nature. Is it Nature Conservancy. I don't know who owns it, but in there behind
Yeah.
to the west
Yep.
of the park, that is closed to public access.
Wow.
And I think it's for, I don't know if it's
Keep the orcs
Yeah,
out. They introduced a bunch of African antelope into the Tularosa Basin back in the 60s and 70s, and they just did really well. But
so how long were you there?
So I was there just for 3 months,
In the
but
summer?
I had the time of my life. In the actually, I moved there in January
Perfect.
or February.
It's the time to be
It was the perfect time to be there, actually, in southern New Mexico.
Yeah,
in
so
the
for
dunes.
3
It was
months.
great.
So that was your
for
first
3 months.
internship.
First internship.
Yeah, what was that like?
It was great. It was
Yeah.
my first experience out of Wisconsin. I was in my
Are you
early
from Wisconsin?
20s. Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin
Where?
originally.
Where
I
in
was born in Eau Claire.
Okay.
And then when I was 10, my folks we all moved to Neenah, so south of Green Bay,
Okay.
kind of in that area, in the Fox Valley. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Really close to Hope.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure we have Wisconsin listeners.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wisconsin.
I always ask people, specifically where they're from,
Yeah.
so people can
Yep.
rep the
so
hometown pride.
Yep.
So
exactly.
so you went to White Sands on this internship.
Yep, just like
and
on
it was the first time.
my first time. So, had the time of my life. I lived in a single wide trailer with a rattlesnake that lived underneath the trailer.
Nice. Did it have a name?
And it did not,
Okay.
but it
Terror?
kind of freaked me
Fear?
out. But
Yeah.
it was, it was definitely, for a Wisconsin gal living in southern New Mexico, it was
Oh, I
definitely
bet.
a really
What a change.
Yeah, it was a change, and I absolutely loved it. I worked in the visitor center and gave tours. I did the sunset stroll. So I did a walk in the dunes with folks, and then the stroll ended with the sunset in the white sand dunes, which was
Sounds
magical.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It really
that
was.
Sounds magical.
It really was. And so I had such a good time that I ended up applying for more internships for the summertime, that coming summer, and ended up moving to the Petrified Forest National Park, where I did yet another internship.
In Arizona?
In Arizona, in northern Arizona, kind of in the between Albuquerque and Flagstaff.
Yeah, I stopped in there one time when I was driving, or driving as much as you can of Route 66. What's left. And went right through there.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting place.
It was really unique.
The Petrified Forest stuff is interesting.
Yeah.
For sure. But I was surprised at just all the other stuff there, like Blue Mesa? Blue Mesa? Blue?
Yeah, well, there's
all the
there's
different
Pueblos
formations.
too.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it's a really cool place, and
Uh-huh.
so my job there was I did interp as well. So I worked in the visitor centers, and then I also did half-time with resource management and helped to do a little work on some endangered plants in the park. But then also they had me going out and trying to catch people that were stealing petrified wood, which is a big problem there.
Yeah,
And
it is.
so I would go.
Did you scare them with the curse?
Well,
or?
I would go out hiking and I would never find anybody
Ah.
that would be stealing petrified wood because,
They're sneaky.
they were well.
I don't know.
I think they're kind of sneaky. And then one day, some of my coworkers were laughing at me, saying, you're probably just going out and hiking. You're not really trying. And I was like, no, I'm really trying to catch people. And so one day I was like, I'm gonna sit out by this rock and hide on this trail until
Put on
I
a ghillie
find
suit.
somebody.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I had some good binos and I sat at a rock and I just sat and I watched and I scoped. Yup. And there, sure enough, from a distance, I saw somebody who bent over, picked up a rock, looked at it, showed it to their friend, and put it in their pocket. And then I radioed it in, and law enforcement met them at the trailhead, and I felt kind of terrible and guilty, but it was also they learned the lesson, and they knew when they went into the park that they can't be taking that stuff. So anyway, so that was my internship at the Petrified Forest.
I enjoyed when I visited at the visitor center. The case they had that was like notes from people with the curse.
Yes.
And people would write letters, and they're like, ever since I stole this petrified wood, everything is going wrong in my life.
Yeah.
Please take it back. Please make it stop.
Yeah, and so
basically.
so people feel guilty eventually, which is nice. So like their conscience gets to them, and then they mail these pieces of wood back, and the park can't put them back because they don't know where they came from.
Yeah.
And so in the visitor center too, there's this big log that somebody had sent back.
Oh, that's right. That thing's huge. It must weigh like hundreds of pounds.
I know. And so, so anyway, and then I ended up doing another internship where I recruited possible interns through the Student Conservation Association. I toured around to college campuses to
Oh.
tell them about my internships.
So you were an you were like
I was a
you were an
recruiting intern.
internship doing recruiting for interns
Exactly.
for
I was-
SCA for the
exactly.
Student Conservation
That's right.
Association
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
listeners who don't know about that organization.
So I toured around in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio for a month, driving a little red pickup truck, going from college campus
must
to
have been
college
fun,
campus.
though.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
And
Such a great organization.
It was, and then we went out to Massachusetts and recruited. I went out to DC to recruit
Wow.
for a few weeks in the
You really were
DC area
on the road constantly.
universities. It was fun. And then one of the internships that I was recruiting for was to work on Capitol Hill. It was a partnership between the Student Conservation Association and Unilever, and they were sponsoring internships. 5 months in Washington D.C. on Capitol Hill, and then 3 months out in a national park.
Oh.
And so I was recruiting for it, and I was like,
That's
"Well, this
interesting.
sounds pretty good. I'm going to apply." And I applied, and I ended up getting the internship, and interned out in D.C. working for Congressman Ron Kind of Wisconsin, the 3rd District of Wisconsin. Really great guy. And then the second half of my internship was out in Yosemite, and I did backcountry patrol,
Oh wow.
which was really fun,
Dang.
and just kind of a little bit
So
of
what?
everything.
Yeah. What was the idea behind that program? Was it like see how it works
they-
on the the bureaucratic technical level and then go in the field, or what?
Yeah, they wanted to, Unilever wanted to sponsor interns that were doing something good for the environment and doing good for resources. And so they placed us in congressional offices where the congressman sat on the either the resources committee or the
okay.
agriculture committee. And so that's how I landed in
Nice.
Congressman Kind's office. And then, and I think it was just their way of giving back. It was just,
Yeah.
it was, philanthropy.
What would you do there in his
So
office?
I opened some mail.
Yeah.
I answered some phone calls.
Yep.
I responded to some constituents.
Yep.
And then I was his intern for the House Resources Committee.
Okay.
And so I would go through prior to committee meetings and come up with bullet points on
Yep.
various issues that were going to
Give
be
him the
brought
summary,
up.
basically.
Yeah, to give him a summary. I did some tours of the U.S. Capitol building
Oh,
to constituents. It was really fun
yeah.
and just a wild experience.
It's a great experience, I feel like. I mean, I certainly didn't spend 5 months, but I was in the Goal Academy
Yeah.
thing that the Park Service does, and you do a short stint in DC, but they kind of give you like the fastest tour ever of sitting in on committee meetings and sitting in the House and Senate and just basically seeing how the sausage is made
Yeah.
at that level.
Yeah.
And for me, it was great context because when you're like, why are things like this or why
Yeah.
are things like that? And then you
Sure.
go and you see it and you're like, oh, wow,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
this is crazy
It's a slow
complicated.
process. Yeah.
And things are slow and there's a reason they're slow, actually.
Yeah.
Like, we're a democracy. And
Right.
yeah, that must have been good perspective.
It
for
was.
you.
It was-
And plus exciting, like moving to such a huge metro.
It was.
area.
It was really a blast.
I bet.
It was really a blast. So there were 4 of us. We lived in a National Park Service house
Oh, wow.
in Battery Kimball Park, right across the street from American University, right
Oh,
in
yeah.
DC.
Uh-huh.
And
Dang.
it was just a blast. So we got to go to a bunch of all of the different lobby groups invited us to parties and gatherings right on Capitol Hill. So we got to go to those. So we definitely stayed busy
I bet.
over those 5 months, but
And then you went to Yosemite.
And
That
then
must
I
have
went
made your head spin.
it did.
Like,
but I
city
wanted
to
it to.
backcountry.
Yeah, and so then they asked me what I wanted to do in Yosemite, and I said honestly, I just want to hike.
Yeah.
Said I've been in the city.
Sure.
I want to just get out and hike, and so I got to do wilderness patrols while I was in Yosemite, and
So what's that entail for?
so I went out on like
listeners.
one of my favorite patrols is I did the Grand Canyon of the Tuolumne on a patrol, which was 2 nights out, 3 days, 2 night hike, and I just got to hike and make contact with visitors, and I was wearing my volunteer uniform and just letting folks know that I was out there, and it was really wild. I think hindsight looking back, I was by myself, hiking. I think it's like 36 miles.
Yep. I did a few
did you
like
do
that
that?
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in SCA twice, and one of them was in Yellowstone at the Tower Roosevelt
Oh yeah.
Junction at the Tower that ranger station. And so yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh,
3-day, 2-night
Oh,
thing, something
yeah.
like that. Yeah, I mean it's great, but you're right. It is
Yeah,
kinda
where you're
whoa.
like hindsight.
You have a
Wow, I
radio
can't
and
believe-
everything.
Yeah, so if something went wrong, I did.
Yeah,
That
and there
was,
were
I was checking
backcountry
in the
crews
morning
out,
and
but
at
still,
night.
yeah,
Yeah, isn't that kind of funny? We
Yeah.
look back on that kind of stuff,
yeah,
and we don't really have volunteers that do that kind of work here,
yeah,
just because of our backcountry travel policies
Right.
at Rocky. But
right.
but I had the time of my life,
bet.
and so I took in all it was a year and a half off of college,
Mhm.
and ended up going back. Changed my degree to geography because I was really interested
Uh-huh.
in why people lived where they lived. I was
Yep.
interested in cartography and all of that. Yeah, map making. And,
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of ended up going in that direction.
Yeah, you did.
Too, yeah, for grad school.
Yeah.
Because undergrad I did music composition and English,
Oh, no kidding.
and then I finished up and started working. One summer in between years, I worked in Yellowstone
Oh,
for Xanterra making
Oh, yeah.
beds.
yeah.
But I was just like, wait, you get paid to live here? Like,
Yeah, it's amazing.
okay. Anyway, and so yeah, I started doing some SCA internships and
So that's how you got into it.
yeah, SCA, yeah, Student Conservation Association. I did one in Yellowstone that next summer, and then I did one at Black Canyon and Gunnison in the winter,
Oh,
which
neat.
was awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. What a neat
And
place.
Yeah, that led to some other stuff, but
So then
yeah,
I
but
went,
that happened to me too. I went back to grad school,
Yeah.
and I was like, I did environmental studies, but I ended up focusing on geography and cartography. I just
Yeah.
think geography kind of encompasses if you're a general interest
Yeah.
kind of person.
totally.
Yeah, so you went back
absolutely.
for that. So
Yeah.
it totally changed your
Totally changed my degree,
degree.
and totally changed my school. I finished at
your life.
University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire. Yep, totally changed my life.
Yeah.
And had
So you finished your degree.
I finished. Yep, I finished my degree.
So there's a good story for parents
Yeah.
out there if you're
Yes,
worried
I did.
about
Yes,
your
I
kid.
did.
You know,
If they take a year and a half off and do internships,
long as
they're
they're
just
doing something.
finding their focus.
Exactly.
Yep, exactly.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was. I would not. I had no regrets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of got my foot in the door
Uh-huh.
of the Park Service, was doing those internships, because
Yeah.
eventually down the road, between here and there, I did some other wild, fun jobs,
I bet.
and then I ended up getting my first Park Service job. Was a permanent year-round job as a volunteer program assistant at Yosemite.
Mhm.
And I loved Yosemite. My time when I was there for those 3 months or 4 months in the summertime back in 2002, and then always wanted to go back, and so just totally lucked out with a job there in 2009, and I was there for 3 years. I was there as the volunteer program assistant for 2 years, supporting their program, and they have a massive program.
I was about to say, yeah, what's
Massive.
theirs is huge too, right?
Yeah, 10,000
10,000.
10,000 volunteers a year and like 170,000 hours.
Wow.
Something like that. Just it's absolutely
Wow.
huge. Yeah. their
I've heard
program is big.
group is really big there too, like
The group program?
corporations
Oh,
and companies
absolutely.
bringing people out
Yes,
for kind of
absolutely.
service or
We have that here too.
Yeah.
You know, those corporate groups love to come out and volunteer, and it's really, it's a win-win, because they, can give back, and promote that they're giving back to the park,
Mhm.
and we give them a really neat experience,
Mhm.
hands-on
Mhm.
experience, and they do some team building
Mhm.
and all of that. We hook
Yeah, I
them up
bet
with
it's
a
really
campsite.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's also just really good for them. Like a
Yeah.
good bonding experience.
Yeah,
brings people a little closer.
exactly. So
What
yeah,
are those? Are those usually day or multi-day, or it just totally depends on what people
Totally
need?
depends on what they want. So most of the corporate projects are just one day. So they'll drive in, we'll hook them up with a campsite for that night. So they'll get free campsite in Moraine Park Campground. And then in the morning, they'll wake up and meet a ranger to do a service project. So they'll do, a full day service project, or a half day in some cases.
Mhm.
And then they can spend the next night there too, and then pack up and leave, and
Uh-huh.
just, have a really great experience, totally hands-on with
Yeah.
with our staff. They get to choose what kind of project they want to participate in. So they could work on trails projects, rebuilding some of our trails, or just doing, tread work or whatever. Right now they're doing a lot of projects on horse trails kind of behind Moraine Park Campground with volunteer groups. And then we're also doing a lot of vegetation work with volunteer groups, so they can choose those kinds of projects. So they put in a big water line. There's a big, massive water line project that happened in the park,
Yeah.
as you know.
Still happening.
Yeah, still, yeah.
Moraine Park
Yeah.
Road has delays on it.
Yep. And so last summer, they cut a big swath of,
Yeah, that was
it
huge.
was huge. It was, a couple of miles by 60 feet, I think.
Yeah.
And so we're using a lot of volunteers to actually re-veg that
Oh, wow,
area,
that's-
which is
Yeah,
pretty neat.
yeah.
And so they're doing that, or they can build, the big burn piles that look like big, huge teepees in the park.
Yeah, actually, that's a good one to bring up, just because
Yeah.
I know a lot of people wonder about that. So for our listeners, yeah, when you see these big stacks of wood out in the woods,
Yep.
big piles, yeah, they look like big teepees or like huge campfires or something. Those are burn piles where we go in, remove fuel from the forest, stack it, and then at a safe time we burn it. And what we're trying to do is create like defensible lines, things that would keep a fire from growing out of hand or crossing certain areas. So they help with that.
Yep, exactly. They
Yeah.
do. And so
That's
I
hard
know.
work.
Yeah, it is. And so the firefighters will go out and they'll take down the trees, like a lot of the standing dead trees that are pine beetle killed. They'll take them down and then they'll buck them and limb them into pieces that can be easily carried by volunteers, and then the volunteers run around and make burn piles.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Because they I don't have the stat with me, but I mean hundreds of burn piles
Yeah.
are built by volunteers every year.
Yeah.
And just a couple of winters ago, they burned, under the right conditions. They wait for the snow, there to be snow on the ground
Right.
and no wind,
Right.
and then they'll burn the piles. And just a couple of winters ago, they burned like 5,200 piles here in the park.
5,200.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Which is a lot in
That's
one
a
winter.
lot. That's
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, so volunteers
Yeah.
get to do that too.
Yeah. So for those projects, how do people go about setting those up? Do they
So
approach
they-
you? Do you already have
Yeah.
a list of needs?
We
How does that
do.
go?
We have a catalog, actually.
Catalog.
Miles. So we do.
I've
We
seen
have a
that
We have a
catalog.
catalog. Yes, you have seen the catalog.
Yeah.
You've helped us with it.
Yeah.
So it's on our website, so people can, just find us on the web. And
Yeah. Like if you search for Rocky Mountain National
Mountain.
Park volunteer
Exactly.
program.
You'll find our
Or
webpage.
here's a special
Yeah.
shortcut for our listeners. We're giving you the inside knowledge. Every park has a 4-letter code that we use for shorthand. So if you ever want to shorthand to search about your favorite park, like Rockies is ROMO, Rocky Mountain, ROMO. So if you search ROMO volunteer program, that will also come up.
Isn't that nice?
Either way.
Yeah.
So that'll take to the
Shortcut.
volunteer page.
Yeah, so it'll take you to the volunteer page, and you can, if you're an individual person who wants to volunteer here in the park, you can search for opportunities just for individuals, or you can search for opportunities for volunteer groups. And so that's one way to do it. Another way is to just give us a call, and we can walk you through the process and tell you what we have available. But yeah, we have a lot of projects that we're still recruiting for, actually, for this summer, for late in the season especially. So
nice.
if anybody's out there and wants to come out and volunteer with us,
Yeah.
we can hook you up.
Yeah, you can
with a
you can
volunteer
become
opportunity.
a VIP.
Yes, you sure
Volunteers in parks.
can. That's right.
So clever.
Yes, I know, it's pretty slick.
It is pretty
And
good.
actually, if you guys, if those who are listening come out, sometime during the summertime, pick up a copy of the paper, and we advertise for a very cool drop-in program that is just 1 hour long. It's on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays in the summertime. There's no minimum age requirement, so you can bring young ones or, whoever wants to come out and volunteer with us. We'll tell you a little bit about the volunteer program. We'll tell you a little bit about Leave No Trace and the importance of leaving this place pristine and as you found it. And then we get you signed up as a volunteer, and you go out and do a litter cleanup with us.
Oh, nice.
And then afterwards, we weigh the litter. And whoever has the most guesses, they win the bag of trash. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Get to take this home
That's
with
what
you.
That's what we say.
Yeah.
And anyways, then they get a little fun giveaway gift.
Yeah, everybody
as a
gets a
thank
little
you
gift, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can go on with the rest of your vacation
Yeah.
to the park and feel good that you were able to give back a little bit. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a great program. I've heard from people who've done it that they really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I think some people are like, oh, why would I go work for an hour? But you get to learn a lot. You get to meet other visitors.
Yep.
If you have kids, you get to set that great example of like, we're here enjoying this. We're going to give back just a little bit.
Absolutely.
Make it better than when we found it, which
Yep.
is a big thing.
Yeah, just on the
And
4th.
you get a little swag.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And this year, it's some really cool sunglasses.
Ooh.
Really cool. They're called Risky Business sunglasses, and they say Rocky Mountain National Park VIP on the bow. They're really
Whoa,
cool.
That's pretty
They're
awesome.
pretty slick. So you'll have to come out and volunteer
there's
with
only
us,
one way to
Miles.
get those.
That's right.
Gotta volunteer.
Exactly.
Show your cred.
Yep. And actually, so just this 4th of July, just this past Tuesday, I led a volunteer group doing the litter cleanup at Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. And we had 11 people show up, including a 1-year-old with his family.
Really? That's great.
Yeah, and so he got to wear a little safety vest and go out with his mom. He held the bucket while she held the litter picker and
That's adorable.
cleaned up. It was really cute. I have some really cute pictures.
That's awesome.
And then there was another gentleman who was out there with us who, I shook his hand afterwards and I was like, oh, thank you so much. I thank them over and over. And he's like, no, thank you guys. He said, I've had such a great trip out here. It's the least I can do is to give back. And so that's pretty cool, that people have such great experiences out in the park and feel like they want to do something to give back to this place. And so it's really fun to help them find that avenue to give back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you were in Yosemite for 3 years, you said.
Yep.
And then here?
And then I moved out here in 2012.
Yeah.
And I've been here since. So I've been here for just a little over 5 years.
Wow.
Now I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I know. So this
It's
is
a long time in one place.
It is. It's the longest I've been in one place, and it pretty much since I lived at my parents' house.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I was the same way. I think that map making job I had, I was there for like 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Wow, this is the longest I've lived in one place in a long time.
Yeah. But it's a nice place to be.
It is a nice place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does the so it sounded like the Yosemite volunteer program was bigger.
There's a little muskrat over there.
Oh yeah, we got a muskrat in the lake, I think.
Right?
Maybe.
What is that?
No, he's fishing.
It's a lure.
Oh.
It's a muskrat.
Darn it. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment.
We might still, we might have a moment.
Here, I'll keep looking.
Is that a submerged moose?
It has to be.
It's gotta be. It's just doing the famous submarine technique.
This is a good place to see moose.
It
so we
is.
might luck out actually.
That would be nice.
If we're out, keep looking.
So Yosemite's program a bit
Yeah,
bigger.
bit
how
bigger.
how does Rocky
So in
compare,
comparison, yep.
Yeah.
So so Yosemite is a really strong group program. So a lot of groups come out to serve in the summertime. So they'll serve for a day or two or even a full week, and they have a volunteer campground, specifically a volunteer campground in Yosemite Valley, which not a lot of people know about. And so it allows them to bring in and accommodate a lot of volunteer groups. So they have a really busy group program, and then additionally, they partner with the Yosemite Conservancy and who also has a really neat volunteer program. And all of those volunteers are considered Park Service volunteers as well. And then Nature Bridge, which used to be the Yosemite Institute, they bring kids out on service projects too.
Yeah, I met some people that did Nature Bridge stuff in Golden Gate National Recreation Area, like just north of Golden Gate Bridge. They have a camp out there.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that was a neat program.
It's a really neat program. And then they have a lot of interns. And so again, their group program is massive. And then here at Rocky, it differs in that we have a lot more individuals that serve. So of the 2,700 volunteers, we have 700 individual volunteers who are retirees and interns. And collectively, they served over 99,000 hours just last year. And so it's just, our individual program is massive here. It's huge, and it's just those people that drive, they commute literally an hour and a half one way. We have a volunteer who she lives down in Denver, and she drives up to Bear Lake every Saturday to be up there at 8 a.m.
Wow.
So she leaves her house, depending on the weather. She's up there year round too. Wow. Every Saturday.
That's dedicated.
Yeah, so we have some really dedicated individuals that serve here, and so
tough spot.
We're in so we are really lucky. So a lot of volunteer programs in the Park Service, probably wish that they had the situation that we have here. And I take zero credit for it. It's the program that I inherited, and just the neighbors that love us.
Yeah.
And give
Yeah,
back.
I think working at different parks, that's one thing about Rocky that does sort of stand out to me is that we do have these gateway communities and metro community that's so close.
Yeah.
It's, I worked at Yellowstone for a while, I worked in Denali for a while, and there's just not.
No, it's remote.
Hardly anybody lives around there, or even if they do, it's a long drive to get into the park and get anywhere. Whereas here, we have so many people.
Yeah.
That I think that's great.
Yeah, we're in a really unique situation, just being a Western park, like a big Western park, and having neighboring
Yeah.
communities that are just right there with
Yeah.
amenities. You know, coming from Yosemite to get to the nearest like big grocery store was, you know, the Pioneer Market in Mariposa, California. That wasn't really that big. That was, you know, a 45-minute drive down the canyon.
Yep.
And so when I moved here, and it's like,
You have a grocery
I
store?
have a grocery store that's 6 minutes away.
What? Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I
felt the
couldn't
same
believe
way.
it. Or coffee shops and restaurants.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's a really unique situation for Park Service,
Yeah.
especially the employees who get to work, you know, for the Park Service
Yeah.
in this wild place with a ton of wilderness, a ton of wildlife,
Yeah.
and then we also have, you know, we can go out for Thai food if we want to.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
evening.
Multiple Thai places.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think you know, a lot of our listeners probably live in larger communities than 6,000 people.
Mhm.
But yeah, if you're a Park Service person, a 6,000 person town is like, whoa, this is
Metropolis.
huge. Yeah, if you do the big Western Park thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Denali is like 2.5 hours one way
Yeah.
for groceries. You know, it's just or Yellowstone. I don't even remember where we'd go. A long way.
Yeah, a long drive.
Yeah. So here, you can even be at the airport.
Yeah. It's
Yeah. So
It's
I
true.
feel like that has to have a major positive influence for the volunteer program for sure.
yeah, it does.
I think also one of the reasons I want to talk to you is just to let our listeners know how key volunteers are for Rocky and for the entire Park Service. I just don't think we could do it
No.
otherwise. It's just not possible.
No, I agree.
We've
I
had
mean,
to rely on it more and more over time too, I think.
yes, we have. Yeah, so we say that our volunteers kind of augment the work of the staff. There's a lot of visitors who come here to the park and have no interaction with a paid staff person, but will see a volunteer or
Mhm.
2 or 3 even. And so their only interaction with a staff member is that of a volunteer. And
Mhm.
so it helps, you know, park staff, paid and unpaid. It furthers our reach. It helps get the word out to help educate folks because, you know, not all of the 4.5 million visitors that come to Rocky know all the rules of the park. And so
Yeah.
it's important for, you know, not only the visitors, but also the resource of the park to have those volunteers out there providing visitor information, collecting data for us that we wouldn't otherwise be able to collect, you know, putting plants in the ground, rehabbing trails. They do a lot of work that we simply don't have the resources
Yeah.
to do,
Yeah.
you know, money or
Absolutely.
staff. Yeah.
I mean, even aside from specific jobs, like you're saying, like trails or vegetation or research projects, is just like Elk Bugle Corps,
Oh, yeah,
you know, who
absolutely.
are out in the meadows, not in the meadows.
Yeah.
You don't go in the meadows in the fall; they're closed. But they're on the periphery, basically just letting people know that the meadow's closed, letting them know why.
Yeah.
You know, keeping them a safe distance from elk. Or we
Yeah.
have the same thing at Sheep Lakes. We have volunteers there. Tundra Guardians
Guardians.
up on Trail Ridge Road, again doing kind of the same thing because we just don't have the staff to be out there like
No.
we would like to be talking to everyone and educating people, because that's, you know, a lot of what it is. We're not out there to
Absolutely.
like scold people. You know, we get that people are in a totally new environment,
Yeah.
totally different animals, totally different experiences that they have maybe never had before. That's why they're here.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you just don't know certain stuff about different animals and how they behave, and
Exactly.
how dangerous they may or may not be. So that's one of the things that I think is great is being able to have people out there to just do the kind of general rangering of just
Absolutely.
being able to answer your questions, talk to you, and help make sure you're having the best experience possible.
Exactly. And a lot of what they do too is preventative search and rescue.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, my word.
Yeah,
At the,
preventative search and
yes,
rescue.
at the trailheads especially, you know, they visit with folks, and visitors might not, you know, they might be very well aware and have their whole trip planned out and be like very dialed in to what they need to
Sure.
do to get to the top of certain peaks. Other times they might not know.
Mhm.
And so volunteers out there just talking with them, having conversations about, you know, how much water they might want to take them on a hike up to Flat Top, or
Yep.
what time they should maybe start their trip up Long's Peak. You know,
Mhm.
they're helping the paid rangers prevent, you know, potential search and rescues.
Yeah.
And so, you know, volunteers here are saving lives really, it's hard. You can't quantify that.
Sure.
But it's, they're educating folks and helping them to make some really good decisions
Yeah.
when they're out there on the trail.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah.
I've mentioned it before on a couple other podcasts that we're working on, like a preventative search and rescue, or we call it PSAR. We like acronyms,
Yeah.
and the NPS.
Yeah, we do.
Preventative search and rescue, for like longs and just generally at every trailhead.
Yep.
Because like you said, just saying like, hey, do you have water?
Yeah, exactly.
Or do you have a way to treat water? Don't
Yeah.
just drink
But
it.
those are some nice looking flip flops. Where are you going?
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I'm going to Sky Pond in these flip flops. Like, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you really big into barefoot running, or
Yeah, because you never know.
Are you a hobbit?
Yeah.
Maybe do you stand on nails in the
Yeah.
evening? Because
Yeah.
otherwise,
Yeah.
it might not
Might
work out.
Oh,
so there's
some
snow.
sneakers on. Yeah, that's true.
Still,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
actually. Yeah. Good
that's
point.
another big one too. I think is a lot of our volunteers, they just love the park, and so they're out in the park.
Yeah.
Like I feel like a lot of times they have more time to be out in the park than we do.
Yeah, they do.
The staff, and so
that's for sure.
a lot of times they can answer people's questions so well about like, what is this trail like, and they'll tell you exactly. 'Cause
Exactly.
they hiked it like yesterday
Exactly.
or 2 days ago, and
Yeah, they do. Trail
they can tell you
reports.
exactly what the snow is like and what to watch out for, which is super valuable.
Yeah, that is. I agree.
Oh, just got a mosquito.
Good work. I haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah. So, anything else about the volunteer program that you want to mention or want to make sure people know? I feel like we've hit a lot of the
Yeah, we've
highlights.
We've
Group,
hit a lot. It's-
individual.
Yeah.
It's important how big it is.
Yeah.
Go to our webpage
Yeah.
to find out more.
I feel like we covered a lot of it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, the park is the volunteers are vital to the operations here at
Yes,
Rocky.
absolutely.
I mean, like they are in a lot of national parks, and so we're just really lucky. I feel like I'm really fortunate to have this job and
Yeah.
to be able to support the volunteers and support the staff who rely on volunteers
Mhm.
to assist them in the different operations.
Mhm.
And anyways, it's been
Mhm.
a treat.
So to end, or to move towards the end,
Sure.
we'll
Uh-oh.
talk a little bit more about you again and just general life
Yeah,
stuff.
sure.
So as we talked about, you had a certain path going.
Mm-hmm.
You're from Wisconsin,
Yep.
born and raised,
Yep.
never left
Right.
until
Until
that
yeah.
internship.
Yeah.
Was your family a big outdoors family? Were you
Nope.
outdoor stuff? No, not at all.
We would go camping. Every summer we would go to this really cool campground that was like on a bike trail in
Uh-huh.
Wisconsin. It was called the Sparta Elroy Bike Trail
Whoa.
Campground. Yes, you know it. That's a great spot.
Yeah.
And anyways, and so it was really fun. So it was once a summer we'd get together. My mom is from a family of 11 kids.
Whoa.
I know.
Okay.
Yes.
You have a few
And
cousins.
I know.
and-
So I have a few cousins. I have a lot of cousins.
A little bit of family.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit of family, and so we'd all get together
Wow.
and camp out for a weekend and ride our bikes through these old tunnels, these old railroad
So it was all
tunnels.
on bike trail?
Yeah, so the campground was right on the bike trail, and so you could, if you were.
Oh, I
if
see
you're
what you're
like,
saying. So you could pull up in your car.
Yeah, if
camp,
you're like
but
7
then-
years old, you could make it to like the
Okay.
first tunnel,
Sure.
and but yeah, so it was really fun, and so that was kind of my experience in the outdoors growing up. We
I
had
was
a
similar.
nice
Like I didn't,
yeah.
I would do like a Boy Scout camp out once a year, and that was pretty
Yeah,
much it.
we had a yard with kind of woods, and so we had a little fort, and so we loved to spend time outside. I mean, my parents encouraged us. We spent a lot of time playing outside. I mean, those are some of my favorite memories growing up with my siblings and my cousins. Is running around playing out in the yard and going swimming and ice skating.
Mhm.
My dad would flood part of our backyard and make
Nice.
an ice rink
Yep.
and snow blow a mountain in our backyard, a mountain, quote
Uh-huh.
unquote, for
For you to
us
sled
kids.
on?
Yeah, for us to sled on. And so we spent a lot of time in the outdoors, playing
Yeah,
outside,
right,
but not
right.
really, out hiking trails
Right,
and that kind of
right.
stuff. That I didn't really get to until I was a little bit older in my
Yeah.
20s. But
Yeah, I was the same way. I was in my 20s.
yeah, and in terms of like family vacations, we would take our first. The first national park that I remember going to was Mount Rushmore.
Oh, okay.
And so living in Wisconsin, we would go, our vacations were like wherever was in a day's drive of
Yep.
Wisconsin, which a day's drive could be like Florida for my
Sure,
dad who
sure.
loved to road
Yeah,
trip.
it's less than 24 hours. So it's
Exactly.
a day.
I mean, yeah. Or it's like, yeah, pretty much. That's
Yeah.
right. And so So that was, my first kind of introduction to the Park Service was going to Mount Rushmore, and we'd go out
That's
to
a good
DC.
introduction.
It was a great introduction.
Black
yeah,
Hills
it really
are
was.
really
yeah,
amazing.
the Black Hill. This is Black Hills
They're a
Gold.
bizarre place.
I got when I was little.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyways, and so we, so that was our family growing up was doing our annual camping trips and
So what?
playing outside.
When you did these internships, was there like a moment when you're like, yes, this is it, or was it just kind of
No,
this is fun, and you just kind of kept doing?
it was really fun. I
Yeah.
mean, it was really fun.
Yeah,
I
like
think
what?
each one
What drew you
was
into
just,
it, or like I'm gonna keep doing this,
for like to keep doing the internships,
or just to keep doing park stuff?
Yeah, well, so I loved being outdoors. I
Mhm.
loved just the idea of traveling and
Mhm.
having a new home every 3 months.
Yep.
It was just a wild
fun for a while.
adventure.
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely. And at that point, I realized that I could live basically anywhere for 3 months. I really
Sure.
could. I could live in
Oh, sure.
a single wide trailer in the middle of the desert with a
Yeah, there you
rattlesnake
go.
living under it, for 3 months, or I lived at the petrified forest with a giant desert centipede
Or you
in
said
my back room.
you did cruise stuff in Alaska,
Yeah,
right?
I did. Yeah. So when I graduated from college, I finished and I had my degree and I had this really cool experience, and I was just trying to figure out what I wanted to do with it. And when I lived out in Washington, D.C., I had a really good one of my fellow interns, Jeffy P., who he went off to do all kinds of fun adventures as well, and he worked for a cruise company, and it was like a pocket cruise company, so small cruise
Really
ships that
small.
had between 30 to 60 passengers.
So you could really get up into
You can get up into
all the
those
stuff
inlets
down there
and
in
stuff.
Southeast
Yeah, it had
Alaska.
just a 7-foot draft, so
Wow.
7 feet of the boat was underwater, so pretty.
Wow.
So we could sneak into some really cool
Yeah.
places. And anyways, and so he told me about that job. I applied for it and got it, and graduated in December, and moved out to Seattle for training with this boat company in February, and worked on the Columbia River in the spring and also in the fall, and that following fall as a guide, as a kayaking guide, as a naturalist on board this boat. And then in the summertime, we spent our time up in Southeast Alaska,
Yeah.
ducking into some really cool passages. We got to go to Kenai Fjords and
That's so
Admiralty
cool.
Island and Glacier Bay every week.
I never got down to Southeast. I worked in Denali,
Amazing.
and people are like, "Oh, you go to Southeast Alaska?" And I was like, "Well, it's really far away,
Yeah,
and I work all summer, but I would love to,
Yes.
because it just looks incredible and totally
Yeah.
different." And it's funny, when we were walking over the lake, we realized that that you want somebody that I worked with in Alaska and Denali, who's like one of my best friends, you worked with in Southeast
I know,
Alaska.
it's a small world. Like,
Yeah, that we both know him really well. So Eric,
Yeah.
if you're out there, Eric Toussaint.
we both know you.
We both know you. Now you're hearing our voices. We won't give away your
Hello.
personal information.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
So-
amazing how small. It's a
it
small
really
world.
is. It really is. And so I had that experience, and it was wonderful. And and that was just a season that I worked for the company, and then I worked for the Southeast Alaska Guidance Association, which is a nonprofit that supported volunteers and interns. It was an AmeriCorps program for the state of Alaska. So I moved back to Alaska the next year, and I lived in Juneau for a few months, and then I spent the summer in Girdwood, Alaska.
Yep.
Girdwood,
Oh, yeah.
which was awesome.
Yep, I
that
know
was
Girdwood.
that was a great place to live, and supported 70 AmeriCorps members building trails
Wow.
in the interior of Alaska,
Wow,
which was really fun.
very cool.
And so I did that for a season,
Yeah.
and then ended up, and just keeping with my seasonal,
Mhm.
spirit and jobs, I ended up lucking out, and I was a relief naturalist for a boat company out of the Virgin Islands, and so I got to be a snorkeling guide
Whoa.
on board a small, another pocket cruise ship in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. So I
That
did
sounds
that
okay.
for a short stint. It was
Yeah.
not bad,
Yeah,
not
it sounds
too
tolerable.
shabby to go
Yeah.
from Alaska, to the Virgin Islands was pretty
Yeah, it
nice.
must have felt nice.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I
was
feel like
really
after about
great.
my third summer in Alaska, I was kind of like, I sort of miss summer.
Yeah. Oh, it felt really
You know,
great,
like being
actually.
able to swim. Or,
Oh yeah, I know. I was like, maybe I'm bored, because I thought for a while I was like, oh, Alaska's it for me. And then when
Yeah.
I went down, I was only in the Virgin Islands for like 6 weeks, maybe
Uh-huh.
like 2 months tops.
Made you wonder, like,
And I was like,
hmm.
maybe I'm more of an island gal. but I haven't been back to the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, now you live at
Been to
8,000
Belize a
feet,
couple of
so
times.
who knows?
Yeah.
Keep being drawn back to the mountains.
I know. And then in the winter, I'm like, maybe I should move back to the islands again.
I don't know. You're a Wisconsin gal.
I know, that's
it's hard.
true. That's true.
It's hard when you grow up with real winters.
I know, I sure do.
Did you like winter when you were growing
in Wisconsin?
up? Yeah, or were you just kind of like, it just was?
This was the only option.
Yep, this is what it is.
It is what it is.
It's just interesting meeting
Exactly.
people, because I lived in the South growing up, like Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and then we moved from Mississippi to Iowa, and it was southeast Iowa. So it's still, I mean, it's not Wisconsin length winter, but it's still, it got cold.
And the Rocky Mountain winter is pretty serious.
It is.
It is pretty serious.
Up here
I mean,
in
it's
Estes.
gonna start snowing again in about a month. I just want you to know this, Miles.
Oh
just
yeah.
Just reminder.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah, so we have to harness this.
The thing that gets me
weather.
up here is the wind.
I know.
It's so brutal.
Nobody tells you about it.
Well,
I
or
didn't
they
get the memo.
do, but you just don't even. I remember when I was moving here, a couple people, they're like, "Yeah, the wind, is pretty rough." And I was like, I've lived in windy places, whatever. I've lived in lots of different mountains.
Yeah.
No, it's
Nothing.
yeah, it's pretty next level here. I've heard East Glacier is worse
Oh,
than here,
okay.
but it's a similar setup. You're just right up against the mountains on the east side, and the wind just blasts you.
Oh, my word. Yes.
Because I don't know about you, but like, I would gladly take like a 0 degree calm Wisconsin
Yeah.
type of winter day over
Oh,
like
easily.
35
Easily.
and knock you over.
Yeah,
wind.
100-mile-an-hour gusts
Yeah.
or 80-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah.
There was one day in my first winter here where because I live in the park, so I have like a 2-minute walk to work, which is
That's pretty
super
nice.
sweet. And so I was walking to work, and it was just one of those days where it was the temperature was really cold and the wind was really blowing, and I thought, oh my word, I should have driven to work. It's
It was that bad.
yeah, so I should have driven to work, and I thought, oh my goodness, we have this volunteer group called the Road Hogs, and they are just this super dedicated group of volunteers that do a lot of the roadside work in the park every single Monday, year round.
Wow.
Except for on holidays and when the weather's really terrible.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my gosh, it's Monday. I sure hope that they called off the Road Hogs because this is just way too cold to be working. And I get to work and I called the supervisor and I said, hey, just checking, making sure that this group was called off. And he's like, yeah, we definitely called them off, but we still had 3 people that showed up. So they still, like, despite
Dedication.
Absolutely.
Dedicated volunteers.
It was very dedicated. Yeah, they were very dedicated. So anyways, that was kind of a funny, experience with our volunteers and just showing up it was one of those
Oh yeah.
like
You just feel violated the
yeah,
moment you step
yeah.
outside.
Oh gosh, it was terrible.
There's nowhere
Like,
to hide.
nose was
Doesn't matter how
frozen.
much. Doesn't matter if you have on goggles, a face
Yeah.
mask. It doesn't.
No.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You're gonna take it,
Yeah. Yeah. There's no option.
or you're just gonna dream of when you can find some shelter
Exactly.
of some kind.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll end with. And this is a hard question, but we've
Uh-oh.
asked it to everyone so
Oh, no.
far. So, what does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my word.
Because
That is a really-
you've been here for
Yeah,
5 years now. You
Yeah.
have a family
Yes, I
here.
do.
You have your job. What is
Yeah.
it? From all these other experiences you're talking about, obviously internships and working in parks change the course of your life
Yeah,
very,
for
very
sure.
seriously, as it does to many people. I think that's a story that people are going to hear come up again and again
Yep.
in this podcast. So you had all those experiences, but now you're here. So how does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. what is it?
Rocky has become our home. It's
Mhm.
become my home. I am really, I feel like I'm very fortunate to get to not only work here but also to live here in the
Mhm.
park and have this wild place as my backyard. And so this is the place where my husband and I were engaged. I got engaged here
Mhm.
at Lawn Lake,
Nice.
and we started a family here. And it's so, of all of the places that I've been, this is the longest that
Mhm.
I've lived anywhere,
Mhm.
as I mentioned before. And so, I just feel really lucky and really fortunate to be able to call this place my home.
Mhm.
So
And I can tell that you love your job.
I do. Yeah, I like
you
my
said,
job.
it's
I do.
like
I
you
really
said,
do.
it's invigorating.
Yeah.
It's uplifting to be able to interact with people every day, or like giving of their time
Absolutely.
for no material benefit, just because
Yes.
they believe in it and they want to give back.
Yeah, it's inspiring. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is inspiring.
Yeah.
These people are just awesome, and they love to share, little bits of their life with me. And I get these fun little emails, from volunteers, and I feel like I've made a lot of really fun connections with a lot of them as well. And so, yeah, it's just been a real privilege to have this job in this amazing national park.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Thanks,
We're
Miles.
glad that you're coordinating our volunteers, and
I'm glad to be here.
there's always, to me, I feel like you just get a really positive vibe when you're out in the field and see people. So
Yeah, you do, for sure.
thanks for all the work you do to make it happen.
Hey, thanks, Miles. Thanks for all you do.
My pleasure. Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 8th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. When you go there, there will be a blog post for each episode where you can leave us comments. You can also leave us comments on iTunes where you can give us ratings, leave us feedback, all that kind of stuff, and we appreciate it. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My parents met working at a camera store, so we always had a lot of camera gear around the house. But when I was 13, my parents gave me my very first DSLR with a big chunky frame and a zoom lens. I had a tiny point-and-shoot camera before that, but I was convinced something that could fit in my pocket would not be enough camera for our family vacation to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. The Rockies were unlike anything I'd ever seen growing up in the Midwest. And armed with my new camera, I took pictures of everything. The view from every scenic pullout, every wildflower, photogenic cloud, or notably large pine cone. But one picture from that trip that stands out in my memory is a photo I took of a moose. The first moose I'd ever seen, neck deep in a lake, holding its massive antlers above the water as it swam from one side to the other. It was gone within a few minutes, and my photo, looking back on it, wasn't all that impressive. But I think about that moose often as one of the first experiences I had with a wild animal, at least one bigger than a squirrel. It kickstarted a fascination I still have with the natural world and an appreciation of the power that photography has to capture moments like this. Wild animals in the wild. It's no wonder that cameras are one of the most common accessories you see around Glacier today. They are the lens, pun intended, through which many of us see and remember national parks. But cameras are also increasingly being used by scientists to study the same animals us visitors feel lucky to see. Especially remote cameras, which trigger when they sense movement. These camera traps, as they're called, can reveal glimpses into a side of Glacier that we can never see. How wildlife behave when there are no people around. We are in the car.
Where are we going?
We're driving up the road out of East Glacier that heads towards Two Medicine, looking for a camera.
And what's the camera looking for?
The camera is looking for moose. Largest member of the deer family, very charismatic, big noses.
I feel like charismatic is debatable.
I love moose.
I think a lot of people love moose, and a lot of people think moose are one of the uglier creatures.
What? How could you think moose are ugly?
I'm not saying I think that, but I've heard people say that.
Gangly?
Yeah?
Yes.
Weird
Ugly?
little dewlap thing, dangling.
It's charming!
Some say charming.
You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Michael. In this episode, we're zooming in on two different animals, one big and one small, one you may have seen and one you may have never heard of. they'll help us understand the increasing use of cameras in the field of wildlife biology and reveal that even if you leave no trace, you have a bigger impact on the natural world than you might think. We're turning just before the TUMED entrance. Going off the pavement. Whoa. Perry and I went out for a day to check on a wildlife camera with Landon McGee.
So my name's Landon McGee. I'm a master's student at the University of Montana in their wildlife biology program. I'm an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe.
We were joined by one of Landon's technicians, Ethan Rowe. The two of them are working for Blackfeet Nation Fish and Wildlife, leading a moose study on the Blackfeet Reservation and the eastern portion of Glacier National Park.
You know, they love kind of wet areas. People call them swamp donkeys, just because they kind of similar body structure, and they like to hang out in the swamps and wade through the ponds and eat kind of some aquatic vegetation. You can find them along stream bottoms, creek bottoms, river bottoms.
And Landon, who has been placing cameras all over the place this year, was nice enough to take me and Perry to the easiest to reach camera in his whole study.
Start walking. Yeah, so we're just going to head about 50 yards into this big aspen stand here. So.
Great.
Sweet.
We'll follow your lead.
I mean, this looks like moose habitat.
Yeah.
Now, I find moose to be really interesting and not even slightly ugly. As the second largest mammals in North America, they're really strong. Bull moose's iconic antlers can grow up to 5 feet across, and they use those antlers to fight over female moose. Which is a great excuse to remind folks to stay 25 yards away from moose and other non-predator wildlife in the park.
Like any other animal, give them their distance, just let them do what they need to. It's, the added stress of people trying to get up close just puts more stress on them that they don't really need.
But at the same time, moose are seen as gentle giants. We see them as being so friendly that they usually have Canadian accents in movies. Like the Disney movie, Brother Bear.
Look, I am sorry.
If I was driving, this never would have happened,
Oh, just stop
You never
it.
let me drive, you never let me do nothing.
Oh, trample off, eh? I said I was sorry. Let it go.
I can't believe you totaled a mammoth,
And maybe this blend of strength and friendliness can help explain why moose are so popular. We ran a People's Choice Awards contest on Glacier's Instagram a few years ago, and moose were voted the most popular animal in the park, beating mountain goats and grizzly bears. But despite all their charisma and their massive size, we don't actually know much of anything about how they're doing as a species around Glacier.
We really didn't know what their status of the moose population was on the reservation, and then the park hasn't done any kind of moose study, I think somewhere close to 60 years. So they really didn't know anything about their moose population currently either, and so Blackfeet had listed it kind of as a species of interest. And yeah, I guess snowballed into this project.
I checked. There haven't been any moose studies in the park in 60 years. But Landon's changing that. His study is measuring the moose population on the Blackfeet Reservation and much of the east side of Glacier. And to do that, he placed cameras like the one we're at today throughout his study area. And all of the cameras were placed at random.
Sitting down and trying to pick, 100 camera locations of where, would be good spots, it would be very time consuming and hard to do. And of course, it introduces a lot of bias. And so having this truly random sampling allows you to get into places you thought you'd never go your whole life. I know there's been a few that I've been to, both summers so far, and so.
We're visiting this easy-to-reach camera to make sure it's still working. Landon's technician, Ethan, walked us through the checkup.
So when we're arming the camera, we like to put it waist high. So it would just sit somewhere right here. Better view down there.
On a moose.
Yeah. So right now we're doing a revisit. So we're just checking up on the camera. Just if the camera was still functional, if we changed the memory card at all, and if we did, the idea of it.
The downside of randomly distributing your cameras, though, is that while some are 50 yards off the road and easy to hike to while holding a microphone, others require miles of bushwhacking through areas with no trails. Honestly, it sounds a little heinous, but that hasn't deterred Ethan.
The hikes are a big plus of it,
Are you sure?
So I really enjoy the hike sometimes, even though I like to complain along the way. I think when I'm done with it, I really tell Landon, really appreciate it out here.
With these randomly placed cameras set far enough apart to avoid double counting the same moose during a certain time frame, Landon can run all the data through a computer model to estimate how many moose live here. And the data isn't just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's pictures, which for Landon has been fun to look through, but a lot of work. With, dozens of cameras out at a time, like how many pictures do you capture over the course of a summer?
Last year we did 100 cameras, and I think with all those we had just a little over 2 million photos.
2 million?
Yeah. Thinking about that, these cameras are set to both motion detection, so anything that walks by, grass blowing, anything will set it off. But it also takes a picture every 15 minutes, part of a time-lapse function on the camera. So it has both those modes going the entire summer. So
2 million. How do you go through that?
A lot of time bent over at a computer.
Blowing grass, waving branch, blowing grass. Moose? He had some research assistants to help sort through these images, and some companies are even marketing AI tools that promise to speed up the process. But despite manually sifting through 2 million photos, Landon was excited about the results.
I guess looking through the cameras last year, there was a lot more sightings than I had anticipated. We were a little worried that we weren't going to get a whole lot of moose detections just because of how, just having these cameras in the middle of nowhere, and what are the chances of a moose, walking by my camera in such a large area.
Landon emphasized that one of the things he loves about these photos is you get to see how moose behave when there's no one around to watch.
One of the cooler photos or videos we had on the video cameras we had out last year was a moose calf nursing, and you could hear like the sucking noise of the calf just going to town.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. It's probably the best video I have.
This is the audio from that clip. To paint the picture, the calf is mostly hidden by thimbleberry bushes as it reaches up to its mom. An adult female moose can easily be 6 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds, while a newborn calf weighs as much as a small dog, like a corgi.
And just getting, that first-hand view into, what their life looks like when nobody's out here. There's probably been some areas where they've never seen a human or big gray box strapped to a tree, and so seeing what they do and how they interact with that's been pretty cool.
I guess just as a baseline, why use cameras as a tool in the first place instead of going out in the field and sitting around all day?
Well, I think, a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do can be accomplished with more invasive techniques like collaring, capturing, chemical mobilization, helicopter. All that's just really invasive, kind of stresses the animal out a lot and also costs a lot of money.
As with so many things, the biggest factor is cost. There are a lot of species deserving of study and relatively little money to go around. So you have to have a good reason to get a wildlife study funded. For Landon's, it's the fact that moose hunting funds a lot of conservation work on the Blackfeet Reservation. Blackfeet Nation Fish and Game, along with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, issue a small amount of moose tags every year. Permits to hunt a moose on tribal, state, or federal land, but to be clear, not in Glacier National Park.
They do an auction system, and so they bid on the tag, and I think the starting bid for moose is like $14,000, and we usually get it up to like $35,000 for a moose tag.
Yeah.
So, that's a huge source of revenue for the department.
By better understanding the number of moose on the Blackfeet Reservation, Fish and Game can issue an appropriate number of tags without fear of harming moose populations as a whole. And on top of that, we'll also get insight into the moose in Glacier, which speaks to one of the appealing traits of camera traps. They're pretty cheap. High-quality cameras are getting less expensive every year, and the only expense beyond that is the time it takes to install and remove them. Landon, Ethan, and their small team can realistically study a huge area.
Moose don't know political boundaries, so you're going to have moose that are going back and forth, and whether you're going to get them on the reservation during your time sampling is going to be difficult to predict, and so having cameras in the park kind of allows you to understand that transboundary movement.
Landon's work stands to help Glacier and the Blackfeet Nation manage moose. But his study is still underway, so there's no population estimate for him to report just yet.
People always tell me that, how many moose are out there?
Let me get back to you in a couple of years.
Give me 2 years, I'll let you know.
We'll have to stay tuned to see what Landon learns down the road. But you don't have to wait to see the results of a camera study. You just have to look to another animal.
So they have these very specialized adaptations for living in the deep powdery snow environment. I don't know. I mean, they're cats. Cats are kind of weird.
This is Alyssa Anderson. Starting in 2019 as a grad student at the University of Montana, Alyssa led a camera trap study of a mammal in Glacier that is far more elusive than moose, the Canada lynx. Have you ever seen a lynx in person?
I have only seen a lynx associated with a live trap for research, so I consider that to be cheating. I did work for one winter trapping for research. You walk up to the trap, and they just, I had one lynx that literally, I think it was singing death metal to me.
It's rare to see any wild cat in Glacier. This summer, after 10 years of working and living here, I finally saw my first mountain lion. And they're 4 times bigger than lynx are.
It's funny, and then you get all these tourists who go to Glacier for one day and send you these videos, and they're like, hey, is this a lynx? And I'm like, oh my God, I've hiked that trail 10 million times. You have no idea how lucky you are.
But while I'd guess few park visitors have even heard of Canada lynx, they're a really fascinating animal, and they're perfectly suited to live in Glacier.
They are a specialized cat species that has evolved to live in what we call the boreal forest. So, mostly across Canada, Alaska, and then the boreal forest does reach down a little bit into the lower 48. Part of their specialization is that they specialize in eating snowshoe hare. It's the vast majority of their diet.
Lynx and their favorite food, the snowshoe hare, both have huge feet relative to their body weight, which allows them to run on top of deep snow. I found a great example of this in a 1976 documentary called Day of the Lynx. In the clip, filmed in the winter, you see a coyote sneaking up on a snowshoe hare.
A coyote has been diligently following the trail of a snowshoe hare. It flushes, running in the direction of the big lynx.
Then you see the lynx. Tall tufts of black hair on their pointed ears, comically large feet, poised and waiting.
It can run atop the snow, unlike the coyote, who breaks through the crust and travels slower. The coyote stays doggedly on the trail, but he's too late. The lynx has made the kill.
Glacier has seen less and less snow over the years since the park was established. The park gets 30 fewer days each year of freezing temperatures compared to 1980. The equivalent of a month that used to be freezing cold that now isn't. So for lynx, this cold-adapted animal, climate change is a huge concern, big enough that they were listed under the Endangered Species Act. Their threatened status encourages groups like our very own Glacier National Park Conservancy to fund lynx research, like Alyssa's.
The main facet is what we call an occupancy survey. So where are we detecting them? What kind of areas are occupied by lynx?
Landon is studying moose by counting them, since he's doing a population estimate. In contrast, Alyssa's study wasn't designed to count lynx, but to figure out where they live and where they don't. And she focused her cameras on park trails.
A lot of carnivores have been found to use human trails. You have a higher probability of detecting by putting cameras on trails.
They can get anywhere much faster on trail.
Yeah, and so having cameras on trail means that you can put cameras out without using any kind of bait or lure, and still have, decent probability of detecting carnivore species or these more rare elusive species.
Landon's randomly placed cameras make sense for his population estimate and works well in part because moose are 6 feet tall. Lynx, on the other hand, are just 2 feet tall and would disappear in a lot of Glacier's brush. Focusing on trails is a great way to spot lynx. It works great for Alyssa's occupancy study, and helps her avoid most of the bushwhacking that Landon has to do. But she still used a lot of cameras.
So we used 305 cameras for the lynx occupancy study, 4 cameras per cell across the whole park, basically.
And searching through these images, it wasn't just lynx she got pictures of.
I think my favorite was porcupine. I think we got, 13 porcupine.
Wow.
Which is the same number that we got bobcat. We got hardly any bobcat, more porcupine than I expected.
Porcupines are another poorly understood animal in Glacier. Ever since the 80s, they've been an increasingly rare sight, and nobody's really sure why. Data from Alyssa's lynx-focused work could contribute to separate research on porcupines or other species in the park.
So we also have this big trove of data on every other species of wildlife that happens to use trails in Glacier, which is a really cool and powerful part of cameras, I think.
But of course, she also saw a lot of lynx. In total, they captured 404 images of lynx, and the cats showed up on 25% of the cameras she put out throughout the park. Many images were simply lynx walking by, but others were more unique.
We did get one set of photos of a lynx walking by with 3 little kittens running around in front of her with their little tails sticking up and just looking cute. So that was cool. We got one photo of what looks like to be a juvenile snowshoe hare of the year running in front of the camera being chased by a lynx, which was super crazy. Really lucky.
Oh, and I'm sure they run out of frames. You never know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know who, but they were very close, like within 2 feet of each other. So I have a feeling that young one didn't make it. But.
And this study in Glacier adds to a larger body of research in northwest Montana. The audio of a lynx vocalizing that we shared earlier came from a monitoring project looking for rare carnivores in the Swan Valley south of Glacier. It was shared with us by the Southwest Crown Collaborative and Swan Valley Connections. Knowing where lynx live now allows us to notice when and how they're impacted by climate change and other stressors, and that'll help the park manage for their success. And these photos have also been exciting for park visitors and employees, because they're a window into the hidden lives of our wildlife.
We got a handful of wolverine, I think maybe 12 or something, and that's always fun. You never see so many of these animals. They're very rarely, and it's just a really cool way to just, see what all is around you and using the same trails that you're using. It's sort of funny. There were a couple times when you'd just going through the photos, blah, 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 and organizing and be like a grizzly bear. Or even once, I think, a lynx, within minutes of a human.
Really?
Like on the exact same spot. You're like, wow, I wonder how that worked out. Yeah.
The Day of the Lynx, during what we call the Day of the Lynx.
But Alyssa's research also revealed another, more surprising conclusion.
Yeah, so basically more or less half of the east side of the park stayed closed to the public in 2020.
Because of the timing of Alyssa's study, 2019 through 2021, her work overlapped with the arrival of COVID-19. And because of the pandemic in the summer of 2020, half of Alyssa's study area was closed to the public. As a precaution to limit the spread of COVID, the Blackfeet Reservation shut down, and the park, who shares a boundary with the reservation, closed its eastern entrances to support that precaution. Areas west of the Continental Divide remained open, but eastern entrances like St. Mary, Many Glacier, and Two Medicine were closed. This posed a roadblock for Alyssa's research, but there was an agreement that allowed for limited administrative use, so long as nobody stopped on the reservation, even for gas. And Alyssa's research made the cut.
So we were very fortunate and grateful to be able to continue our work on the east side during the summer of 2020, and it did provide a really unique opportunity, sort of more of an experimental design.
It was a perfect setup for an experiment she never could have arranged otherwise. 1 year of data with wildlife and people, and 1 year with wildlife and no people.
We had cameras out in the same exact location during the same time period, different years, but June 15th till August 15th or whatever in 2020, and also in a year when the park was open to the public and there were thousands of people and hundreds of people every single day walking in front of those locations. Mm-hmm. So we were able to compare wildlife activity and presence and detection in those two different scenarios.
Right away, comparing the open and closed years revealed a pattern.
For the most part, most of the findings were that when there's fewer people around, the animals were being detected more frequently or in more different places. I think some of the ones that were strongest were elk and coyote.
Coyotes were seen way more often when there weren't people around.
Coyote kind of surprised me, honestly, because, they're kind of a generalist species and they can, get used to stuff. And
I mean, you see pictures in some communities where they're like riding the subway.
Yeah, right.
So you'd think they'd be more kind of comfortable.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me that they had such a strong negative reaction to increased human use.
That same trend was observed in a lot of animals, including lynx, moose, bighorn sheep, and black bears. Although it wasn't true of every species. Foxes were the opposite. The probability of detecting a red fox was higher in the summer with people on trail.
So, one theory could be we found more foxes because we were finding fewer coyotes, and coyotes are dominant over foxes. And so that's, an explanation. I think that's super interesting.
This is something I feel like I and a lot of folks have an anecdotal understanding of. It feels like deer like to be around people, whereas you're encouraged to make noise on trail so you won't run into a bear, as bears generally don't want to be around us. But when that personal experience becomes a statistically significant research conclusion, it made me reconsider the impact I have on this place. It's tempting for me to imagine if you're following all the principles of leave no trace, hiking up to Avalanche Lake, like you're not disturbing anything. The park is kind of behaving as it would be if you weren't there. And your paper seems to imply that that's not true.
Even if you don't hit an animal with your car, or you're not hunting an animal, or you're not throwing rocks at an animal, or your dog's not chasing an animal, simply by existing on the landscape and walking on trails, we do have an influence on wildlife activity patterns and space use simply just by being there.
This hits at the core of the Park Service's mission, to preserve and protect the natural world here while also providing for the enjoyment of visitors. Two goals that seem to be in tension with one another, a dual mandate at odds with itself.
So it's a really interesting conundrum. I think you were saying sort of the dual mandate of the park, right? I'm certainly not going to advocate for closing the park forever to people. I think that's insane.
Right.
I think it is kind of interesting to imply that that's necessarily bad. I don't want to say that that's necessarily bad. Like, humans have existed on this landscape with all of these animals, forever. It's interesting, and it's something that I think, now we certainly need to think about and consider a little bit more carefully, because we have millions of people, hiking down some of these trails, over the course of just a 3-month period.
I've talked for years with visitors and colleagues about this tension in the NPS mission, but I'd always pictured it applying to large-scale management decisions, like wanting to build a new parking lot. It felt like something I could avoid on a personal level by doing the right thing, which, in hindsight, feels a little naive. I like working here because I felt like my work can have a positive impact. But Alyssa's study left me wondering if the best thing I could do for lynx and moose is leave. But at the same time, the reason I care about wildlife is because of experiences I've had in nature. Experiences in national parks, like that mediocre photo I took of the first moose I'd ever seen. And it's unlikely so many people from around the world would care about this remote corner of northwest Montana if they'd never been here, if they'd never had the chance to connect with it on a personal level, to go hiking in the mountains, to see wildlife in the wild, forming memories that'll last a lifetime. Finally, the only way for Glacier to responsibly manage animals like moose and lynx is to understand them, which takes research. Sending passionate, curious people out into the park to learn more.
Yeah, that was my first camera I did by myself, I guess it's just the bird leaving the nest.
People like Ethan, the wildlife tech working with Landon on the moose study. After 2 summers with Landon, Ethan is pursuing a degree in wildlife biology this fall at the University of Montana.
I always wanted to be out here and doing this type of work, and I think that's a big motivation for me is that, not a lot of people are out here, and that, as me and him just trying to make a new step into history.
Moose pioneers.
I guess it's the idea of, do we only care about species for the viewing enjoyment of the public, or do we care about them for their intrinsic value on the landscape and also for their important ecological roles? And if you care about that, then you care about every species.
Alyssa's research suggests that even treading lightly, we will have an impact on the natural world here. It's unavoidable. But if we can accept that, it encourages us to think about the kind of impact we would like to have.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Null. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Landon McGee, Ethan Rowe, Alyssa Anderson, Mark Beal, John Waller, and Swan Valley Connections and the Southwest Crown Collaborative for sharing their amazing lynx growls. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, Gabby went to Helena, Montana's state capital. She went to look at a painting, but she was also trying to get some perspective, to see one historic moment from another point of view.
Later we can go see the rotunda. Yeah.
The rotunda.
Cool.
An expert from the Montana Historical Society, Jennifer Bottomley-O'Looney, took Gabby around the Capitol building.
Okay, so once we walk out, it'll connect us to the House of Representatives chamber.
Hanging on the walls are two very different pieces of art that depict one particular chapter in Montana's story, the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Entering the anteroom, and here are the murals by Edgar S. Paxson. Probably the best known is this painting, Lewis and Clark at Three Forks.
This painting depicts them kind of in the center of the image. They're kind of standing up straight, holding their guns, looking off to the distance. They all kind of look like action figures a little bit. The way that they're standing and looking off to the side, it feels
very formal. Yeah, very formal type.
It puts them at the center of the story. Yeah. And it feels a bit stereotypical to what we know of Lewis and Clark, or kind of what's depicted in history books, at least when I was growing up. It reminds me of what I learned in high school.
And this image is used in a lot of history books. It's requested over and over from us to provide an image for this. So you probably have seen this exact image in your history book.
That is good to know. And not surprising at all.
This is not the painting that Gabby went to Helena to see. This is the painting that everyone expects. Lewis and Clark as painted by Edgar Paxson, wearing fur hats and fringed buckskin jackets with their guide, Sacagawea, pointing at the horizon. Edgar Paxson didn't break the mold here. This is how Lewis and Clark are usually depicted, and it's probably the image you have in your head right now. But Gabby was touring the Capitol building to see something different. A much larger mural by the artist Charlie Russell that depicts Lewis and Clark as they're meeting the Salish or Flathead people.
And then through here is the Charlie Russell mural. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. This version is a totally different point of view. It's not what I was expecting, and it's definitely not the history book painting I felt like I'd seen before. It's a single freeze frame of a pivotal moment, and it turns my whole understanding of the expedition on its head. Wow. Wow.
Welcome to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We are calling this season Becoming. It is by no means a complete history, but rather a collection of stories exploring how this place became what it is. This episode is about understanding history by finding different perspectives. Specifically, it's about one of the single most important moments in American history, the Lewis and Clark expedition. These were the first representatives of the new American government to set eyes on what is now Glacier National Park. Lewis and Clark are celebrated yet controversial, memorable and misremembered. Either way, their names still echo through the park today. The main mountain range through the park, that's called the Lewis Range. Montana state flower, the bitterroot, it has the Latin name Lewisia. So does Montana state fish, the cutthroat trout. And of course, you can't forget the Clark's nutcrackers. And we can blame Lewis for confusingly naming one of Glacier's most iconic flowers, beargrass, which is neither a grass nor eaten by bears.
This will all be very helpful for my Lewis and Clark Junior Ranger book.
Well, personally, I think there's no better way to get an introduction to a park site than a Junior Ranger book.
Our story starts and ends at the Montana State Capitol, but I made 3 different stops on my journey there. 3 different attempts to understand this expedition and this history. And my first stop was becoming a Junior Ranger.
Junior Ranger Activity Journal. 2 explorers look into the distance.
These are clips from videos that describe the booklet and make it accessible. It covers the basics, like how far the expedition went,
4,900 miles.
How long it took,
3 years between 1803 and 1806.
And whose homelands they crossed.
Territories of 65 plus tribes.
The Lewis and Clark expedition, which is also called the Corps of Discovery, was a special military unit of the American Army. It was created by Thomas Jefferson to explore the brand new Louisiana Purchase, but he also wanted to see how the country could make money out in the American West.
The booklet uses hand-drawn maps to remind me of the route they took.
The route winds along the Ohio River, southwest from Pittsburgh to St. Louis.
A long and winding path to the west coast.
The route continues west along the Columbia River to Astoria and the ocean.
On both the way out to the Pacific and on the way back, the Corps of Discovery traveled extensively through Montana. On their journey back, part of the Corps took a detour up the Marias River to just outside what is now Glacier National Park.
That ends up being one of the most fateful moments on the expedition. They have a violent encounter with a group of young Blackfeet men that results in 2 of the native boys being killed.
That was in the summer of 1806, and it was the first military conflict between the U.S. and a Plains Indian tribe.
The Junior Ranger book does a good job getting you to think about these kinds of encounters and their interactions with Native groups more broadly. On one page, it asks the reader to think about the Lewis and Clark expedition like a stranger marching into someone else's house.
How do you show respect when visiting someone's home?
And while we're just sharing the audio descriptions, the Junior Ranger book has full-color illustrations that help bring it to life. It was a much more diverse expedition than I'd remembered. There was Pierre Cruzat, a one-eyed, fiddle-playing French and Omaha guide. And then there was a man named York.
Credited as the first African American to cross the continent, tribes sometimes cooperated with the expedition just so they could meet him. Though he was enslaved, the body servant to William Clark.
Another way these stories are brought to life is through living history. Hassan Davis, a performer who contributed to the Junior Ranger book, gives programs as York.
My presentation of York brings audiences into the triumph and the tragedy, the pride and the pain of being a part of, but separate from, what some would argue was the greatest American expedition ever mounted.
This booklet does a remarkable job presenting different sides of a story I'd only really heard from one point of view. Such a good job, in fact, that the woman behind it won the Freeman Tilden Award, one of the highest honors the National Park Service gives out.
How do you do justice to this very complicated story that is rooted in colonialism, exploitation, slavery, destruction? So those things are part of this story.
This is Katie.
Well, hi, I'm Katie Campbell, and I am an interpretive specialist for the Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail.
So, what does the Corps of Discovery mean to American history, and why do you think it matters?
Yeah, it's absolutely pivotal. It's almost hard to think of a more pivotal moment, and it's one that's interestingly kind of misremembered. So most people think of the expedition as Lewis, Clark, and Sacagawea or Sacagawea in a canoe exploring unknown wilderness. But there was already a huge network of trade and complex politics already in place among the tribes of the West, among each other, and also with French traders and British traders. And additionally, at this watershed moment in history, you've got this moment in time where you have the young United States, coming up with and starting its diplomacy with all of these tribes of the West.
Were they on a diplomatic mission, do you think?
I mean, this question is at the heart of the whole legacy of this expedition, right? There are so many different perspectives on this, and the expedition's legacy is remembered so differently, and especially if you're from a tribe. So in a way, I think they thought that they were doing diplomacy, and yet they would use words from Thomas Jefferson that said that we are your new white father. That is how Thomas Jefferson, wanted it to go out to tribes.
With so many points of view on the same story, it makes me wonder, how does the National Park Service, and those of us who work for and visit park sites, how do we fit into this? What role do you think the National Park Service plays in interpreting history?
I love the idea that when you come to the actual place and when you stand in that place, that learning about history, culture, nature just becomes so much more profoundly meaningful when you are doing it with your 2 feet on the ground in that place. I just think that that's kind of the point of the National Park Service, by saving that place for us to come to really think about what is so important, think about some of these big themes of our history.
It feels like almost everyone has a different perspective and a different way that they approach studying this history. How and why do you think perspective is important with unpacking this history? And
Yeah. The way I think about it is, the more angles you examine, the more perspectives you hear, the closer you get to the truth. And sometimes we won't ever get a crystal clear picture of an event, of something that may have happened. But any time that we can include additional perspectives, it's like a puzzle, and it just completes the picture. And I believe that's true even when the perspectives, or especially when the perspectives are opposing. And that's a really long answer to your question, but that question, like I said, is at the heart of what this Lewis and Clark expedition's legacy means. It's complicated.
it's no surprise that an expedition that traveled over 4,000 miles crossed paths with so many different people and points of view. But as I've researched the Corps of Discovery, those paths kept converging on one name: Charlie Russell, the painter behind the giant mural at the Capitol.
Today, Russell is considered one of the most famous Western artists that has ever lived, and he painted mainly romantic scenes of the Old West.
I hadn't heard of him really until I moved here, but when his name kept popping up in my research, I was excited to see it show up on the schedule for campground talks here in the park.
When he was a 16-year-old boy in 1880 and he wanted to come west, he wanted to see the West that was passing, because in 1880 it was. The buffalo herds were almost gone. The railroads, the development, the mining, everything was changing. So he got here just in time to see the last little bit of what he grew up listening to stories about and what he'd read. And of course, he read the Lewis and Clark journals until they were in tatters, because he just loved that era of the mountain men.
That's Mary Jane.
My name is Mary Jane Bradbury, and I am a storyteller.
She gives a program on the life and legacy of Charlie Russell. But she does it through the eyes of his wife, Nancy.
And I like to tell it from her perspective. But in order for me to do that, we all have to use our imaginations. You use your imagination, and we'll both just pretend Nancy's going to walk out of the forest and step right up here and tell us her story.
Living history is the art of portraying historical figures by dressing in their clothes, talking the way they might have talked, and giving a performance in character.
To be honest, I wasn't that familiar with living history, and at first glance, I thought it sounded a little corny. But then I met Mary Jane.
When I put the clothes on, I get the strut going, I get the voice going. I admit, you don't get in my way now because I'm Nancy Russell. And you will pay for this painting because this is what it's worth. And there will be no more Charlie Russell art. So you want it, you pay for it.
I love that.
Okay, Mary Jane Bradbury. She's kind of a character herself. I think I usually associate living history with more Revolutionary War, Civil War reenactments. The Park Service does a lot of those.
But Mary Jane uses her outfit, her accent, and her strut to tell a more personal story.
I asked Charlie one time if he ever thought he'd run out of ideas for paintings. And he said a man couldn't live enough lifetimes to run out of all the ideas that he had for stories in his art. And if he ever lost the use of his hands, he'd learn to paint with his toes because he had to paint. Not only what was in his mind, but what was in his heart.
And Mary Jane shared that while Charlie was a talented artist, he wasn't much of a businessman.
Charlie was blessed with a great amount of talent, but not a lot of ambition. So lucky for Charlie, at a very critical moment in his life, he met Nancy Cooper, who became his wife. Together, they could create the legacy of art and stories that we have now. That is a remarkable chronicle of the West.
Charlie would make paintings, and Nancy, his fiery, no-nonsense wife, would get people to buy them. She'd travel all over the country to sell his art. New York, Los Angeles.
And here in Glacier, too. Charlie and Nancy started coming here before Glacier was even a park, and they loved it so much they ended up building a cabin on Lake McDonald. They named it the Bullhead Lodge, and it was a really big part of their lives.
Glacier was a special place for them.
After the park was established, Lake McDonald Lodge was eager to capitalize on having the Russells as neighbors. So they set up a special gallery where Nancy could wheel and deal and sell Charlie's art to wealthy tourists. The two of them were amazing storytellers and would give captivating impromptu performances to tourists in the lobby. Charlie would even join in on visitor pack trips as the official storyteller.
It sounds like they really loved this place, and people here really love them back. Mary Jane always pulls a huge audience to this talk.
I love telling the stories from the first-person perspective, the historic portrayal. That brings alive the history that we've been through and gives us a little bit of an insight as to where we are now and hopefully where we're going next.
What I love about this approach is that you get to see the people behind the paintings. The man with a vision, the woman with a plan, and the couple that spent summers in Glacier for decades. And it's easy to imagine why the people building the Montana State Capitol hired Russell to paint its largest mural.
When the Capitol was built, they wanted a mural. They had asked a number of Montana artists to contribute. Of course, Eastern artists were all the rage in those days. If you really wanted something of high notoriety, you would hire a big Eastern artist. And Charlie said, fine, if you want angels and cherubs flitting through the skies, go ahead and hire an Eastern artist. But if you want history, hire me. And so they did.
Hey, Gabby, tell us about living history and meeting Mary Jane Bradbury. What did you like about it?
It was really cool. I thought the way Mary Jane Bradbury captured Nancy Russell and shared her experience with us was amazing. I'm somehow relating to this person hundreds of years ago.
I think it's neat that you're learning about one person, Charlie Russell, but you're doing it through someone else who knew him and from their point of view, like Nancy, his wife.
Exactly.
Often history is kind of presented as just one thing, a set of facts in a textbook, but I think That's a good reminder that you can learn a lot from different people's interpretations. All history is someone's interpretation.
Yeah.
Perry, and the way you're describing this, I'm imagining my family and I looking at a piece of art, and we are all looking at the same thing, but somehow we are taking away different meanings, different interpretations.
And so often we study history through art. You know, my high school history textbook was full of old paintings.
What I'm hearing you two say is that there's a lot of power in understanding the past through not just different perspectives, but using art, whether it's a painting or a living history performance that an actor's doing. There's a lot of value in understanding history through that art because it forces you to see something from one perspective or one point of view.
Right. I think we're really comfortable with the idea that art can have a lot of different interpretations, but we don't often think of history that way.
I'm finding that history gets a lot more complicated when you start considering multiple perspectives. I just wanted another take on Lewis and Clark, but that led me into a history of Charlie Russell, and then that led me to seeing things from his wife Nancy's point of view. And I'm not done yet.
Hello!
Before I see Charlie Russell's painting in the Helena Capitol building, I wanted to get one more person's thoughts. So we stopped at Jermaine White's beautiful home on the Flathead Reservation.
Do you guys want a drink of water or anything? I have both LaCroix and Waterloo.
I'm fine. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Charlie Russell painting, because we're going to go see it tomorrow.
I love it.
Why? How so?
I think that when you look at it, what you'll see is Salish people. They're on horses, they're dressed in their finery, front and center. That's like hero of the story, you know, that central perspective of a painting. And then off on the side is this little straggler group of folks that kind of look like they're lost. You know, it's a direct collision of cultures that is about to occur. And it's really quite powerful. When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark, who I sometimes irreverently call Clueless and Lark. They're revered by so many. Mm-hmm. And there really has not been, until recently, I believe, Indigenous people included in history. Indigenous people are eloquent but dead, or dead. Did I mention? Mm-hmm. Did I mention that?
Jermaine is now retired, but she started the Cultural Resource Protection Program on the Flathead Reservation and is currently serving as a board member for the Glacier National Park Conservancy, the organization that funds this show. But I'm talking to her because she helped create a book telling the Lewis and Clark story from the Salish perspective. So I'm curious, how did you get involved? Where you kind of contributed / wrote this book?
We wanted to tell a story that was really framed by the voices of our elders. The title of the story is not Lewis and Clark and the Salish people. It's the Salish people and the Lewis and Clark expedition. They entered a homeland that was known and loved and that was fully occupied. As the people watched Lewis and Clark, it appeared that they were aimlessly moving across the landscape, that they really had no sense of the world they were moving through. And for us, our lives in so many ways are deeply connected to the natural world. It appeared that these people were kind of bumbling across the landscape, and those that observed them thought they might be ill. They looked unhealthy. They didn't appear to be moving with purpose and clear direction. You know, they're upside down face people. They have hair on the bottom of their face and no hair on the top of their face. And who are these strange, unhealthy looking people? And as the people observed them, there was great discussion among the leaders and the people in the camp. And there were those among the tribe that said we should eliminate them. You know, we were a large population. We were strong and healthy, and they were not. And there were also those among us that said we need to visit upon them traditional norms of hospitality. That's who we are. The more pitiful they are, the more in need they are. So we need to help them. Those that said we should help them prevailed. So we met them and, you know, we gave them buffalo robes to be warm. We gave them food stores because they had very little. We gave them vast stores of goods that we had gathered to make our winter successful. And that really is profoundly important because we came with kindness and generosity and hospitality. It didn't appear that they did. It appeared that they were coming to catalog and inventory resources for appropriation. And I think that really set the template for a lot which was to follow.
Do you think their mission was exploratory and diplomatic or colonial and capitalistic?
Can it be one disguised as the other? So, for example, we could have this nice introduction. I could welcome you here. I could offer you a beverage, you know, LaCroix. Would you like a little sparkling water? And also, look at that really nice recorder you have here and think about how I could have a hostile takeover and acquire that before you leave, regardless of your intent of leaving with it. So Lewis and Clark inventoried, cataloged, moved through, went back, reported to the government.
It's funny that you say that they were like coming in just like taking stock, because I kind of just like imagine them being like, oh, okay, like there's this, cool, I'm taking notes, and like...
Of course, they had, you know, the journals were basically an inventory. That's what Jefferson sent them out to do. Their mission was clear.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think then that history has gone and like incorrect about this meeting?
The whole story that this land was known and loved and occupied. Our elders knew the place not just encyclopedically, but they knew it intimately. Our elders knew the curves of the hills and the lines of the trails as intimately as they knew the lines and curves of their mothers' faces. That story has really not been told.
The Corps of Discovery met dozens of tribes on their years-long journey, not just the Salish. And versions of this encounter happened over and over again. And in every case, there's one story we can read in the Lewis and Clark journals, but there are many others too, even if they're less well known. Carrying what I've learned from Katie, Mary Jane, and Jermaine, I finally feel ready to see the painting at the Capitol. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. Wow. Wow. Oh my God, it's huge. This is, no joke, the biggest painting I've ever seen. It's the entire wall of the chamber, above where the Speaker of the House sits, up on a platform. I'm surrounded by legislative desks, all of which face the painting. I walk up the center aisle, and I kind of feel like I'm walking up to an altar.
And what do you think?
I'm overwhelmed. The painting shows a broad Montana valley, and I'm imagining the sun just under the horizon. It's kind of just turning the clouds pink. The center is dominated by Salish people on horseback, their camp of teepee lodges behind them. It's hard not to be overwhelmed just staring at this. I can't look away.
Yeah, and it is in itself just an amazing painting. The way the center of your vision is right here in the front, where you see the Salish Indians swirling.
Kind of feels like there's a frenzy in camp.
There is
an
energy. Yes, yeah.
Russell's painting is loud and dynamic. I feel like I can almost hear the thunder of horses running through it. It is the exact opposite of the first Lewis and Clark painting I saw here in the capital. For one, no one is pointing at the horizon, but more surprising, Lewis and Clark themselves are barely in it. The Salish on horseback are charging toward and past the viewer, but the Corps of Discovery are tiny, off to one side. Somehow the emotional and intense energy does not reach them.
No, it does not.
They're kind of just standing there and there's not much emotion on that side.
You can see, the focus in Paxton's painting, of course, is Lewis and Clark and the Corps of Discovery. And here the focus are the Salish Indians. Yeah.
Near the bottom of the frame, there's a dog that I assume belongs to the Salish. And from my perspective, it looks like it's stalking. Directly behind the Speaker of the House, watching the politicians of Montana. Without saying a word, the painting comments on the sweep of history about to unfold.
Charlie never talked about it. There's no recorded documentation that I know of what he thought about this painting. So what happens next? And that's up to the viewer to decide.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Season 3 of Headwaters, Becoming, was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, along with Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esaberry. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music. Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Special thanks this episode to Jermaine White, Katie Campbell,
Thanks for signing my Junior Ranger book.
Jennifer Bottomley O'Looney, and Mary Jane Bradbury.
Or should we say, Nancy Russell.
Making this season is a huge team effort, and we couldn't have done it without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slodek, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the whole team at the Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We visit the 100-year-old cabin of a complicated character to untangle the fur trade in northern Montana and what it left behind.
And at the end of the day, 120 years later, we're left with kind of a semi-unclear picture of what kind of a guy Joe Kipp was.
What happens when the sun goes down? Hell is not our fault. They're the ones that are taking the drink. We didn't make them drink.
That's next time on Headwaters. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Gabby.
So Headwaters is made possible by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
That's right.
What else are you guys supporting?
Another project we're supporting is to add Indigenous language to interpretive signage in the park. This project's really cool because it's a big collaboration. It's going to involve Glacier National Park, the Department of the Interior, as well as the Blackfeet and the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And the goal is really to add that authentic language back onto a lot of the signage in Glacier.
Yeah, that's really cool. When I spoke to Jermaine this summer, she talked about how important place names are.
Yeah, and she's a really big part of this project. She believes, and we believe, that when this language is included, it recognizes the connection these places have to so many Indigenous people, but it also enriches the experience of the person reading it and learning about that connection, and just deepens their knowledge of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. So if people want to learn more about this project, where can they go?
They should check out our website, glacier.org.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris, Geyser Basin, as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
All right, my special 4:15 tour time. We're going to get boarding here very shortly.
Glacier National Park, as we know it, wouldn't exist if it weren't for Ice Age glaciers.
Well, please no bear spray too. We do not want to have a spicy tour. Occasionally, bear spray.
As a geologist whose mom is in town, I want to show off what the Ice Age left behind. And one of the best views of that happens to be from the middle of Lake McDonald.
It looks like a flat-bottom boat, doesn't it?
I'm not a nautical expert, just
But
guessing.
we can ask our boat guide.
So, we're going on a boat tour. I was excited to tell my mom all about the geology.
This valley is carved out by glaciers. You'll see from the middle of the lake, there's a big U shape, which is how you know it was carved by a glacier.
But as an artist, she was a bit more focused on the scenic qualities.
Very sensual.
Sure, that's how the artist sees it.
The boat we're on is called the De Smet, and it's one of 6 historic boats that offer tours throughout the park.
This boat was built in the year 1930, and it was built specifically for boat tours on Lake McDonald.
It may be an old boat, but it moves pretty quick.
Do you get seasick?
I'm surprised, actually, that I'm not seasick.
I was going to say, I remember one incident
whale
where you
watch.
took me whale watching as a child.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that ride too much.
Within about 30 minutes, we reached the middle of the lake, and the captain slowly turned the boat around to face mountains I've seen a lot, but never from this perspective.
Okay.
So if you look behind you, what can you see?
That is spectacular. The change of the colors as it goes back from gray to deep blue to light blue to green, it's just wonderful.
Over 1,000 feet of ice once filled this valley. And while that ice is long gone, we have it to thank for this landscape that we all know and love. Ice Age glaciers carved our postcard-worthy scenery, and our roads and trails follow the paths they cleared. But while I spend a lot of time thinking about how this landscape came to be, I've never really imagined what it would have been like to be here while this was happening. For thousands of years, there wouldn't have been much land to walk on. Everything was covered in glaciers. But there was a world at the edge of that ice. Animals and people who lived just beyond. What was this place like during the last ice age?
There are no photographs of most people who have ever lived. So many people from history are invisible today. Like a melted glacier or a footprint in the mud, some stories can only be inferred from the impressions they leave behind. Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Daniel, and this is Season 3. It's about how this place became what it is today. Not a comprehensive history, but a collection of stories from the park's past. This episode is about the Ice Age, a time when this place was filled with thousands of feet of ice. It was a consequential time in the park's geologic history. But this episode is also about the search for life and understanding in a world we'll never see.
And because the park was so covered in glaciers, we walked this story out to the edge of the ice and tracked down the history beyond the borders of the park. So, for starters, Michael, Perry, help me out here. Can you describe what an ice age actually is?
That is a great question.
Yeah, so an ice age is just a particularly cold period in Earth history. The most recent one was basically caused by wobbles in the Earth's orbit and in the Earth's axis that change the angle of how the sun is hitting the planet.
So basically, we get less solar radiation. The result is that global average temperatures during the last ice age were around 10 degrees Fahrenheit colder than they are today, which doesn't sound like a ton, but this allowed glaciers and ice sheets to cover nearly all of Canada and a third of Montana, including the park.
Okay, so when was this? How long ago did this happen?
So there have been several ice ages, but the Pleistocene, which is the most recent, goes from about 2.5 million years ago to about 12,000 years ago.
Okay, so the Earth wasn't just a solid ball of ice for 2 million years. The ice is advancing and retreating.
Right. There's these glacial periods and then these warmer interglacial periods.
Yeah, so as we set out to try to understand what this place might have looked like during the Ice Age, we had to pick a specific point in time. So we zoomed in on one that Perry suggested, called the last glacial maximum.
Yeah, so that's basically the most recent point in time where those big ice sheets stopped growing and started shrinking. It's about 20,000 years ago, at least in this location. And at that point, there was so much water frozen on land that sea level was about 400 feet lower than it is today.
But to understand what happened next, let's zip on over to a tiny state park in Oregon.
Oregon? Really?
Perry, if I had to ask you what the most abundant type of rock found in glacier is, what would you say?
Argillite, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's found throughout the park. There are bright red and green colors that are pretty distinctive. And around here, it's in a rock formation called the Belt Supergroup.
Yeah, the Belt Supergroup is found all over the Northern Rockies, but it's not found in Oregon. And yet, perched on a hill above the Willamette Valley of Northwest Oregon is a boulder made of Belt Supergroup argillite.
So how did it get there?
Well, it weighs 90 tons and probably used to weigh about twice that, or almost as much as a Boeing 747, before people chipped away pieces to take home with them. But the story of how it got there is the story of one of the greatest natural disasters to have ever occurred in North America. The story of Glacial Lake Missoula.
Yeah, I think the Missoula floods are something that are nearly incomprehensible in today's society.
This is Justin Radford.
I'm the program manager for Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail.
Justin is the first and only full-time employee of the first and only National Geologic Trail in the Park Service.
The trail covers about 3,400 road miles. It's a massive area, and there are people and educators and partners all along this route.
So those massive sheets of ice that Perry mentioned, which covered most of Canada and the northern part of the U.S., well, the Ice Age is ending. Those are melting, which produces a lot of water. All that water needed to go somewhere. And if we use the ice here as an example, water melting from the Ice Age glacier in what's now Lake McDonald would have been headed for the Pacific, flowing through the Flathead Valley, then west through Idaho, Washington, and Oregon before making it to the ocean.
But at the end of the Ice Age, water couldn't make it to the coast. It couldn't even get past Idaho and was instead stopped near modern-day Lake Pend Oreille.
Lake Pend Oreille is an amazing visitor experience, a great place to go and hang out. But if you picture it with 2,000 feet of ice on top of it, well, it created a huge blockage there.
An arm of the continental ice sheet had created a dam, blocking the only way out for water in northwest Montana, essentially plugging the bathtub drain that was the Clark Fork River.
And all the water backing up down behind that was just massive in scale. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of 600 cubic miles of water.
This ice dam was holding back the volume of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario combined, creating what was called Glacial Lake Missoula. Water backed up throughout northwest Montana and extended nearly 200 miles to the east. And it wasn't the only lake of its kind.
There were at least 6 others like it in Montana, but Glacial Lake Missoula was the largest one in the West, and you can still see signs of its presence across the state today, including its old shorelines.
And it just so happens that this lake was gigantic and goes all the way up the sides of the mountains there. And so you can see these big ridgeline bumps.
It's essentially like that was, at one point, was the lakeshore.
Yes, exactly.
You can drive to these old lake shores called strand lines at the Bison Range on the Flathead Reservation and see them like bathtub rings on mountains around the city of Missoula.
These clues help us measure the depth of the lake. Just south of us on the Flathead Reservation, it was over 1,000 feet deep. You could have submerged the Eiffel Tower. The ice dam was even taller, and it extended for at least 10 miles. But as more and more meltwater entered the lake...
Well, at some point, the water wins, and the ice just can't hold it back anymore.
We're not totally sure how it happened. It might have been like trying to hold your hand over a fire hose, but the dam failed, and this kicked off the Ice Age floods.
Over a period of maybe as quick as 2 days, all of this water has left this area and started moving its way into Washington.
Water began charging westward at a flow rate 10 times that of all the world's rivers combined. The scale is almost incomprehensible.
And a wall of water traveling at 55, 65 miles an hour at restrictions, 1,000 feet high, scouring the landscape.
And this violent, earth-shaping flood happened multiple times.
It didn't just do it once. It formed this lake maybe as many as 100 times, geologists think, over a period of about 2,500 years, maybe 3,000 years.
After one flood forced its way through, the ice that formed the dam would reform, repeatedly plugging that drain, essentially, and starting the process all over again.
This landscape is now called the Channeled Scablands. Floodwaters taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, traveling at 50 miles an hour. Like a massive, violent bulldozer, the floods scoured away everything in their path, scraping away 50 cubic miles of earth, which is enough dirt that, if you spread it out, you could cover the entire state of Texas in nearly a foot of dirt.
And not all of that material made it to the ocean. At some points, like in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the water slowed down and debris would settle out.
Well, that's what people say. Well, that's why you have great wine and great vegetables and great growing that comes from the Willamette Valley, because it's got all the deposits from the floods.
That's so funny. People complain about Montana wine not being great because of the weather conditions, but it's parts of Montana in the Willamette Valley that make it good.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which brings us back to our boulder in Oregon, which was carried there in the floods, probably encased in glacial ice. Roughly 2 weeks after the floods began, all of the water would have made it to the ocean near present-day Astoria, leaving behind a changed landscape.
Ultimately, though, the Ice Age was ending, and the dam that created Glacial Lake Missoula disappeared, ending the era of catastrophic floods.
These floods represent just how dramatically the world was changing. The world was warming up, and landscapes like Glacier were revealed as this icy blanket receded. But the story of these floods is not one we've understood for very long.
Fast forward to just 100 years ago, and these same floods would become the subject of one of the greatest geologic controversies of its day, in part because the dominant theory of geology at the time was gradualism, that landscapes formed incredibly slowly over millions of years.
So many geologists believe that things happen gradual over time. There are some national parks out there that are great examples of this. And, like at the Grand Canyon and that over millions of years story about it carving its way down. And you have this sort of gradual recession through the layers.
But that didn't explain the landscape of eastern Washington.
These canyon walls were all vertical, and the streams and rivers that were running through them were teeny, small. Really no logical way that river could have formed that kind of canyon.
What could explain it, thought a young geologist named J. Harlan Bretz, was a massive flood. And that wasn't the accepted explanation for why eastern Washington looked the way it did. Like how
No.
How was that hypothesis received?
Well, by the geologic community, not so well.
A lot of geology involves essentially resurrecting the past based on what's left behind, or in many cases based on what's missing. And we knew at the time that this park was home to Ice Age glaciers because of our U-shaped valleys. But for geologists at the time, Bretz's flood hypothesis was a bridge too far. When Bretz first published his idea in 1923, he was widely ridiculed by his peers. One of his most vocal critics was William C. Alden, a guy I've actually heard of before because he took some of the earliest photos of alpine glaciers here in the park. Alden was the chief of Pleistocene geology for the U.S. Geological Survey at the time, and he, like many others, couldn't imagine conditions that would send this much water across the Northwest. He declared the floods impossible, even though he himself had never been to the Scablands. But Bretz was right. In time and with more evidence, the scientific community accepted the theory.
It only took several decades.
Yeah, this wasn't until, the 70s that we'd worked out that Glacial Lake Missoula was the source of more than one flood, and Bretz was awarded the Penrose Medal, kind of geology's highest honor. But they never convinced everyone. Alden, Bretz's vocal opponent, denied the floods until his dying day. We've kind of been looking to this story as a case study of how we interpret the unknown. I'm wondering, is there a lesson we can learn from the story of Ice Age floods about trying to understand Earth history or human history where we don't quite have all the pieces?
Well, I think that, when we bump into these kinds of moments where we're trying to understand the world and we don't have good answers, we tend to fall back on what we know, and we're hesitant to be willing to hear from others about what they might see out there.
To me, Justin is describing a failure of imagination and of creativity. A struggle to picture a world that looks different than our own. We can see the empty space left behind. We know something was there, but it's hard to imagine what filled it.
The floods help us to understand the geologic history of the Ice Age, the physical world of ice and water whose presence carved clues you can easily see today. What is much harder to find, though, is evidence of the living world from that time. Some of the best clues are found along the St. Mary River, but not where it begins on the east side of our national park. We'll need to follow it as it flows north into Canada. The rest of the team was busy the day that I went, so I had to call in some backup. It's nice to have you back in the studio.
Thanks. Nice to be here.
I called Andrew, co-host of the first 2 seasons of Headwaters, who has a new job.
I'm the new communications lead for the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
We hopped in the car and followed the river, driving north to Alberta and the present-day St. Mary Reservoir.
Yeah, we're standing out on this sandy beach, not something you would really expect in southern Alberta. It feels like we're in Hawaii or something. The reservoir was huge. It kind of reminded me of standing on the shores of one of the Great Lakes. It went out to the horizon. It was definitely bigger than I was expecting. Stretches out as far as you can see, basically, with the Rocky Mountains behind it, and it's pretty.
We stopped at a place called Wally's Beach to meet with Shane Tolman.
I'm Shane Tolman. I'm a local.
A now retired school teacher who warned us it was going to be windy.
It is a lot windier over the other side of the dunes.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when
We can maybe move back.
We walked away from the lakeshore to try to hide from the wind, but we wanted to meet with Shane to talk about something that he found in the reservoir when it wasn't full of water.
Sometimes there's a big drawdown, so a lot of lake bed gets exposed.
But before we could really hear what he was saying, we were buzzed by a crop dusting plane.
Airplanes flying over. Oh my gosh, she's spraying that field.
Yeah.
Right there. Oh, that could be annoying. Can you block that kind of noise?
No. We couldn't, and so we had to go hide in a picnic shelter. But anyways, the reason we wanted to talk to Shane was that back in 1994, he and his family visited when the water in the reservoir had been drawn down.
And when they walked out into the wet mud and windblown sand, a landscape that's normally underwater, they found themselves walking backwards in time.
We had been out the previous day, but it had blown a lot overnight. And we came back the next day, and right where we walked is this humongous skull. But it's an extinct bison skull.
Bison antiquus, the extinct ancestors of modern bison, who just so happened to be 1.5 times bigger than the bison you see in Yellowstone.
And the horns on it are incredible. And it's like that.
Shane showed us a side-by-side comparison, and Bison antiquus's horns are absolutely enormous. Looks more like a Texas longhorn.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're really impressive animals.
And for Shane, this discovery touched on a lifelong fascination.
My dad was a science teacher, so he actually had fossils in the lab, and they were just so captivating to me to see their little eyes are fossilized, and here they are staring back at you. It's kind of this time gets erased as you encounter these things, and that's always stayed with me.
Shortly after Shane stumbled into this bison skull, and quite a few other things that we will get to in a moment, he started getting phone calls from the University of Calgary. They had heard about his discoveries and sent Dr. Len Hills down to meet with him.
First thing I said to him was, I would like to study this stuff. How can I be involved? And he says, well, you could enroll as a student at the University of Calgary and I'll be your supervisor. I said, great, let's do it. I enrolled in a master's program and became one of 4 principal investigators of the Wally's Beach site.
As Shane and his colleagues started to study Wally's Beach, they began to reconstruct what it would have looked like.
It was not the river that we see that's cut down to where it is now in these river valleys. It was a slow, meandering river.
In the banks of this ancient, winding river, they found pollen and roots, which can help us understand the Ice Age ecosystem.
We had spruce tree groves growing out here all over the prairies, as well as aspen groves. Then you had sedges and grasses that were growing in between. There was abundant plant life.
And of course, they found more evidence of animals that lived alongside Bison antiquus.
We get out there, here's this skull, and there's actually some vertebrae laying there as well. And Len picks this skull up, and he's turning it over. He says, this is muskoxen. And I'm just like, muskoxen? I didn't even know they were part of this extinct suite of animals that died off at the end of the Ice Age. And he says, yes, it's muskoxen.
They found a ton of extinct species, an ancestor of modern caribou, North American horses, even camels.
The camel discovery in particular blew my mind. We think of camels as being these desert-loving animals today, but the family of camelids and the family of horses both evolved in the Americas around 50 million years ago before migrating to Eurasia. The camels that lived here were called camelops.
And Shane found a tooth about as long as my index finger, and that tooth was serrated.
Well, there are no animals alive today that have serrated teeth. And so I knew immediately we had a saber-toothed cat. In fact, that's not just a saber-toothed cat, it's called a scimitar cat.
So already you're getting a picture of the wildlife who were living at the edge of the Rockies, at the edge of Glacier National Park during the Ice Age.
And it's a much different cast of characters than the grizzly bears, mountain goats, and deer that we all know and love today.
But for Shane, it wasn't bones that helped bring Wally's Beach to life.
And I can't even describe what I saw. It's almost emotional, because here's this big imprint, a little smaller than a garbage can lid.
He found footprints left by woolly mammoths.
And there's another one, and there's another one. Here's all of these cracks that went out from in this spider web, out from the tracks. You could see how it had stepped in the mud and it oozed up around its toes. And it's just like, okay, here's the best set of mammoth tracks on the planet, bar none. I mean, there's only like 4 sets anyway. So it really hit us just how incredible this was.
Unlike fossils, which capture animals after they die, these footprints are a snapshot of their lives.
Living, breathing mammoth, not the bones, the dead part. You're looking at living behavior, and that's so cool.
With each stride, they traveled on average 8.5 feet, and the weight of each step can reveal if it was left by a male or a female, a child or adult. And the way these 6-ton mammals walked can even reveal if they were injured.
Take the cross-section, and you get to see the weight distribution from this angle. Well, this animal on its, I think it was its left hind foot, was limping. You can see that the deformation on this side of the track is less than on the other side of the track, so it means that there was some injury or something.
How old is that track?
That track would be about 13,000 years old.
Oh my goodness. No. And it's not just mammoth tracks either.
Here's these mammoth tracks, but not just mammoth. Here's a camel trackway going through the middle of these, crossing over. And here's some more horse tracks over here. And what we're looking at probably look very much like the Serengeti, because you had all those animals intermingling, and here they are moving in these vast herds and individuals. We have tens of thousands of tracks that we have observed at Wally's Beach.
It is rare for ancient footprints like these to survive. You not only need wet mud for the footprints to form, but then a strong wind to blow sand and sediment on top, filling them in and sealing them away for thousands of years.
But today, the same winds that once preserved these footprints are now destroying them. The same wind that pushed us into a picnic shelter has blown tracks away overnight, carried away grain by grain, a memory lost forever.
And because of where they sit in the reservoir, there's nothing you can really do to save them at this point. If they're not claimed by the wind, once they're exposed, they'll be destroyed by water when the reservoir is filled back in. All that's left is to try to document them, and efforts have ranged from photographs and measurements to teams of local students and 1,000 pounds of plaster casts. But however fleeting they may be, this glimpse of these animals alive, living alongside one another, not in the halls of a natural history museum, but drinking from the river that I see now in the distance. You can't help but picture it. And for Shane, imagine yourself there, following in their footsteps.
So I hope this doesn't sound too corny, but here's how I kind of pictured it. I stared at the footprints disappearing into the swirling sand to the east, and time blew away with the wind. I had a vision. It didn't take much to imagine the giant lumbering away through the mud, disappearing into the sand cloud from what was likely a watering hole. I'm close. So close I can hear the slushing suck of mammoth foot in paleo mud. See his breath dissipate against the cold ashen sky of early winter. Taste his pungent odor in the roof of my mouth. Rising above the din of the crushing palms of his feet is the sound of chokecherry stained tusks, battered and broken, tonking against the low-growth brush as it swings its massive woolly head side to side, its tangled auburn fur blowing eastward. The trudging mountain knows I'm there, but what am I to he? Nothing.
Not long after a mammoth left these footprints in the mud, their species went extinct in North America. So did camelops, the North American horse, and helmeted muskoxen. And while these footprints paint a vivid portrait of these animals in life, they also reveal a species in decline.
Very clearly, something's missing, and it's infants, the newborn, the young. Why aren't we seeing their tracks? Well, maybe they're light, but we're seeing lighter animals also. We're seeing their tracks, the horses and stuff like that.
The St. Mary's mammoth herd had far fewer juveniles than you'd expect in a healthy population. And one possible explanation was the warming climate. The Missoula floods were only one symptom of the dramatic changes occurring at the end of the Pleistocene. As temperatures warmed, ice sheets shifted north, and the environment shifted too. New plants moved into the grasslands that these grazing animals had relied upon.
But the last discovery we'll share from Wally's Beach hints at another factor. A discovery made by one of Shane's students, a fourth grader named Travis.
Picked up a piece that they thought might be an artifact, and then the next day Travis brought it to me. Well, I about fell out of my chair. It's a Clovis point.
Clovis points are sharp stones used for hunting by ancient human cultures. And these Clovis points held a clue, which revealed exactly what they were used for.
Horse protein residue. Those horses had been butchered, and that was a North American first.
Wally's preserves a record of Ice Age animals and humans, and produced the first archaeological evidence of these humans hunting horses. Later finds revealed they also hunted camels. When I first started working as a ranger at Glacier, the story of Wally's Beach grabbed me. I put Ice Age horses and mammoths in a campground talk that I've given for the last 6 years, and in my program, this has always been where the story ends. Camels were here, people were too. But actually visiting Wally's Beach, hearing from Shane about the work he and his colleagues and his students have put into understanding and preserving this history, it made me wonder, what was life like for the people that once stood here. What was it like to be human 13,000 years ago?
All right, let me recap. Right in our backyard, well, Glacier's backyard, Wally's Beach has a record of Ice Age wildlife.
Yeah, a pretty extensive one at that.
These are animals that they're really different than what we have here today.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have discovered evidence of Ice Age humans.
Yeah, and a lot of this evidence at Wally's Beach is in the form of something called lithics.
Lithics.
You've probably heard of that before.
Yeah, lithics are stone tools that are like made by people.
Exactly. That includes the projectile points that were used to hunt horses at Wally's Beach, but they've also found thousands of different points and other tools.
Shane used the term Clovis point, which, if I remember right, that's one of the very oldest kinds of lithics in North America.
Yeah, so the term Clovis comes from projectile points found outside of Clovis, New Mexico. They're a distinct type of lithic that have been identified all over North America and date back well beyond 10,000 years ago. So they are artifacts from one of the oldest and most widespread cultures that we know about in North America.
So beyond their tools, beyond these lithics, do we know much about Clovis people? Like what their lives were like?
I mean, the short answer is no, we don't know much.
The topic of Pleistocene era people is always going to be a mystery for the foreseeable future. We have to assume that life was pretty challenging because of the geographic, ecological aspects of that era.
This is Shane Doyle.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shane Doyle. I'm a member of the Upsalaga Nation. I'm an educational and cultural consultant. I live in Bozeman, Montana. And, I hail from Crow Agency.
Another Shane. 2 Shanes in one episode.
Yes, but I called Shane Doyle because he has studied and worked to understand these Ice Age cultures.
Lithics, the points that they used, are really the best evidence that we have. We don't have a lot of human materials to understand that time period outside of the hunting and other tools that these folks made.
Some of the only materials durable enough to survive these last 10,000 years or more are stones and bones. So even as scientists develop new and better technologies like ground-penetrating radar and aerial imagery, we're still limited by what little is left.
I don't think we have a lot of data that we can really turn to that will really provide us with a more comprehensive picture of what life was like for Pleistocene era native people. So I think we kind of have to use our imagination.
This is where we get back to the conundrum we found with the Missoula floods, the limitations of imagination. I talked with retired Forest Service archaeologist Carl Davis, and he pointed out that the presence of stone tools and absence of anything else has affected our understanding of these cultures by focusing on the masculine aspects of ancient life.
And archaeologists, who were primarily male for many, many years, that's what they really got into. And women and children kind of got left in the dust because the evidence of women's activities, this wonderful perishable industry of all kinds of things, there's no evidence. We certainly can assume they're wearing, carefully crafted, tightly sewn clothes and stuff, but we don't have any evidence whatsoever. So we don't really know what they looked like, what they ate, what language they spoke.
And our understanding of these communities has been shaped by more than just projectile points.
I think in North American archaeology, there has been some bias about sort of giving legitimacy to the capability of these first peoples, these indigenous peoples. It may be colonialism, it may be imperialism, it might be a little bit of racism, but I think we have a hard time maybe giving credit where credit is due.
That's where anthropology begins to fall short when we go all the way back to those ancient times. It's reflected in artwork that we often see represented from people of that day and age. The clothing that they wear is shaggy and their hair is unkempt and they're kind of usually slouched or like hunched over. They resonate with this very uncouth, something that modern man would look upon as undeveloped. And I reject that. I don't think that's, a very good indication of who these people were. I don't think that they didn't comb their hair. I don't think that they didn't care about the kind of clothes that they wore. I think that they always cared about that. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? I mean, even Sigmund Freud would agree with that. I just think that it's a shame that we portray them as being, dirty savages, honestly. People in the modern era tend to think of ourselves as being so special. We have all this information that cavemen or ancient people didn't have. And, well, I think on a daily basis, reflect on those ancient people and how they must have felt the same way about their lives as we do about ours. Obviously they didn't have nearly the kind of technology that we do, but think about how they must have been comparing their lives to other species, animals that didn't have the ability to talk or sing or dance or laugh or cry out of inspiration or joy. I mean, the emotional realm and spiritual ceremonial aspects of ancient life must have made those people feel like they were on the edge of tomorrow.
And as we talk about these cultures and wonder about their daily lives, try to imagine how they treated one another, what they valued, and who they loved. Shane emphasized that there is a lot more to these people than we will ever find buried in the ground.
And I think that's another thing that anthropologists often forget about, is that the trade culture was more than just material trade. These people wanted to learn about one another. They wanted to hear their stories. They wanted to know about their ceremonies. They wanted to know about their knowledge. That was the real trade culture. The material came along with it.
In the end, it might just be the social world that we thought had disappeared that can help us better understand this time after all.
I developed a course on Montana Plains Indians. During the process of creating that course, I looked at the different star stories of the tribes here in Montana, and it was clear to me that they shared common stories, and that the stories were very, very important. But when you consider that, we have at least half a dozen language families represented here in Montana, completely different languages. And so we're talking about languages where they don't even share a common sound. So how could it be then that these different speaking people would have the exact same star stories down to the minutiae, just the smallest details of people's names and the things that they did and how those things are reflected in the sky and on the ground, and the same stars and the same geographic features? I mean, all those things to me showed that these folks must have been in communication, in deep communication with one another.
Different cultures with different languages, living in different places, who still found a way to communicate. And it wasn't just star stories that they were sharing. It was technology, where and how to harvest teepee poles, how to stitch hides together, and harvest wild plants.
They were so determined to share with each other their knowledge and the best of their communities that they created a language independently of themselves. That, plain sign language exists really in and unto itself.
Plain Sign Language was the original American Sign Language, born out of trade between communities across the Great Plains.
The Plain Sign Language, I don't think probably dates all the way back to the Pleistocene era, but I do believe that the passage of the Clovis technology from community to community across the continent, all those communications and all of those different trade networks, that's where the seed of that was planted.
These insights from oral traditions can help us to imagine the cultures of these ancient communities. Curious, kind, and cooperative pioneers living here despite its hostile and icy climate. And as Perry found, oral history can also preserve a record of specific moments in time.
I wanted to talk to Sally Thompson, an anthropologist whose work with tribes throughout the Northwest found that indigenous communities have preserved memories of the Ice Age.
One of the task force members was telling me a story once of his clan's migration. And I said, wow, Ray, it sounds like you're taking me back to the late Pleistocene. And he said, well, I think I am. So he thought for a while, and then he said, we sing it. It's a chant. We repeat it the same way, the same time of year, in a ceremonial way. It's like your silent night. You wouldn't change the words. He said some of those words are so old we don't understand them anymore.
Wow.
So that really was life-changing for me, and I started paying attention in a very different way.
I know Sally from her book, People Before the Park, which she wrote with the Blackfeet and Kootenai tribes, sharing their traditional culture and lifeways here in Northwest Montana.
Well, my name's Sally Thompson, and really what we're talking about today, I'd like to say I'm a student, not an expert.
I love that.
I'm a student of what Native people have to teach us.
One thing she's learned is that oral traditions hold records of Ice Age floods, the phenomena that geologists squabbled about for decades. Some cultures have remembered them for thousands of years.
Imagine the time when immense sheets of ice were extending down from Canada all across northern North America. You know, to imagine it's not just filling the valleys, it's overlapping all but the very tallest peaks. Yeah, so picture you're standing on top of one of those peaks, and all you can see to the north and the east is ice.
When I hear this, I picture a glacier and the Flathead Valley full of ice and water from glacial Lake Missoula. But this describes the ice margin all along the northern edge of the U.S. Sally interviewed people from tribes all up and down the Columbia River, whose drainage system covers most of Washington, Idaho, and northwest Montana. One of these tribes is the Kootenai.
The Kootenai people are unique. They're not related to anyone anywhere. It may be because of where they were in these cataclysmic times that they were the only ones who survived. So most people have relatives, but the Kootenays are considered by anthropologists or linguists to be an isolated people, the only ones. And this is their story. Was it like before a tsunami where sensitive people think something's changing, or you hear this incredible sound and somehow you know to run up? Perhaps you've experienced, some flooding before, and you know you need to go up, and you just keep running, and somehow some people manage to survive that. Then you see people have run to the top of Rattlesnake Mountain on the Columbia and try and picture what happened. I interviewed a Coeur d'Alene elder one time. Felix Arepa told me, after he thought it through in his own language, the way his grandparents had told him the story, then he explained to me that the words they used for something like, everything changed, even the landscape.
This is a record of a human experience with these floods. Someone witnessed them, walked through the world they left behind, and shared that story with their community. Yet, despite knowing that, it's still difficult to place yourself in their shoes, to see their point of view rather than our own.
Even with everything we've learned, it is really hard to place yourself in a world that you'll never see. All of these stories have helped me to picture it. Herds of camels and mammoths sharing Montana with people who, in the face of a dramatically changing world, are learning from one another and passing on memories that will connect them to today. But I find myself imagining it almost like a painting, something that I can see, but that I can't touch. What would it take to bring this history to life? To be able to imagine myself there, like Shane Tolman did with the mammoth tracks? When I posed this question to Shane Doyle, he turned my attention to May of 1968 in rural Montana when two construction workers began digging rocks out of a hillside.
And so they were digging into a cliffside to get some flat sandstone rocks out of the cliff. And when they dug into the cliff, it was covered with this red dust that we call red ochre. Red ochre is a really sacred material.
Past the red ochre, they found lithics. And beyond that, human remains. They were digging in a grave. Found on the property of Helen and Dr. Mel Anzik, these human remains turned out to belong to a child between 1 and 3 years old. And while the haphazard digging at the site made it difficult to completely reconstruct the burial, it was determined that the child had been buried nearly 13,000 years ago.
He was probably no more than 3 years old when he died, was buried with a treasure trove of antiquities, over 118 priceless Clovis artifacts. Pretty much every tool that has ever been identified in any other Clovis site was found at that burial. These were valuable, treasured items that were rare and that were hard to produce. And they buried him with a child. This child had no social standing that we could measure or compare in any other culture at any other point in history. Even today, children are the most vulnerable people in society. They receive the least honor, they receive the least attention, they receive the least amount of resources devoted to them. If you look at what that burial spoke to, it spoke to what that community valued. Why would they put all of those items in there for a child who had never hunted? He was not a priest, he was not a ceremonial leader, he was not a warrior, he never produced any economic value. He was really just as children are today, but they present a resource that you have to provide for, part of your family that you have to attend to constantly.
The U.S. has a law that establishes the legal rights for tribes to repatriate or reclaim human remains uncovered in cases like this, but it wasn't passed until 1990.
This is before NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act. So all the materials, since they were found on private land, they were just taken by Mel and the two construction workers. The human remains, Mel gave those to his daughter, but at the time they were taken by a scientist, an archaeologist, who took them down to his lab in Arizona.
The remains stay in Arizona for about 30 years until eventually they're returned to Sarah Anzik, the granddaughter of Mel and Helen.
Once Sarah got them, turns out she was the molecular biologist. She had an interest in studying the remains to see if she could find out who this person was, who this child was. And, she said before that she just knew that this child had a story to tell and that it was an important story and that she wanted to help the child tell that story.
So she reached out to a lab in Denmark, and they set out to sequence the child's genome in an effort to understand its DNA and uncover who the child is related to.
The head guy over there, the scientist of the lab, his name is Eske Willerslev, and he and his team took on the study, and it took them 3 years to complete the genomic sequencing of this ancient remains. But when they did finally get the complete genome, they were able to compare it to other populations around the world, and it's pretty clear that he was one of the very first Native Americans on the continent.
At the same time this discovery was starting to ripple out into the scientific community, the Anzik child was also at the center of an effort to repatriate the remains, to place them back where they were buried 13,000 years ago, which is how Shane got involved. I don't expect there's really like a roadmap for the reburial. And what did it look like in the day?
There is no roadmap for repatriation. There are procedures that have been developed over years in certain circumstances that fit the bill, but this one was kind of different. Because it was so old, and we have to assume that the child was related to all of modern people today, that's a lot of people to try and bring into the process. I kind of took that task on to reach out to Native communities, to let them know what we were doing, to ask them if they wanted to participate. It took a long time. We had to have a lot of meetings. There were a lot of different folks involved, not just the tribal communities here in Montana, but also the Montana Burial Board. Sarah Anzik, she still maintained possession of the bones right up until the moment they were placed in the ground. Scientists, they still had materials from the Anzik child in their lab. The reburial was supposed to be comprehensive, and so they had to agree to put all of what they had of the boy in the lab into the ground. There were disagreements over where to rebury the boy, over how to rebury him. Some people believed we should just rebury him with like a rawhide pouch, put him in the ground so he could go back to Mother Earth. There were also suggestions to bury him at the Montana Historical Society out on the public lawn so that people would be dissuaded from trying to dig him up and steal him. I mean, you name it, there was a whole gamut of suggestions and ideas about how to rebury him and where to rebury him. And finally, at the end, we just decided to put him back as close to where he was as possible and put him in a nice small little casket. And, it was just a beautiful day. It was a beautiful ceremony. And like I said, we all felt good about it. Here's the thing that I've thought about a lot. We were there that day not just to show respect to that boy, but we were there to show respect to ourselves. When we respect others, we respect ourselves. And when we do that in a community, in a gesture where we all come together in a ceremonial way, that's a very powerful healing experience.
Do you think that the Anzac site, Pleistocene people, and this deep time can teach us about ourselves or even the future?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from those ancient people about strength, about resilience, about love, about what really matters in this life. I guess one theme that we see today in Hollywood is the post-apocalyptic world. We think when all the chips are down that we'll turn on each other. When I think of those ancient people, I'm inspired. I just think, they loved each other. And from everything that we can tell, they respected each other. I'm sure there were instances where that wasn't always true, but the Anzac grave and the show of love that was displayed for that child makes me believe that that wasn't just an isolated case. That this was part of their worldview. They believed in treasuring their relationships. And in a way, that's what it was when we reburied him that day.
To me, this story pulls your focus away from everything that separates us from Ice Age people. The ice sheets, scimitar cats, and more than 10,000 years, and shows instead our shared humanity. And to Shane, it illustrates what's possible when scientists and native communities work together.
I think we'll be able to tell the stories that right now we still can't really wrap our heads around, because we'll be able to wrap our hearts around what it means to be a human. And we'll be able to take that understanding and place it into these ancient time periods. And that will be able to inform and provide us with a better picture of why these people laughed, what they laughed about, what they cried about, who they loved. It's pretty hard to not understand what the Anzac burial represents. If you're a parent and your greatest fear is to lose a child, and you understand that this is what these people did, that message is pretty clear. 12,600 years later, you can still relate to the anguish that they must have felt. How unfair, how cruel, how impossibly difficult the loss that they suffered was. And the only way to heal from that is to just give the last full measure. That's a message that is crystal clear to me. There's nothing about that I don't understand.
It's true that sites like Anzac are extraordinarily rare, but the kindness that we can see there must have been common. In every laugh shared round the campfire, which echoed across newly ice-free valleys, and in a piece of hard-won camel shared as a meal with a loved one. Or in the simple joy of standing by a river and squishing the mud between your toes, right beside a set of fresh mammoth tracks.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski or Melissa Sloddick, and Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Special thanks this episode to Shane Tolman for driving to meet us.
And sharing your bug spray,
Shane Doyle, Carl Davis, Roz Gerstein,
Thanks, Mom.
Sally Thompson, Justin Radford, Andrew Smith, Vic Baker, and Ethan, our captain from the Glacier Park Boat Company. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We use art to find new perspectives on one of American history's most momentous yet misremembered events.
Lewis and Clark was just a story that I did not remember from school.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark. I just thought they're revered by so many.
That's next time on Headwaters. So Headwaters was made possible through the Conservancy, right, Andrew?
Yes.
But you also fund a lot of other projects. What are some examples of that?
Yeah, one I wanted to tell you about today is our wilderness condition monitoring work. We have this really cool project happening right now to outfit a lot of the park's wilderness rangers with tablets so that they can make live reports on the condition of the wilderness while they're out and about.
Used to be on paper reports that got lost and never found their way to the same place.
They would show up wet and crumpled and all sorts of different things would be written on them. So now everybody's got the same form. It comes all into one database and we can learn about threats to wilderness so fast and respond to them so that nothing happens to our beautiful wilderness here.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I guess if you want to learn about that project and more that the Conservancy funds, check out their website. And thanks.
Yeah, visit us at glacier.org.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My name is Elise Bowman, Sergeant, Troop K, 9th Cavalry. Today the sun come up, and it come up strong, burning through the treetops, and it lit up the world around me. And I saw the trail ahead of me, and I'm riding like we always do. And there was just the wind, just the sound of the wind in the sky and the sound of my horse and me breathing as we moved along the trail. And I started thinking that this is what freedom must feel like. Never felt freedom when I was a sharecropper growing up in South Carolina. Never knew about freedom when my mother and my daddy had been enslaved. Freedom was this wind. Freedom was this rain. Freedom was being pushed up into the sky by these mountains beneath my feet and the rain coming down. That was freedom. I couldn't find it in South Carolina. I couldn't find it where I enlisted in Nebraska, but now I got it, and I don't know if I could ever let it go. How do you let go of freedom when you hold it for the first time?
Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We're calling this season Becoming. It's not a complete history, but a series of stories about how Glacier National Park became what it is today. Landscape and history are inseparable. No history can be understood apart from the place in which it happens. And like landscapes, histories can erode. Stories can disintegrate or be buried under the sediment of those that follow. This episode is about a story that has been poorly preserved and deeply buried. Why that happened and why it matters. It is the story of the first Black park rangers and how so much of their history has been overlaid by the grains of 1,000 others. Perry, this episode is about the Buffalo Soldiers here in Glacier.
Yes.
Get us started.
So when I think of the Buffalo Soldiers, I think of our Park Service uniforms. You guys all have one, right?
In my closet.
Of course, it's pretty iconic and not very breathable, but the gray shirt, green pants and sweater, and then the big flat hat.
Well, did you know that those are based on the hats worn by the Buffalo Soldiers?
No.
And just to spell that out, Buffalo Soldiers were regiments of African-American soldiers in the Army.
Right, and they were essentially the first park rangers in the years before the Park Service was formed. And we still wear their hats.
Huh, I didn't know that.
So give us the background. How did these black regiments of Army soldiers come about?
Well, basically, segregation. After the Civil War, the Army created regiments for black soldiers to serve in, and they had to be separate from the ones that white soldiers served in.
But still, I suppose they were led by white officers, right?
Yeah, although there is a famous exception, Charles B. Young. He was a West Point grad who was acting superintendent of Sequoia National Park in 1903, and he's the first black superintendent of a park.
So they're soldiers in the Army, but they're working in the national parks because the National Park Service, it doesn't exist yet.
Right. And so there are national parks, Yellowstone, Sequoia, Yosemite,
Glacier.
But there are no park rangers yet. And that doesn't happen until 1916 when the NPS is formed.
So, what were they doing in parks at the time?
Well, they were doing a lot of similar things to what park rangers do now. They built roads and trails. They did firefighting work. They kept out vandals and poachers, all that kind of stuff.
But outside of those park ranger duties, I'm sure they had other missions, right?
Right. But back in those early days, this is post-Civil War, the racial climate back east isn't great. So for the most part, they were sent on assignments out west.
Okay, so the thought was less people, less prejudice, I guess, right?
Yeah, for the most part. But that doesn't mean it wasn't complicated. And so in addition to being proto-park rangers, a lot of their assignments were in the Indian Wars in the late 1800s. So they're fighting against indigenous people who are resisting being confined to reservations.
So, there's just a lot more to this story than meets the eye.
Right. They also did peacetime and exploratory missions too, including spending some time here in Glacier.
Really?
Yeah, they were here in 1910 fighting fires during the Big Burn, and they were also part of a couple early expeditions before this was even a park, including the Ahern expedition. One of the best surviving accounts of this expedition is from G.E. Culver, the geologist they brought along, who starts his report by describing the group.
The party consisted of 2 mountaineers, 2 prospectors, 2 Indian guides, a squad of soldiers black as ebony, and the rider. All were mounted and well armed. 30 days' rations were carried.
So Culver, this guy is your main source for this story. He was the team's scientist, and he kept a record of the trip that you're looking at.
Yeah, he recorded kind of the broad strokes of the adventure, but it's 2 pages of adventure and 15 pages of geology. But through his writing and his sketches of the mountains, you can start to reconstruct where they went and why. I had an actor read some excerpts from the report.
The object of the expedition was to find, if possible, a pass over the main range, farther north than any then known, to map the course of the streams and the principal Indian trails.
So roughly, they went up the east side trying to find a pass over the mountains. They tried many glacier with no luck and then kept trying further north.
I'm not surprised they had trouble finding a pass. The mountains here, they're glacially carved, they're famously steep.
Yeah. So this expedition of about 15 people travels several hundred miles across the park and in a big loop around northwest Montana over 57 days.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever backpacked more than maybe a couple nights at a time.
Yeah, me neither. So while it would have been quite an adventure to retrace their whole journey, I decided to just follow their footsteps where they crossed the Continental Divide, probably the most challenging day of their trip. And today, it's called Ahern Pass. It takes a solid day of hiking to get to Ahern Pass, if not a couple days. And I'm heading out with Michael and Gabby to see it for myself. If you want to figure out what you don't know, go hiking without any cell service. As soon as you can't look something up, you realize how little you understand. And as I hike, I'm realizing how little I know about the soldiers themselves. Why aren't there any first-hand accounts from them? What do they think of this place?
My name is Shelton Johnson, and I currently work as the Community Engagement Specialist for Yosemite National Park.
Shelton is one of the most renowned and respected rangers in the Park Service. He appeared in Ken Burns' National Parks documentary, and he's one of the foremost experts on this history. He's studied, portrayed, and written about buffalo soldiers for decades, including the first-person narrative that began this story, which was a clip from his podcast series, A Buffalo Soldier Speaks. And so based on your research, can you speculate, like, what their experience was like? Like, what did they think of the landscape? What did they...
Yeah, no, I think that they felt what most people feel. It's a universal sentiment, if you will, to be impressed by a landscape that is literally overwhelming. That happened in Yosemite, it happened in Yellowstone, it certainly would have happened in Glacier National Park, because the landscape itself sparks that sense of wonder. And I think that's a human trait that is universal.
The morning when we looked out of our tents, the fog was slowly drifting away, and glimpses of the lofty peaks could be had through rifts in the fog. The effect was quite striking.
This was one of the earliest mapping expeditions of the region, long before the park existed. They climbed peaks, made camp, and spent weeks in this rugged mountain ecosystem. It's the sort of trip that people take today to get away from it all, to escape everyday life.
The difference would be that they lived in and operated in a virulently racist time period. When you're part of an expedition, there's a certain level of interdependence and respect that has to be there in order for it to function properly, in order for everyone to benefit from that association.
If you've ever been camping or backpacking with a group, you can understand this sort of teamwork. You figure out who carries what, who sets up the tent, who cooks the food.
A few ducks, grouse, and ptarmigan paid our cookhouse a visit, as did numerous fine trout. Of large game, we secured 1 bighorn and 16 mountain goats. The young of the latter are very fine eating. The old bucks taste of musk.
So, and as you get to know people, you see beyond, to a great degree, ethnicity, you see beyond gender, but be that as it may, they were still, quote unquote, colored soldiers of that time.
America's prejudices followed them everywhere, even into the wilderness.
If you did something that was done very well, you did that in spite of your race. If you failed at a task, you failed at that task because of your race. But race was always part of that dynamic. You were viewed fully through the lens of race and through the lens of class. And there wasn't an escape from it at any point.
At one point, the group reached a dead end, a high-walled mountain basin, where they met a group of Stoney Indians, also called the Nakota people. Ahern loaned their chief his rifle, and the chief gave them directions. And this wasn't the first time they'd encountered indigenous people on the expedition. By one account, they shared a third of their rations along the way with Blackfeet people. But elsewhere, regiments of buffalo soldiers had been fighting wars against tribal nations, most famously in the Southwest, fighting the Apache. I have often wondered what the buffalo soldiers thought of interacting with the indigenous people. Would they have felt like a solidarity with another oppressed people?
When you read a lot of the colored newspapers of that time period, there was certainly a sentiment that why should we aid and abet the theft of a land from another group of people who are not that dissimilar from ourselves. Dissimilar certainly in terms of culture, but in terms of the racial attitudes of the time, they were all cast into the same box. But at the same time, there were African Americans who felt that by enlisting in the United States Army and potentially sacrificing their life, it was almost like, we have done this for you, for this nation. And so it was an investment in the future by potentially sacrificing yourself for a nation that did not recognize the fullness of your humanity. Perhaps the fullness of that humanity would be recognized for your children.
While this expedition was a peaceful one, it was still dangerous. Following the advice of the Stoney Indians, the party set out to climb the Rocky Mountain Pass ahead of them, Ahern Pass. Here's Lieutenant Ahern's report from that day.
August 22nd. As I led the pack train out this morning, I felt extremely anxious as there were several places on the trail where a misstep meant certain death. At one place, we climbed a narrow and very steep rock 15 feet high in which We had to cut steps. We led our most troublesome animals over this. My feelings were indescribable when I started up this rock, not knowing what the horse would do. The ledge was about 18 inches wide. On the lower side was a fall of 1,900 feet.
I can only imagine riding a horse through this kind of terrain, but Shelton doesn't have to. He's done reenactments of Buffalo Soldier patrols in Yosemite on horseback, in full uniform with saddles and gear of the period. Why did you choose to wear the uniform, to ride on horseback? Why was that important to you, and what did you learn from it?
I chose that pathway because I wanted to not just see the history from the outside looking in, the way that you look through a window at a world that there's a partition between you and that world. I wanted to put myself into the history. And the best way to do that would be to do what they did and to wear the uniform that they wore, to ride a saddle that they might have ridden. And when you're on a horse and you look straight down, all you see is the horse. The horse is blocking the view of the ground beneath your feet. And when you're 12 feet above the ground and you look over, you just see an abyss if you're going on a trail along a canyon wall. You can talk about it, but it's better if you live it. And if you live it, then you really feel it. And if you feel it, then it's you. You've become the past that you're interpreting. And that's what I wanted. That's why I did that. And it did deepen my experience, and it did deepen my perception of this entire history.
To deepen my experience and perception of this history, I have to live it. I wanted to go to Ahern Pass.
The Indians called us Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy.
Hi. Where are we?
We're almost at Ahern Pass. Very close. But not quite.
How are you feeling right now?
Tired, hot, a bit out of breath. Pretty excited about the view.
It's been a long hike, but since I'm being recorded, I'm trying to act like I'm not too out of breath.
Look around. What do you see?
I see a snowfield, this flat, grassy pass. Sheep! There's oh my God, there's a dozen of them. Are those little baby sheeps? I love them.
We finally made it to Ahern Pass. The mountains on either side are towering and impenetrable, but the pass itself is a low point between them. A small meadow full of wildflowers and tiny trees with a view down to Helen Lake and the plains beyond. There's even a trail up here now on the west side, but that's not the side the Buffalo Soldiers came up.
How steep do you think it is down to Helen?
I don't know. Let's go peek over the edge if we can not fall off of it.
Their route, basically a cliff.
Ooh, this is very steep. Ah! Michael! Don't go so close to the edge.
Oh my God.
Oh! I know.
No way.
I'm flabbergasted at trying to take horses up here. This is absurd.
That's a lot steeper than I expected.
Yes. I thought there would be these sort of grassy green slopes with bare grass, and that can be tough to traverse. And there was maybe one rock ledge that they had to climb over or something, and that's what they cut steps into. But this is just a vertical cliff.
Glaciers carved this valley, leaving behind a steep rock wall below the pass. It's perfect for cliff-dwelling bighorn sheep, but a terrifying place to take a horse. The slope rises sharply from the lake, turning into a network of ledges covered in crumbling rock that clatters loose at the slightest nudge. Ahern Glacier looms to the north, and the landscape feels alive, the geology an active force.
We're looking down at Helen Lake, and I see Elizabeth Lake in the distance. And I mean,
Ahern Pass is 2,000 feet above the lake at its foot, and the summit wall on either side of the pass was estimated to be at least 1,500 feet more. The entire force had worked 2 days in making a trail from the foot of the talus slope to the summit of the pass. The ascent is very steep and was made with difficulty.
I did not imagine it would look like this.
Well, knowing that they had horses and stuff, I definitely imagined it to be a bit more gradual.
Yeah. Like if I looked at this, like could I get down this or up this? I'd be like, I don't know if I really want to do that. I would definitely need a helmet.
I don't know that this is the most hopeful way to get across.
No, I'd be like, maybe let's try Canada instead. How about Logan Pass? It definitely gives me a newfound respect for what they were doing here and their skill to navigate in a place like this. Because they still had hundreds of miles of journeying left in this expedition, but I think this was probably the toughest point.
It makes me feel like really reflective, because this was
1890.
1890.
Yeah, 20 years before the park was even established. So in a way, their presence probably hastened or contributed to the eventual formation of the park. But yeah, it was 132 years ago. And so, it's pretty cool to know that they walked right through this spot.
Visiting Ahern Pass was the first time I felt close to this story that so far I'd only read about. Retracing their steps feels like another way of reaching out, in the same way that Shelton has tried to understand the Buffalo Soldiers by writing and performing from their perspective.
But around here, I notice these rocks got a tendency to remember everything that's ever happened to them. This place got a tendency to remember everything that has ever happened to it. Nothing.
It's easy to think of the backcountry here as a place where, you go to get away from people. But I don't know, it's been really cool to think about all the people that have been here before me and all the stories that this landscape contains.
And we call that an echo. We call that something over your shoulder that makes you pull back and look quick to see if you can catch it. But nothing that ever comes through this place is ever forgotten. And you ain't got to lie down in a bedroll for too many nights before you realize that it's all being remembered and it's all being held on.
In a way, it feels less lonely to be out here when you think of all the other people who've come here before me.
So I'm wondering this. Will this place remember me? Will it remember my shadow cast on the earth? Will it remember the sound of my horse as it moved through that canyon? Will that be remembered?
Every place has a history, and history has a place too. But most people have never been to Ahern Pass, and most people don't know this story. If history can be eroded, some rocks are harder than others, more resistant to wearing away. Some layers of history become bedrock, common knowledge that we all share. Or they crystallize into something easily found, like when a place is named for a person. Like George Patrick Ahern, the expedition leader. A peak, a creek, a glacier, and, of course, a pass are all named for him. The white leader of this diverse group that mapped this section of the park. His story might not be common knowledge, but his biography isn't hard to find either.
Can you tell that story and talk about, how you talked about expanding the frame?
Yeah, and that's the photograph of Theodore Roosevelt next to John Muir in May of 1903 at Glacier Point. And then I discovered through my research that in 1903, Yosemite and Sequoia National Parks were protected by the 9th Regiment of Cavalry, one of the Buffalo Soldier regiments. And so since the official escort for Theodore Roosevelt at that time, for President Roosevelt, were these African-American troops that belonged to the 9th Cavalry, they're there. And yet there's no photographic evidence of them being there. And so when I give my performance, I share that story, I talk about how a soldier might be standing there and being within 10 or 15 feet of the president, and they get kind of moved. No, could you guys move back? Could you move over there? You're in the picture. The picture is a focus on Theodore Roosevelt and John Muir. The picture is not supposed to capture the African-American soldiers who are there, who are actually protecting the park all summer long. And so the question then becomes, who also, throughout history, who are the folks that have been pushed away to the boundaries, to the frontier of that light that tries to capture a moment in time? And frequently, it's women, and frequently, it's people of color. And that's how history is lost.
What I like about kind of how you tell that story is that you don't need to rewrite history. You're expanding the frame. You're expanding our understanding of what happened in these moments that we think we already know about.
Yeah, that's what it really is. It's if you look at it from the point of view of a tapestry, the threads, those colorful threads of ethnicity, were always there. It's just that the perception that we have of that tapestry has literally been put into black and white. And the black part's not there. The red part's not there. The yellow, these other colors that were always present weren't there. And if that became and established the template for our perception of who was in the West at that time, then we've been gifted with a distortion.
Buffalo Boy. Buffalo Boy. The Indians called us Buffalo Boy.
I was also curious about some of the structural reasons that this kind of distortion might happen again and again. I reached out to Anthony Wood, a historian who has focused on Black history in Montana. I started by asking him why stories about people of color, like the Buffalo Soldiers, and especially the ones on this expedition, can be so hard to find in history. Because that's one of the things I've been wondering about with the Buffalo Soldiers is like, we don't really have many of those primary sources. So it's like, what existed in the first place and what is preserved over time or not?
So in this particular case, I'm fairly confident in saying there is a high likelihood that everyone involved was probably literate. There are obviously a handful of Black soldiers from these divisions that were very eloquent writers and really, and more so, excellent storytellers. But those are stories that certainly were existing. The primary sources, the letters of this is what we did today, even if they were short, certainly existed at one point, probably on a fairly large scale.
So then what affects whether those are preserved over time or not, like whether we have those today?
Right. Well, there's the very practical matter of whether or not families, a lot of working class, people did not keep papers in the same way that wealthier or upper class people did. But it's also probably something else. I think that by the time you get into the 20th century, the narratives, the stories that have been taken up and carried about what types of people went out and, quote unquote, conquered the untamable wilderness and so on, and the role that soldiers often played in this is a very racialized one, and it's predominantly the figure of a white, hyper masculine, man who's going out and is
that mountain man.
That mountain man.
And so you're kind of saying that, like, if people had these letters, maybe they were their parents or their grandparents from when they were in the Buffalo Soldiers out in the West, that wouldn't seem like it would fit into the narrative. It wouldn't seem like something important that maybe they should preserve, that it wasn't part of that history.
Right. Yeah.
So one way that some histories erode away is when the keepers of those stories don't recognize their importance. Sometimes because the stories don't fit into the dominant narrative. Anthony has studied the Black community of historic Helena, Montana, but since there are so few firsthand accounts from early Black Montanans, he's often looked to other sources, like Black-owned newspapers.
In my case, I spent a lot of time working with and relying on the 3 black newspapers in town, 2 of which were incredibly useful, but they also gave a window into a type of social history, the everyday lives, which I'm also really fascinated with, that just does not exist anywhere else outside of one person's perspective in, maybe a journal or a diary. And that's these sections of the paper. They're like the community notes, or they sometimes in Butte, the Butte newspaper, they call them the dope book, where they just do funny, sometimes serious, sometimes just newsy briefs. This person went hiking today, they caught this many fish, or, this person went over and had, lunch in Helena.
But these black newspapers were only in print for a limited amount of time.
1 year, 8 months in 1894, 1 year in 1902, and then from 1906 to 1912.
Wow.
And
very limited.
It narrows my scope to what I study, certainly.
So for all the rest of those years, outside the handful that those black newspapers operated, often the sources you end up with are from white writers, white journalists, white expedition leaders.
That if you were to read them and try and reconstruct what life looks like for a daily black Montanan, those sources just simply can't speak to it. The topography of the source world, it's not neutral. It's has real and perceptible biases to it.
Anthony uses landscape as a way to explain these aspects of studying history, especially the ideas of sedimentation and erosion.
Landscape is the dominant metaphor for the study of race in the United States. We say the racial landscape, and it's just an assumed metaphor.
So how does that fit for you into the historical record? How do you apply those terms?
So the way I apply the idea of erosion and sedimentation is to focus on the way that stories are told or not told. A story that is, left aside and not told, we can think about it as being eroded. It sets us into certain ways of thinking about the past and about thinking about what really matters, who really belongs, who's really at home in this place. Is this something that exists because it fits the pattern or it fits the channel where the water is flowing most easily?
Every time we tell our national story, some things are being added, while others are being forgotten, covered over by stories fresher in our memories, ones we choose to tell instead.
Erosion can take place in multiple speeds and durations. It can be fast and enormous, like a flood that just rips everything out and you get, the scablands of eastern Washington. Or it can be slow and glacial, and it can just take a very long time, and you can have just an imperceptible change over such a long generation or more.
Like a story that's not told, that's not passed on and slowly forgotten.
Yeah. And the way I'm experiencing this landscape right now is both as something that is in the past and changing in the present. And the way that it is changing in the present is because of the past.
When I looked out from Ahern Pass, I saw U-shaped valleys carved by glaciers during the last ice age. But the glaciers followed those paths because rivers and streams already flowed there. Today, the glaciers are gone, but Ahern Creek flows down the valley those glaciers left behind. Everything in geology, and I'd argue in history, is shaped by what came before.
It's happening in the moment that you're studying it. It's happening, in the 1890s. Then it happens again.
It's like the sands are always shifting.
Yeah, and so how do you study that?
I'm a geologist, so yes. I love this.
I'm glad that, I wonder if that was why.
And I love thinking about geology this way too. It's like people think about geology as something that happened in the past, but it's still happening all the time.
Exactly.
So many of these choices happened in the past. What sources or places that people and institutions choose to preserve, which stories are told or not told. So what are the consequences of forgetting them?
The past isn't dead. It isn't even past. That's the William Faulkner quote that I've often used. It lives on into the present. And that is one of the problems that we have today, is that we do not fully see the challenges and the iniquities that exist in the past, which is why so many people do not understand the anger that exists today, that you see and hear in the newspapers among people of color, among African Americans in particular, but also among Native Americans, is rooted in the iniquities of the past. But the past isn't, it's still here. It's still happening today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a modern day Black Lives Matter movement. It's rooted in the perception that what happened in the past is continuing into the present.
And these choices about how we represent history not only affect how we view the past and understand the present, but they're still being made every day.
You've spent probably the better part of your career telling these stories, specifically the Buffalo Soldier story, these stories that we don't otherwise get to hear.
Yes.
Why is that? Why have you devoted your career to that?
Well, because of the cultural perception that is literally held by African Americans today. African Americans in general feel that, national parks, that's not something that we do. That's something white folks do. We don't do that. And they have that perception because of what we just talked about, because they've not read in a history book about the role of African Americans in the Trans-Mississippi West, going all the way back to Lewis and Clark. I mean, that is our Odyssey. That's our Homer and that's our Virgil. It starts out with Lewis and Clark in 1803. The fact that there was a person of color that was part of that expedition, specifically an enslaved person, Clark's manservant, who became invaluable to the success of that expedition. That's something that should be shared in every classroom and every school in the United States, because then all children would grow up with this vision that is inclusive rather than a vision that is exclusive.
It matters who tells the story. This is the question of representation, but it's also a question of history.
This is Dr. Carolyn Finney.
I call myself a storyteller, in part because I stand at the intersection of the arts, education, and lived experience to talk about issues of race, place, belonging, the environment, justice, all the good stuff, and a few things that are hard.
I wanted to talk to one more person to bring this story into the present day. For 8 years, Carolyn served on the National Park System Advisory Board, and she's the author of the book Black Faces, White Spaces. There's a quote in her book that says, "The power of representation lies in its ability to shape today's reality through the reality of the past." Dr. Finney explained that if you exclude the histories of certain people from national parks, then you're less likely to see those people in national parks.
And so I can't talk about the past without talking about the present. There could be 100 reasons for reasons why the Buffalo Soldier story took so long to come to light. Yeah. Part of it is going to be Jim Crow. Part of it is going to be we're living in a country where, and I'm only talking about Black folks here, that Black folks weren't seen as fully human, until sometime in the last 50 years, but not just Black people. All kinds of people from all walks of life have been challenged in terms of their skin color, their gender, where they live, how much money they have in their pockets, their religious beliefs. I mean, we're still doing that today, and that's going to matter. So when I look at the history of Buffalo Soldiers or any group of people and wonder why it's taken this long for them to get there, I understand, the first question I ask is, well, who was doing the telling? Mm-hmm. Representation is important. If you leave a whole lot of stuff out, then I'm only getting part of the story. Mm-hmm. And somewhere that means I am only partially who I can become.
What do you think the role of national parks and public lands is in interpreting history and in exploring this relationship of people to place and landscape and land and environment?
Well, public lands for whom? That's why I say it's really, and I always tell people it's not like you crossed over into a public land and suddenly there was no racism. Mm-hmm. And people carry those beliefs with them, whether they work in a park or are visiting a park or not, right? The public lands are for everyone is a really nice sentiment.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about? Who's claiming that? Where is that? I think I understand the common good, the idea of land being for the public. This is for all of us. And I think it sits on a complicated history of blood, sweat, and tears for real, And I think the only way that public lands can really serve us all is that we engage that blood, sweat, and tears as part of the story. This is where our redemption lies. For me, the beauty of public lands is that we can actually find redemption in who we've been and who we are right now. The public lands give us that opportunity.
To keep these histories from eroding, we need to do the work of preserving them.
You know, I think when I look at the Buffalo Soldier story from the inside out, what becomes obvious to me, what becomes perceivable to me, is that there are so many stories involving women, involving other people of color, other communities, that are not told or not heeded, and that those stories could have a profound impact on how we see ourselves and how we see our own country.
I think in parks like this, the history is often left out of the landscape. A big, beautiful park like Glacier that people think of for the mountains and the rivers and the bears, all of those things are part of the story, and so are people, and so are the history.
Yes. Yeah.
All those stories need to be told, because we are not the America we think we are. We're still on the road to becoming the nation that we think we already are. We're not there yet. And people who feel that we are there yet do not understand the fullness of our history.
That in and of itself should make us recognize and revere the idea of public lands so much more, not avoid the telling of that history because it's not a pretty telling. That should make it cost people something for us to be able to call a piece of land public. And we as the public have a responsibility and an accountability to that idea of public lands. That's the conversation I want to have around public lands.
And that is what's powerful about telling these stories. It makes American history, reveals American history to be much deeper than we give it credit for being. And anything that results in a deepening of light, a deepening of sound, a deepening of color, results in a clearer vision of who we are as human beings, who we are as Americans.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music, and Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Extra special thanks this episode to Shelton Johnson, Carolyn Finney, Anthony Wood, Daniel Brewster, and the Black Park Ranger Experience. Also, thank you to Ed Whittle, Tim Stevenson, and Frank Gerard. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Sloddick, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives team, and we relied on so many great resources from the Montana Historical Society, so thanks to them too. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
The history of homesteading and allotment in Northwest Montana.
Everybody thinks it's so simple, but it gets so complicated.
There were strong personalities, and they disagreed about a lot of stuff, but in the winter, you get along.
To William Howard Taft, June 1910. There is 1,353 flathead that don't want to be open.
That's next time on Headwaters. So, Andrew.
Yes.
Headwaters couldn't happen without the support of the Glacier Conservancy. But you guys also help with so many other projects in the park.
Yeah. One I wanted to talk about today is the project to build an accessible trail around Swift Current Lake. Swift Current Lake is right in front of the Many Glacier Hotel. It's probably one of the most popular trails in the Many Glacier Valley.
Hiked it many times.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. And we're working on a long-term partnership over the next few years with the MCC, the Montana Conservation Corps, to make a wheelchair accessible trail all the way around so that people with mobility impairments can enjoy that lake and that beautiful area just like the rest of us.
That sounds like a great project.
Yeah, we think the national park should be available to everyone, so we're really excited to make it happen.
And if people want to learn more, how can they do that?
They should visit our website, and they can find us at glacier.org.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners. Our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have two special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then, starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So, a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection. And this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Jobe, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. With, could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
Mm-hmm. So we have two permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are two of us that work
There are
year-round.
all two of you.
All two of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Goodness, Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the
yeah,
district.
in some ways.
In
Kathy
some
is
ways.
the East District
Right.
interpreter or East District naturalist.
Right.
I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
no comment there, but
No comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family,
Mhm.
and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974.
Mhm.
And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the
Holsworth.
Holsworth.
Yeah.
Yep, coming up here and homesteading.
Uh-huh.
And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which you
Mhm.
don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
Mhm.
yeah, and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s, the Holsworth sold it with their belongings intact. So
Hmm.
you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of
Mhm.
what homesteading life was
Mhm.
like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat.
Mhm.
Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh wow, okay, that's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my
Uh-huh.
great grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives'
Mhm.
home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was one thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like it just kind of gave you a feel for
Tell them about how that came to be.
yeah.
So there are a lot of
Yeah,
taxidermy
there's a
items
lot.
out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't
And
visited, number one, you should come visit. And yeah, it's just like
there's an
coat
incredible,
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth, he has all of his tools and
Mhm.
everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore, and so he went back to school or to school long distance.
Like
to
correspondence
courses to
Wow.
Nebraska,
Ah.
and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early
like, how do you
1920s.
get stuff here?
Right.
That's amazing.
And so in 1924 he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see.
Mhm.
So yeah, they turned a pretty tough situation into something
Yeah.
really interesting and a great opportunity for the
Yeah.
family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
Is that
really
a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like a
also
full-sized
a full-size deer,
Full-bodied.
and it's kind of white because
Uh-huh.
it's been bleached by the sun,
Yeah.
so that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there.
Mhm.
And then yes, in the mama cabin, there's a lot of
Yeah.
deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool,
Yeah. Yep.
which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct? When they
Yes.
built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was what was homesteading like here
And
in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came.
Yeah, and why did
That's
they
interesting.
come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. and so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family, and had to figure out what to do. What to do. They were in their early 50s. They had to really start over in the middle of their lives, and they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the park was already a national park, but where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead. And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, he would have been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year round. And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town even in the winter.
Seems very remote.
Very remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough.
And just hard winters.
Very hard winters.
Up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible back then as well.
Too. I just can't imagine trying to homestead out here.
I know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors. Now we don't do all of that today, but we're still in the business of serving visitors, and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah, when did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long before they were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here. And Mama or Sophia Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And Johnny was doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921. And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as
really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that kitchen.
Wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here.
Wow.
And that included food and whatnot, and probably horses to go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah. I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here, it probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud Pass or over Fall River Road. It would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd probably stay for a while.
Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside, staying in a little cabin or whatnot for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site.
Mm-hmm.
And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get
Mhm.
out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a bingo, a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it?
The
footstool's on it.
The toilet seat and twin one is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's
okay.
in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of time because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that happens.
It's a great place
the
to
first
stay.
time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it. And we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
So heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
been
like,
hot.
okay, I'm hot.
Like,
Immediately, take it off.
I'm done.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down
Good
to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes,
Yeah.
you'd just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not. I'm
True.
not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
so while we're setting it up, when people pull up, you're driving on 30 Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. You'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose
Yep.
that you see along the way.
Elk or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a sight.
We're counting. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out
12?
here, plus a few outhouses that
Yeah.
are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look
right?
in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because
The
that's where
mama
all
cabin,
the
okay.
that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of
Uh-huh.
the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
It's
we're
really
audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah.
But you need to come see it.
It's really, really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as
Uh-huh.
well as the taxidermy shop.
Uh-huh.
There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake
Yeah.
in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth
Yeah.
family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually the real
really-
grass. Yes.
That's amazing.
And then the little tent house
Mm-hmm.
that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then
Uh-huh.
the one down by the parking lot as well,
Uh-huh.
the Fleshy cabin,
Uh-huh.
which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get. They have to get a guided tour through
Yep.
Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like
socks.
a hand wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we have
Wow.
clothes for you all to try on. And you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow.
So
So much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
I
We do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on.
Oh, I
And you can.
see.
You can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's certainly an original artifact.
Log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse
Saw
made out of
sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's a
but
lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is basically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together or cleaning fish or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a
I sense
whole
a
lot.
theme.
It's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons or
Wow.
Yeah, they
making
make
period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
the program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of
I
the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can check
Miles
our
takes
online
care of,
calendar.
you
Yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our
Oh, yeah,
really
this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. Happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
Come see an old
it
campfire
wouldn't
with an
offend
old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshett Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good,
Sounds great.
family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I didn't think of it all at once.
On the 18th, the Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a
we're
big one.
celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family
Yeah.
homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to, do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So
Mhm.
if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth, and then not too long ago we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part. When did the Kawanichi Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well,
It's
it
okay.
changed little by little.
Uh-huh.
Slowly, the park accumulated some of the
Just
private
in
in-holding
parcels?
lands
Okay.
and parcels.
Mhm.
Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they
Wow.
accumulated a lot of land
That's a
over
lot.
the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975.
Mhm.
So that was a good chunk of the Kawanichi Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings
Mhm.
in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah.
Yeah, there's just a few
Just
last
a few, right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established.
Mhm.
And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy
Mhm.
just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners,
Right.
there's an attempt to try and
Right.
make the park whole in terms
Mm.
of the boundaries of the
Mhm.
private property.
Mhm.
So more sites that people can go visit. That
Mhm.
particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road.
Mm.
But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state
Right.
for generations to come.
Yeah. Forever, hopefully.
yeah,
At least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
So, what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have
Mhm.
volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for
Oh.
some of the volunteers who get to
Wow.
experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. With no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We
Grand
have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're
Yeah.
always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at
Wow.
Holsworth Historic Site, and I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. Got to be in the 30,000. And those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing
Yeah.
volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah.
Give,
So
give
much
back
time.
to the national park.
Yeah, I
so.
remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone. And she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
incredible. It was
yeah.
like a full time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much, and not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it,
Yeah.
and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but
Yeah.
pretty close by the Continental Divide,
Mhm.
by the main range that runs through here with all the
Mhm.
high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district.
Mhm.
During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year.
Yep.
Usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there, it's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in
That's
terms
what
of
you
how
hear.
people enter,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think
Right,
yeah,
right.
that's just
In terms
entrance,
of where-
enter,
yeah, that's
entrance
just
station.
entrance,
So,
yeah.
but a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail
Mhm.
Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And
Sure.
so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the
Mhm.
west side would be a good target to come over here
Mhm.
and see some of that.
Mhm.
We have this wonderful historic site,
Mhm.
which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours
Right.
through an
Yeah,
intact.
it's usually like something was here,
Right.
or here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's
Right,
not,
right.
oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their.
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge. Obviously,
Yeah.
one of the major rivers in the United States, and it starts from little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So
Mhm.
it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts
so
its journey.
I mean, people if they come to the park should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything, but the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park, and so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh yeah, one of the fun
That's an
things to
odd
do
one.
is to have people when they visit Holsworth Historic Site be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around, and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide.
Uh-huh.
And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass,
Mhm.
and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains.
Uh-huh.
And so it's kind of funky to be up here at
Yeah.
the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental
Yeah,
Divide.
it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
Yeah.
It's really neat.
Yeah.
It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the
No,
way
we
up
have
to the headwaters.
one of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees, and it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So,
Yeah, I
if
like
you're
that
looking
walk a
for
lot.
something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's just beautiful out there.
Yeah, what are some other kind of, not all-day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way. But it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro. But it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day. So that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. One of definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations. But it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it, and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
good.
Yeah,
well, part of it is because it's a nice valley, so you have the option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January, and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park that are different from what you can easily access in the summer. Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere. Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter, too.
We get lots of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow is a reality. Snow, snow
definitely
is a
different from the east side of the park. What's weather and conditions on this side?
We usually get
compared
an
to the other
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So much more than us.
Oh yeah. With the way the storms come from the west and bump up against the Continental Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground. Yeah. Usually by the time you get to late December, early January, the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross-country skier in terms of like steepness skill set. And so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know. This is kind of beyond me.
No, this is a good place for beginners.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day here and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too. To some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really. Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero. 20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Little bit.
yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy
Yeah.
and the temperature is 10 or 15 or
Yeah,
20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially if you're
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing,
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about Colorado is just you get that
Yeah.
nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon the Gunnison for a
Yeah.
while, and so I lived, in the winter
Yeah.
and lived up on
Yeah.
the rim.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would just, like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Yeah.
you're
Yeah. Oftentimes,
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
So winter recreation, West Side, don't
yeah,
forget.
don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost. Whereas here, you really have that feel of
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles,
Wow.
maybe more than 20 miles
glacier.
down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason
interesting. I didn't know that.
that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that. I'm
Oh
gonna
man,
have to pay
no! So
attention.
you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice, well-defined,
It's just so big.
massive
Yeah,
valley.
it's just massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost. Well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah, I
and
did
Yeah,
have
it's
the chance.
interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and
Well,
what it would have looked
yeah.
like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features. So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote. Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow. Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow. There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley, and there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire, and the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains, that actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi, and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage. So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano, what is it, 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
in mountain
for a
terms,
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll erode, they'll erupt, they'll erode. You get layers and layers. This was sort of a one-time event, which gets geologists
Must have been a
excited.
big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that cooled and hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so I always like to tell kids when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from the Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Lava Cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road. There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen
ejected
Mountain,
way far away.
Specimen Mountain. But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, that looks pretty different. And
when
they
you
have a
drive
very
over
different
Trail
story.
Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older than the Never Summer Mountains.
And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're sharing our moose with you.
Yeah, you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose are
the moose are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves.
Yeah.
They're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But still,
we definitely have a larger population over here
Yeah.
than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know what? The time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
Busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's good to
September,
know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
Maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks.
Moose are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the otters, but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
Need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
Yes, I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay.
Here at
Where were
Rocky.
you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
A little different than
A
here.
little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great Basin.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map, and
Yeah.
it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only
Right.
get like 80,000 visitors a year. So
Yeah.
it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely.
It's a great
You got to
park.
go. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was
so-
the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with
Uh-huh.
my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to
It was
come
just
back
in the
to
back of
Rocky.
your head, huh?
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very...
The supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
Of course.
Of course. That's the
Other
number
than
one
Michelle.
reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many
I didn't
daily
think about that.
visitors, but
Yeah.
yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here.
Uh-huh.
And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something
Yeah.
different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it. Yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round maybe 500, but of course
Oh.
that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500. Wow. That's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and
that's-
Kremling. So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated in
Yeah.
the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime
Oh,
who
okay.
come.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I
In
wasn't-
the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks
lot of
who come to
snowmobiling.
Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that.
Really?
We've got 3 Nordic ski areas.
Oh,
There's
wow.
one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation. So
Yeah, so it still
there
keeps it. It's
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it-
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual
Yeah.
year-round live-in population drops quite a bit
Right.
in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually in Grand Lake don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to
Yeah, it's
make
better.
it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean, vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the the local restaurant or whatever. So.
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were
Yeah.
you before?
Before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
On an island?
on an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system.
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this
area.
And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I
You
can
mean you
drive
can get to
here
Denver in 2
other
hours?
places.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was that was kind of fun.
Yeah, I never got
this was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central. Yeah.
Yeah.
How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
To be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and Hoover
I've
Dam.
been around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was
Before
back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
yeah. One of my all-time
Yeah,
favorite
I got to
places.
do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You
but
name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, from way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter. It was like 85, and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic, and just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
and the
geology.
geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there. I'm sure. Oh, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name. An interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
Yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
Yep.
Have you met Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
oh yeah, yeah. When I was talking to Lindsay.
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska, and I mentioned, oh yeah, one of my best friends in my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric Toussaint. She's like, yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer. So happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, well, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal.
Seasonal, yeah, seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year, and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role. Like Macy said, it's less specialization just because the size is smaller. So each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway. So there's a lot of interaction between specialties. And that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing. And it's, my son is now 13.
Oh, wow.
So he's kind of grown up here, and it's been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community, in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh, even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. And it's just it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit. The culture, it's almost like one big family. Definitely different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more
you got to
people.
see them both.
There's
Yeah,
just
you
so
gotta do
much
both.
going on. Yeah, you have to experience both. to
Haven't
see the
experienced
differences.
Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park
I agree.
in multiple seasons.
Yeah, yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but
Oh, yeah.
when the colors usually peak around the third week of September, and generally you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park, and over here it's a much more, I don't know, less crowded viewing experience for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier too than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies.
Yeah,
somewhat,
no, I think
but
that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little
Little
higher.
higher
so
elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes.
Winter comes
sooner.
quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get? When do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early.
Usually around Halloween. It can happen
Okay.
earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
it can
Sure.
happen any
Sure.
time of the year. But the first ones
Somewhere
of
around Halloween.
significance usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly
Yeah,
will.
kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into
to
the winter.
get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, County Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure. It's
but
beautiful.
there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year. There's
Yeah.
great stuff all year round.
And
It
if you
doesn't
can-
shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want.
That's good.
To be sure that you can get a parking
That's a good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere. Early or late.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
that we've
Here,
been
Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in. And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Did you grow up around here? Or were you
No, I did not.
came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness office, wilderness backcountry system coordinator, but he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
These brave men who risk their very existences sailing out for the New World.
See, these brave souls who never again have the benefit of our great civilization. But in the name of their dear Portugal, they give up all and go.
Oh, Rodriguez, we are of all men most fortunate.
See, what luxury, what bliss. Here we are in the New World, slaves to do our bidding. Treasure enough to buy the whole country of Portugal.
But who would, for all the treasure in the New and Old World, leave the paradise we have here?
Oh, not I, my friend.
What did you think of my method of hiding the treasure?
A stroke of nothing short of genius. These stupid natives know nothing of the value of their craftsmanship, but we do. And we have enough buried treasure beneath this fort to own the world.
Let us keep your trinkets safe from bad men who would try to make profit from such things, I said to them. And they hurried to collect as much as possible and to store it beneath this fort.
I have never seen so much gold in my life. I did not know there was so much.
And now it is ours. Oh, my friend, your joviality supplants your manners. My glass is empty.
Your glass at the bottom.
Allow me to get another. And no, on second thought, why have we all these servants running about the fort if not to use them?
Pity our poor civilized brothers back in Portugal. They must toil. We simply command. They must fetch and carry. We simply command. They must exert themselves. We simply live.
Slave! Is there anyone out there?
Take your eyes off them for 1 minute and they are off somewhere sleeping.
I shall see what they are about. Strange. There does not seem to be anyone about anywhere.
Oh? Not a soul. Where are the slaves?
More important, where are the troops? There is something very unusual going on here.
Perhaps we should look around.
After we strap our swords to our sides, my friend.
See.
I could understand the slaves trying to sit down on their work, but the troops...
Let's look and see if we can determine what is going on.
It is as though we are the only ones alive in the whole world.
Oh, the celebrating of our good fortune has fired your imagination. There is some rational explanation for this disappearance of everyone.
The fort, it seems somehow forsaken, even by God.
See, it has been forsaken by 1,000 natives and 3,000 troops. We are here, alone.
But why?
That I cannot answer, my friend.
What is it?
My eyes, they are playing tricks. I thought I saw one of our soldiers lying on the ground. And then somehow he slid around that corner. It is the unusualness of the situation in which we find ourselves.
But look, there in the dirt by the corner. There are the marks left by his feet as he slid.
No, it could not be.
What? What is it, Rodriguez?
Oh, the natives, our slaves, they have...
What is it? Tell me.
My side hit...
A dart. The kind the natives use.
See, the kind they use on us.
Yes. Where are you? Why do not you show yourselves? Come out in the open that we may fight. I am waiting. Is there none of you who would match swords with me? Come out, I say.
Hello, boys and girls. As you've already heard, today's story is on the unusual side. That's why I'm out here now to tell you just a little bit about it. What you just heard was one of the strange events of history that few people know anything about. It happened down in South America way back in the 15th century, almost 500 years ago. Men of Portugal had established a few forts along the great Amazon River and were making slaves of the natives and taking their gold and craftsmanship to sell. Then, one day, scenes very much like the one you just heard began taking place. Many Portuguese soldiers and citizens were massacred, and the natives just went back into the woods, leaving the old forts to become overgrown with weeds and forgotten. Forgotten until not too long ago, when an old friend of mine was flying over that area in his small plane.
Oh, it certainly would be good to get back to Georgetown. This has been a long trek.
Georgetown and home.
That's right. You're due for a holiday soon, aren't you?
No one needs it more than I do. They used to say that topographical engineers made more money and did less work than anyone in the world. But now that everyone wants exacting details for map work, well...
You don't have to tell me, you know.
It sure will be good to see the States again.
Going back to that little town you always talk about, what's its name?
Knotty Pine.
Ah, yeah.
And I sure am waiting to get back there. I'm going back there, I'm going to take off my hat and just relax for one solid month. I don't even want to look at a map, or country, or anything. I'm just going to see people.
I envy you, George. I'm about due for a holiday myself, and I just got back from mine.
How soon do you think we'll go to... before we get to Georgetown?
Well, I don't know for certain. I'm taking this new way. I hope it's going to be faster. It means flying over a great deal of unpopulated country, though, you know.
Well, the plane is in good shape. Besides, if my eyes don't deceive me, there are little villages all through that country down there. I see a fire every now and then, and once in a while a hut.
Well, that's all well and good, but I don't think I'd care to have to land down there. No telling how civilized those native tribes are, you know.
I guess that's a point, all right. Now, the sooner we get to... Hey!
What is it?
Look down there. Do you see what I see?
The Amazon River. I put your Mississippi to shame.
No, I don't mean that. Look, in a ways from it. About a mile. Do you see it down there?
Oh, I see. I have a little trouble believing it. Looks like a fort or something of the kind.
Let's go down there and get a better look.
Okay, hang on.
Here it comes.
It is a fort. A bit run down, but nonetheless, a fort.
A huge thing. It must be about 100 years old. Any idea how it got there?
None. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I'm not sure about this. But it seems to me I remember reading somewhere that just about the time the North American continent was being opened up, the Portuguese were starting operations down here in South America. Along the Amazon, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make that fort somewhere around 500 years old.
If she's a Portuguese fort, I suppose it would.
Well, let's swing back around. I'd like to get some pictures of that.
Well, all right, but this is probably making my shortcut twice as long as the usual way.
Well, it looks like fun to me, Bill. I think so too, old-timer. It'll do us good to get into a completely different part of the country. I don't know how much of that deep-sea fishing I'd want to do, but I know I wouldn't complain about soaking up lots of sun on them there beaches. And it's all settled. This year we spend our vacation in sunny Florida. Yippee! I haven't seen you this excited about a vacation in a long time, Stumpy. I guess I'd better settle down a bit. You know that old saying. If I don't know that old saying, I have a feeling I'm about to learn it. The bigger the summer vacation, the harder the fall.
I knew it. I knew it. Things never change in this office.
Well, look who's here, George Nelson.
Just as I expected. Stumpy, cracking jokes, and the rest of you looking, just a little pained. How are you, Bill? Stumpy?
Fine. Fine. I hardly need to ask you. Look at you. You must have gained 50 pounds since the last time you were in Knotty Pine. You're looking just swell, young feller.
You know, sometimes when I'm working down there in South America and I think back to my school days here in Knotty Pine, you guys get to be a legend to me. I sometimes get to wondering if you really are here.
Well, if you dreamed us up, young feller, we'd like to thank you. We've got to be pretty good friends.
That's right, and you never change. Boy, it's great to see you again.
And you, George, sit down. I know you've got about 5 years' worth of things to tell us. How's the map-making business these days?
And that about brings us up to this moment. Phew, when you lay it out, the whole thing looks pretty big. I've been doing lots of things these past years. I'm even a little impressed myself.
Well, it sure sounds interesting, seeing all that country and all.
After a while, you think if you see another area from the plain, you'll go crazy. It all looks the same.
I hope you don't draw up your maps to all look alike.
You know what I mean. The scenic attractions are few and far between, actually. It's mostly just trees and mountains. I'm just glad to see people for once.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah?
What is it, George?
Oh, a fleeting thought, Bill. We were talking about seeing interesting things, and boy, I sure thought of one really unusual sight I saw on my last flight before I came back here.
What was it?
I've got some pictures of it, Bill. Really unusual. Right down there in dense wooded country near the Amazon River. An old fort.
A fort?
That's right. From what I hear, the Portuguese built the things about 300 years ago.
Is there anyone living there now?
Oh, not that I could tell. Here, let me show you the pictures. Let's see. These were taken from the plane as we passed over it.
Would you look at that? Whee! Looks almost haunted. It certainly is overrun with weeds and shrubbery.
That's what makes me think that no one is living there now. Look in this picture here, Bill. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't notice it when I took the shots, but see if this looks like anything to you. See, right down here in this corner.
Almost looks like a skeleton. Maybe my imagination is a little excited by the looks of that fort.
I thought so, too. And you know, there isn't a town within 10 miles of that place in any direction. Not even a native village. The whole place really intrigues me. I've had a hard time getting it off my mind ever since I saw it.
It does have that effect on a feller. I mean, it's even got me wondering what's really there in all them old stones. I'll have to join the club, too. Sure would be fun to explore that old fort, wouldn't it? Bill. Yes, old-timer? I was just a-thinking, I don't really see where sitting on some beach down in Florida would be so much fun. I get plenty of good sunshine all year right out here. Uh-huh. And I suppose I could put off deep-sea fishing for a while. I mean, after all...
Wait a minute. Do I read you fellas right? Are you deciding to go down to South America and find that old fort?
Our vacation rolls around in exactly 3 days, George.
And I'm on vacation right now.
Good. I was hoping we'd have somebody who knew the country down there.
Listen, there isn't anybody who knows the country around where we're headed for. Is it settled? Are we going?
We're going to have to pack a little different kind of bag than we planned. But this looks like it'll be some vacation. If that don't beat all these fellers standing around this here market looking for work, as soon as you tell them where you want them to go with you, they run off.
It's strange, all right. I've never seen anything like it.
Are they against working for strangers or something?
Well, hardly. That's the way they make their living. I can't figure out what the trouble is.
They seem to have something against that old fort we want to see.
I didn't think anyone had ever heard of it before I saw it from the plane.
Well, it seems that...
Pardon me. You gentlemen looking for fine guide?
That's right. Yeah, we are.
I, Cassadell. I find guide.
You may be, but your tune might come out a little different when you hear where we want to go.
White-haired father, hard to hear. Cassadell not sing.
He means that you might not be so anxious to act as our guide when you find out where it is we want to go.
Cassadell no.
And you're still willing to go with us?
You have many gun?
Well, we have enough to go around.
Cassadell go. Go as far as legs will allow.
Cassadell, what is this all about? Why is it that none of the others will accompany us to the old Portuguese fort?
Oh, it long story. Passed down from fathers long ago. I tell you whole story on way. Maybe you want turn back when you hear.
If that's the case, why are you willing to go out with us at all?
Oh, that easy. You pay Cassadell for time he give you.
Well, we were fortunate to find this boat at such a reasonable price.
We can thank Cassadell for it. He's a good man, all right. He seems to know what he's doing. When are we going to ask him to tell us about the fort?
Well, I'm for doing it right away, but he seems to be putting off the discussion. You know, I think he wants to get a few days up the Amazon before he tells us.
So he'll get a few days more pay, huh?
I think that's it, all right.
He's an enterprising young feller. Seems pretty sure we'll turn back when he tells us the story of the fort.
You know, it just occurred to me, maybe the reason he's not telling us about it is that there's no story to tell. Maybe he's making use of the time to think one up.
Well, that's possible. That wouldn't explain the fear that everyone back in the village had of the place.
No, I guess not.
Well, I, for one, am about to bust if I don't find out soon. Let's go back to where he's driving this here boat and have a look.
I'm about as anxious as anyone.
That makes three of us. Let's go.
Cassadell see great question on face of three new friends.
That's exactly what you see, Cassadell. Got any idea what we're curious about?
You want Cassadell to show beautiful scenery on sides of river?
Guess again.
You want stop at small island, talk with one who live on island?
Oh, quit beating around the bush, Cassadell. You know why we're here and what we want to know.
White-haired father say hard thing. Cassadell guiding boat upriver, not even near bushes.
Listen, he means stop giving us answers you know we don't want.
That's right. And while you're at it, you can drop that white-haired father business.
Drop?
Cassadell, you know why everyone back in your village was afraid to accompany us to the old fort. You also expect us to turn back when we learn the secret of the place.
We want to know what you know about that fort.
Oh, Cassadell, happy to tell you.
That's more like it.
Later.
I'm afraid that won't do, Cassadell. We want to know now.
So Cassadell tell. But this mean less pay and Cassadell very poor man, very poor.
Cassadell might be a very rich man if he tells us, and we still go on to the fort. The whole trip will take over a week.
No chance. Not even fiercest tribes of backcountry go near old fort. Spirits, keep them away.
Spirits?
This is story. Many year ago, long before Cassadell or any of oldest people Cassadell know, there lived white man from across sea in old fort. He very bad to my people. He make them work for him for no pay. He take everything they have. He beat them. He take much gold and things from them. Hide it away for himself in fort. One day, my people tire of serving, tire of beatings, tire of having nothing for selves. They kill all white men in fort and go back into forests. White man very bad. His spirits still live in old fort. He still keep gold for self. He still beat and kill anyone who come near to fort. That's why everyone in village afraid to go to fort. And that's why Cassadell now turn boat around and go back to village.
Wait a minute, Cassadell. Don't turn back, not yet.
But now you know story.
That's right. Now we know the story. So far, I ain't heard any reason to stay away from the fort.
Neither have I.
But spirit guarding gold. Even bravest warrior of fiercest tribe not go to old fort.
That may be true, Cassadell. That's because they fear some old Portuguese ghosts. We don't fear such things because we know they don't exist.
You not be sure. Cassadell hear many strange things.
That may be true. But we know that there is only one true spirit. And there is nothing greater than the one true spirit.
Oh, you talk like teacher in my village. He say there only one spirit. And other times he say there are no such things as spirits.
Teacher?
A white teacher. He come from your country. I learned language from him. He tell us of a man named Jesus who die and send his good spirit to us. But old fort guarded by spirits of bad men. They not like anyone come near. They kill anyone who come near.
Cassadell, how do you know about these bad spirits?
Cassadell know from father and from father of father. All my people know from old fort.
I've been down here for almost 5 years. I've never heard of it before.
And that because no one talk of fort. No one go near fort. No one live near fort. No one talk of fort.
Well, it all sounds pretty fantastic to me, bad spirits and all.
Now, don't forget, Stumpy, we haven't been raised in the same way Cassadell has. To him, spirits are as commonplace as cars are to us.
You not believe in spirits?
Nope.
But you just say something of one spirit.
You see, Cassadell, we believe in the one spirit who has power over all other spirits. He is the spirit of the great God who made all the earth.
Oh, that what teacher tell us?
Well, your teacher has told you rightly, Cassadell. And God's spirit is not like an evil spirit. He comes to help us and to teach us of God and his Son, Jesus Christ.
Teacher tell us that Jesus killed for all world. But Cassadell not understand.
That oughtn't to be too hard to follow, Sonny. Look at her this way. Let's say we was all taken captive by a bunch of hungry cannibals down here.
Cassadell not think of that.
Just for the sake of showing you an idea what Jesus dying for us means. Now let's say that Bill here stepped out and said to the chief, "If you let all these other fellers go, I'll let you do whatever you want to me."
Oh, that brave thing.
Well, in a way, that's just what Jesus did for us, Cassadell. God wants us to be good people, loving and serving him. But we aren't, and he has to punish us.
That clear, but still hard to understand.
Maybe we'll be able to talk more about it while we explore the old fort.
Then you still go there?
Yes?
Yep.
Oh,
well, Cassadell offered to take you, so... Oh, Cassadell take you.
Good man, Cassadell.
That's the spirit! I mean...
We're glad you'll stay with us, Cassadell.
It long trip upriver, maybe 3-4 days.
Well, in that case, I think I'll get a little vacation in. I've got a feeling that when we reach the old fort, we ain't gonna have too much time to relax.
Okay, Cassadell, cut the motor.
Almost looks like this bank of the river was made to dock a boat on.
Probably was a long time ago. It's kept the same general contour.
Now, as near as I can figure, the old fort ought to be approximately 1 mile straight south from this point.
Well, if a map maker is sure, so am I. Let's set out.
Are you sure you want to go to fort? Cassadell's sure it not good idea.
No, take it easy, sonny. You just stick with us and everything will be all right.
But signs along bank, they tell of danger.
Signs?
See? There and over there.
Are you talking about them pretty red flowers along the bank?
Oh, they not flowers, white-haired father. They warnings. Red cotton ball mean death to anyone who go farther.
Who put those warnings there, Cassadell?
Nearby tribes. They come no near to fort and river, and put up cotton ball warnings all along bank.
You know, George, this little excursion gets more interesting by the hour. Legends, ghosts, even treasure. I'm really getting anxious to see that old fort.
I was thinking the same thing. Let's go. Shouldn't be too far ahead now.
How are you making out, Cassadell?
Cassadel's legs very wobbly, but able to walk.
We'll be sitting down soon. I'm sure there are benches and things like that inside the fort.
Cassadell, not sure he wants to sit down once we're there. Might set in... Oh!
What's the matter?
Look, under bush over there, a hand.
Great horny toads.
Looks like the whole skeleton is under there.
That's what it is, all right. And I'd say by the looks of it that it's been out here a long time.
We turn back now?
I don't see why. This might be one of those Portuguese soldiers who was massacred when the slaves rebelled.
You think that skeleton is that old, Bill?
I don't know for certain. I don't see any reason why we should turn back.
Neither do I. Let's keep going.
Say, we've been looking at the ground too much, fellers. Look up ahead.
What? It's the old fort.
Look at the size of it. I had no idea it was so large.
Big fort. Hold many evil spirits. Soon we all look like men of bones here.
Well, it looks like our time is about up for this week, boys and girls. I know you'll want to join us next time to see what happens when we actually explore the old fort. That'll all have to wait until next week when we join you for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
As Chief Ranger, I like to keep right up to date with everything that goes on, and I get a lot of very much appreciated help from my friends. I'm very fortunate this way. Maybe it's because all the people in the district know that we're trying to do a sincere job. One of my friends is Ted Coates, who owns and runs the barge line on the Shady River. The Shady River is becoming more important every year as a main line for freight, especially since there's so much national defense effort going on here in the district. Uncle Sam is making great underground facilities, of which I'm not at liberty to discuss. But the Shady River figures in as a most important artery for barges loaded with cargoes of every description. Ted invited Stumpy and I down to Central City to see a new towboat. Well, here's Central City. Yep, right where it's always been. Say, what's so special about a towboat? Ain't they all the same? You see one, you see them all. You're in for an education, old-timer. I am? You sure are. if Tad asked us down here to show us what I think he's going to show us. Hey, I thought this was a secret. It's a semi-secret. Well, now if that ain't one for the cake. I've heard a semi-trailer, semi-circle, semi-final, semi-fluid, semi-conscious, semi-double, semi-dome. But I ain't never heard of a semi-secret. A semi-secret is a half-secret, Stumpy. How can a secret be a secret if it's a half-secret? Okay, forget it. I knowed I'd tucker you out sooner or later. Hey, we're here already. See, what's that? That's Tad's surprise. His new towboat. Towboat? Looks more like one of them pocket battleships to me. Now, how can you carry a battleship in your pocket? Oh, a wise guy, huh? Come on, get out. We'll find Tad and look at this giant of the river.
Well, how do you like this towboat of mine, fellas?
It's a beauty, Tad, a real beauty. What kind of a handle did you fasten onto it?
A handle? Oh, you mean a name?
Yep.
I named it the River Giant.
Very fine, Tad. And man, it is a giant.
Yes, this towboat weighs 350 ton.
All at one time?
Yes, all at one time, Stumpy.
Give us more of the vital statistics, will you, Tad?
All right. The River Giant has 5 decks, 10 rudders, 4 diesel engines that generate 8,500 horsepower.
Whee! That's a lot of horses, Sonny, a lot of horses.
You said it, Stumpy. But the River Giant is going to need all those horses to push an integrated tow up the river.
No, wait a minute, young feller, wait a minute.
Now what did I say wrong?
You said this towboat is going to push a tow up the river. How can a towboat push a tow? Ain't a towboat supposed to pull the tow? It looks like he's got you this time, Tad.
I know it sounds peculiar to say a towboat pushes its load of barges rather than tows it. But the truth of the matter is that the tow can be handled and maneuvered with pinpoint accuracy by pushing it rather than by pulling it. Does that clear things up, old-timer?
Come on, Stumpy. Stop pulling his leg. Okay, young feller. Now stop making you think I don't know what's going on the river. Well, I seen many a towboat pushing instead of pulling. Feller's got to have a little fun, you know. Say, how much did this River Giant cost?
$1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Where'd you get $1 million? Your old uncle didn't leave you that much.
Unc didn't leave me $1 million. And this towboat won't really be mine for many years.
Now you have got me puzzled.
Here, look at this plate on the bulkhead. What's it say?
Property of the Central City National Bank under Equipment Trust Certificate. What's that mean?
Well, it means that the Central City National Bank lent me the $1 million to buy the River Giant. In fact, several banks are working together on this. It's kind of like a big mortgage. You have to pay interest and some of the loan back every year till the whole thing's paid off.
You see, old-timer, not many companies or individuals have $1 million that they can put down cash on the barrelhead. That is, especially to buy a lot of expensive equipment. So they borrow the money, and then the company pays off the principal and interest. Whew. Yeah, Bill, you was right before. I was right before when? When you said I was going to get an education. Whew. This has been a rough course.
Say, how about relaxing on the River Giant while I take you for a cruise down the river and back?
Do I have to get one of them there trust certificates?
No. All you have to do is get on board and we'll get underway.
Good. I need a rest after all that education.
Say, Stumpy, how about taking the wheel for a while? See how easily she handles.
Nope.
Nope, why not? Bill did.
I sure did. River Giant handles like a dream. Nope.
Why not?
I ain't about to try and steer $1 million. I might run it into a bank.
Oh, old-timer, I never cease to admire your sense of humor.
Well, you better keep your eye on the road, Sonny. I mean the river. Looks like someone's coming against you with some barges.
Hey, he sure is. Let's give him a couple of blasts. That Mark's a good man. He's always on the job. Always thinks. And he gives you 8 hours of work for every 8 hours of pay.
Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's a pretty good-sized tow he's pushing.
That sure is, Bill. 10 barges with 1 million gallons of gasoline in each barge.
Uh-huh. I thought those were tank barges. 10 million gallons of gasoline? Great day in the morning.
We don't fool around, Stumpy. One of those barges costs $85,000. We make them work night and day, and every day we can.
Whew. One of those buckets costs $85,000?
Oh, they earn their keep and then some. Mark's pushing 1.5 acres of cargo up the river. That reminds me. Better turn the River Giant around and head back upriver.
Say, that was some turn you made, Sonny. Does this thing bend in the middle?
No, Stumpy, but with 10 rudders and 4 screws, we can turn her pretty well.
Screws?
Propellers to you, old-timer.
Why didn't you say so?
Each screw works independently, as well as together.
Yes, sirree, Bob. You named this here towboat right. It really is a river giant.
Well, everything's put to bed. Day's work is done.
We sure enjoyed ourselves, Tad. Many thanks. That's right. This was fun. And educational at the same time.
Oh, don't mention it. I'd be glad to have you come back anytime.
Well, Tad, we gotta run now. It's getting late.
Oh, no, you don't. You fellas are staying for dinner.
Oh, we really can't. Stumpy, what's the matter with you? You kicked my shin. I ought to kick you harder. Don't you know who the cook is around here? Oh, all right, you old rascal. You've got your mouth set for Mrs. Murphy's cooking. So I might as well agree to stay. Yep, that's right. My stomach hears Mrs. Murphy's voice calling, "Come and get it."
It's about that time, too. Let's go get washed up.
Where's Mark and his tow?
Oh, he's gone up the river to Naughty Pine, Bill.
Without his supper?
There's a complete galley on both towboats to feed the crew. They get good food.
When do they rest?
Well, let's see. They won't get to Naughty Pine until late, and they lay over and start back with another tow. We switch pilots here as the tows go by. Tomorrow's my day to break in the River Giant. Taking a 16-barge tow down to Junction City.
That ought to keep you out of mischief.
You said it. Well, let's go have dinner.
What's the matter, old-timer? Lost your appetite? Lost it? I think I got rigor mortis of the stomach.
How can you have that, Stumpy?
My stomach's so full I can't move. When you can't move, you got rigor mortis.
Well, that's only when you're dead.
That's what I think I did.
You did what?
Killed my stomach with Mrs. Murphy's good, delicious food. Don't let him fool you, Tad. He's got room for more apple pie. Don't you be fooled, Sonny. The only part of the apple pie I could get down right now might be one apple seed.
Oh, Stumpy, you killed me.
Oh, don't say that.
Say, by the way, fellas, if that alarm bell goes off suddenly, don't head for the fallout shelter.
Something new?
Yes, Bill. That bell's wired to the radio. Quite frankly, I got tired of constantly watching for the red light to go on when I'm in the house. It's awful noisy, so don't drop your teeth when it goes off.
Well, Ted, beginning to look like us two stuffed birds are going to be very poor after-dinner guests. If you said it, young feller.
Yeah, that makes 3 of us. I do it every evening after dinner. A cat nap is a good thing for cats and people.
Yep. There she goes.
Oh, what a time to have to get up and move.
Where's the radio?
It's out in the office, Bill. I'll answer it. Be right back.
That's fine by me. Yep. Me too.
Yes, Mark. What's up?
Tad, I'm on fire.
You're on fire? Makes sense, man. What's on fire?
A barge. A barge is on fire. I don't know what to do. Help me, Tad.
Cut it loose. Cut it loose. I'm on my way with a river giant. Cut the burning barge loose. Do you read me, Mark? Mark! Mark!
Stumpy, get down to the river giant and call the Knotty Pine fireboat.
Yes, sir. Bill, we've got to move fast. Mark and his boys may have to jump ship, and 10 million gallons of gas is loose on this river.
Ranger 1 to fireboat. Come in, Casey.
Casey to Ranger 1. We're proceeding downriver at full speed. We can see the fire.
What's it look like?
The fire is presently confined to the front barges. Maybe it's only one barge. I can't tell yet.
Oh, we can see the fire now. Your orders are to come alongside the river giant and throw a supply of asbestos suits overboard. They're need to cover us with water while we go aboard Mark's boat, try to cut loose the burning barges. Or barge, as the case may be. Acknowledge.
Casey to Bill. I read you loud and clear.
Cut your speed, Tad, so the fireboat can come alongside.
Right.
Stumpy, you see any signs of life aboard the other boats? Yeah, they didn't jump ship. They're still on board, but they're all at the stern. As soon as we get the suits, we'll go aboard the other boat. Yes, sir. We better make it soon, because that sure is going to be a hot bucket before long.
I'm afraid, Bill. I'm afraid. I can't help it. Get me off of here before it blows up. Get me off.
Mark, can you handle the river giant?
Yes, I can handle it. But I gotta get off of here. I gotta get off of here before it blows up.
Get up to the wheel and tell Tad I need him.
Yes, sir. Right away.
What's your plan, Sonny? I got the axes, Stumpy. Yep. You better get cutting soon, too, or that barge is gonna blow.
Let's go, fellas. I'll back the tow off as soon as you cut the front barges loose.
Both barges? Yes. The heat will start the other one any minute. Let's go.
Bill?
Yeah?
I'm going to back away and let the burning barges go downriver. That's all I can do right now. I can catch them with the river giant.
Right. Come on, old-timer. Let's get rid of the fiery furnace. Whew. That's a hot one, young feller. Right. Here comes the fireboat alongside.
What now, Bill?
Can you catch the barges and blow the hatch covers off to release the pressure?
We can give it the old college try.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
Stay as far away as you can. Still do the job with your high-pressure nozzle. If the hatch covers start to buckle, turn back. That's an order.
Aye, aye.
I'm going back aboard the river giant. Stay with your radio.
Aye, aye.
You think we can catch those barges? Tad wants to show off his river giant. Here's his chance. Now, just in case we don't make it, you get on the radio and have the Central City Police evacuate the riverfront. Good idea, Bill. Hard telling where them 2 million gallons of burning gas are going to land.
Bill, I know you've got a lot on your mind right now, but
I've got to talk to you.
Go ahead, Mark. I've got time to listen.
Well, this will only take a couple of minutes. I'll be done before we catch up with the barges.
Go ahead. Say what's on your mind.
Bill, am I a coward?
What makes you think you are, Mark?
Well, I panicked when the barges caught fire and left the wheel and almost jumped ship. I was scared to death. Scared stiff.
Was this the first time you've had a fire like this?
Yes, I've never had anything happen like this before, but you're not answering my question. Am I a coward?
Mark, why do people call the fire department when their house is on fire instead of trying to put the fire out by themselves?
Well, the fire department has men trained to fight fire and equipment, too.
That's the point. I know you wouldn't have panicked if you had been through this experience before or had firefighting training.
Boy, that's a load off my mind. But I've still got to prove myself.
Let me tell you a secret, Mark.
Yes?
When I went out to cut the burning barges loose, I was scared to death, too.
You wouldn't kid me, would you?
We're not talking about joking matters.
Well, where'd you get the courage and strength to go out and cut the barges loose?
When I stand in fear and trembling, I get my help from the Lord. He gives me the strength to do what I am supposed to do. Now, don't look at me, Mark. Don't marvel at my courage and strength. Without the Lord's help, I would have run the other way. Casey, did you get the hatches blown off?
Yeah, and we did it without getting ourselves singed.
Good boy. Now try and cover the river giant with water. We're going in and push the second barge up on the riverbank.
What about the first barge, Bill?
One hot bucket at a time. Are you ready?
Make your move and we'll cover you.
All right, Tad. Beach number 2 barge.
Right.
Here we go.
Wow, you can feel the fierce heat from inside the wheelhouse.
Casey, where's the water?
We're moving in close now. We'll be in nozzle range in a few seconds.
Well, hurry up, before we suffocate from the heat.
The water's on its way.
Good shot. Keep us sprayed until we beach the barge. You can get back and cool off.
Wait, hold on. We're heading for the beach.
Ram it aground with all you got, so it'll stay until it's burned out.
Hold tight for the shock. Engines are full astern.
She's aground. Good work, Ted. Now let's get out of here and go after the other one. Say, Ed, how are you fellers coming with evacuating the waterfront?
Well, we'll have both sides of the river evacuated in about 10 minutes, Stumpy. How's it going up there?
We beached one barge, but the other one's way ahead of us now. We're chasing it.
Yeah. Can you catch it before it reaches us?
I don't know. Why?
I just found out the mining company has 10,000 pounds of high explosives stored in one of the warehouses right along the water.
What you doing there?
I just came in today on a barge. They haven't had time to move it except into a warehouse under guard. You've got to stop that hot barge or boom, Central City will just be a memory.
And that's the situation. We got one headache on top of the other. Tad, how much more can you push your engines?
I'm at top speed now, Bill, except for a small reserve.
Casey, have you got any reserve speed left?
None. I'm having trouble even keeping up with you guys. My engines are for pumping water, not running a speedboat.
Stumpy, call for a helicopter on the double. Come on, Mark. We've got work to do. Your asbestos suit tight?
Yes. How's yours?
Okay. I guess we're ready, Harv. Let's go. Now, do you understand the plan, Mark?
Yes. You want to drop this light cable onto the back of the barge so that the copter can pull back and try to slow the barge enough so that the river giant can catch up and then ram it ashore.
Right. The pilot will lower me on his winch cable as close as he can. Then I'll throw the hoop of this cable over the stern cleat. I want you to stand by in case I miss the cleat. You pull the cable back up while the copter is maneuvering for another try. Do you understand the plan, Harv?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's the barge.
Well, the river giant has about 5 miles to go to catch the barge, and it's about 15 miles to Central City from where the barge is now.
All right, we haven't got time to jaw. Lower me when I give the signal.
No, you don't. This is my job.
Huh? What are you talking about, Mark?
Like you said, there isn't time to jaw. Lower away and pay out the thin cable.
Okay. You're on your way.
Bill, are you sure it's all right? Does he know what he's doing? Will he be strong enough to throw the cable over the cleat?
Don't worry about him, Harv. He is drawing his strength from the unlimited source. Hey, what's going on up there? That ain't Bill on the cable.
What? Are you sure?
Well, I ought to know. I've been looking at him almost every day for nigh on 15 years. Must be Mark.
But what's Mark doing on the cable?
I don't know. But it must be all right.
The copter's moving over the stern of the barge.
He's gonna drop the hoop on the cleat now, any second.
Boy, that heat must be terrific. Can't stay there for long, Stumpy.
He dropped it. Oh, no, he missed.
Yeah. Looks like they're circling for another try.
They'd better make it this time. We're running out of miles.
What do you say, Bill? Is he all right, or should we bring him up?
He's okay. I just got the sign from him.
Look, I don't recommend more than one more time, Bill. Oh, the heat's murder. The updrafts are bad.
I know. Try and hold him steady. I believe he'll make it.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not there. Boy, without that asbestos suit, he'd fry.
Push this boat, Ted. All you got.
We're wide open now.
They're going in again.
They've got to make it this time. They've got to.
The copter is over the stern cleat. What's taking so long for the drop? He'll fly.
Mark seems to be taking measure and aim.
He dropped it. Good shot.
They're hooked.
Now they can slow the barge down enough so as we can catch it.
Look, Stumpy, it's working. We're gaining like crazy. Stand by and hold on tight. I'm going to beach that barge with all engines wide open. Thanks, Mark. You did a fantastic job.
Thanks, boss, but Bill and his men are the ones who deserve all the thanks, not me.
Nonsense. It took a lot of courage and strength to do what you did.
Well, it wasn't my strength and courage.
Huh? What do you mean it wasn't yours?
I'm not joking. The Lord gave me the strength and courage to do that job.
I don't understand.
Well, I don't understand all of it either, but Bill does. He's the man that told me the secret. I'm sure he can fill us both in on some of the details.
They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint.
Well, see you again next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago. This is a Moody Radio Network production.
Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. Then the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
It's a cold October morning on Yellowstone Lake. Heavy frost covers the dock and the last few boats in the marina, while fresh snow blankets the Absaroka Mountains in the distance. Yellowstone National Park Fisheries Supervisor Todd Kuhl starts up a cold aluminum boat and scrapes frost off the windshield.
Cold? Yeah. We'll let it warm up a little bit, huh?
We're headed out to join fisheries crews working on the lake. Along the way, Todd is thinking about the history of the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout.
Really, the park, and especially Yellowstone Lake, lies right at the core of the distribution, the range-wide distribution of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout subspecies.
Yellowstone Lake is huge, roughly twice the area of Washington, D.C. It is the largest high-altitude lake in North America, and it is thought to have held the single biggest population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the world.
Estimates were in the range of about 4 million or so catchable cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake. I mean, that's a lot of cutthroat in a system.
This was back in the early 1990s. And in those days, people used to say that there were so many fish you could walk on their backs across the Yellowstone River when they spawned. Tourists and anglers gathered by the thousands just to see the fish moving up spawning streams. One year, over 300,000 people visited Lahardy Rapids and Fishing Bridge to watch the brightly colored cutthroat trout.
Fishing Bridge got its name because there used to be so many people fishing from it. And when I worked there in 1969, you had to roll your windows up as you drove across there to keep from getting a lure in your ear.
That's Bob Gresswell, research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Bozeman, Montana. Bob has studied Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the park for over 40 years.
Well, there would be thousands of cutthroat trout at the mouth of Yellowstone Lake that could be observed during the peak of the migration.
Lots of fish everywhere. But then, in just one decade, everything changed. By 2005, cutthroat had practically disappeared from Yellowstone Lake. Biologists estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population plummeted from over 3 million fish to less than 300,000. Some big new factor had to be causing the decline. Again, Todd Kuhl.
I mean, for probably 10 to 15 years, we really saw very little recruitment of small cutthroat trout. Why? Because they were getting eaten by the lake trout. That's why.
And here was this big problem. Lake trout had invaded Yellowstone Lake. A native of the Great Lakes in Canada, lake trout had been introduced to some large bodies of water in the western U.S. as a sport fish early in the last century. But not Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake was a high mountain stronghold of the cutthroat until...
The first lake trout was first verified in 1994. We know some were probably introduced in the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s.
It was theorized that anglers had illegally dumped the lake trout into the lake, but the theory couldn't be verified. No matter how they got there, Kuhl says that the invasive lake trout were uniquely suited to have a huge impact on the native cutthroat.
Lake trout do great harm to cutthroat trout. Lake trout are predatory fish, first and foremost, essentially just big predatory fish-eating machines. They grow large, live 30, 40 or more years, grow 30, 40 or more pounds. They are highly prolific in the numbers of eggs that they can produce. And so they've got a lot of built-in mechanisms that give them sort of an advantage in Yellowstone Lake over and above the native cutthroat trout.
And the problem didn't stop with the drop in cutthroat. Over 40 species in the park depended on the native Yellowstone cutthroat for food, and they suddenly had far fewer cutthroat to eat. Before the lake trout showed up, enough bears fed on cutthroat in the streams around the lake that the park enforced bear closures to protect bears and visitors. But by 2005, very few bears were even seen in the closure areas. In the early 1990s, over 100 osprey nested around the lake. By 2000, there were roughly 6. And this highlights one of the biggest problems with invasive species. In any ecosystem, an invasive species can quickly upset the natural balance and affect many other species. As the cutthroat declined, the lake trout population exploded. And the new lake trout, they were just no replacement for the cutthroat. Behaving quite differently, they preferred deep water. They also didn't leave the lake to reproduce in the tributary streams, all of which made them inaccessible as a food source. It was an ecosystem at risk. Todd Kuhl drives the workboat out of the Bridge Bay Marina headed towards the southeast arm of the lake, over 15 miles away.
So we're lucky that most of the boats are in the same general region of the lake today, so hopefully we won't have to travel too far and wide to see gill netting boats operating today out there. And then
the Park Service started controlling the lake trout population soon after they were found in 1994. Taking a page from commercial fishermen, fishery staff deployed gill netting boats to catch the invasive fish, an effort that still continues today. Currently, the park has somewhere between 30 and 40 miles of nets set in the lake to catch lake trout every day during the fishing season. Buoys mark the locations the nets are set, and then workboats haul the nets full of lake trout up. As the net comes in, the crews pick the fish from the net. They note their size, weight, and sex, and then they slit them open and dump them back in the lake. And here is the next big challenge with invasive species. Once installed, it often takes a ton of work to control them. They can also be nearly impossible to eradicate. In 2016, more than 350,000 lake trout were caught in the gill nets, the highest catch yet in a single year. And this is the main effort to save the cutthroat. The effort to catch the invading lake trout until their population crashes. But because of the massive amount of work that effort takes, biologists are also looking at new ways to knock down the lake trout population. In the fall, lake trout group up in large numbers, sometimes thousands of fish, to lay their eggs at specific locations, making both the lake trout and their eggs vulnerable. To find these sites, scientists have implanted radio telemetry tags in some lake trout. And by tracking the fish, they've identified over a dozen lake trout spawning areas in Yellowstone Lake.
And then we're doing research on methods to kill the lake trout eggs on these spawning sites.
To stop the lake trout at the start, one experimental technique involved shocking the eggs with electricity. Another attempted sucking the eggs up with a small suction mining dredge. But by far the most promising new method is surprisingly simple. Fisheries technician Mike Simientowski stands on the deck of a gill netting boat with a large lake trout in his hands.
Got all the lake trout that we just caught in the last couple gangs of net. And so right now we're over one of our dumping sites, and we're taking the lake trout and putting them through this fish grinder here, so that way we know that all the pieces of the fish are sinking all the way down to the bottom.
Grinding is used over some sites, while on others whole dead lake trout are being dumped. Laboratory tests show that the decomposing fish carcasses kill the eggs by eating all the oxygen in the water. Oxygen that the eggs need to survive. Again, Todd Kuhl.
And so we're moving forward pretty quickly with that method because it's so simple, because we're not taking anything foreign from the lake and bringing it in, like some kind of a chemical or something like that. We're just simply taking the dead fish that we're catching and putting them strategically on spawning areas.
And these big efforts to keep the ecosystem healthy, they seem to be paying off. Fewer small young lake trout and fewer big old lake trout are being caught in the nets.
And so that's telling us, even though our catches are still high each year, that's a strong signal that our suppression program is collapsing this population.
And as a result, the cutthroat are making a comeback.
For every lake trout we kill each summer, we're probably saving 40 to 50 or more cutthroat trout just in every given year.
More cutthroat of various sizes are being found in annual population monitoring. Anglers are catching more cutthroat. Visitors are returning to watch the cutthroat spawn in the late spring. Nesting osprey numbers are growing around Yellowstone Lake. And finally, bears are coming back to the spawning streams. Kuhl has even seen this firsthand.
I was on that spawning stream trying to collect a water sample in June with some of my crew, and that grizzly bear showed up. That was his stream, and those were his fish. And then watching him, get after the cutthroat trout and bring them up on the bank and chow them down, that's pretty amazing to see. And then, on top of that, the hundreds of people that were gathered to watch that as well, and that occurred for well over a month.
All encouraging signs. For the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve our natural resources unimpaired for future generations, the effort to repair the damage done by invasive lake trout is worth it. Yellowstone is one of the few remaining relatively intact ecosystems left in North America, and restoring the Yellowstone cutthroat, it helps it stay that way. For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is Telemetry.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Picture a National Park Service ranger station. What does it look like? Maybe a big log cabin with a mossy pitched roof and a creaky screen door? Glacier does have plenty of those, but my office is in park headquarters, which has some strong mid-century middle school energy. And working here, I'm always happening upon obsolete relics of bygone eras. Handwritten memos, ink stamps, a fax machine. I haven't found a typewriter yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to find one lurking in a drawer. Only a few decades ago, people in this building used those things all the time. But like a lot of people, many rangers' jobs have changed pretty dramatically in the last 40 years. Mine definitely has. But in this episode, we're spending a day with a ranger whose office, equipment, and duties haven't changed much at all in 40 or even 100 years.
Can you drag this dead goat out of the waterfall? That's a weird one. The marmot's living in the toilet again.
Meet Wilderness Ranger Laura Funk. She has long, sandy blonde braids and bright blue eyes. She wears the park uniform with a little mud on her boots, and she loves to laugh at the absurdities of life in the backcountry. I immediately want to be her friend.
My laundry is a bucket with a metal plunger that people call an Alaska Maytag. And I think it gets the clothes cleaner, but I don't think people necessarily think my clothes are clean.
Alongside her colleagues, General and Tank, both horses, and Ellen the mule, Laura helps steward and patrol the Belly River Valley of the park.
Yeah, if someone were to say, like, picture a historic ranger station, an iconic valley, it's Belly River.
One of her favorite things about the Belly is that there are no roads. So unlike the rest of Glacier's ranger stations, you can't drive here.
The Belly River Ranger Station is located 6 miles into Glacier's wilderness. You either have to hike in or ride a pony.
I interviewed Laura in the ranger station, but also while she lugged gear around and rode a horse, who occasionally took an interest in my microphone.
Would you like to be interviewed, General? Hello, hello. He went for it. Is he gonna eat it? Just sniffing. We have 2 rangers, myself and Allison, the commissioned ranger. There's a trail crew, which varies in size, 2 to 4. And we have 3 head of stock, and that makes up our entire staff.
The Belly River Ranger Station is a brown log cabin, a Park Service specialty, with white window frames and a flagpole out front. It sits between a creek and a wide-open meadow where the horses graze, and its covered porch faces west, towards steep-sided rocky peaks. It's a very traditional scene, and so is life out here.
So I live off-grid. I live in a 1-room cabin with a propane stove, and we do get running water for a few months of the season. Otherwise, we have to haul our water from the creek. I do not have a bathroom connected to my house. I have to walk to the outhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you start to lose track of time and age and everything out here. Some of that kind of stuff fades away. Because then you're like, is it 2020 or is it 1920? There's elk running around and there's a fence that looks just about the same. I'm reading books and hauling my water from the creek.
When I tell my friends I work for the Park Service, I think this might be what they picture. But in a lot of ways, the agency is looking to the future, trying to modernize our infrastructure, lower our carbon emissions, and tell our stories differently. Parks have podcasts now, for example. It seems like a vestige of the past to come to the Belly and see Laura still riding horses, packing gear on mules, and living in the backcountry. And honestly, I wonder how long this way of life, this type of ranger, can last. But I know I want to experience it before it's too late. I'm Perry, and you're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. And today, I'm tagging along for a day in the life with the person who might have the coolest job in the park.
All right, today we've got the horses and mules saddled, and we're gonna head out, take care of a ranger business.
Today's ranger business is going up toward Helen Lake to pick up and pack out some leftover supplies. Michael and I walk in front of the stock while Laura rides, since apparently they prefer to follow us.
Come on, keep up with the humans, keep up with the humans.
Apparently, horses have abandonment issues, so even though we didn't really need both Tank and General, everyone came along for the ride.
All right, how does everyone feel today? Okay? Good? Good? Yep.
For most park staff, our ranger business is pretty specific. Giving a campfire program, studying plants, managing the park's budget, making a podcast. But for Laura, almost anything could be her ranger business on a given day.
I'm a wilderness ranger, and I'm specially trained on the Wilderness Act and wilderness values and character. But in the end, my day-to-day is a lot of general ranger duties, whether it's bear management, EMS, maintenance, pulling weeds.
There are specialists for each of these things. Bear biologists, search and rescue, trail crew, invasive plant crew. But Laura and other rangers like her pitch in to keep things going day to day.
Well, it takes a whole team to manage Glacier, right? That's why we have the experts. And so I'll call them in if we have something major. I can fix a toilet, but if the whole outhouse goes down, I gotta call trail crew.
A lot of people talk about the quote, "Jack of all trades, master of none." But the full quote is, "Jack of all trades, master of none. Better something than nothing done." And that's kind of what I live by out here.
And this is much the same as the ranger business that rangers have been doing in the Belly River for decades. Take this entry from an old logbook in 1994.
September 14th, 1994. Patrol with Bob on stock to Elizabeth Lake Head to deliver additional gear and supplies to the trail crew. Dug out the fire pit and replaced the campground map with an updated version. Also pulled another handful of hawkweed. Chuck Cameron.
Every day when Laura gets back from the field, she writes down the day's activities and events in a big green government-issued logbook. She and her predecessors have been doing this since the earliest days of the ranger station here. From Chuck 30 years ago to some of the earliest Belly River Rangers back to 1929.
June 5th, 1929. Station to Red Gap Pass and return. Distance 16 miles. Mounted. Object, cleaning trail and looking over trail conditions. Game scene. 1 mountain goat, 2 deer, 1 elk. Weather clear. Temperature 41 degrees at 7 a.m. Joe Himes.
But these days, this type of work is becoming more and more rare. Even this ranger station used to be staffed in the winter, but hasn't been for a long time.
Spots like mine that are remote I think there's less and less these days.
Glacier has only a handful of wilderness rangers and just a single backcountry ranger station. And throughout the Park Service, these kinds of places and the people with the skills to staff them are disappearing. In addition to all the odd jobs Laura does, a huge part of her job is talking to park visitors, most of whom are on multi-day backpacking trips. As we hiked up the trail past Dawn Mist Falls, a scenic and loud waterfall, we ran into our first hiker of the day.
Hi there, how's it going? Good, how are you? Good, where are you coming from today?
Helen.
Helen, how was it?
Beautiful.
Good.
I think it's probably the best view out there, maybe.
Yeah? A lot of people say it's their favorite.
She asks where they've been and where they're going.
Cool, do you have a permit I could take a look at?
Oh, yeah.
Helen Glenn's Goat Hunt. Cool. What a great trip.
And she'll chat about their trip, making sure they have what they need.
Any questions about anything they covered in the permit office?
No, I think I'm good. Hopefully this the food gets lighter.
Yeah, I mean, every pass will be easier.
Yes.
Yeah, have fun on your trip. Belly River is my favorite place, but Goat Hunt's second, and you're going to both, so.
And sometimes they have something more unusual to report.
You know, maybe they saw a bear or a wolf or something really interesting that I can then report to the biologists. Or, you know, like I was saying, they often will report whether the food hang pole's damaged or the marmot's living in the toilet again.
Most days, though, she patrols, checks the campgrounds, gives the pit toilet a once-over, makes sure food is stored properly, and gives a helping hand where it's needed.
So every once in a while I come across a food hang and it's not high enough.
Most backcountry campgrounds have a food hang pole, where you toss a rope over and then pull your food up, securing it 10 feet off the ground. Just high enough to keep it away from curious bears.
Oh, hi there! How's it going? Yeah, I just lifted your hang because it wasn't the 10 feet.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's
That was
okay.
my first bear hang, so.
Oh, okay, well.
Not the prettiest.
It's okay. Just make sure, like, if you notice I had it all the way to the top.
Do you actually mind showing me what knots you did?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Cool.
Today, Laura uses her educational ranger charm to teach a camper the best knots for the job.
So I use a form of a trucker hitch. And so then what I do as I come through.
It's about 6 miles from the ranger station to where the gear was stashed for us to pack out, so we had plenty of time to chat as we walked through the forest and along the choppy turquoise waters of Elizabeth Lake, with colorful Seward Peak and the sheer ptarmigan wall beyond.
I'd never been to Montana before I got this job. Yeah, I'd worked at Olympic as a wilderness ranger intern in college, and I always thought I was going to go back there, but then I got this job and was like, oh, I guess Glacier's my place.
So did you always think about being a backcountry ranger or working for the Park Service? Was that always something you were interested in?
Definitely not. I went to a liberal arts college, and my major is American Studies, and I had a thesis that focused on public land history, but I took that summer internship at Olympic and realized, well, this is what I need to be doing. This is where I'm happy. And
it makes perfect sense that someone who loves history but wants to work outside would end up working here and living in a log cabin.
So if you're talking to me about Glacier or Belly River, I often go into the history part versus anything else.
Is that part of what drew you to the Belly River?
Definitely the history and the legacy of Belly River. Having a mentor, Chuck Cameron, that worked here in the 80s and 90s. He got to share a lot of his experiences out here and the experiences of his mentor. So continuing on that legacy and preserving the ranger station, the institutional knowledge, passing that on is something that really drew me to Belly River.
Chuck is one of the voices you've heard reading logbook entries from his time in the Belly River in the 1990s, along with one from Joe Himes in the 1920s. Both were rangers in Glacier for over 40 years. A long line of rangers connected by the tools they use, the horses and mules, and the way of life that makes up this job.
It's definitely a connection to the past. We're using similar Decker saddles on the stock. That technology hasn't changed much. Yeah, we're using the same tools. I mean, literally some of the same tools that have been around for a long, long time. And yeah, we're patrolling the same trails. It's a different experience day to day, but they were doing patrol reports. We're still writing in the logbook every day what we got up to.
September 22nd, 1992. Patrolled a Stony Indian bench today to pull the 3 plank bridges for the season. Went up there with a wrench and came back with a wrench, a Pulaski, old wire, a huge tarp, an empty Southern Comfort bottle, an old 10-pound syrup can, and a fishing net. Quite a haul for one patrol. South winds, 67 degrees at 19:30 hours. Chuck Cameron.
And so, yeah, what are we packing out
So
today?
today we are packing out old parts of an inverted U food hang.
It's not a difficult hike to retrieve the old food hang pole, but all the same, I'm glad I'm not being asked to add a 25-pound chunk of metal to my pack.
So the reason we're having the ponies do it is because this would be more awkward for a human, and we might take multiple humans to do what Ellen can do by herself.
Glacier has a staff of packers who supply trail crews in the backcountry for 8-day hitches or carry gear in for bat biologists or the fish crew. But for a few sections of metal pipe, Laura and Ellen can manage.
So there's definitely a technique to manning loads, and with practice, people can become really quick and really neat with theirs.
Like you?
I would not say mine is the prettiest. I've seen some very lovely loads come through.
Packing loads on a mule is quite an art. Ever since horses and mules were domesticated thousands of years ago, people have been packing things on them. And Laura is quick to say she's no expert.
I'm not a packer, I'm a ranger who happens to pack. I learned from other experienced rangers. I learned by going along with the packers over the years, learning from them and their different styles. But this spring I had the opportunity to go to the 9 Mile Wildlands Training Center in Missoula and attended their basic packing course. And I got the opportunity to attend this thanks to the help and funding of the Glacier Conservancy, which I really appreciate.
Mules are especially popular for packing because they're strong and sure-footed. Their personalities vary, but Ellen is a keeper.
But mules are fun. They've got really strong personalities. Each one's very different.
How would you describe Ellen's personality?
She's very social. She's patient with me, you know, because I had her 2 years ago, so she was helping me learn. Affectionate, even. But she'll give you a look. She's like, what are you doing?
Basically, Laura puts the metal pipes into boxes that look like giant dresser drawers. Ellen can carry one load on each side after Laura makes sure they weigh the same. She wraps them up in a canvas tarp called a manty, and then finally ties them onto the metal rings of the pack saddle with some elaborate rope work.
Sometimes you see it in their eyes when like a weird load comes over. They're like, oh, really? You're going to put that on me?
It seems straightforward enough, but it takes a lot of adjusting to get the loads to sit just right. It's kind of like packing and repacking and adjusting your own giant pack for an overnight trip, except way heavier.
All right, hey. All right.
A lot of packing seems to me to be tying and untying things.
I think you got it.
Am I ready to be a ranger who packs?
You're ready, you're a ranger packer.
Spending the day with Laura, I feel lucky to see her in action and get a glimpse of what she and her predecessors have been doing here for over 100 years. But there aren't many people who know how to do these things anymore. And I guess part of me is wondering, does anyone need to know how to do these things? Do these traditional skills still have a place in the modern world? How do we decide what's worth holding on to?
I was reading like a book where it's like one of the tests in the application to become a ranger was, can you saddle and pack a horse properly and quickly? And it was just part of like the job application and the interview process. And everybody could ride and pack and shoe, and all of the ranger staff could do it because it was just a way of life out here, surviving.
This isn't the case anymore, though.
You see older rangers that are reaching towards the end of their careers, and the younger folks can't ride or pack. And it's something that rangers have been doing for 100 years. And so it's like, does it end now? Or do people like me start learning and riding and packing? And we have a lot of young packers in the park, but specifically like the ranger packer.
I'd argue that it's a good idea to keep these thousands of years old skills alive just because, whether it's practical or not, so we don't lose them. But for Laura, it's not just nostalgia.
I value it because I get to use it, you know, day in, day out here to do my job, and I can do my job better with these three.
Because it's useful. It's like,
yeah,
this is the easiest way to get a bunch of heavy stuff from point A to point B if you're not going to like get a helicopter out here, which is expensive and dangerous.
It's practical, but it's also iconic. So it's that dreamy scene of, you know, the string going through the mountains, over the passes, through the valleys.
Today, that was us. And it felt like a link to something I didn't know I was missing. And I get the sense that's how a lot of people feel when they come here.
September 1988. I live in here with 2 horses and a mule, and some people would say that I'm a fool. No power, no phone, and all alone. But I say Belly River is a home. With the family and friends I've made over the time, I have precious memories that will always be mine. Written by Chris Burke for Vivi O'Shea.
We get back late in the day, and Laura takes care of General, Tank, and Ellen before sending them off to their evening pasture. The peaks turn rosy with alpenglow, the nighthawks call, and Laura gives us a tour of the station, which is a functioning ranger station, of course, but is also basically a museum of Belly River history.
So this is the ranger station office. We have a library, medical supplies, base station radio, The telephone doesn't work anymore.
For the record, the telephone is like a 1900 telephone with the little bells that look like eyes and the receiver on the side. I feel like I would describe this room as filled with ranger whimsy.
I think that's probably accurate. We have a typewriter that I think was used until the 90s. Maybe we'll get it back in working condition. Some fun drawings of the mules that worked here in the past. A photo of the old Bear Mountain Fire Lookout. And then next to it is Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger.
Some homes have a photo of the Pope hanging on the wall in a place of honor. The ranger station has a portrait of Joe Cosley.
I do not look to him for my values and ethics based on his actions. But he's an icon for here. Infamous.
Joe Cosley, the first Belly River Ranger, was hired under the rationale that to catch poachers, you should hire a poacher. Unfortunately, he never really stopped poaching. But that's a story for another time.
We also have the historic Belly River file, which has old newspaper clippings, any stories or interviews that people have done about Belly River.
I feel like not every wilderness district is like this.
Definitely not.
It's easy to romanticize these old traditions and ways of life, but it is hard work.
They always ask me, like, this is the dream job, you know, how do I get your job? But they never ask me that question when my head's inside of a pit toilet or I'm covered in just gross mud and it's pouring down rain.
And it's not just the physical challenges that can make this lifestyle tough to maintain. There are also logistical challenges to arranging your life in a way that you can do this job. And not everyone can do it.
At this point in my life, I don't mind being seasonal. I like the change. I like the work. It's just harder and harder to live in this area on seasonal wages and to find housing available in the winters. Logistically, it becomes more difficult when you're trying to balance multiple jobs, multiple healthcare plans. I've had 5 healthcare plans in 1 calendar year from seasonal work. So I'd like to do this as long as possible, but who knows what the future holds.
May 8th, 1990. It's a fine day here in Belly. I'm in for the 1990 season and glad of it. About 40 elk, 4 white-tailed deer, and 4 Canada geese on the way in, snowing the whole way. Stored shutters in the annex and caught a glimpse of the saw-whet owl in the large aspen to the east of the pasture. Fine dinner and cribbage lessons provided by Ursula. Good to be back. Chuck Cameron.
The Stetson that I'm wearing is the hallmark of the ranger profession. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. I always tell them, put your hat on, that's what makes you a ranger. That's what makes you a ranger.
No one person can do this job forever, but you'll learn a lot if you stick around for a decade or two. And you can pass that on to the generations after you.
I mean, some of the most beloved rangers of Glacier have come through Belly River and, yeah, stayed a long time. Tracy, 16 seasons. Bruce as well for a long time. Dave Shea was here. Chuck Cameron. And then Joe Himes, you know, staying here through the winters. Oof. I wish they would let me do that, but I'm just a seasonal. Definitely the people that have worked here before or currently do hold this place close to their heart, and it's something we all share.
Well, and I think it's like the relationship goes both ways too. It's not just like I live here and it's pretty. It's like I take care of this place every day.
Yeah.
And it takes care of me.
Yeah. And I think that there are definitely people and cultures that have been like that for a long time. And I think I didn't necessarily grow up in that, and I think a lot of us didn't.
I know the Park Service preserves historic buildings and objects, basically the ranger station and a lot of what's in it. But maybe it's also part of our mission to preserve ways of life and skills and traditions that, if we're not careful, might otherwise go the way of the fax machine in my office.
We would lose a connection to the past, and we'd lose very practical skills in what and how we manage these lands.
Yeah, and it feels like this building would go from being like a living home and workspace to kind of a museum.
Yeah, it would just be a memory, a memory of the past, or this is what it used to be like, instead of this is what we're doing now. We're still living out here. We're still ranging.
I came to the Belly for a peek back in time, but if Laura has her way, this might be a look forward too. There will be other Belly River Rangers decades from now, packing mules, looking back at her entries in the logbook, and taking care of ranger business.
October 4th, 1989. Final morning in the station. Mopped the floor, final cleaning, covered the generator, shutters on. I guess that's it. It's been a fine season. Please take care of this place, whoever uses it. It is a unique place indeed. Radio 10-7, and I'm gone. South winds and 60 degrees at 1200 hours. Chuck Cameron.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Walm. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Laura Funk, the whole Belly River staff, including Ellen the Mule, and the trail crew for letting us use their cabin. We appreciate Chuck Cameron reading his logbook entries and the park's archive staff for giving us access to them. And shout out to Alex Stilson for always being willing to lend a hand. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening. In this episode, we shared a few logbook entries from Chuck Cameron, former Belly River Ranger and a mentor to Laura. Well, this year, he's retiring.
He's done really incredible things, saved lives, like literally saved lives, and has meant a lot to a lot of people. And I've heard a lot of rangers say, well, I want to be like Chuck. And that kind of gives me hope.
Next time on Headwaters, we sit down with Chuck and hear about his legendary career in Glacier.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites! Finally, our theme song matches reality. We have started hearing the first elk bugles around Rocky, which means the bulls are back in town and the rut is on. A few things to keep in mind if you're visiting us this fall. Fall weekends are super busy, like our busiest weekends of the year. Surprising, I know, but true. If you can come during the week in the fall, I highly suggest that you do that. It is noticeably less busy. But if the weekend is your only chance, which totally makes sense because you work, I'm the same way, then try to arrive before 10 a.m. or after 3 p.m. Those times are less busy. And also consider using our park shuttle service. Until October 31st, our popular meadow areas are closed to entry from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. That means you cannot be off of designated roads or trails between those times. This is for the betterment of the elk during the rut, to give them the space that they need to live their lives. They're not being taken care of. They're being protected, but they have to live out in the wild and do their thing. So that's to help give them time to have a successful rut. This closure includes Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, Harbison Meadow, and Holsworth Meadow. There are signs posted out there, and we appreciate you for following those signs and helping our elk live the best lives that they can. And finally, do not approach elk or any other wildlife. This goes all the time. We like to emphasize it in the fall. They are big animals. They are especially hyped during the fall rut. They're looking for a fight and they're feeling amped up, and they can hurt you. They're very big. The minimum legal distance is 25 yards. That's about 2 school bus lengths, so you need to stay at least that far away. But any distance that causes an animal to change its behavior is too close. So if an animal starts moving when it wasn't, or because of your movement, or starts staring at you, or just starts acting differently because of how close you are too close. So thank you for keeping those things in mind. It will help keep you safe, and it will help keep our elk safe. And now let's go on to today's episode. For today's episode, I hiked to Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston, Historic Structures Technician for Rocky Mountain National Park, to talk about what the heck a historic structures technician does, the kinds of historic structures we have in Rocky, and the importance of preserving our past. Let's rock. And we're recording. Set this over here. Pick up some
Good
wind
morning,
and water.
Sand Beach.
All those kinds of things. What's that?
Good morning, Sand Beach.
Yeah. Good morning, Sand Beach. Yeah, so we're here at Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston.
Hello.
Mary, what are you doing here at Rocky this summer?
This summer, I am the Historic Structures Technician for the Park Service.
Historic structures. What does that mean?
That means old buildings.
Old
basically.
buildings.
It could also include old trails, old roads, anything that's older than 50 years is technically historic. If it meets certain requirements, like it was significant in the past somehow, then it's on our radar. And when it's on our radar, it's potentially on the National Register. And when that happens, it's we're sort of expected to keep up with them based on certain standards and protect them and hopefully continue to keep them in good shape so that the history can be passed on and future generations can come look at these and see little pieces of our history that are scattered throughout the park.
So for your job, are you actually out there fixing stuff, or are you out there
Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Like what's a typical day?
So a typical,
there is a typical
day
day
involves me having a list of structures that are around the park. Some might be in the front country, right next to a road. It might be a comfort station. It might be one of the park houses. Others might be in the back country, 5 miles away from the nearest road, like a patrol cabin that the rangers use. So my job is to go out and visit these structures and do an assessment of how well the park has been doing in keeping them close to their historical significance. So making sure any changes to the building haven't compromised the original character of it, making sure none of these buildings are being neglected in any sense. None of the changes are inappropriate, as in like modern updates or additions, because we really want to keep these buildings as close as possible to their original state and how they were built. So just making sure they are, not being neglected. Cyclic maintenance is taking care of the buildings, but
Yeah, so we have a big database.
yeah,
It has
so
all this stuff in it, is that right?
after I go out and visit all these structures, take photos, take notes, I come back and update this giant database that sort of serves every park in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every park in the country has their own set of structures, and all of these are in this database. So
That's nationwide.
yeah,
Wow.
like anybody from the parks or even individuals can go onto the site if they have a specific structure in mind, or if regional offices need to know more about certain buildings in a park, but they can't go out and visit them themselves, they go into this database, and based on the work that myself and other structures technicians have, based on the information that we've put in there, it's pretty much a comprehensive timeline and update of past conditions, current conditions, any work that's been done on them, what the building looks like now, what it used to look like. A lot of different divisions could use this as a resource.
So it all goes into this nationwide database, and then anywhere in the country, anyone with access to it can see what's up.
Yeah, so obviously, if you're a Park Service employee, you have a little more access to read into some of the technicalities of the building, but this is a website that anybody could go into.
Oh, really? Even public?
Yeah, definitely the
What's
public.
it called?
It's called the LCS database.
What does that stand for?
List of classified structures.
List
and
of classified.
Classified sounds fancy, but it really just means historic.
So
They've been classified as historic.
Is everything on there on the register, on the National Register?
Yeah, so most of them are on the National Register, which
And
is
could we
why they kind of have...
explain what the National Register is
Yeah,
for folks?
yeah. So the National Register, once a building has been sort of deemed as special in history, as in it had some sort of association with an important event, whether that's a local event or a national event, period in time, or it's related to some significant person, and that could be on a local level as well, or even a certain style of architecture that's been deemed unique or significant. You go through a little process to have that building listed on the register, and if it retains enough of its original integrity, if it hasn't been changed too much over time, then said building or structure or road or trail is listed on the National Register. And under that, there are certain acts that protect those buildings to keep them in its sort of historical context. And there are certain...
So you can't just like go into an old building with beautiful wide board floors and rip them out and put in linoleum or something like that. Something that would totally change the character of the building, both structurally and also from an experience level, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. What are some examples of buildings on the register in Rocky that people might know, or buildings or other things too?
Well, one of the first ones they might see is the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. That one's actually a national landmark. So landmarks are kind of the highest tier of buildings listed on the register.
So that's classified on the register. And like, for example, in that case, it has historic importance, both in terms of the park, but also because it was...
so that one was built under the Mission 66 initiative.
Which Mission 66, I'll fill everyone really quickly.
Please do.
Mission 66, for folks who don't know, after World War II, you had a lot of families, a lot of men coming back, some women out of different types of service, or it just shook everything up, you know. But people were coming back. There's the GI Bill. People were starting their families, and there was, the baby boomer.
People were doing better.
People were doing better, and one of the results of that was that national park visitation really started going up. And so there's a recognition that, hey, we really should do something to increase visitor services to handle this capacity. And we want to get it done by 1966 because that was the 50th anniversary of the National Park Service.
The existing park facilities were subpar.
And there just weren't enough. The level of visitation had grown so much. So for the 50th anniversary, all sorts of stuff got built. And I don't know how we would describe it, but it's somewhat characteristic once you start seeing it. It kind of has a 60s look to it. And it's kind of angular and things. So this was built as part of that push, right? Beaver Meadows Visitor
and in
Center.
addition, it was designed by the Frank Lloyd Wright Taliesin West School.
Little somewhat famous architect.
I would say.
In his school,
May have heard of his name once or twice.
And if people are familiar, I mean, Frank Lloyd Wright himself didn't, but it was his firm.
Did not.
And it uses a lot of his style.
His styles and methods. And,
Like the high windows, the top of the wall windows.
Oh, yeah.
And intaglia.
Give it a Google if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
before.
If you
It's a
haven't seen
cool
it in the
little
park,
building.
give it a Google, and we have a little bit of info about
Where
it.
you and I have the pleasure of working out of.
Yes, we do. It is also, a lot of people don't realize this, so it is Beaver Meadows Visitor Center,
Mhm.
and it's also park headquarters. So if
Yeah.
you go to the Visitor Center and you're wondering what's the rest of this building, it's just
Mhm.
offices. Pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah, it's
it's
a really cool
stopping
building.
and getting out and
Yeah.
looking at the building. 'cause
And there's
from
an interpretive sign outside that talks
Mhm.
about the architectural importance of the site. Yeah. So that's a big one.
That's one. If you've ever run into any of the backcountry patrol cabins.
Yeah, if anyone's been out hiking and seen cabins out in the backcountry.
Yeah.
Are those all on the register?
Pretty sure every single one of them is on the
Yeah.
register.
Because I remember,
mean, those were built.
what was it, 2 years ago? When you and I hiked out to
Mhm.
North Fork Cabin, for
Oh, yeah.
example. And
A lot of them are kind of hidden.
Yeah, they are.
They're not intended to be like seen by everybody hiking along. They're initially intended for the rangers doing patrols out in the backcountry, making
Exactly.
sure everything's okay out there, giving
Yep.
them a place to stay without having to
Right.
set up tents and
Yeah,
stuff
for anyone who
every
does
night.
see them, they're government-owned administrative facilities, so we use them for like
Yeah, still used
law
today.
enforcement, backcountry patrols. If we have trails crews or backcountry crews working, they can base out of there sometimes.
Very minimal.
Very minimal, yep.
But
really nice.
Yeah,
And what I
super
thought was neat when
typical.
we were looking is that, so like North Fork, that was in
Mhm.
the 30s, early 30s that was
Mhm.
built, right? And it
Yeah,
was
late
built
20s.
with almost all on-site materials, correct? Like,
Yeah.
which is incredible to me.
It would be way too expensive to haul in that
Yeah,
stuff, and
especially back then.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
now it would be too, but
That was what, like 8 miles from the nearest road or something? 6 miles.
it was
from
a
the
ways,
nearest
and even the
road?
road that was the nearest road was
Yeah, hardly.
yeah,
a
you
road.
wouldn't want to be hauling a bunch of construction
No.
equipment in on
Mhm.
there. Yeah, so those are all on there. What about is like Old Fall River Road? Is that?
Yeah, so many of the roads that you're driving on are actually quite old.
Uh-huh.
Those were built late 1800s
Oh, really?
to early 1900s. So, like, honestly, some of the trails predate the roads because people were using the trails to get from the west side to the east side or vice versa. There was
Right.
no really
They would just
established
they would hike
route.
it, or they would take
Mhm,
horses
take
and walk
horses,
it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And a lot of the trails were actually established because people who lived in Estes Park or Grand Lake wanted to take tours up there.
Oh,
They
okay.
wanted to take people out there. So
So even before it was a park.
Yeah, the fact that they had people wanting to get out into the park, they're like, oh, well, maybe we should just clear these ourselves then and
Huh.
get out there.
So,
Of
yeah.
course, a few of these trails were used by Native Americans,
Mhm.
obviously, to travel
Mhm.
from the west side to the east side, crossing over the Rockies.
Mhm. And to get up into the mountains for hunting. and
Yeah,
things like that.
so those sort of laid the baseline for where
Where trails would go.
later people would
Yeah.
start to clear them a little more and develop
Yeah, we
them.
talked to Cynthia Langeth at Alpine
Mhm.
Visitor Center a little bit about
Mhm.
Trail Ridge Road and how a lot of it is like exactly where the trail was that Ute and later and Arapaho people would
Yeah.
use later,
Mhm.
and early people even before that.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool that a lot of the routes we still use have.
Yeah.
I mean, they make the most sense, as that's what we talked about with her.
Mhm.
One thing that surprised me when I first went out with you on one of these trails was just that a lot of the trail work itself, like rock work,
Mhm.
so like the rock walls that people see when they're hiking that
Mhm.
support elevated sections of trail, or some bridges, or bog walks, which are elevated either dirt or wood or
Mhm.
something through really marshy areas that help
Yeah.
you hike through them without getting your feet soaked and mucky and boggy.
Yeah, it's-
Those also can count, right? Because those
Mhm.
were created using they're historical. They were using
Yeah.
old techniques.
A lot of them were built back in the 30s, and you can kind of start to see.
CCC, right?
Yeah,
Civilian
the
Conservation Corps.
CCC. They had a really beautiful way of building some of those little rock walls that hold up the trail.
Yeah, I
If
remember
you're-
when you showed me some of the details. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, you're right. This is pretty
If you're
immaculate.
on a ledge where there's a bunch of stacked rocks below you and lichen and moss growing on them, it's pretty likely that those are some of the
Yeah.
original.
It's amazing how well they fit together.
Yeah.
You know, that they're just doing like dry.
They're sort of characterized by, no cement or anything,
Mhm.
nothing like that, just dry laid, stacked rocks, but you can tell each course, so it's in layers,
Mhm.
and they kind of squared them off like chisels at the rocks to make sure they would fit
Wow.
together really well, and just so it's like
amazing.
really nice and tight, and some of those.
Yeah. I'm
features
continually
are
amazed
awesome.
as I go to more and more parks and work in different parks and my career goes on, how essential the Civilian Conservation Corps
Mhm.
was to the parks.
Yeah.
Like, we still rely so heavily on so many things that were built during that time.
Yeah,
We're
and
basically
we're kind
just
of repairing and
we're just
upkeeping
kind of
those.
repairing and maintaining them.
Mhm.
But without them,
They pretty much laid a huge amount of groundwork
for tons of parks, even
Yeah.
parks that you wouldn't think of. I remember, like, I did the map for Andersonville Prison, which was
Mhm.
a Confederate prisoner of war camp in
Oh, wow.
gosh, it's in Georgia. It's kind of near Americus, if people know that town. It's kind of near Plains, which is where Jimmy Carter is from and where he still lives, and he has a historic site. Anyway, it was this horrific prisoner of war camp, as most of
Mhm.
them were at that time.
Mhm.
But even there, we were walking around, and there were some trails and some retaining walls and some just things that had been built to kind of shore up
Mhm.
and make sure things would last.
Yeah.
And there's a plaque,
It's
CCC.
kind of amazing how long these things have lasted, considering like
They were just built so
the weathering and
carefully. They were built with such care.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because I mean, I don't know. I just always figured because it was an employment program,
Mhm.
and the whole point was to have jobs for people to do.
Mhm.
That it was like, we're building this rock wall. We want it.
Yeah, you don't
we want it to
expect
be
it to
fantastic
be
quality.
so-
We want it to last forever. Do what
Uh-huh.
you got to do.
Yeah.
And they're using natural materials,
Mhm.
so you don't have the material cost. And so I think it was just like, let's make this incredibly nice so that it'll last
Oh yeah.
for 100 years or
Mhm.
more.
Definitely
you know.
built to last.
And a lot of them are getting close
Mhm.
to 100 years, and
Yeah,
and they look great.
That's the point of all of this, is to keep these things intact so that there is evidence of it down the road, and that other people and our kids and grandkids and
Yep.
all those people down the line will be able to see these things. Because honestly, the older it gets, the cooler it becomes.
Well, that's the thing.
and-
That's what I think a lot about with historic things and things on the register, is that there's this weird in between point. It's almost like fashion or something.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
this
yeah.
weird in between point, like when it was like in the early 90s or something, you're like, oh,
Mhm.
the 80s, that was lame. But now people think 80s are cool because they're old enough.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way with a lot of historic things, just like a rock wall on a trail.
Mhm.
Maybe right now we're like, oh, whatever, it's a rock wall, whatever.
Yeah.
But, then people go to like the UK or something, and they see these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year old walls. And
We'll
then
get
it
there one
takes
day.
on.
We'll get there one day.
Yeah, it takes on this different feeling.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
the-
we have a giant national list of all this stuff,
Mhm.
and you are here at Rocky in the summers
Yep.
to go around
Mhm.
and basically look at all of it.
Yep.
And
Document
keep track of it,
keep
document
track
it.
of the condition,
Yeah.
and make recommendations for how the park could
Yeah.
be doing better, or how they're already doing great,
Yeah.
and ways that they can sort of mitigate any problems that I see. A lot of times there's one issue that's sort of affecting a lot of different buildings,
Uh-huh.
where it's like,
Yep,
they just need to,
just something we need to work on.
yeah.
hmm
Um,
And it's so cool to me how there's so many specialized techniques for maintaining these things. Like, I
Yeah.
remember some of those, what were they, joists or
Log-ins?
log-ins? Yeah, the
Mhm.
log-ins on a cabin.
Oh, yeah.
And you were showing
When
me,
they-
and you were like, oh yeah, this has been cored out and filled with foam. I was like, what?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you're like, yeah,
a lot of little
well,
ways
we don't
to-
want to replace the entire thing.
Mhm.
And so it's more the best structural integrity if it starts to
Yeah.
rot out is
And that's
to,
the thing, you always are trying to like figure out ways to repair it.
What's the best compromise?
Yeah, you try never to replace something unless it's absolutely
Unless you
necessary.
absolutely have
Because you
to.
want to keep the originals, and if just part of it has to be repaired, then
Yeah.
just fix that
Like,
part.
I don't know if
but-
people realize, maybe they've seen it when they go around the park during certain construction. Like the first time I came here a few years back,
Mhm.
up on Trail Ridge Road, they were doing some road work and repairing some of those walls
Oh, yeah.
that are up there.
So
And yeah, I don't know if
meticulously.
people realize, like, they take those, they photograph
Yeah.
very meticulously, take
Photograph
them
the
apart,
wall.
they number every
Yeah.
rock.
Uh-huh.
And keep diagrams, and when it's
Yeah.
done, they put every rock back, and they use the
where it
same
used to be.
techniques. And we even have you might know this. It's a training area and like a facility that the Park Service has that's specifically for learning techniques for
Mhm.
maintaining historical structures, and then
Yeah.
they send crews out for really hard specialty jobs.
Yeah. It's called like
remember
the
what it's
PAST
called.
program, I think.
Something. Yeah, I'll have to
Where,
look it up.
Yeah, they send different like historians and
Mhm.
preservation crews to different parks just so they can learn. Like,
Yeah.
hey, this is how we're doing this, and you
Mhm.
guys could learn from this and implement it in your park.
Yeah, so we survey things, you survey things, we keep
Mhm.
track of them,
Mhm.
and then who is actually going out and doing the work to maintain things or to
So
repair
Rocky
things?
has its own preservation crew. They're called the Special Projects Crew, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And they specialize in all the work done, maintenance work and rehabilitation work on historic structures.
That's
so
super
they're
cool.
separate sort of from building maintenance crews where they sort of go in and do their thing. But the preservation crew specialized in working with old buildings and sort of using these special techniques to not alter anything or do these repairs rather than replacements of building features. And they're a really experienced crew. I know Bob Maitland, the crew lead, he's been in the park for
Ever.
what? Yeah, he grew
right?
up
Like
in this
his
park.
life.
His dad
Yeah,
worked
right?
in the park, so he grew up here.
Yeah,
He
he's a
grew up in-
multi-generational ranger.
Yeah, grew up in some of the old houses that he's
Yep.
fixing up today. So
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
it's really
I mean,
good to
people
have someone so
People
knowledgeable.
probably don't even realize, like, even a lot of our park housing is
Mhm.
historic.
Yeah.
And so there's more than enough for that crew, that
Mhm.
specialized crew, to do all year round.
Yeah,
like too
exactly.
much, really.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So what kind of training do you have to come out and assess historic structures?
Well, my education is in architecture,
Uh-huh.
and I personally had taken quite a few courses in historic preservation.
How'd you get interested in historic preservation?
Well, it was always kind of like a personal moral thing where I was into sort of preserving old buildings before building something, like before building strip malls and stuff. I'm like, well, why aren't we fixing up these old buildings that we
Fixing up
already
what we
have
have.
in like city centers? Like, we have this infrastructure and everything. We should be using those before we're using all these resources and wasting resources by
Uh-huh.
tearing buildings
Uh-huh.
down.
So you felt like that even before
Yeah.
architecture? Or is that what
It
led
sort
you
of
into
went
architecture?
hand in hand. Yeah, I really wanted to do architecture because I hated the way these suburbias were just being produced with these
Mm.
cookie cutter houses, and it kind of like got to me.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, how could I get in there
Mhm.
and do something about it? So
That's interesting.
That's sort of Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort
where
of.
where are you from?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
ABQ.
Big ABQ.
Born and raised?
Uh,
No, sort of.
Raised in southern New Mexico,
Okay,
but I
but-
do
so
love
New
Albuquerque.
Mexico,
Yeah.
Land of enchantment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such an enchanting, beautiful place with a lot of history.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot of old structures down there.
Yeah, really old.
Mhm.
Like some of the oldest in the U.S.
Yeah.
Outside of like Florida.
Dating back to the
Spanish.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Before Anglos even got in on that game. Yeah.
So yeah, it was sort of just like my disgust for some of the new stuff being built, which is what
And were you
steered
seeing
me.
that like in Albuquerque or just
Yeah,
in general?
there's like specifically this area outside of Albuquerque called Rio Rancho. It's like this new kind of city, I guess. It's now its own city.
Uh-huh.
Just the epitome of like suburbia,
Uh-huh.
where just parking lots everywhere, strip
Uh-huh.
malls everywhere, like.
And you're just like, this doesn't
we like
this doesn't speak
we like
to
to
me.
say
What
like
are we-"
anywhere
Uh-huh.
America, you
Anywhere
know?
USA.
Yeah.
Yep.
So saw that going up. Didn't like it at all.
Uh-huh.
And
So
I
that's
was
kinda
like,
what
well,
got
let's
you
go
interested.
back to what we already have and like
Uh-huh.
what do I love about architecture? And a lot of time it's the detail and the care and the
Uh-huh.
character of a lot of these structures that, you know, a lot of suburbias are missing character. It's just all kind of
For sure.
produced cheaply, not made to last.
Well, we were just talking earlier on the hike up. So, yeah, we didn't even mention. So, we're at Sand Beach Lake right now. You
Mhm.
can't see it because it's audio. But I'll try to post a photo on the blog. Beautiful lake in Wild Basin. Neither of
Yeah.
us had been here before.
Me neither. It's such a little
Yeah,
gem.
it's about 4.5 miles hike in,
Mhm.
right? Some elevation gain, not completely uphill gruel, but lots of sections uphill.
Yeah.
And it really does have a ton of sand on the shore.
Yeah, it's such a little gem out here. I had
Yeah,
no
it's
idea.
it's very
There are
beautiful.
people off in the distance. There's a group of
Yeah.
like 10 people with their towels and
Yep,
bikinis
just
right now.
sunbathing. Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like,
it-
wow, why didn't I think of that?
And this, we were talking about this lake, Sand Beach. Oh, and we have a great view of Mount Meeker
Mhm.
and
Long's a
kind of
little
an
bit-
interesting view of Long's Peak.
Yeah, the south
I don't
side of
look at it from
Long's.
this side that often, so that's
Mhm.
kind of cool. And Pagoda Mountain, and this is one of the lakes in Rocky, which there are quite a few.
There's a
That
couple.
yeah, which had well, there's a couple lakes for sure. How many lakes are there? There's so many, but it's one of the lakes that had it's a natural lake, but it was impounded to raise the water level to store even more water in the lake. So it had a big earthen dam at the outlet.
Yeah.
And then during the Lawn Lake flood, which was 1980,
87,
is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, Lawn Lake flood.
Let's hope.
We'll check our dates.
Yeah.
But the Lawn Lake flood, that's the same kind of situation. A natural lake that had an earthen dam impounding it to raise the water level, and it fell apart. It just fell apart and gave way, and all the water came down, and that is an extremely dangerous and destructive situation. So,
Yeah. it
after that
was.
happened,
A lot of damage.
I mean, you can't even imagine. People say they heard
Check out the alluvial fan.
Yeah,
and
go
you'll
to the
see.
alluvial fan and you'll see, just look at those boulders that get moved around and think about that, how much water it would take to do that. And so when that happened, some of our other lakes, like Sand Beach Lake is one of them that had the earthen dams. There was a process of going in and
Yeah.
taking them out to both return it to a more natural state and to get rid of that danger. So anyway, that's where we're sitting, and we hiked up the trail to look at historic trail structures, right?
Mhm.
So we had some bog walks, we had a little bit of rock wall.
Yeah, some built rock
things like
walls, a
that.
few bridges. Obviously, like the bridges have been replaced.
Yeah.
Wood structures, you know, those have to
Yeah,
be
they
replaced.
don't last forever.
Mhm.
We haven't found the infinite wood yet. Yeah, so we're up here at Sand Beach Lake. So had you done anything with architecture before you went to school for it? To college?
Well, honestly, I had always wanted to be an artist.
Uh-huh.
I used to tell my mom I wanted to be an art teacher.
Uh-huh.
She was like, "Oh, that's great, but don't you want to do something that makes a little more money?" And I was like, no. But then I got into a single drafting class in high school, and I discovered that my perfectionism really
lent
pulled
itself well to
through.
drafting.
Yeah.
I can relate to that as somebody who likes to make maps. Very
Yes,
similar.
it's
like
so fun.
it's artistic
It is
and
artistic. You
creative,
get to
but also very
draw.
technical
Yeah,
and very
but there is a
precise.
right way.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be.
It's like
yeah.
it's creativity and art inside of very particular rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still room for creativity.
Yeah.
So after that first drafting class, I honestly knew that that's what I
That's
wanted
what you
to
wanted
do.
to do.
Yeah, I could just sit there for hours and draw
Yep.
floor plans and building plans
And do the weird
sections and-
architectural hand lettering. What's that
Yeah.
script called?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny. It looks the same. Like
Yeah,
everyone's-
you just have to write in caps all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
just
No
learn-
lowercase.
Yeah,
Just-
exactly.
And then they're like, okay, now make up your own.
So you were interested in art. You
Yeah,
tried
so
drafting.
love drafting.
And the
Figured
drafting was
out
great.
That, architecture was the
Mhm.
perfect balance between like art
Uh-huh.
and something like
Yep.
functional. You know,
Uh-huh.
like something
Yep.
that could be used and
Totally.
inhabited. So
Yep.
I like to call it like functional art, even though that kind of, I don't know, undermines art as non-functional. I don't like to say that, but
Well, I don't know. Kant might agree with me. I took this class in college called The Art of Walking, which everyone thinks is like a fluff class, but it really wasn't. It was a 3-week class, and we would walk every day, but in the mornings we would do pretty hardcore philosophy. And one of the main things that we focused on was Kant's critique of judgment.
Oh.
And one of the things he says is that for something to be truly just a piece of art or an aesthetic object, or at least when you're perceiving it as an aesthetic object, that it has to be without purpose. The translation, I don't know what the German for it is, but the translation was purposelessness. So in his opinion, only one very extremely famous and important philosopher's opinion, that if you're thinking of something in its functional way, it isn't like art in the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
So anyway, I
And
don't think you should be.
That's
feel
always
bad.
the challenge, though, is like trying to like mesh a beautiful form with its like basic function or something like.
Well, and especially in architecture.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you're dealing with appearance and form and how you want it to look and operate on an aesthetic level, but also it has to stand up.
Yeah.
and be
And
affordable.
People can't be running into each other all the
be
time.
repairable
and be efficient.
and allow for good air circulation and heating and cool. So it is creative. It's kind of similar.
And,
all creativity
these
inside
exterior
of tons of constraints.
Yeah.
That's why when you do, and for me, when I do see a building that is like, wow, this is a beautiful building. It's just like a work of art, but it works and it's fun to be in.
Only then has the architect succeeded.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I've had the opposite too, where you're like, I see what you were going for.
Yeah, no, there's some really
this isn't the most
terrible
pleasant
stuff
building.
out there.
Yeah. So you did the drafting.
Yeah,
you
got
kind
into
of realized that was it, and then you got an architecture school.
Applied, got
where?
in, went to school at University of New Mexico.
Still
in
keeping
Albuquerque.
it New Mexico strong.
Yep. Was on a budget, so
Hey.
in-state
Yeah,
was the
man.
way to go. No, it was a really great school, though.
Yeah.
Awesome professors,
Yeah.
really good facilities.
And when was your first? Is this a job that you're in or an internship now?
This is a graduate assistantship.
Oh, that's right. Or it's like a program.
Yeah.
Right.
So
when was the first time that you did this here at Rocky?
My first year in Rocky was 3 years ago.
3 years
so
ago?
in 2014.
Had you done a summer thing before that?
Yeah, the summer before that in 2013, I was doing the same position in Yellowstone National Park.
Nice.
So it's really interesting to see the difference in areas, difference in parks, like both the magnitude
Just
of
the
the
size,
structures, the quantity.
Yeah, I mean they're 8 times bigger in area.
Yeah.
Than us.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah,
just crazy.
and
how
even
much-
just like here,
Actually, maybe a little
like
more than
Rocky doesn't have any hotels or lodges or anything in the
Yep.
park, whereas Yellowstone has a ton of
Yes,
those
and they're
in
big.
the park, and a ton of restaurants and a lot of concession-run facilities.
Yep, whole other scale.
Yeah, so definitely different, like entire little towns in the park.
Yes.
Where here,
Yeah.
we've managed to keep those out.
Yeah, the
of
towns are
park.
the towns are at the entrance. Yeah, you're right. In Yellowstone it is. It's like a few really small towns.
Yeah.
Although Grand Canyon not Grand Canyon. Old Faithful, not that small, but
yeah,
pretty
big
and they're all inside one national park. It's kind of amazing. So you did that for a year. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I worked in Yellowstone for 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Yellowstone has a special place in my heart. I would go back anytime.
Could really only explore like
Oh yeah, it's
a 50th of the park
It's
in
crazy.
one summer. It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, my first summer there, I was a room attendant for
Oh.
Zane Terra.
Oh,
at
I'm
Canyon.
sorry. I'm just
Yeah, it was
kidding.
okay. It was chill. It was laid back, no stress.
Yeah.
So I would just make up rooms, and sometimes you'd have to wait for bison to move off of porches. And things
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
But the nice thing was, because it was no stress in terms
Mhm.
of like, it was not a lot of thought went into it.
Yeah.
You know? We just hiked
Oh,
all the
yeah.
time.
on the weekends.
Those are the kind of
and
people
after
who get those
work and-
jobs.
yeah, exactly. That's why
Like,
we're
what
all
else
there.
are you doing there?
Yeah,
If not
and
going
so
around hiking and being
I hiked
outdoors?
around a lot, like all the time, and yeah, I saw
Mhm.
just a fraction.
Yeah.
It's so big,
Mhm.
including like some areas like the southeast and southwest corners,
Mhm.
where you're never gonna see them unless you have time to hike, 50, 60-mile
Yeah.
round trip,
Mhm.
because it just takes so long. Like the thoroughfare, getting down in there.
Yeah.
Or
Isn't it like one of the most remote places?
I think that somewhere way down in south
Just
east.
in terms of being farthest from roads.
Yeah,
and
I think
stuff,
somewhere
like,
way down in southeast Yellowstone is
Yeah.
the spot in the lower 48 that's the farthest from any
Mhm.
road. I don't know if it's paved road or town or something, but I think it's
Mhm.
by some measure, the
Yeah.
most remote spot in
Yeah.
the lower 48.
Right.
And then the one up in
One
Alaska,
point.
there's one up in the one in Alaska is on a whole other scale.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 300 miles from the nearest thing instead of 30, but
Yeah.
that,
They win by a
that's
long
different.
shot.
But yeah, Yellowstone's huge.
Yeah.
So you did that, and then you came
Yeah.
here,
Mhm.
year 2. What's the name of the program that you're in? Is it a
what is the
defined
name?
program, or was it just a
No, it's
relationship with
like
with
an
the university?
internship through my university and
Yeah.
through my architecture school
Yeah.
specifically.
Mhm.
So students from either the School of Architecture or the School of Landscape Architecture or Historic Preservation or Regional Planning,
Cool.
they can all apply to this, and then they hire a handful of us, anywhere from like 4 to 6 of us,
Mhm.
and then we're each sent out to our own park for the
Mhm.
summer. So there's pretty
Yep.
much just one of us in the park. Our specific program is just the Intermountain region. So
Mhm.
pretty much from northern Montana up in Glacier to like southwest Texas.
Yep. Is it Intermountain region as the Park Service defines it, or just?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For folks who don't know, the Park Service, we're divided into geographical regions,
Mhm.
mostly for management purposes.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think
and
so.
Intermountain is huge. I
Mhm.
mean, it has so many parks.
Mhm.
If you go online and search like NPS or National Park Service region
Mhm.
region
There's
map,
what, like
it'll come
8,
up.
7, 6?
Gosh, there's Northeast, Southeast, Midwest, Pacific West. Alaska
a
used
little
to be
rusty.
included in that, but I think Alaska is its own. I don't know. I would
Okay.
have to look at a map, but
Yeah.
and then Intermountain. So you were there, and then you went back to school for a year, and then came here.
Mhm.
So you already talked a little bit about how Rocky compared to Yellowstone in terms of just
Yeah.
the scale, in terms of buildings is very different. How else did
Mhm.
it compare? Had you been to Rocky before?
No, I'd never been to Rocky
Yeah, what'd you think
before.
when you first got here?
I was bewildered. I was like, this has been
What'd you think
my
about this?
neighbor
Yeah.
my
And
whole life,
yeah, 'cause
and I've never
that's
been
true.
here.
It's not that far.
No,
I mean,
it
it's a
really
day's
isn't.
drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think about it compared to Yellowstone in terms of like the scenery? Very different.
Different, yeah, for sure. Both in the sense of the wildlife that's around. There are
Yeah.
a lot of
We're missing a few
bison and
species here.
wolves up there.
Yep, we're missing a few species in
Um,
Rocky.
Yeah,
Yeah, and not being in
loved-
grizzly country is a very different
Oh my
experience.
god, it's so nice. It's so nice hiking when there are no grizzlies to worry
it's
about.
very
It's
different.
kind of always in the back of your head
It
when you're
is,
hiking
yeah.
in Yellowstone.
I've talked to people about it because Yellowstone and then
Yeah.
Denali, and I miss it in a lot of ways because it puts, I
Kinda
don't know,
puts
it
a little
just
edge on
it just puts a
your-
whole different feel on the trip. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the danger still statistically is really low,
Yeah.
relatively speaking.
Yeah, but they are
it
around.
is a danger.
Yeah,
You know,
I remember just
and-
taking a walk around my dorm building in Yellowstone. It was like sun had already gone down, walking back to my dorm, and this ranger rolls up. He's like, "Do you guys have your bear spray on you?" And we were like, "No, we're just taking a little stroll." He's like, "Okay, well, someone just spotted a grizzly by your dorm, so
Yep. Where did you live? Mammoth?
yeah, Mammoth Hot
Yeah.
Springs."
Yep.
So that was a fun
Yeah,
walk
you
home.
always. Yeah, I always had bear spray on.
Yeah, from then
Always.
on, you're like,
Just-
okay, it's worth it.
Because
It's-
even like when
it's
I was in
worth the peace of
Denali,
mind.
even walking to the hangout spot for all the employees.
Yeah.
Even there, you would see
Because
bears.
they are around everywhere.
They're
They're like,
everywhere.
yeah.
They can go wherever they want.
They
and they can do whatever they want. Exactly.
And no
that's
one
what
can say
That's what puts a
boo.
different feel on it. Is when you're
Yeah.
out there at some level, you're just like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah. So that's definitely a big difference.
Also, I would say over 1,000 historic structures in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Whereas here there are probably around 300 total.
Okay. So still a lot for the size, but
Yeah.
way less.
Yeah.
And a lot of them way smaller.
Mm-hmm,
Because
exactly.
like Yellowstone Lodge, that counts as one, right?
Yeah, that took me like a whole day and a half
That's
to
huge.
take
It's
photos
an
of
amazing
and
building.
take notes of. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, I can't believe that when who's the architect on that? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name now, but he was
The
so
Yellowstone
young.
Lodge?
He was so young when he designed that. It's just kind of mind blowing. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that surprised me when I went to Yellowstone for the first time, because I'd never been out west, so I had this thing in my head of just like mountains, you know, and there
Yeah.
are mountains for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains, but
Mhm.
there's a ton of it that is not.
No,
Mountains. It's
no,
kind of flat.
Mhm.
Lodgepole forest as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, you're like
glacier
up
base-
in the
or glacier
mountains,
basins.
but
Geyser basins.
once you're there, I feel like the mountains here feel more prominent.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah.
Everywhere. No matter where you go, you don't get away from them. Whereas
Uh-huh.
there, depending on what part of the park you're in, it's very
Mhm.
mountainous. But you
Yeah.
can be, like, if you're in the center of the park or
Mhm.
down, like, southwest corner,
Mhm.
it's not mountain.
Yeah, and I love the alpine country up here.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts
Yeah,
about
it's
the
beautiful.
park is just
Yeah.
the hikes through the
Yeah.
alpine country.
So this is your third year
Third year here.
doing this.
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
Everything.
Yeah, everything?
Have you seen Rocky Mountain
I
National
have seen
Park?
Rocky Mountain National Park. I definitely have. It is very amazing.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a blessed place to be,
Honestly,
for sure.
if you study architecture, you're probably going to end up getting a job in a city,
Sure. Yeah.
in an urban area.
Vast majority.
So just the fact that I get to come out here and be surrounded by wilderness and
Yep.
forests and lakes and stuff, like I consider that a rare opportunity.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that I get to sometimes come out and look at old trails
Yep.
for work and
be
go
out-
into the
yeah.
backcountry and find these little cabins. Sometimes I'll go find little cabin ruins that nobody has really looked at for years just because it's not something that the park maintains.
Mhm.
But we sort of have to keep account of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so just, it's a combination of
Mm-hmm.
all those things, and then being able to stay on this little historic ranch called
Oh, that's right.
Good Old McGraw.
You live at McGraw, don't you?
Yeah, it's this
Oh, wow.
historic dude
McGraw
ranch
is amazing.
made for, or rehabilitated for researchers
Yeah.
to stay in when they need to come into the park
Mhm.
and stay for a week or 3 months or something.
Forgot that you live out there.
Yeah,
So nice.
it's
It's so peaceful.
yeah, gives me a good appreciation for all things natural and built and just how those interplay with one another. And it's also interesting just to note that this park has really pulled back in the amount of built structures in the park. Like, I would
That's a
say
good point.
now it probably has maybe a third to a quarter
Of what it once had.
of what it once had.
Yeah, I don't think
There
people
is-
realize. I didn't realize that when I came here, that there were
Yeah.
tons of lodges and
Yeah,
and
real big
facilities.
lodges, restaurants. In Moraine Park, there used to be a golf course and
9-hole
some
golf course,
swimming
right? Swimming pool.
pools. Yeah.
Yep.
So
And over time, the park has acquired those things. and
there was
removed
just a
them.
period of time too when it was, fortunately, pulling back from all of its developed areas and realizing, hey, we need to really protect this and sort of convert it back to its natural state, which is why it's so beautiful and undeveloped today.
Mhm.
And in hindsight, like, some of those buildings were really cool and great, but there has to be this balance. You obviously, nowadays, I think it's really great that we don't have any lodges in the park and too many campgrounds or swimming pools and golf courses, like that just takes away from what a national
Well, especially
park
a park
is.
like this, where, like we were talking about, you're never that far from town.
No.
You're never that far from
Yeah.
a gateway community. So
Exactly.
it's
And
not
you have
like
big cities around. If you
Right.
want to, if you want those amenities,
exactly.
they're close.
It's not like Yellowstone, where it's like, well, if there weren't
Yeah.
any lodges in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
then everyone would be driving like
Yeah.
3 hours plus a day
Yeah.
to get anywhere.
3 hours just to get through the
Just to
park.
get in,
Another like 2 hours
and
to the
then
nearest
just
city.
to get out. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that is
It's an interesting dynamic, but
yeah, that surprised me when I first learned about that when I
Mhm.
came here, that so many things had been removed
Yeah.
over time, and that it's just
one
a
day,
decision you have.
one day soon maybe, I want to make a map of all of the structures that used to exist
That'd
in
be
the
really
park.
cool.
Just
Yeah.
so people can gauge like what it used,
what it
to,
used to be.
and then what it
That'd be
is
really
now.
cool. That's
yeah.
a great idea.
Mhm.
There was a student group from CSU, I think, or something like that, that did one of those just for Moraine Park. They mapped where everything had been to kind
Mhm.
of explore the history of it, and it was
Yeah.
really cool. It'd be neat to see that for
Yeah.
the entire park.
It's a big undertaking, but
Yes,
there are a lot of
definitely.
like resources and places to pull from, but
Yeah.
not one big comprehensive.
Yeah. So as
Map
an
diagram.
architect and as someone interested in historic structures and keeping things repaired and using what we already have and all those things, what would you say to visitors when they're coming to visit? Like, what tip would you give from that perspective about the park?
I would say inquire about it because
Just be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, just like notice the buildings around you and know that those are a lot older than anyone's houses that they're living in or a lot of the cities that they live in. You know, like, and just to sort of appreciate the people that were there before you and just think
Yes.
about their lifestyle and how they lived before you and what they were thinking of when they passed through the place and just pretending like you were there 100 years ago or even before that. And then just having a respect for it, you know, not sort of like the leave no trace thing, like don't be tampering with any of the stuff that you're seeing. Don't be messing with any of the buildings or carving your initials into them, you know,
Right.
like
Yep.
it might be cool for you in the moment, but
Yeah, but then
it's not really cool
everyone,
for anybody else
yeah,
later
it
down
ruins
the
it for
road.
everyone that comes after you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good point.
We just want these things to be like in the best condition possible for generations way down the
Yeah.
road. You know, like even buildings that you think don't look that old. Well,
You might be
in
surprised.
100 years, they're
They
going to
will
be
be.
really cool.
That's true.
And people are going to be like, oh, I wish these were taken care of a little better in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's great. I would definitely recommend that to everybody, is just remember that it's not just a park, like it's not just hiking and backpacking and wildlife. It is all those things for sure, but it's also a place where people come and live and work and stay. And for that to happen, there have to be facilities and structures. And, you know, even when you're out hiking, just taking a moment to think about how hard some
Right.
people, a group of people worked to make that trail.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think people, I don't, or I didn't for a long time, have an appreciation of just how hard it is to build a mile of trail.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, it's so much work that people are doing
Yeah, much
for us
respect
so that
for
then
the-
we can enjoy it. You know,
Yeah,
they,
for the trails crews
they're
then and
unthanked.
now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get with the trail crew and cover some of that work.
Nice.
Maybe in depth, so
Yeah.
people can kind of.
And definitely check out some of those backcountry cabins. If you see them,
if
go
you
up
see
to
'em,
them, peek in the windows. They're
Yeah,
cool.
you can go up to them and look around.
Yeah, for sure.
Just, you know,
Don't try getting in.
Don't try getting in. And sometimes there may be a ranger staying there, or stationed there, and
Yeah, they'll let you
be
peek
perfectly happy
inside.
to talk to you and
Yeah.
check in with you and say, hey, say what's up.
It's really cool because some of those old cabins have logbooks from back in the
You can read
60s.
you can read
like just
you can
rangers
read way
who've seen
back.
it, yeah.
It's funny how much things haven't changed.
Really puts in perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wow,
like,
same
oh,
same
yeah.
problems, different
Same-
day.
exactly.
Different decade.
Especially back there where it's so, you know, your phone doesn't work back there. Or anything,
Yeah.
You know, so you're pretty much living the same way, pulling your water out of the creek and filtering and
Yep, using the privy out in the back.
darn right.
Spending the night with the squirrels and the mice.
Yeah. Anything else you want to cover or that you want to make sure listeners know about?
No, I think we've done a
we've
good
covered
job
it?
and hopefully not bored them to death.
Oh, no, definitely. Definitely not.
I know I get excited about it, but I forget not everyone.
Our listeners don't get bored.
No.
And if they do, they can just skip to the next episode.
Oh, okay,
It's no
yeah.
big deal. But
If
no,
they've
our
reached this
listeners
point,
are
they've done good.
are scholars with interests that run the gamut. I'm sure. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you is because I think it is just something that people, including myself, it's just easy to forget about.
Yeah.
The cultural side,
Mhm.
the all the resources that we have in the park, and
Yeah, plenty
just
of
think
natural,
about
also
like last year we had
cultural.
4.5 million people come to the park,
Mhm.
and so it is a place that it's like
It's a destination.
a destination with a lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
A lot
just
of history.
think about that and remember
Mhm.
it, and think of our cultural resources folks who are out there surveying
Yay.
and working on things and maintaining things,
Mhm.
so that hopefully they'll be there, 100 years from now, 200
Yeah.
years from now, 300 years from now.
Yeah.
Hopefully forever. At least that's what we're going for. That's our goal. You have to have high goals.
Forever.
Yeah. So one final question before we sign off from
Yeah.
Sand Beach Lake. We've been asking everyone this question.
Oh.
It's a pretty open question.
Okay.
What does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like in your life or...
Rocky has honestly become like my second home.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'll be back next year because the work I'm doing is kind of getting wrapped up this year, but
Right.
it's kind of where I feel,
And you recently graduated?
yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of just feel like more human
Uh-huh.
out here.
Yep.
Um,
That's interesting.
yeah, I feel more human when I'm around less humans.
I can
For some reason.
I can very much relate to that, and
It's
we've
just
heard
like-
that from a lot of people
Yeah, yeah.
already on the podcast we've
Yeah.
talked to. They're like, I don't know, I just feel more myself, or
Yeah, you just like, it's very introspective. It's inspiring, it's humbling, just the scale of the mountains around you and the vastness of the trees and the power of the water that you see, like, really puts you in your place.
Yes.
As a human. Like, we tend to get on our high horses and just get stuck in the bustle of the city and
Yep.
think that whatever we're doing that day is the most important thing in the world and nothing else is as important. But then you come out here and you're like, this is what's really important.
Absolutely. Snaps you out of it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have a
So-
choice. If you get
Mhm.
out in it, it's gonna happen.
Yeah. And I love feeling like less powerful than nature.
Yes.
And like, I don't know,
The
at
mountains-
nature's will.
The
So-
mountains are really good at that.
Yeah. So Rocky has become this place that I think about all year.
Yeah.
Until I get to come back.
And do you think that your time here, even if you don't come back, is gonna influence your
Oh, for sure.
career and,
Yeah.
and life going
I
forward?
knew like nothing about the Park Service until my first year as an
Yeah.
intern. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's that much that goes on. Like,
Mhm.
there's people doing this stuff and entire divisions dedicated to this. So it really opened my eyes and gave me a new respect for the Park Service. Like, I always tell my friends, like, okay, yeah, I'm going out to my internship for the park. And they're like, oh, you're a ranger? Like, everyone just assumes there's just rangers out here. And I'm like, no, that's like one little part
True.
of what the Park Service is about.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast.
nice.
Just to,
Yeah.
just to talk to people and let people
Mhm.
see all the amazing folks, interesting
Yeah.
folks doing stuff that you would never even know about.
Yeah. So even if I don't come back as a historic structures
Yeah.
tech intern next year, I'm sure I'll be back in my future.
We'll always be here.
Yeah.
Rocky will always be here.
Aw.
Yeah. Great.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for talking to
Yeah,
us. I guess
thanks
we'll
for
pack
having
this stuff up and doesn't look like thunderstorms, so
No.
that's good to go. We'll
Not
pack
yet.
up and head back down the trail.
Yep.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Miles.
Bye, Mary.
Bye. I love that.
Isn't it fun? Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 22nd. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service,
that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
Visitors will come to Logan Pass during the short 2 to 3 month summer season. This shuttle stop is literally the high point of the Going to the Sun Road, as well as the high point of many visits to the park. The pass sits along the Continental Divide at 6,646 feet and treats visitors to sweeping vistas of mountains and subalpine meadows full of colorful wildflowers. The rangers at the Logan Pass Visitor Center can assist with answers to questions about the area and information on plants, wildlife, and hikes. A bookstore is also located in the Visitor Center. From the back of the Visitor Center, a boardwalk crossing flowering meadows leads to Hidden Lake Overlook. Snow often remains on the trail well into summer. This 1.5-mile walk provides visitors with dramatic views of Mount Reynolds, Clements Mountain, and sparkling Hidden Lake. Hikers can continue another 1.5 miles down a steep trail to the lake where Bear Hat Mountain rises high above on the far side. Please remain on the boardwalk and trail. A careless human step will leave a huge impact to plants in this fragile environment. Some may only grow 1/2 inch in 5 years. Across from the Visitor Center on the other side of the Going to the Sun Road, visitors can experience one of Glacier's most popular hikes in the park on the Highline Trail. Hikers often share this trail with mountain goats, so please yield the right-of-way to these alpine residents. Although there are a few precipitous spots on the trail, don't let that discourage you from enjoying some of the most spectacular views in the park. Wildlife, including bighorn sheep, mountain goats, and an occasional bear may be seen, as well as smaller animals such as Columbian ground squirrels and hoary marmots. Feeding any wildlife, large or small, is strictly prohibited. While wildlife may seem tolerant of humans, respect their need for space and do not approach. For both your safety and the safety of the animals, if an animal moves towards you, please move away.
One spring, shortly after I first came to Glacier National Park to start working as a ranger here, I made my first trip up the Going to the Sun Road. In spring, while the plow crews are still working on clearing the winter snow from the road, the area past Avalanche Creek is closed to cars. At this time of year, it's popular to bicycle up on the closed part of the road. One afternoon, I took my bike up to Avalanche Creek to ride. Only planning to bike a few miles, I was outfitted in just a t-shirt and carrying only a simple repair kit, a small water bottle, and of course a can of bear spray. When I reached my intended destination, a switchback in the road called the Loop, I was still feeling strong. The sun was bright and the sky was that deep blue color you only really get in wide open country. From that spot, there's a spectacular view of a mountain called Heaven's Peak. I just couldn't turn around. I eschewed my original plan and kept pedaling up towards Logan Pass. I couldn't stop. Those miles above the Loop are home to some of the grandest mountain views you'll find anywhere. As I came around each corner, a new and breathtaking vista came into focus. The effect was magnetic. As my legs became leaden from the miles of climbing up towards the pass, the mountain views compelled me forward, foot by foot, the beauty of the scenery practically physically pulling me up. If you've ever ridden the Going to the Sun Road, you know exactly what I mean. The feeling was ineffable and unforgettable. Eventually, I reached the high point of the road, Logan Pass, and by then I was in a complete euphoria. As I looked around, I relished the alpenglow lighting up the mountains, the evening light shimmering in the snow, and the glacier lilies pushing up through the fresh soil. The pinkish orange of the sunset was so beautiful I screamed. I couldn't react except primordially. I breathed the crisp mountain air and the place became part of me. I turned the handlebars of my bike back towards the car and began to cruise down the road. But as night started to close in on me, my bliss quickly turned to worry. The sun dropped behind the tall peaks and the temperature plummeted. The road was coated with frigid water from the melting snow, which was kicked up by my tires, and soon saturated my green t-shirt. My stomach growled with hunger. I had cycled much further than planned and missed dinner. But worst of all was the wind. The air itself was still, but biking downhill and picking up speed, I would generate my own wind faster and faster. I couldn't decide whether to descend slowly, staying warmer but dragging out the experience, or to just let go and frigidly descend as fast as possible. Gravity and the thought of my warm car were irresistible. I let loose. As I picked up speed, the cold wind turned my hands numb. They slumped over the handlebars, pale and useless. Suddenly, I regretted that decision. In the fading light, I saw a herd of bighorn sheep jump down into the road from a rocky outcropping above, directly into my path. I squeezed my brakes as hard as I could with my unfeeling hands, not knowing if it would have any effect. With a shriek, my tires locked up, and my bike came to a halt. I was a little too close for comfort to the curly horns of a large ram. He seemed unmoved. Slowly, I made my way down to the car, arriving safely, but well after dark. At home, I cooked up fried eggs, refried beans, anything caloric and warm I could find in my cabinet. Since then, I've biked the Going to the Sun Road many times, and the views still capture my heart. But now, before I leave, I always make sure I have all the necessary safety gear, including snacks, a jacket, and especially gloves.
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're at Logan Pass. And after a brief description of the place itself, we'll hear some stories about what makes it so important.
As the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road, Logan Pass is a place of extremes.
One extreme is visitation. This is the starting spot for two of Glacier's most popular trails, the Highline and Hidden Lake, and has some of the most coveted parking spots anywhere.
To get one of the 234 spots here on a summer day often means arriving before 7 a.m.
Logan Pass is also home to extremes of weather.
Once, wind speeds of at least 99 miles per hour were recorded for 12 hours straight.
It can snow any month of the year here, and often there's still 10 plus feet of snow on the ground into July.
As crazy as this may sound to listeners from warmer areas, if you show up to hike at Logan Pass in July, don't wear your sandals. You'll likely be walking on snow.
Because of the extreme geography and weather here, there's really only a short window to visit.
Crews start plowing the Going to the Sun Road every year at the beginning of April, but it's a monumental task.
The plows will have to maneuver through avalanche chutes, manage extreme weather, and finally tackle a section simply called the Big Drift, where snow often blows into a pile 80 feet deep. They do all of this on extreme terrain, and it all has to be finished before the road can open to the public.
Typically, the Going to the Sun Road opens for the season in late June or early July, but the opening date will depend on conditions. So if you're planning to drive to Logan Pass, don't plan your trip any earlier than that.
If you want to bike like I did, the road will be available for biking before it opens to cars. But you're not allowed to bike in the immediate vicinity of working plow crews for obvious reasons.
To reach Logan Pass, you'll need to bike after hours or on the weekend when crews aren't working.
Once Memorial Day hits and car traffic really ramps up, there are more restrictions on when and where you can bike on the Going to the Sun Road.
You'll really want to consult the park website or newspaper to read all the details.
It's only a few short months before winter makes its return to the pass. Winter storms have ended the Logan Pass season as early as September in recent years, but mid-October is more typical.
It's a narrow window, and that's not accounting for wildfire or other natural events that can lead to unplanned closures.
But Logan Pass is a magical place, full of wildflowers, wildlife, and unsurpassed views. The wild and rugged nature of this place, which makes it so appealing, can also make it unpredictable. It's good to keep in mind that some things you plan to do just might not be available. be flexible, and have a backup plan. There's always something fun to do if you're creative and prepared.
With all that in mind, let's move into our first story of the day about how workers in the 1920s and 30s were able to build the engineering marvel that is the Going to the Sun Road.
So, Michael, how many times would you estimate you've driven the Going to the Sun Road?
Oh, gosh. I never really counted, but I'd say over the last 7 years, over 100?
That's a lot of trips. Do you ever get tired of it?
Absolutely not. No, every time you drive it, thanks to changing sunlight or weather, it looks different. And out of all those trips, I've only ever seen one porcupine or wolverine. So it really does feel like each time you go, you notice something new.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to live in this place and to get to drive that road all the time.
Yeah, you can say that again.
When I'm driving the Going to the Sun Road, as it climbs along those sheer cliffs and hugs the side of the garden wall, I always think about the engineering that must have gone into it. I mean, they constructed that thing in the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and the road would still be impressive if it had been constructed today. So how did they pull that off nearly 100 years ago now?
You know, I have an idea of just who we should talk to. Someone who's been teaching the history of this road for decades.
Ranger Bill?
That's exactly right. Bill has been working here for a long time.
Well, I started in Glacier National Park in 1966. I worked for the boat company, and then in 1988, I was lucky enough to score a job with the National Park Service, and up until this year, I think I had 32 years in.
If you're lucky enough to meet Bill, you'll find that he's got a ton of stories about the park throughout the years.
When I asked him what he'd say to someone about to drive the Going to the Sun Road for the first time, he didn't undersell it.
Well, first of all, I would tell anybody that I was talking to that they're in for probably one of the greatest experiences of their life.
In Bill's reckoning, the road really democratized Glacier National Park. It made it a place accessible to a lot more people.
It allowed everyone that came to the park, whether you're young or old or if you're from a different country, it gives you the opportunity to get up very close and personal with one of the finest wilderness areas in the United States, as well as alpine scenery.
According to Bill, the Going to the Sun Road's origins go all the way back to the inception of the Park Service.
It came back to Stephen Mather, who you probably know was the first director of the National Park Service. The National Park Service came into existence in 1916. Stephen Mather, within a year, became the director.
Okay, what about the route? I mean, it seems obvious now, it's absolutely spectacular, but how did they decide where to put it?
According to Bill, the routing we have today was not even the one that they had originally planned on.
The first architect, landscape architect that was involved in the road was a guy by the name of George Goodwin. And George Goodwin proposed 15 switchbacks over that 3,500-foot climb up to Logan Pass. And Stephen Mather came out and he rode up to the area where he proposed the 15 switchbacks. And Goodwin's whole thought process was he wanted to show the human spirit and what the human spirit was capable of doing, and he felt that a road like that would definitely be there for all time to come.
Oh, really? The road was supposed to have 15 switchbacks? I mean, it only has one now at the loop, right?
Yeah, fate intervened and the 15 switchback idea was shot down.
But along on that trip was another younger architect by the name of Thomas Vint, and Thomas Vint said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Stephen Mather also said he didn't think it was a good idea that they would ruin this incredibly beautiful scenic part of the park.
Okay, yeah, I know. I've got to agree. That does not sound like a good idea.
15 switchbacks would have covered like the whole area in pavement. So Vint proposed a different route instead. One that only had a single switchback. One where the road would blend into the landscape, emphasizing the natural scenery rather than the human engineering.
It sounds a lot more like the road that I know.
Yeah, Stephen Mather preferred that proposal as well. He wanted the road to lie lightly on the land, to emphasize the natural over the human.
So what was the next step to take it from drawing board to asphalt?
Well, they had to do a survey of the route.
And they finally decided that it was going to be a one switchback road. A civil engineer out of San Francisco by the name of Frank Kittredge
came in and hired a group of 30 men, and he'd had a lot of experience building roads along the ocean.
Michael, you know how steep and cliffy that terrain is. Well, surveying it was so terrifying and challenging that a lot of people simply quit. Turnover was so high on these survey crews that Kittredge had to have 3 crews simultaneously. One that was actually working. Then he also had to have
1 crew coming and 1 crew quitting. And the ones that quit said that it wasn't worth it to climb up and down those cliffs and put your life in the hands of a rope.
I don't blame them. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, to be out on that crumbly sedimentary rock, no thanks. They finished that survey in 1924, and the next year the contract to build the west side of the road was given to a company out of Tacoma, Washington, called Williams & Douglas.
When they came in 1925, instead of starting from the bottom and working up to the high point, Logan Pass, what they did was they established along the west side 5, maybe 6 different camps, and they would work from there. They would work in both directions until they ran into the other camp that was coming their way.
Oh, that's clever. So they were able to work on a bunch of different sections of the road all at the same time.
They estimated that there were 300 men that worked on the road. And, there was no OSHA, there were no hard hats, and there the kind of clothing they wore, that wasn't such a big consideration. And the amazing thing about that is there were only 3 deaths.
It's really pretty humbling to know that 3 people died working on that road that we all enjoy so much. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be part of those crews.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, I asked Bill what some of maybe the biggest challenges they were facing were.
I think the biggest thing was safety. You can see guys rappelling down off the sides of very steep cliffs, with a 1,000-foot drop below them. And when they did it, they actually, to get all of the materials they needed up to those 5 camps, they actually had packers that came in, many of them from Columbia Falls, Montana. One in particular was a guy named Joe Opalka. And the interesting thing about Joe was in 1983, they had the 50th anniversary of the Going to the Sun Road, and I was lucky enough to be there. They had a lot of the civil engineers, a lot of the people that were responsible for building the road were there, and they spoke, and they were eloquent. They were eloquent in the fact that this is going to be a National Historic Site, which it is, and it's actually obviously a civil engineering National Historic Site, and said all this big flowery stuff about it. And Joe Opalka turned around to one of his old buddies that were sitting there, 50 years later, and says, "Oh, hell, they can talk all they want about that. It was just one dangerous, damn hard thing that we were involved in, and a lot of hard work, and it was scary."
Joe Opalka passed in 1991, so we're pretty lucky to still have people like Bill who knew those involved in the original construction.
How long in total did it take to build the thing?
While a few small sections had been built in earlier years or even decades, the bulk of the construction was done in just 8 summers. Because of the limited working season, it's really only about 3 years worth of working days. The road was finished in 1932, and then
in 1933, they dedicated, I think it was on the 15th of July, and there were 4,000 people that showed up. Now today, it would be an environmental disaster because 4,000 people, and they camped out all over in the beautiful meadows and the wildflowers.
That is a lot of people at Logan Pass.
Yeah, so I guess some things haven't changed that much. Bill emphasized to me that hearing about the road and learning the history is great and all, but
if possible, people need to come here. You can ooh and ah at the pictures, but when you're on that road, oh my God.
There's something irreplaceable about really being there.
It's just like now where I live, they're rebuilding my road, and now they're digging. The guy that runs that excavator, he is phenomenal. The way he handles that great big bucket that's got to be like this, and he's just got it in his hand and he can put it here and there. And I just actually took a chair out last week and just sat out there one kind of sunny day and just watched him work. It was just so much fun. But I was there and I was part of it. And to me, that's what education is all about. You got to be able to, hell, you can talk about wildflowers, but when you can actually see it happening, it's just so much more effective.
That's such a great image of Bill sitting out in his lawn chair watching the excavator.
Yeah, it actually does sound pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. And I loved the way Bill described the experience of the Going to the Sun Road.
It's like giving somebody a hug. You're hugging the park because it's so beautiful. And the road obviously is a tribute to the spirit, the human spirit. but it also is a tribute to nature. You've got to respect it, and you've got to take your time, and you've got to realize you're in a place that pretty much is starting to disappear in our world, in our country. When you think about all the industrialization that's gone on, but Glacier is a place where you can come and it still relatively is untouched.
He told me about an experience that can really only happen at a place like Logan Pass.
When I was working up there a couple of years ago, and there was a mountain sheep, beautiful mountain sheep, just this big, huge horns guy. And he was looking at us, and it was just like a statue. And the guy came up to me and he said, "Geez, Ranger," he said, "I swear to God, that same mountain sheep was standing in exactly that position 20 years ago when I came here." And I looked at him and I said, who knows? Probably not, but the park is just exactly like it was when you were here 20 years ago because it was set aside to become a national park. And how fortunate we are to have places like that.
We'll be right back after this break with a story about some of the interesting steps the park has taken to deal with the impact of visitors at Logan Pass.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about a very special ranger you'll sometimes see at Logan Pass.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew. How are you doing?
Michael and Andrew, what a treat to hear from you today.
Likewise. Well, we're calling because Andrew and I have both worked at Logan Pass as park rangers, but no matter how good a rangers we are, most visitors who come up to us are asking for a different ranger, one special ranger. Do you have any idea what ranger that might be?
I have a feeling that it is our own four-legged ranger, Gracie the Bark Ranger. Would I be correct?
You're absolutely right.
Can you tell us who Gracie is and what she's doing up there?
Yeah, sure. So Gracie is an amazing addition to the team at Glacier Park, an especially trained animal who helps separate the public from wildlife. Gracie and her handler, Ranger Mark Beal, have won a bunch of national awards for the work that they've been able to do in Glacier to be able to keep wildlife and people interactions safe.
So basically, Gracie the Bark Ranger is a specifically trained wildlife dog that the park uses to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts at Logan Pass. When you say Gracie's helping maintain a safe distance between animals and visitors, is it usually visitors approaching animals, animals approaching visitors, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. So, obviously, as unfortunately we know, animals are attracted to salt, which can come from the bottoms of our cars, and so they can end up in the parking lot, and either people can get too close to them, in which case Gracie will gently nudge her way around both the people and the animals, and generally shoo the animals back to the other side of the road where they are safe and sound and out of harm's way, as are the people who may not know that you just don't get within 5 feet of a bighorn sheep. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, bighorns have a few big reminders on their head to keep that distance, but it's nice to have a charismatic ranger doing the extra work.
I think generally in the name big and horn, you just would get the idea.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear about the special projects the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds and supports here in the park.
And it's always fun to hear your guys' latest podcast. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Great. Well, we'll talk to you soon, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. In this episode, we are at Logan Pass, and for this next story, I wanted to talk to someone who had worked there. On an average summer day, how early would you say the parking lot filled up there?
Normal, probably 7:45 was about average.
Okay.
It's when I first started working there in 2013, it was probably closer to 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So it started, people kind of got the idea that they need to get there early.
That's Emlyn Stanton.
Emlyn Stanton, and I was the visitor service assistant for Logan Pass.
Who spent 7 years more or less managing the whole area. You're one of the people that would make the call to close the parking lot
right
when it's full. How do you know when it's time to do that?
Normally for closing it, if there's more than 20 cars circling, is normally when we made the call to close it.
In the summer of 2019, Logan Pass was open for 86 days. And 3/4 of the time, the parking lot of the visitor center was full by 9 a.m.
And from having staffed that visitor center, it's worth noting that Emlyn or another ranger who's making the announcement that it's full, they don't live up at Logan Pass. They have to drive up in the morning like everyone else. So if the lot is actually full at 6:30 in the morning, it won't get called in until Emlyn arrived at work.
Yeah, you're right. So what would your advice be to somebody who didn't find parking at Logan?
Just go down the road, try to find a legal pullout, and have them just take the shuttle back up.
Now, on a personal level, I don't think anyone, when they visit Glacier, is excited to have to jockey for parking or deal with congestion. I mean, it's just not fun. But there are some other concerns that park managers have when they see crowds like this at Logan Pass.
Yeah, you've got to think about, can an ambulance get up here? Are people going to be forced to walk on the vegetation? Are we getting too close to the wildlife? Is someone going to get gored by a mountain goat?
Things like this are often cited as proof positive that our national parks are being loved to death. And while that might be a little hyperbolic, they are great examples of the difficult nature of carrying out our agency's mission. Now, the mission of the NPS is beloved, but actually implementing it proves challenging, thanks to what's known as its dual mandate. Could you describe the dual mandate?
Sure. Well, the mission statement says that places like Glacier are to be preserved unimpaired. But you're not going to set a glacier aside in a museum or hermetically seal it only to be viewed at a distance, because the mission also states that they're to be preserved for future generations to use, for people to enjoy and learn from.
Yeah, and that balance between protecting something as it is and allowing for others to enjoy it, that's a tightrope walk. Too far to one side and you'll preserve it so well that nobody could ever see it. Too far to the other, you build enough roads, resorts, and attractions that you built a theme park.
Yeah, you've got to find a middle ground somewhere.
Logan Pass, as we've said, is a place of superlatives. It's the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road with some of the park's most extreme weather and abundant wildlife. But it's also a case study in how, in the face of extreme visitation, Glacier has grappled with this dual mandate. And none of these concerns are unique to Logan Pass. Destinations all along Going to the Sun Road seem to grow more and more popular each year. But as the literal and figurative high point of many people's visits here, Logan Pass has been at the center of both the visitor experience and park management for a long time. And if you look at its history, you'll find some of the most misguided, controversial, and just downright bananas attempts the park has made to define our relationship to this place. Today, I'm going to share 3 examples of times that our favorite alpine playground was nearly loved to death. Now, the Logan Pass Visitor Center was built as part of Mission 66, a massive National Park Service program to expand and standardize infrastructure at park sites all over the country in preparation for the 50th birthday of the NPS. Andrew, could you describe the Logan Pass Visitor Center?
Sure. It's built into a hillside and it's got this big sloping roof that kind of matches the contour of the hill. It's made with stone walls and big windows everywhere to enjoy the views.
Yeah, it's beautiful, it's visually striking, and I think really complements the scenery well. But as with any construction project, it disturbed the ground it was built on. This is my first story of management foibles and folly at Logan Pass, and I'm calling it The Cover-Up. But first, Andrew, could you describe what the meadows are like?
There's all those subalpine meadows with glacier lilies, monkey flower, all sorts of grasses.
Exactly. By the time construction had finished in 1965, pictures of the building show barren dirt all around it. But the same photo just 2 years later shows lush green vegetation all around the building.
Wait, what? This seems impossible.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Things don't usually grow that fast up at that elevation.
They don't?
Those meadows are covered in snow for like 8 months of the year, so I would expect it to take decades for all those plants to grow back.
Yeah, you're right. And here's how they did it, if you could read this excerpt from a newspaper article at the time.
Sure. Okay, park officials decided to gather alpine turf elsewhere and transplant it around the visitor center, exactly as one might in developing a new lawn in the city. The source of the alpine sod, unfortunately, is a short distance from the visitor center, just out of the line of sight. Collectively, the sites represent an area as large as a football field. Wait, they just stripped away plants from another spot and replanted them there?
Yeah, and they didn't try very hard to hide what they were doing either, because hikers on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook just behind the building immediately noticed patches of barren dirt. like 200 yards from the visitor center.
Oh no, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah, and so management caught some flack for that, as seen from that article you just read from. But what came next was an attempt to actually protect the meadows.
Okay, that seems like a good thing.
In a story I'm going to call The Toxic Trail.
Well, that doesn't.
The hikers that noticed the sod stripping were on their way to Hidden Lake Overlook, 1.5 miles southwest of the visitor center. Now, today, if you were to hike there, what would you be walking on?
It's mostly on a boardwalk.
Yeah, a raised wooden boardwalk. When the visitor center opened, it was just a regular trail.
So let me guess. After they built the visitor center, it got a lot more crowded up there, and the park was worried that all these people would start to stray off trail and walk on the plants. So they built a boardwalk to try to keep people on the trail.
It's almost like you work here. But you're right. A boardwalk was proposed for that very reason, but it wasn't a popular proposal. It was widely criticized, notably by the trail crew members that would be tasked with its construction. In a letter to the editor of the Hungry Horse News, they opposed the boardwalk for 4 reasons. Now, I have them here. Can you read them?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Obvious damage to the aesthetic value of this alpine area, nothing short of an atrocity.
And their second complaint?
We do not feel that this boardwalk will fulfill the purpose for which it is intended.
Third?
There are a good many well-used trails in Glacier Park that are in dire need of repair and maintenance, and this money could be put to much better use.
And final.
And finally, we feel, as do all park employees, that visitor impressions are important. And so far, all comments from visitors viewing this project have been negative.
A pretty thorough rebuke.
Yeah, but there actually is a boardwalk up there today, so they must have changed their minds?
Well, park management actually dismissed both the feedback and the employees who gave it. The trail crew members who spoke up were actually fired.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the park superintendent at the time, William Briggle, was so insistent on finishing this project despite widespread concerns that the trail crew was replaced and work began immediately on the boardwalk. And this haste led to additional complications as well. The wood initially used was treated with pentachlorophenol, a petroleum-based solvent that pretty much right away began to leak out onto plants.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and folks that were there at the time observed the death of trees or grasses growing alongside it, but it also made it slippery and toxic for us to walk on.
What a mess.
Yeah. Needless to say, they got a lot of flack for that as well and replaced all the wood with environmentally friendly wood at great inconvenience to visitors because it stayed closed for longer and at great cost to the park. But I saved the best for last. The most absurd story of visitor management, in my opinion, anywhere in the park, centers around the toilets at Logan Pass.
Oh no, this can't be good.
We often advertise that the park is home to over 1 million acres, but we don't advertise that we've got over 300 toilets.
300?
Not including lodges or hotels.
Does that count all the backcountry campground toilets too?
Yeah, vault toilets, pit toilets, flush toilets, outhouses, lowriders, visitor centers, campgrounds, you name it. Waste management is kind of a great unspoken truth of civilization. When you've got to go, you've got to go, even if you're miles into the backcountry. And remote restrooms like some of them here are met with a unique set of challenges. Sperry and Granite Park chalets, which you reach after hiking thousands of feet up from the trailhead, get enough traffic that their pit toilets rely on barrels that are sealed and flown out at the end of the year by helicopter.
And I think I've heard that there used to be a solar-powered composting toilet somewhere.
Yeah, there was, until it was destroyed by an avalanche.
That sounds like a huge mess.
And I even ran into a backcountry toilet this summer that had been completely torn off its foundation by a curious bear.
Oh no, that also sounds messy.
So one of the reasons we don't advertise that we have over 300 toilets is because they're kind of gross, but it's also because nobody seemed to know the number offhand. I had a series of really humorous emails with facilities management to try to track down that estimate. But the whole reason I started looking into toilets and waste management in the first place was because I learned about our third and final story. A story I'm going to call The Fleeting Fountains. Coinciding with the new visitor center, a new waste treatment facility was installed at Logan Pass, one that promised to capture and treat waste with a septic system that filters out liquid waste in a 17,000-gallon tank before spraying clean water out of nearby nozzles.
Nearby as in out onto the meadows at Logan Pass?
Yep, watering the plants, so to speak. The only problem was, after this 17,000-gallon septic tank opened to the public, it got 5,000 visitors and 20,000 gallons every day.
Oh no, that's what, 3,000 gallons over capacity?
Yep. And that 17,000 gallon tank that they advertised to the public, that they reported to a federal sanitary engineer, well, they exaggerated the size a little bit. It turns out it was only 6,000 gallons.
So the system was faced with a demand more than 3 times its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of excess waste you got to deal with.
A lot. The result was, well, can you read this?
Okay. The tank continued to overflow, and untreated sewage effluent continued to run directly into Reynolds Creek. It was an awful sight. Saturated toilet paper made its way through the spray heads and was draped on adjacent small trees. Undecomposed fecal matter was sprayed onto the subalpine vegetation, killing some of it, with the liquids then flowing into Reynolds Creek. Oh, that is a terrifying description.
I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah.
Some people began referring to them as the fecal fountains of Logan Pass and suggested the best way to solve the issue of people seeing and being disgusted by them was to only set off the nozzles at night and light them up with a colorful light show that rivals that of Disney World.
Oh my God.
Isn't that nuts?
Oh, that's, yeah.
Luckily, these 3 examples of management fiascos at Logan Pass weren't all for naught. Each scenario has new management solutions today. Take the sod stripping. What do you think we'd do in that situation today?
Well, rather than pull up plants that are already doing fine in the park, we'd grow new ones in the native plant nursery.
Yeah. In the case of disturbances like construction, we can replant vegetation using local seedlings collected and raised by our nursery staff. Now, in the case of the boardwalk, there are systems in place now to evaluate potential development or construction before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not unique to national parks, but any project like this boardwalk would now require an environmental impact statement.
Or assessment.
Which would detail all the ways that the project would impact the environment.
And finally, the toilets.
Yeah, I don't think we use that system anymore.
No, we don't. We've got a new system.
Wow, it is a beautiful day.
And one morning this summer, I drove up to Logan Pass to meet with one of the folks that helps this system work. I feel absolutely puny in my little sedan behind this thing. The fecal fountain fiasco was a huge black eye to the park, ultimately attracting national attention. In a letter to the then senator from Montana, the assistant director of the National Park Service wrote the following. Here, one last thing to read.
Okay. Sprayfield on Logan Pass is being eliminated, and there will only be holding facilities. Next summer, Logan Pass sewage will be pumped into tank trucks and hauled to lower elevations for disposal. This will make unnecessary any additional engineering improvements to the existing system and will obviate further intrusion on the natural environment.
What's your name and job title then?
Jeff Hoyt, equipment operator.
Awesome. I met with Jeff outside these vault toilets at Logan Pass after he drove one of those tank trucks all the way up here. Do you have a name for this thing?
No, it's the bigger one. That's either the big pumper or the little pumper. That's what's in the tank.
And they are as noisy as they are enormous.
How big is that tank?
Huge. You know how big this tank is?
It is a 3,500 gallon.
Wow.
3,500 gallon.
That tank could hold 18 hot tubs and when full would weigh as much as 7 bull moose. Now, all of the waste at Logan flows into a storage tank, which is periodically vacuumed up into tank trucks like this one before being trucked down to a waste management facility near the entrance.
On a busy season, we're usually 3-4 loads minimum every day.
Wow.
3 to 4 trips every day?
Yeah.
That's like, what, 28 bull moose worth of human waste?
Yeah, that's just Logan Pass. There are at least 3 more vaults like it along Going to the Sun Road alone that get the same treatment. It's an incredibly labor-intensive strategy. Today, it's worth noting, we get more than 3.5 times the number of visitors that they did when the visitor center opened in 1965. All these tools, the native plant nursery, environmental impact statements, vault toilets, the park uses them to maintain the balance of our dual mandate, using and enjoying these places without destroying what we love about them.
Yeah, we can have convenient bathrooms with no fecal fountains.
Exactly. But this balance can get harder and harder to handle in the face of increasing visitation. Now, we wouldn't have the solutions we discussed today if people hadn't spoken up about the old ones. It was the voices of visitors that raised awareness of sod stripping and put pressure on the park to fix the boardwalk. The most effective management tool a park could hope for is a community of people that support it, that care for it, and are conscious of their impact during a visit. And if my time here has been any indication, we're incredibly fortunate to have supporters and stewards all around the country. In fact, if you're listening to this right now, you're a part of that community. So thank you.
Yeah, we really couldn't do all this without you.
So the next time you're at Logan Pass, pat yourself on the back and spare a thought for the toilets, because they are a slightly smelly symbol of our collective ability to protect this place.
Okay, all this talk of toilets has got me thinking about the smells here. There are so many things to smell. Do you have any scent-related memories here, Michael?
Yeah, I remember the second summer I came out here to work, I noticed how much I associated the smell of the forests around park housing with the park itself. I remember calling my family to let them know that I made it safely to Montana and mentioned that I realized how much I missed that smell. My sister Katie thought it was hilarious. Like, what do you mean you missed the smell? Bringing it up on phone calls from time to time. But when they finally got the chance to visit, I remember her apologizing. I know what you were talking about now. It smells great.
Yeah, that's a great story. And you're definitely not the only person who's ever been teased for their interest in the smells here. I want to play you a clip from a conversation I had recently.
I got so much grief from my colleagues, just like kind of jabbing at me, like, smellscapes, are you still like doing this? Like, what are you talking about? Smellscapes, that can't be real. And I was reading Aristotle for a class at the time, and he called smell the lowest of the human senses. And it's like, even he's beating up on smells. We've never given smell its due, whether it's in the parks or just in culture.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened with me and my sister. Who is that?
That's Will Rice. He's an assistant professor at the University of Montana's Department of Society and Conservation.
Did I hear him use the word smellscape? Like, what is that?
When Will was doing his graduate studies at Penn State, he worked on a survey about what motivations people had to visit an especially busy part of Grand Teton National Park. One visitor told him,
"Well, I'm here for the smellscape." And initially it was kind of funny, like the smellscape, that's kind of an odd term. We hear soundscape a lot in national parks, and a lot of the research I do surrounds soundscape. So I was just interested, well, is this even a thing that's being studied in any capacity?
He realized the same thing that you were just talking about, and that your sister realized when she visited, that smells play a big role in how we experience national parks, but we hardly ever talk about them. So he wrote a paper. Here, you can check it out.
Pungent Parks, Smells Growing Relevance in Park Tourism by William Rice, Garrett Hamilton, and Peter Newman.
Luckily for us, since Will now just works down in Missoula, he was willing to drive up and take a walk with me around Apgar here and talk about the smellscape. So first of all, Will, can you tell me what is a smellscape exactly?
Sure, so a smellscape is just the aggregate of all the smells that make up a certain area. And the scale can really vary. So we can have smellscapes that are, just the size of a small room or just a meadow, or we could have the smellscape of all of Glacier National Park, the aggregate. But really it's kind of what you're smelling as you're moving through a space.
The whole concept of a smellscape kind of seemed like a joke at first, but I totally get what he's talking about. If you're at Logan Pass, you're going to have a very different experience if the main scent you smell is the pit toilet versus wildflowers.
And interestingly, Will told me the biggest threat to natural smellscapes is not toilets, but actually climate change.
Droughts we know are going to become more prevalent in an era of climate change, and droughts tend to really change. Like we're standing right now around a bunch of wildflowers that are dependent on rain every year. And if we go through a period of drought, those wildflowers may become less prevalent. In turn, if we have a larger rain event like you're seeing, with the super blooms in Southern California, that changes the smellscape. Changing weather patterns, but also wildfires, a big one. I mean, wildfire can really dramatically change the character of a smellscape rather quickly.
Have people tried to capture these national park smells in any way?
If you go into a store, they have officially licensed candles, air fresheners, and laundry detergent that smell like various parks. So we're trying to bring that home. I would say, like if you open up the candle for Rocky Mountain National Park and you get this hit of lavender, maybe that's not exactly what it smells like, but we're trying to authenticate it somehow. Yeah. But we're really failing because it is so unique.
Why should people care about smells?
They're vitally important from an ecological standpoint, but also from the standpoint that I study parks from, the social experience, the visitor experience. Imagine walking into Glacier, with your nose pinched. It's really going to affect your experience. And as we noted in the paper, there's so much about your park experience that you can curate, that you can, really make your own. Now it's taking pictures and putting them on Instagram. You can share this experience. You can record the soundscape, as some people are starting to do with microphones and taking those home and mixing that. But you can't really take this smell home from a park, at least legally. You're not supposed to take, pine straw home. Yeah. Everyone's experiencing this smellscape while they're in the park. It's tying us all together in a place. And so we're left with this really authentic experience.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Will.
I had never thought about it that way. There's all sorts of pictures and videos of the park. There are recordings and now even a podcast of the sounds, but to experience the smells, you just have to be here.
Yeah, and our last story today is about another experience that you really just have to be here to have. It's something you can't experience anywhere else in the whole of the American Rockies. Just this one spot in Glacier National Park.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to join me to find out.
Okay. Okay, you've really got me on pins and needles here. What is this experience you were talking about that's rare?
Well, I think we should replicate the journey of one Marcus Jones.
Who's that?
Jones was a botanist. He worked in Montana in the early 1900s. He was pretty prolific. In his career, he documented and even named a ton of plants. So he was a really great botanist, but he's actually best known for his roasts.
Wait, so he's a botanist that moonlights as a roast comic?
In a sense. He was a pretty prickly guy, and in fact his views were so unorthodox that by the late 1920s he was shut out of most of the botany journals. So he just took matters into his own hands. He bought a printing press, taught himself to typeset, and he started putting out his own botany journal called Contributions to Western Botany. With no one to edit or censor him, Jones just took to excoriating those botanists he disagreed with. I had a friend dramatize a few of his comments for you.
It is a common comment of workers in the gray herbarium that Fernald is becoming a common scold. He needs to be taken out in the woodshed and given a spanking. It is to be hoped that this will be done before he gets to the Bronxian position of seeing nothing good in the work of outsiders.
Wow, he really doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, and the next one's probably even worse.
There have been several notable deaths in the botanical world since my last contributions. Green, the pest of systematic botany, has gone and relieved us from his botanical drivel. They say that the good that men do lives after them, but the evil is interred with their bones. I suspect that his grave must have been a big one to hold it all. Green was first, last, and at all the time a botanical crook and an unmitigated liar.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was not afraid of speaking ill of the dead.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, Jones was just as likely to praise those he agreed with as to nail those who he felt had crossed him.
So, okay, you can't deny that he was witty, if a little bit temperamental, but what does that have to do with Glacier?
Well, Marcus Jones spent the summer of 1909 all around Glacier National Park. During that time, he spotted a rare plant, the Glaucus gentian. And to this day, over 110 years later, it's never been found anywhere else in the American Rockies besides this one pond along the Continental Divide in the Alpine of Glacier National Park.
Oh.
I think we should go see it.
I'm game, but what was it called again?
The Glaucus gentian.
Okay. Where is it?
I'll have to show you. It's near Logan Pass, but it is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we've hiked just over 10.5 miles already this morning, climbed 4,700 feet, and now I think we're within like 100 yards of our gentian. We're getting really close. I'm pretty excited to see it in a minute here. So when we get up to the pond, there's some water kind of seeping out the bottom of it, and you can see there's these mossy patches that have started growing in that wet area below the pond. That's our habitat. So we're gonna walk down there. I think that's where we're gonna find our flower, and we're just gonna be looking for something just a couple inches tall.
It's a pretty tough hike up here, so I was glad to get a little break while you explain some of the background of the flower and why we're up here in the first place. So he discovered the glaucous gentian, the gooseneck sedge. Did he name all these things?
He didn't. The glaucous gentian was named actually all the way back in 1790. A Prussian botanist named Peter Simon Pallas named it.
What does glaucous mean?
Glaucous is, I think it's a really interesting word. It's not one that people use very much these days, but it's actually one of the oldest color words that we know about. Glaucous goes all the way back to Homer. In the Odyssey, Athena is described as glaucous-eyed, and so it became a descriptor of a kind of blue-green color.
So what is special about this glaucous gentian?
Well, it's a pretty unique plant because it grows in so few places. It really has evolved to a very specialized kind of habitat here. This is a really harsh environment. There's a lot of snow, a lot of wind. It's cold, really short growing season. This particular spot we're in is really wet. It's fed by a snowfield. You'll see more of this type of habitat like in the Arctic Circle. Mm-hmm. So this plant is really adapted to really an Arctic situation. But because this area is kept moist by a snowfield, it's pretty threatened by climate change. If that snowfield were to disappear, this area is going to dry out. So scientists have been monitoring this site for 40 years, trying to track how the hydrology affects the plants. And they've noticed a statistically significant decline in the number of gentians that grow here. It really seems like it's attributable to that shrinking snowfield. It's not keeping things as moist as it used to be.
Oh, wow. So it sounds like climate change is making this plant even rarer.
I talked to one scientist who's been coming up here for years, and he said when he first started, he would kneel down to look at the flowers, and when he'd stand up, his pants were soaking wet. And in recent years, he stands up and his pants are still dry. It's just not as moist here anymore. It's interesting because, we've seen the climate trends in this area. We've seen increased temperatures, obviously, but we've also seen somewhat increased precipitation. So you'd think maybe a wet plant would benefit from that and it would be fine. But because that summer heat is so intense, it starts so early. It's warmer in March, April, and May. Often it stays about freezing at night in May. Things are just melting out faster, and it doesn't stay wet late enough into the season.
So it's less about the amount of moisture, but about the consistency.
The timing, yeah. It doesn't stay all summer anymore. So we're gonna keep monitoring this site and see what happens to the gentians, but they're really a signal for us to the health of our snowfields and the changing climate up here. Oh, and there's a mountain goat.
Well, I'm excited to try to find it.
Should we go ahead down there?
Sure.
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes now. I really actually thought we would have found it by now, but no sign of it so far. The search continues.
Spotted saxifrage, buttercups, and lots of moss. But no gentian yet.
All right, we're hitting the 1 hour mark. Still no sign of the flower. Bit puzzled. Thought we definitely would have found it by now.
Oh, big pile of bear poop.
Okay, we're approaching 2 hours. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is even here anymore. I really don't know where else to look, but I think we're gonna give it just a little longer, maybe another half hour.
I think Andrew just found it.
I heard him shout. I have like the biggest smile on my face right now. It's so nice to find it. That feels so good. We've been looking for a couple hours at this point. Yeah, 2.5 hours of just combing every square inch of this area. But it's here. It still exists. It was as glaucous as advertised.
Yeah, when you said blue-green, I was picturing more blue than green, I think. But it definitely was hard to pick out from everything around it. I can only imagine the insults Marcus Jones would have hurled at us after that performance.
Hey, all's well that ends well, and it was pretty exciting when we finally found it.
One of the coolest and most special things about Glacier National Park is the easy access to these wild alpine habitats. I mean, you could just drive right up to what is basically an Arctic habitat zone at Logan Pass. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really great, but it comes with some responsibility as well. These alpine environments are really sensitive to disturbance, like from climate change, as we discussed, but also our small individual actions, like walking on or picking the flowers. It's never worth stepping on one flower to get a better picture or view of another one. But despite the toilets and the cars and all of the people up there, Logan Pass is still one of the best places in the world to get close to nature.
And together, if we leave no trace, we can be sure to keep it that way for a long, long time to come.
That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about visiting Logan Pass or how to leave no trace when visiting any natural area, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Bill Schustrom, Emlyn Stanton, Will Rice, Darren Lewis, and Jeff Hoyt, along with the entire facilities crew here at Glacier.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here. But
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope you can't hear it.
Yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone. We're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so as a park guide, you know, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can get
heard
it
of
in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who like get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's like, I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, wow, that's more than I thought you were going to guess.
But
really, you're not too far off. So in the past couple of years, you know, we've had a few weird, years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm like, so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this
normal,
year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
Like 50 to 100,000. So you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It often gets mistaken for Glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay, and so what exactly did you do?
Yeah, so the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there, and the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent, and so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter, they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow.
That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat, like while you're doing this?
No. So we were in an office with a green screen.
That
made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone. A lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village,
down
by Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Talk us through what that is like.
Yeah, so essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to the studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles. Wow. And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
wow.
That is dedication to the show.
Steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, like, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter, so every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
so I've seen some park rangers who live on the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning.
Mm-hmm.
Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta and frozen pizza. Yeah. So, hey, it's delicious. I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
yes.
correct?
Yeah, I would just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
For sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but...
Yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just one of the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work. And my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire. And the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
you're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say for your
I'd say
job?
Yeah, the most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah.
What's one of the like hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. Her mom's like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, like go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question
over
right
and
there.
over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, you know, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it like spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining it.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time. And I've seen adults like cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of like how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great. Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, you know, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's like the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. You know, people are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes, lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, you know, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service? What is it that keeps bringing you back?
Yeah, although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Oh my gosh, like being at a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. Like, in those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that. Like, a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time. And it's super cool that you get to be in a place like that. Where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you? It's like a career defining moment.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious, and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart, because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminding me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro, and after I answered all those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, "I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again?" And so I was
awesome.
like, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here."
My personal park ranger.
I was like, "You got a deadline for this, because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking." And she was like, "I'm finishing it." And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future. You know,
Yeah.
maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry-level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do. But there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake, and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple of years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it, because it only happens once a year. Like it's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
Make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, Ew, but also, there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me today. Yeah, this was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Wildflowers in the summer, Lunch Creek flows down a natural rock staircase from the striking backdrop of Pollock Mountain. It was named for its popularity as a lunch stop for early visitors to the park and remains a popular stop on the road today. No formal trails exist here, so please enjoy the area from the paved parking. Over time, park visitors have continued to venture off the road and up the creek, exploring the area, and in the process have created a network of social trails into this sensitive and fragile habitat. In order to protect the area from curious feet, Glacier National Park has performed extensive revegetation work to rehabilitate Lunch Creek and eliminate the traces of trails by replanting native vegetation. Please notice the signs marking these rehabilitated areas and do not venture in them. If you're interested in the process of revegetation, plan on visiting the park's native plant nursery at the headquarters area in West Glacier. Each year, as projects are identified, native seeds are collected prior to the disturbance, grown in the nursery, and then returned to the disturbed sites when the plants are mature enough to survive on their own. This helps to maintain the genetic integrity of specific locations around the park and provides the plants with the greatest opportunities to survive in the wild. Every Tuesday throughout the summer, tours are conducted at the Native Plant Nursery at 10 a.m. Join us at the nursery for this interesting look at an important aspect of Glacier's Natural Resources Preservation Program.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area. So the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano. And of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since, after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off, which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been 2 super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
Hello, world, and welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast, the official podcast of Rocky Mountain National Park. This podcast is something totally new for us. We're just getting started. This is episode 1. We're going to be running in a seasonal format, so we'll have a whole season, and this season we're going to do 10 episodes. What we're trying to do with the podcast is connect you to Rocky Mountain National Park through sounds and stories, with things like days in the field with climbing and backcountry rangers and park researchers, interviews with rangers about both their own lives and what they do in the park and the key park issues, soundscapes around the park, news, upcoming events, tips for your visit, all that kind of stuff. I'm your host, Miles Barger. I've worked as a guide in Yellowstone, Denali, and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Parks. I've also worked as a cartographer for the NPS. NPS is Park Geek speak for the National Park Service. So you're going to hear a lot of people this season use that acronym, NPS, National Park Service. I made maps for the NPS brochure program, which makes the official brochures for all our National Park Service units. And now I'm here at Rocky, where I manage our webpage, social media, audio, video production, waysides and signs, printed publications, and other stuff. I'm not going to go too much into my story here right now because, as you'll see, the interviews on our podcast are not going to be formal and stuffy, blah, blah, blah. You know, we're not doing highly produced stuff. We're doing conversations with real rangers, with real park staff, volunteers out in the field. And we want it to be like you're sitting at a picnic table with us, you're sitting around a campfire, we're just having an interesting conversation. So I'm sure that in those conversations, details about me will naturally emerge. So for today's episode, I spoke with Kathy Brazelton, the East District Naturalist. The East District of Rocky Mountain National Park is the Estes Park side of the park. Kathy has been a longtime resident of Estes Park, and as you'll hear in our interview, has been in love with Rocky and the surrounding area for a long time. We chatted in Upper Beaver Meadows, a beautiful meadow backdropped by jaw-dropping mountain views, where we looked for signs of spring and learned about Kathy's lifelong passion for sharing with the world Rocky's unique beauty. We hope you enjoy. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Miles.
Thanks for joining us out here. Where are we right now? We're in Upper Beaver Meadows in the picnic area. I like Upper Beaver Meadows. I think it's a beautiful place. Good birds up here. Yeah.
I'm nodding.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll nod. We'll have nod on audio.
Okay.
So, how's that big snow? For those of you who might be surprised, it's, what's today, May 23rd?
Yeah.
And we're standing in snow.
Because it's springtime in the Rockies.
Exactly. It's springtime in the Rockies. We just a few days ago had, my house, we had over 3 feet.
Yeah.
I think in the park we had over
34,
3 feet.
something
34
like that,
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. I think
Craziness.
Allen's Park had like 42.
Oh.
Have you seen a lot of snows that big here in the spring?
Not quite that big.
No.
One year in March we got 56 inches.
56.
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Whoa.
But those are odd little weather events.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how it will snow and then melt very quickly. It's kind of nice. It's like a little hint of winter. All right. We'll just head into background stuff. So, Kathy, what do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park?
I am the East District Naturalist, which means I supervise all of the interpretive stuff on the east side of the park from the Continental Divide down.
And what is, I don't know, our listeners might not know, we use the terms interpretation. What's an interpreter in the Park Service? We don't translate stuff, right? Well, we sort of do.
I look at it. My grandmother, to her dying day, asked me what language I spoke. So,
really?
and I think it is kind of being an interpreter. I take my knowledge and love of this place and put it into language that the visitor can understand because it's new to them.
So interpreters, we do stuff like ranger programs that people go on. What other kind of things?
Walks, talks, hikes. And then there's the non-personal stuff that you'll see around the park, the brochures and the wayside signs and things that help you understand where you are.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that.
I imagine you do.
So let's see. Where are you from, Kathy?
Originally. Born in Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee, but no accent. Amazing.
I lost it on purpose when I moved out here to go to college.
Yeah.
But I was a child of the South.
Yeah. I grew up in the South too, actually.
Yeah.
And I was kind of the same way. I didn't lose it on purpose, but I had a thick accent and Kentucky plus Mississippi plus Tennessee. So that was kind of
a doozy.
That's a good mix. And then I moved to Iowa when I was like 11 or 12 and it kind of went away. Memphis, Tennessee. How long did you live there?
2 years. But all my family was from there.
Oh, really?
But Daddy's company moved him all around.
Yeah.
And my family loved to travel.
Yeah.
And we came west.
Yeah,
in
like
the
a lot?
Station wagon with the wood paneling on the side.
Like National Lampoon Vacation style?
And 3 little girls in the back seat driving my parents crazy.
Oh, that's great.
But that's when I fell in love with the West.
Yeah, so it was you and 2 sisters.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then ever since you can remember, you took trips out west?
Yep.
How did your parents get into that?
I'm not quite sure. Dad was a crazy birder. He wanted to get lots of new species. And Mother was really enthralled with the beauty of the Native American lands. So we did a lot of poking around down in Monument Valley and Gallup watching the dances.
Oh, wow.
And I
That's
had
awesome.
a blessed childhood, but it turned me on to my love for the national parks.
Yeah, that sounds great. What's the first national park you remember visiting?
Rocky.
Rocky? Really?
Yes.
How old are you?
I was 11 years old.
11. Wow.
And I fell in love with these mountains.
That was a family trip?
It was.
Huh. How long were you here? Did you camp?
No, we didn't camp. We hiked in the snow. We all fell through. We had on our cotton jeans and our cotton boots. It was May, though. Coming from the south, we thought it would be warm. But no. No, we had so many good experiences here, and then later we camped and backpacked and hiked all through the park. But
so you came here a lot.
We did.
Growing up. Like how often would you come? Yearly or every few years?
I think we came once a year for probably 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once I came out here and went to school, my parents kept coming back to visit.
So
I was their excuse.
You went to college here?
I went to Colorado State.
Colorado State. Did you come? Was that because you loved Rocky so much, or do you love this area so much, or was it coincidence?
It was a combination of things. I adored the area, and I was going into forestry and natural resources, and CSU is the best school for that.
Okay. So do you think, I guess it's hard to say. I mean, it seems like your parents and visiting all the national parks would make you like resources and all that.
Oh,
Were you into that ever since you can remember as a little?
I wanted to be a ranger ever since I was a little girl.
Really?
We went on a hike at the Grand Canyon, and I remember trotting along behind my wonderful ranger, and I asked him, "Do you really get paid for this?"
We still ask ourselves that sometimes, don't we?
But I knew, and I was so lucky and blessed to have it happen.
Yeah, that's great. So you went to school at Colorado State in Fort Collins?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you work? When was your first job as a ranger?
As a ranger?
Yeah, or in a national park. Did you ever do an internship? Or
I did internships. I worked for state and national parks. I worked for Forest Service. I worked anywhere I could find a job in the biz.
What was your first thing in the biz?
When I was, parents don't let your children listen to this. When I was halfway through college, I took a semester off, and I worked at Lowry State Park, our wonderful state park just down the hill. I worked for the Young Adult Conservation Corps. So it was a break from school, but it was also doing something that was, My goal was always, no matter what job I had, was to put some kind of a spin on it that would benefit the environment and benefit my career.
Yeah, sure. What kind of stuff did you do in that internship? Or job?
So I made some maps and I worked on some trails.
Oh, that's interesting. Got to make maps.
Yeah.
I like to make.
I know you'd like that.
Yeah, I've made some maps in my time. I mean, it's interesting. I think because that question comes up a lot. I feel like from visitors is like, how did you do this, or how did you become a ranger, or what was involved, and I feel like those types of summer jobs and internships.
My first internship, you will love this. I went to Southern California, and it was the Louis Rubidoux Nature Center with Riverside County Parks. I was madly in love with a California boy at the time, so I did my internship down there. And the day that I got there, maybe within 2 or 3 days, my poor boss, who ended up being a wonderful friend of mine, was in a terrible accident and handed me the keys to the center and said, have a nice summer.
Wow.
So I learned,
you learned a lot
from the kitchen sink on up,
Yeah.
but it was the best experience ever. I learned everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Sometimes I've had a few internships like that. Yeah, let's see. So when's the first time that you worked at Rocky Mountain National Park specifically?
I came here in the year 2000.
Year 2000. And what were you doing then?
Oh, it's a crazy story. I was chief ranger in several parks, chief of interpretation, and I wanted to move up here. And my husband got a job, and I didn't have a job yet. So I handed in my badge and moved up here on a leap of faith.
Yep.
But I wanted to raise my children up here. It's the scariest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
But again,
it worked out?
Well, yeah. It was wonderful. And I had actually a summer off, which I haven't had since I was 16.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And I hiked and hiked and hiked and hiked.
Yeah, you already knew the park.
But you got to know it so much better.
Right?
Yeah. I'd sit down every morning with a topo map and a cup of coffee and just go, here we go.
Sounds like heaven.
It was.
That's a great intro.
Yeah. And then I got hired on as a seasonal again. So I got to have all the fun and none of the responsibility of a supervisory position.
Yeah.
And then just moved on up. So
yeah. I guess that's something too we should explain for listeners, because this is our first episode of the podcast. So people are new to this stuff. Is that we kind of have different groupings of types of employees. We have kind of interns that are through different programs, Student Conservation Association at some parks, or here we have our own programs. And then we have seasonal employees, which are actually official government employees, but they're just working for up to 6 months or less. And then we have term employees, which are on kind of multi-year projects, but they're a defined limit. And then we have permanent employees,
right,
which is like what you'd normally think of as a full-time employee, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So you started out seasonal again when you're doing that, but you've been a chief other places.
Yep. Where did
you work before that?
I started in Redwood National Park.
Ooh, beautiful.
I was going to graduate school in the Pacific Northwest. It was beautiful.
When was Redwood created?
Oh gosh,
I'm trying to remember.
78.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That seems like it's always an evolving place.
Yeah,
so you're at Redwood.
I was at Redwood, and then I went from living redwoods to petrified ones. I went to fluorescent fossil beds.
That's kind of an interesting transition.
I'm looking at the fossils going, I know this ecosystem.
Wow, that's really interesting.
It was. Huge petrified stumps.
And fluorescence is in Oregon, right?
No, it's down
that's right. That's the one in Colorado.
I'm
thinking of a different fossil ones in Oregon.
You're thinking of John Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thinking of John Day.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
fluorescent.
For that, it was a wonderful thing. And then I went from there to Curated National Recreation Area. Which is different yet.
That's in Colorado also, right? Down by
between Gunnison and Montrose.
Montrose, yep. Yeah, I worked at Black Canyon the Gunnison for a winter.
I was your neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that part of
Isn't it gorgeous?
The state.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Curated is beautiful.
It is.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize that the National Park Service manages a lot of national recreation areas.
Yeah.
So not all National Park Service units are called national parks.
That's right.
Yeah, we have tons. I don't even know how many types of units.
Oh gosh,
like
the
15,
National Historic
16.
Site, National Monuments, National Battlefields, National Seashores. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and for people, if you're listening and you're curious about that, go to, if you search the terms Find Your Park, you can actually find a big map that has, we have 400 and, what's the count now? 400 and something units. And I think a lot of people don't even realize that we manage all that stuff. Anyway, Curacani.
From there, I went to a little bitty place in Utah, Timpanogos Cave.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Gorgeous
What's that
little,
like?
Oh, it's a little jewel box of a cave.
Is it a dry cave, wet cave?
It's a wet cave. It's
Wet
still
cave?
alive, with doors in it to help maintain the
Whoa.
moisture ratio.
Wow.
It is way up high on a cliff, so people show up and expect it to be like Carlsbad, where they take an elevator or stairs down to the cave. Instead, they have to hike a mile and a half up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
it's in the
fascinating.
limestone face.
What part of
there.
Utah is that in?
Just south of Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the Wasatch Range there. It's beautiful.
I love that part of the country. Where
And
after
then from there, I went to Great Sand Dunes. Now it's National Park and Preserve.
Yeah.
And then up
At that time, was it?
it was just a national park.
National Park, and then they added the preserve later. Yeah. That's also a fascinating place. If anybody's coming to Rocky and you have a longer trip, you should visit some of these places around us. I mean, Great Sand Dunes is bizarre.
It's phenomenal.
It's just
phenomenal.
These, hundreds and hundreds of foot tall sand dunes up against the Sangre de Cristos, and there's a 14er like right behind sand dunes.
Yes.
It's very bizarre. And then what's that creek that flows down?
Medno.
Yeah, and it flows like under the sand and kind of emerges on the other side,
It
and there's
comes
a
in and
wetland.
out.
I mean, it's just,
there's pockets, secret pockets
yeah,
back in there.
it's a bizarre
And a
place.
bison herd and an elk herd. And
Yeah, it's definitely worth. I mean, all parks. I've literally every park I've been to.
Same here.
Even when I'm like, I don't know about this place. It's always interesting.
Every park has had some beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And so then after that, you came here
Came
to
up here.
Rocky. Huh. That's great. You got to be in
And
some
I'm
nice
a happy
places.
ending. Oh, I have been in wonderful places.
You like it here, okay?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So how did you get into interpretation specifically? Is that what you'd always wanted to do, or were you
I've done lots of jobs in the national parks, resource management, law enforcement, cleaned my share of toilets. But my passion was to get people excited about these beautiful places. And to me, interpretation was the key to that. Just to share my love for and knowledge of and watch that glow spread across their face. That's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love that too. So you talked about taking trips with your family. Was there anyone specifically, like a specific ranger that you remember, or someone in your family specifically that really inspired that desire to
my
communicate
mom was
and inspire
a professional Girl Scout, outdoor education. And I was a scout myself, and that offered me many wonderful opportunities.
Yeah.
And then my dad being a birder, that's what we would do together. We'd go out on Saturdays and go birding when we could. So he taught me a lot about the different, birds and why they were there and the ecosystem idea. And I just loved science in school. I was a little science nerd. I just adored it.
Yeah.
But
that's great.
I had a hard time deciding whether I wanted to go into research, and because I just love immersing myself in resource knowledge. But I really wanted the other piece too, the communication of the sharing of. That's important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot for people in the Park Service. They kind of have a lot of interests. It takes a little bit to figure out. Do you like being out in the field collecting data all the time, kind of on your own, or do you like interacting with people and and all of that?
Both.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel
And
the same
the
way.
old time ranger, when I started, was more of a general ranger, a generalist, and we got to do a lot of the different things. And we've gone a little more pegged now into different categories.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people mention that. I guess I've only been doing park stuff for about 10 years, but I've heard a lot of people say, it used to be much more general, and it's just gotten more specialized over time.
And it
Why do you think
depends.
that is?
Well, a lot of my first parks were smaller parks, so you wear a lot of different hats because you don't have a lot of staff.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you move into a bigger park, there's just more people to assume more roles.
Yeah, makes sense. A lot more everything. I mean, at Rocky, you were just a little under 250,000 acres, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of visitors.
Yes, we do.
I bet that's changed a lot. Do you know what the visitation was when you were here, like in 2000? approximately?
I think it was still, don't quote me on this, but I think we're still under 3 million at that time.
Yeah.
And now we're at 4.5.
Yeah, last year we had
and
4.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what kind of changes have you seen at Rocky since you've been here?
Oh,
Any kind of
I
changes?
think the interpretive role becomes more and more important because we are trying to help people understand where they are so that their visit can be as low impact as possible and they can see the beautiful places and enjoy it, but still in the spirit of national parks, leave it for that next generation. So even though there's a lot of visitors, most of them really want what's right for the park, and we just help them understand how their behaviors can help the park.
Mm-hmm. So, again, just in case some people listening don't know all the details, what are some things that we mean by impact, or like remaining low impact while we visit?
Oh, it can be as simple as going to the bathroom in the correct place or
That's
in
true.
the correct manner.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing worse than thinking you're in God's own wilderness and looking down and seeing a big pile of human leavings.
Yeah.
Or a pop top or things like that. So, with that whole leave no trace idea is a good one.
Yeah, I know that's a big one, and one that we've been having to work with people on just because we do have so many visitors now.
That's right.
And it's understandable,
That's right.
but
and using trails, if there's a trail available, use that. Don't make your own. And that can really help the undergrowth and the vegetation around our heavily used areas and little things like that. And people need to remember that it's a little thing, but it really does make a difference.
Yeah.
Because we have 4.5 million people doing that little thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I always try to think about because it's understandable. Like it's understandable why people do little things and you don't think about it. But I always try to remember, like, okay, what am I doing right now times 4.5 million?
Right. That's a good way to look at it.
Can make a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I try to think about too, that I think you're right, this sort of interpretation is so helpful, is that national parks are really fun and they're fun to come to and they're fun vacation, but they're so interesting because they're set aside forever. They're supposed to be here forever for everyone.
Right.
Every generation, grandkids, great grandkids, everybody. And so that always helps me too.
Isn't that the best dream ever?
It is. I know. It's an amazing idea.
And you get up in the morning and put on your green pants. If that's the reason we're getting up and putting on our green pants, we could have a lot worse troubles.
I agree. Okay, time for a little break while we give you quick news and announcements about things going on in Rocky Mountain National Park. First of all, summer is here. So it's hard to believe, wasn't that long ago we had a huge late May snowstorm, over 3 feet of snow in Estes Park, way more up in the higher elevations. But Trail Ridge Road is now fully open for the season. Roads are clear, but watch out for ice. It can get below freezing at night, and any water from melting snow on the runway can freeze. And be prepared for cool temps and high wind. It can really surprise you. For example, on Monday, I went up to the Alpine Visitor Center. When I left Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, it was 76 degrees, light wind, sunny. Up at Alpine Visitor Center, it was 46 degrees and very windy and pretty clouded over. So the weather changes really quickly and temperatures always get colder as you go up in elevation. I was really glad to have a jacket, hat, and gloves and to not be in sandals. And we recommend that any of you coming to visit bring all those items as well. Warm clothes, hat, gloves, and if you're wearing sandals, some extra shoes in case it's really cold up there. Wildflowers are starting to bloom in the lower elevations of the park, and wildlife are out and about with new elk and moose calves being spotted around the park, and lots of species of birds joining us from near and far, including the hard-to-miss ruby-throated hummingbirds. They buzz and chirp. You hear them through the air. Ranger programs. Have you ever joined a ranger-led program? They are a great way to learn about the park and have fun doing it, and they're free. So on a ranger-led program, you show up at a location, a ranger is there with you. We have walks and hikes, we have evening programs, we have more like presentation style, hands-on. We even have things especially for kids. They're absolutely great benefit, and like I said, no cost to you. We have a special program coming up on June 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and we call it Party with the Stars. So if you have not been to Rocky Mountain at night and seen our night skies, they are incredible. The Milky Way, all the stars, I can't even describe it to you. You have to see it yourself. So on this program, you show up 8:30 p.m. Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and you watch as night descends on Rocky Mountain National Park. And then when it's dark, there's actually going to be volunteers available with big telescopes that will help you experience the magic of the night sky. They can point things out to you, or you can just look through the telescopes and get some great views. So highly recommend you check that out, June 16th, 8:30 p.m. We also have all of our summer programs beginning this Sunday, June 18th. There are way too many for me to talk about here, but you can find them online. For a full list of our ranger programs, check out our online calendar at go.nps.gov/RockyCal. That's Rocky, C-A-L. Or if you're here visiting us in the park, you'll get a park newspaper when you come through an entrance. Just turn to pages 3 through 7 in that newspaper, and you'll see our full list of programs for the summer. Finally, a few updates on our park roads. Old Fall River Road is currently closed to vehicles. It's open to bikes and walkers. It is set to open as usual in early July, weather permitting, so stay tuned on that. There's construction going on Moraine Park Road from the intersection with Bear Lake Road to the Moraine Park campground. You can expect delays of up to 15 minutes there during the day while construction is going on. And all throughout the summer, we have a park-wide project to repair and preserve pavement in the park, and that also might cause short delays in a few sections of road, and those sections will be changing throughout the summer. So just something to be aware of as you visit us. All right, there is all the news that is fit to speak for you this week, and let's get back to our interview with Kathy. Since it's spring, thought we could talk a little bit about spring in Rocky. You know?
Spring in Rocky?
Yeah. So when you
be
think,
ready.
Be ready. Yeah. When you think about spring in Rocky Mountain National Park, what do you think of? You think of be ready.
The first thing I think of is change.
Change.
Yeah, because it's going to be changing either by the minute or by the day, or you can have a 50-degree day one day and be sitting and getting sunburned on a rock, and the next day you are in 3 feet of snow. So be ready. Folks who come visit us, they have their shorts and sandals on and they're ready to climb longs, and we're saying, that's still a winter climb. They forget how far north we are and how high we are in elevation. It really makes a difference.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I totally get it. I remember the first time I came out west, because being from Kentucky, it snows a little bit.
Yeah.
May is
summer.
Usually warm. It's summer, basically. And I remember we came out here. I think it was early June. We went to Yellowstone. And a snowstorm was coming in, and they were basically like, you can either stay here for 3 days or you can leave, but you're not going to be able to get in or out. And we were just like, what? It kind of blew our minds.
Yeah.
So that's a good tip for everybody. Be prepared for anything. Like you said, sunburn and 60 or, 20 degrees and dumping snow, or 3 feet of snow like we just had in May.
Yes.
What else what other things are changing here? I think it's interesting when you live in different types of environments, there's always change happening, and we have spring, but I think a lot of people wouldn't maybe think of it as spring or recognize it as spring.
It's not a long drawn out spring like other folks have. I think of my senses when I think of spring. There's things you smell. You can smell the current blossoms or the current leaves. You can that's one of our shrubs. You can smell the willow catkins and that green meadow waking up smell. This just really is strong sense in the spring. I think of sights. I think of the blue of the bluebirds coming in. They're in their breeding plumage, and they are an incredible color blue. Your eyes just can't register it.
Yeah, it is shocking when you see one. You're like, whoa, is that real?
Extremely pregnant cow elk.
I've seen a lot of those around town.
Yes. I think of sounds. We have the red-tailed hawk coming in to build their nest, and they do a lot of calling back and forth, the breeding pair. I think of the broad-tailed hummingbird when he swoops down, the male, the wings vibrate, and you hear that funny little noise.
Yeah, it's always exciting when those show up.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be able to drop some of these sounds in.
Yes. Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be great?
The podcast, you can
kind of
know what those
timing
sound like.
Because when the ribes, the currant, when it puts its little blossoms out, it's one of the first ones. That's about the same time that the hummingbirds show up, and it's a vital food source for them. So it's all about, we call it phenology. We study the timing of different events. And springtime is boom, 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 event after event.
Yeah. Yeah, it can happen really quickly once it gets rolling. Yeah, we're feeling the sun right now. This is kind of exactly what we're talking about on a short term. Because when we first came out here, we were pretty cold and it was cloudy and everything. And now the sun's out and we're like hot almost, especially with the sun hitting it below your face. That's another tip for people when you come anytime. Sunscreen in the summer, in the winter. I think some of the worst burns I've ever had have been in the winter because it hits you from below.
Yep.
I like the sunburn in the nostrils. That's always a good one. I remember the first time that happened to me. I was like, what's going on? Yes, plan ahead. Yeah, those are all great things to listen for. We hear robin right now, right? So the hummingbirds, red tails.
The robins are our noisy little neighbors. They call loudly.
Yeah.
This time of year, you see a lot of juncos, finches, chickadees, white-breasted nuthatches, and the red-breasted nuthatch, speaking of sounds, who sings its beautiful little call. I always just say, okay, honey.
Sounds like a trombone with a cold or
something. It
something.
kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And who else is here? Green-tailed towhees are doing their little dance. The magpies are nesting. They build that huge nest with a front and a back door.
Magpies are fascinating.
They are my favorite bird.
They're so smart.
Oh, and beautiful.
Yeah, they are. They're beautiful. Yeah, when I guess on the blog we'll try to put up a picture of magpies for you to watch out for. They're pretty unmistakable.
Yes.
They're big, white body, long, kind of blue-black iridescent tail.
Yeah.
And yeah, they build. If you see a nest, it's pretty unmistakable. They're just
big
these
dome,
big structures, big dome structures.
And they're corvids, so they're smart.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Along with the jays and the
our Stellar's jays,
ravens,
all the corvids.
Yeah.
So you like birds a little bit.
I like birds a lot.
I get the impression.
I like birds. I like everything. That's why I'm a naturalist.
Well, that's true. It is a generalist.
I have a real plant obsession, and I love the trees, and I love the rocks, and it all works together to make a very nice world.
Yeah. Have you always led spring bird walks in the spring here?
Yeah.
Tell people about that a little bit.
Oh, it's a wonderful time to get out and see what's going on our calm spring mornings. There's no place more beautiful than out in the meadow, listening and watching, and again smelling. I love to smell everything too.
It's an important sense.
It is.
People forget about sometimes.
It is.
Or
But
I do.
you know how it's so linked to memory.
It is.
Yeah. So I think folks will come here and they'll smell something, and later they'll get a whiff of it and go, "Oh yeah, Rocky." So the spring bird walks are at 7. Or excuse me, they're at 8 now, and they'll be at 7 in the summertime. We have a wonderful mix of rangers and volunteers, our wonderful skilled volunteers helping us lead these. And this is the time of year when the migrants, the bird folk who go thousands of miles away, come back up and come home to Rocky. So it's great to see them arriving.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. Yeah, bird walks are one of many types of walks and talks. We have so much stuff going on, especially in the summer. When you arrive at the park, for listeners, you will get a newspaper when you go through the gate, and that will have all our programs. But if you want to look ahead of time or while you're visiting, if you're back in your hotel or whatever, if you go to our website, there's actually a little calendar up in the right-hand corner, and you can search for your specific dates, and it'll tell you everything going on those days. And all of our ranger programs are free.
Yeah, you betcha.
Right?
All included in your price of entry.
Exactly.
And boy, I sure want to encourage you to plan ahead if you can.
Yeah.
Because we are getting so busy, and there's times when there's no parking. And I know how frustrating that can be. But if you plan ahead, you can be where you want to be before the crowds get here.
Yeah, that is a really big thing as it gets as Rocky gets more popular. I mean, it's great that we're more popular because that's what we want. We want more people to come learn about not just this park, but this place as a representation of, the Southern Rockies, the Colorado Rockies. But yeah, planning ahead is so key. Our website's great for that. You can do a lot of research, and we actually are going to have an article up there that you can go and see about planning ahead. And a lot of it is, look at ranger programs you might be interested in, see exactly what time they're going to be, kind of think about your day.
Yeah. We want to give you all the tools so your visit will be very successful and fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. We want everyone's visit to be great. We really do. I mean, that's what I think about all the time.
Sure.
Is all of you who are coming to visit us, we want you to have a beautiful visit.
I see people who get grumpy with the traffic in town.
Yeah.
And I always just laugh because I said, that's a mom and dad and 3 little kids, just like my car. And they're all having the adventure of their lives. I'm not going to get mad at them.
Exactly. Yep. You just think back to that time.
Yep.
What are some of your favorite visitor questions that you've ever gotten?
Oh.
Are there some that come up on a regular basis that are...
There was one time that I gave terrible misinformation to a lady without thinking about it. She came to me at the front desk and she said, I've been here looking for elk and I can't see any of them. And it was a very warm spring day. So I said, oh, they're up in the trees. Their coats are so hot. And she said, I didn't know they could climb trees. So I misspoke. By being up in the trees, I meant taking shelter under the forest canopy. But I said it poorly.
That's
she was very
good.
surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's there's so many animals and things here that a lot of people aren't familiar with. So maybe elks do climb trees. Elk. That's pretty funny.
It was.
If you could give listeners you can give more than one, but one piece of advice for their visit, let's say this summer, because we're going to put this podcast up in mid-June. What do you think it would be? Doesn't have to be practical. It can be anything.
Oh, probably my biggest piece of advice is just come with an open heart and open eyes and look around and absorb this place. It's yours and it is magical. Be open to that. Don't get caught up in the traffic and where we're going to eat lunch and all the day-to-day things. Let those slide to the back of your mind and your heart and just be here now.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice because I experience that too in the park. Sometimes you have an idea of I want to do this specific or go this specific place.
Right.
And yet everywhere you go in the park, anything you do, I always find beautiful and enjoyable.
Yeah.
It just kind of...
Yeah. And the mountains will, John Muir said, their peace will flow into you. It's that, I find myself on the way to work thinking about getting the kids to the dentist. And I look up at the mountains and go, oh yeah, that's what's important.
Exactly. Yeah, let it kind of, like you said, let it flow into you, let it calm you down. It's important to remember sometimes, all times. We already talked about bird walks. What are some other events this summer that listeners might want to know about? Or what about some of our night sky stuff?
Oh, we have several. They're primarily on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And I have a wonderful ranger on my staff who is a dark ranger as well as a park ranger.
Yeah.
Which means she is highly skilled in astronomy and the skills to teach that. We go out into these meadows here and we look up and I promise you've never seen stars like this. It is so magical. There are thousands. And we have a wonderful cadre of volunteers who come and bring their telescopes so we can all get a look. Last summer I sat out here probably till about 2 a.m. watching Saturn and you could see the rings and it's just, it's impressive.
Yeah, it is stunning. It's really amazing. And the difference between near to town and then when you drive into the park a little ways is
if you're used
stark.
to a lot of light pollution in your urban sky, when you get out here and look up, you're going to be just amazed.
I mean, a lot of times you can see the Milky Way just before your eyes even get adjusted.
Yes.
You just look up and there it is. You don't even have to adjust.
Yes.
Yeah, those are great programs. What do we like to say? Half the park is after dark.
That's right.
But it's really true. It's really true. There's just so much amazing stuff. And in the winters too, we do some full moon walks sometimes.
We do.
Because
that's a magical night to be out. Sometimes we have to go in snowshoes, but we're out in the winter landscape under that full moonlight, learning about how the planet works and how the moon works, and it's just wonderful.
Yeah, so we have our night sky programs. If you go on our website, you'll find all of those listed. We also have evening programs, so not quite around when it's getting dark. Can you tell people about those?
Yeah, those are primarily located in our campgrounds, but you don't have to be staying in the campground to come. You can pull in and attend the campfire program as well. Actually, we call them campfire programs, but we don't do the fire part anymore because of fire danger.
Yeah.
We have wonderful evening programs on every topic imaginable. It's
so
a great way to learn about the park.
Those are in our amphitheaters, right?
Campground amphitheaters.
And all kinds of different topics, different people.
Yeah. Different show every night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and those are nice because there's a lot of visitors around. It's kind of a nice, fun way to meet people.
Yeah,
communal
they're real
spirit.
family oriented, and some we do early before the sun goes down because we know we have some campers who need to be in bed.
Sure.
And then some we do as it gets dark, and we use a a PowerPoint projector for that.
I'm trying to think of some of our other programs. We have lots of walks.
We have visitors. Yeah, we have walks. We have programs that are tied to the visitor center because we know you're busy, but you might want to learn something but don't have time to go on a long walk. Walks, talks, everything imaginable. Just, again, check out those web listings and see what fits your needs.
I'm also thinking we also have some kind of fun, like Coffee with a Ranger. I think that's kind of an interesting program.
That's a fun one. Meet the ranger at 7:00 in the campground.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just, we try to keep it informal. It's just a chance for you to talk and ask questions.
And you know what we really use it for? We use it as a chance to really put our finger on the pulse of what the visitor is doing, thinking, feeling. And we really like the feedback of what your experience is like and how we can do better.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't even thought about that part of it. But that is a great opportunity to just talk and see how things are going with people. And then visitor centers, we also staff those.
Oh, yeah. Swing in and you can find maps, information, trail information, anything you need.
And then also the bookstores.
Oh, yes. Wonderful sales items with our partner.
What are some of your favorite books about Rocky?
Oh, let me think.
Other than field, anything.
Yeah. Well, field guides, yes.
Field guides are great.
That's what makes my knee go. Anything by Enos Mills. He was he's the father of our national park, and he was the father of really the rangering profession of taking people out into the field and learning. And he writes lyrically. You will fall in love with the mountains by reading anything Enos wrote.
Yeah, Enos. Maybe we could talk about him for a little bit because I think that's pretty fascinating, and definitely I encourage anyone to read because it's almost it's like halfway to poetry.
Yes, it is.
It's kind of halfway in between prose and poetry.
It is.
When did he come to this area?
He came when he was a kid.
Yeah.
He was like
same.
Same but different reasons. He was quite ill back in Kansas where he lived, and they had thought that maybe if he came out here and lived with his uncle in the rarefied mountain air, he would get better, and he did. He got strong and wonderful. And,
really?
Set up a mountain school, a nature school on the side of Long's Peak. And I can't remember how many times he climbed Long's Peak, but it's in the 300s, 400s.
Yeah.
He was like the king of that area. He knew it. He was such a good naturalist, and he could tell it in such beautiful ways that everybody got excited. And then he used that skill to get the idea of the national park going and campaigned for us all across the nation.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how many national parks have that sort of story. They have, a person or a small group of people that recognize the beauty of the place, and they really work hard to have it protected. I always find that really inspiring.
I do too.
Because it's just a few people who spearhead it, and then now we've had this park for 102 years.
Yeah.
102 years.
Thanks to their efforts.
Exactly.
Yeah. So never think that you cannot help or make your dream come true. You can.
Yeah. It really is amazing to read about all those folks. And so Enos Mills, basically, what would you say? Did he create the idea of a naturalist as like a defined profession, or do you think he pushed it forward?
Nature guiding is what he called it. And he said, don't tell them so much the what, but get them excited about the how and the why and what it means to them. So he had the answers way back then. And his nature school was just a wonderful place to come and learn, and people would go up.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing for me that maybe surprises some people when they go on interpretive programs. And that's why I think that's part of the reason why we have our own term, interpretation, as opposed to education, because we're not just trying to bring people out and just throw facts at you all day. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, I think our main goal is we know that people want to learn.
Sure.
We like it too. So we do that part, but we don't let it in there. We try to take it to that next step, which is something transformative, something inspirational. That's where people's hearts are touched. And our goal is to touch you in your brain with the intellectual and in your heart with the emotional. And we want you to leave this place a steward. We want you to leave this place a champion for national parks and for Rocky, and to do everything you can to help protect us.
Yeah, I think not to get too much into technical verbiage, but we're also that's I feel like that's a growing thing in the Park Service. These more interactive programs with rangers, where again we're not just talking at you, but we actually want to have a conversation, not just between the ranger and the person, but between everybody that's in the group. And I've been on some of those programs, and it is amazing what comes out.
Oh, we learn so much from our visitors.
Yeah.
We look at it as being more of a dialogue than just I'm going to stand up here and tell you everything I know now.
Yeah.
And through that dialogue, everybody is enriched. Everybody learns, and everybody has a chance to be heard.
Yeah, I feel, on so many ranger programs, not just guiding them, but also being on them. It's amazing how you can have more energy and excitement when you're done.
Yes.
Than when you start. So it's very different than a class almost, because you're like, okay, I'm taking it all in. So by the end, you're like, oh, excited.
Yes.
I've had that experience at a lot of parks where you go on a ranger program and it opens your eyes up to things you hadn't even noticed maybe, or...
And it's the same thing for the rangers. The visitors keep our pilot lights lit. They keep us excited and enthused and in love with this place.
Absolutely.
Seeing it through their eyes is just wonderful.
Absolutely. And I love kids too.
Oh, yeah.
All of our programs are all ages. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So any kids are welcome. And I think a lot of times they have some of the most insightful comments and questions.
They do. I'll never forget
they'll
the
ask
time
a question. Yeah,
I had an environmental education contact with a kid, and we were doing these great programs, and he goes, "That was great." Then he looked at me, he goes, "Hey, you were teaching us stuff."
He saw you, huh?
And I thought, okay, my job here is done. He had a good time, but he learned, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And our Junior Ranger program is one of our most popular programs in the park. We have
I'm
wonderful
glad you brought
books.
that up.
And then we have programs up at our Hidden Valley area where we have Junior Ranger headquarters. And kids, that's just for you.
Yeah, so Junior Ranger, can you explain it a little bit, like the details of it?
We do 4 programs a day, and it's just a way to kid-level learning, the fun stuff, a way to learn about the national park and what's here. And then the kids can fill out their books. There's all sorts of fun activities and things to color and match and draw lines to, and then they get their badge. And kids, your badge is bigger than my badge, so it's pretty cool.
They are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to a visitor center or to a Junior Ranger headquarters.
Or Junior Ranger program,
Yep, and it's great. I mean, the books are I love the books here.
Oh, they're
at
beautiful.
Rocky. Yeah,
our partner helped design those.
They're all
Rocky Mountain Conservancy.
hand illustrated.
They're gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah, they really are.
And kids are really excited when they open it. It's not, it's summer oftentimes when the kids are here and they don't want to do homework, but it doesn't look like homework. It looks like fun. It's
There's
games,
searches and puzzles,
beautiful colors, and
it's just a great way. I mean, the kids learn about it, but the parents learn about it too because they're helping the kids, and then you get a badge, and it's just a great program, and it's free.
Yeah.
So
and we have some kids who hit our desk. They are showing up with little vests on with over 100 Junior Ranger badges, and they just inspire me. They give me hope for the future.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we have Junior Ranger books for different age groups. So, whatever the age of your child or yourself, we have something. I was going to
say, literally, whatever the age, I awarded a Junior Ranger badge to a 91-year-old gentleman once, and it was just a high point in my life.
Yeah, that's amazing. Wow, what a good story. 91 years old.
He was grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, it's a great program. I feel like I'm 32. I have tons of friends in their 20s, and who go and they collect them just like an 8-year-old. Like, it's just as fun. It's just as fun. This is going to be a complicated answer, maybe, but that's okay. We can muse on it until we're done.
Okay.
You've been coming to Rocky for a long time. What does Rocky mean to you? I know it's an impossible question, but so many.
Rocky is part of the fiber of my being. Something, this is going to sound all woo-woo, but something physically, literally happened to me the first time I saw these mountains.
Really?
I just fell in love. I said, they are the most beautiful. And everywhere I've worked with the National Park Service, like I said, every park has been a gift in some way, but I always thought these mountains here in Rocky, the Never Summer Range, the tundra, it touched me in such a way. My mom and I spent so many happy days with our noses to the ground and our butts in the air up on the tundra, learning about the botany up there. And it's just such a special place. It's It's inspiring to me. It gives me strength. It grounds me. I have a real mountain fetish, and I love to visit any mountains I can find, but these are the home range. And our poet laureate, Thomas, you'll have to dub this in. I can't think of his last name right now. But he said, you can say that I loved a range of mountains so much that I could hardly breathe. And that's what this is. And to have the honor and the glorious experience of sharing this with the park visitors, that's the best thing I could ever do with my life, because they're going to help me protect it, and it'll be just as special to them. It's not mine. I just happen to love it.
Exactly. I think that's such an important point for everybody, is that this park belongs to everyone. You know, it's all of ours. Connect with it however it connects to you. Find the place that speaks to you. I had a similar experience the first time I went to Yellowstone. I mean, I'd never been in the mountains from the East Coast. I think I was 16 or 17. And I just was like, this is it.
Yep.
This is what I want to do. And I've been working in national parks at least seasonally ever since then.
Yay.
There's just something about it, you know?
And that's one of the biggest things I want to tell people. Their jobs are hard right now. But please don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a park ranger. If you want to be a park ranger, you can. And it's my job and the rest of the rangers to help you get there. People helped me every step along my career, and I'm so grateful. So if you have a real itch to do this, if it's really in your heart, get in touch with a ranger somewhere, whether it's out here or in the park that's closest to your home, and just say, what can I do? And you can start as a volunteer. I did. When I was a master's student, I was volunteering at Redwood. Just get your foot in the door, and this can be yours if you want it.
I think that's a great message, and I totally agree. You know, every person that I've ever asked my whole career or as a visitor has always been so warm and welcoming and excited to have someone interested in it. So definitely, if it's something that you're interested in, you know, for some people it ends up being a career. For some people it ends up being a few summers that they never forget, or winters if you work in southern parks, Everglades,
and
or something.
just because you come out here doesn't mean you have to grow up to be a ranger. You can grow up to be a dentist, but you're going to be a dentist who loves national parks and will help protect them.
Yeah, that's great. I think this has been great. Thank you, Kathy, so much for coming out and talking to us. It's super fun. Who knows? Maybe we'll get together another time.
Sure.
It'd be fun to go up and
bring coffee next time.
Okay. Good note. Good note. We'll bring coffee next time. Well, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of our very first official podcast. We hope that you will join us for the rest of the season. We have so much stuff lined up for you. It's going to be really fun and interesting and varied. Our next episode is on June 30th. We really hope that this podcast grows into something that's useful to you and useful to people all across the country and the world. So if you dig our show, please tell your friends to join us too. You can tell them in real life, or if that's getting too passé, you can tell them on social media or however else you want to tell them. And if you really want to help us out, please make sure to give us a review on iTunes. Reviews make it easier for people to find our podcast when they do searches in their podcast app or on iTunes or whatever platform they use. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, you can visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Along St. Mary Lake offers spectacular views of the lake as well as an opportunity to marvel at the skill of the builders of the Going to the Sun Road. One thing you'll notice as you approach from the east is the impressive wall of cliffs here. These limestone cliffs posed a significant challenge to road builders. In order to construct the road along the cliffs, workers blasted rock out of the mountainsides to allow for a wider road and to provide stone for rock work. The large retaining wall is 550 feet long and almost 30 feet high. It was built in just 5 weeks in 1933 and was one of the first improvements to the road after it opened to traffic in late 1932. Across the lake, the Red Eagle Fire area is visible. Just last summer in August of 2006, this fire, of undetermined cause, burned over 32,000 acres in the park and on the neighboring Blackfeet Indian Reservation, despite immediate efforts to extinguish the fire. Within hours, it went from a small puff of smoke to an impressive inferno with towering smoke plumes that could be seen miles away. Most areas of the park have burned at one point or another, so fire is nothing new to the species that live here. In fact, many plants and animals are dependent on fire for their survival. For instance, lodgepole pine cones spiral open in the heat of a passing fire and release their seeds on the wind to flutter to the ground and germinate in the newly created sunny soils. Several species of woodpeckers thrive in the years following a forest fire as they seek the insects that attack the newly dead trees. Many shrubs start to sprout from undamaged rootstock within days of a fire. The Red Eagle Fire looks black and uninviting to us, but places like this are essential to many species and are vital to maintain the tremendous biological diversity found inside the park.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton.
Hey, Jake.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, we're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right, well,
it's on my list, though.
Make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh, it's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80 publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessionaire. So
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal
Oh, wow.
concessionaire employees in the summer. So many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, like, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems
Exactly.
like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's. I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was
They're
like
highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think, was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time. Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season. So your first Park Service job was
Park
permanent.
Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really
very
awesome.
That is everybody that we interview, they have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical. But Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after and applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the typical
unusual.
thing. Yeah. But it can't happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time, being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry
Harpers
Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, I mean, Harper's Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is, waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from one?
I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park and operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that. And came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
yeah, well, it's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and also
do you count all the different translations as separate things, or not?
Right. Yeah.
It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. Anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks, you have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time, from like October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
How many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of. And then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like for people who are interested in this type of a job, like, is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say write. It's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products, InDesign, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah, which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have, because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing, more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer, and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing, because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things, like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that, there was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like, writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone, and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on, like, with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
And also when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Yeah. And I'm curious,
So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that
biggest
takes
is
the longest for you to
definitely
work on?
Resources and Issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch, but then I remember it would be like, it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far.
Yeah.
Everything else pales in comparison to that.
Do you, so like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where you're, of course, we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using and baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff, I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Because like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? Because it's like you can't like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about the park. Like you get to learn about not only all these different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing, you kind of have to know a little bit about everything. And so I think it helps to be curious.
It definitely helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
Yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for you.
Find your niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah. When we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah. You're like, all right. Yeah.
Okay.
Job security.
You're in the right job.
So, how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4.whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's safe to say like almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out. And I was just kind of like, oh.
I had the same moment. Like when
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, you know, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose is I've had so many over the years, but I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months. And I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not that there's anything wrong with it. I just, for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they, what's the series they're looking for?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally, these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media. So you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them. But I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production
specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think look for 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio video or editing or writing, and it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts
Right.
So from like 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys. But it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then it doesn't make sense to, set an alert.
Mm-hmm.
You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs? Like, is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed you to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am.
Yeah. That's cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to, I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or, a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but, and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but, you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as they're, and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
it is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
not so much like advice on like how, like what did you do that somebody else could replicate, but just like what are the things that are going to set people up for success. And it seems like the things you just mentioned were
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people, but if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
Yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with, on a high note. Like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about, going out to Kantishna was the first time to kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing maybe?
Yeah. My first summer here I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those, like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time. So I hiked in my plan was hike into a meadow the next day, get up, go to the summit, come back, camp the next morning, get up, hike back out and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, they get away from the roads, especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are. And so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like one person by myself? I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or?
Yeah, Carrie says like
Wow.
40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like it doesn't look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk,
Wow.
like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all.
Oh
It
my
was
gosh.
in pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen, and he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while, and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp, and I packed up all my stuff, and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
They're the very symbol of Glacier National Park, and there is almost no better place in the park to see them than at Oberlin Bend. This section of the Going to the Sun Road travels along the cliffs and past the waterfalls just west of Logan Pass. The rock ledges and abundant vegetation provides ideal habitat for the shaggy white mountain goat. Watch for the little ones skipping about the rock cliffs in areas that would terrify most humans. Within days of being born, they are following mom up incredibly steep slopes. Sometimes the goats wander right down to the road or through the parking lot, however, so please remember that all park wildlife is wild. Although they may seem tolerant, they can also cause injury. Do not feed or approach them. Please help us keep wild goats wild and visible for years to come. Oberlin Bend also provides one of the best views of the Going to the Sun Road. Park your car and take the short boardwalk to the viewing platform. The sweeping vista of the garden wall with the Going to the Sun Road snaking along its cliffs is impressive. On a clear day, you can see all the way to the high peaks near the border with Canada, and, if you know where to look, you can spot Granite Park Chalet on a ridge high above the loop. Portions of this boardwalk were designed to be accessible by wheelchair, and if you notice, it's made out of a metal grate material. A former park superintendent saw similar walkways in parks in Australia and brought the idea back to Glacier on his return. The grate allows snow to fall through the walkway and helps relieve the pressure of the winter snows, and it also helps sunlight to penetrate below and maintain native vegetation under the boardwalk.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it RUIP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you, as always. So, first question to kick it off, when and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together. And it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then, just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks, and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone, and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few. That was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word, or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to be wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my second summer there. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
all the best people
for our
Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bones. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs, or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, or talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support